Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane on another beautiful Sunday afternoon, as it ever is, and I do appreciate you back on in the house. Hope you guys are doing really well this fine afternoon. It's getting a little cold still here. We're not quite yet to spring on this side of things, but as always, the Hawks Nest never sleeps. We always got some things going on here, don't we? Including, right now, the potential return of one Bobby Wagner. That's right. The potential of one former Seahawk great coming back to your Seahawks when that door seems so firmly shut. And so I know I was going to maybe talk a little bit about some of the defensive struggles we had this year, but I think I've got to put that in the back. Put that in the back a little bit for the now being, so to speak. So we're going to have to go ahead and dive into this because this is the news of the day right now, and we've got to put it in full consideration. And so that's what I'm going to do today on the start of this show with you guys, is let's look at this potential addition, because I see it in my own direct messages and hear it online from you guys about, can he come back? Is it possible he should return? And I say, oh, no. And I hear the others, well, no, he's lost the step. And, there's a reason we let him go in the first place. And so let's unwind everything back to front and front to back again to try to get a real good firm footing on this one. First off, let's go back to the reasons why Bobby was released at the time he was, which was it was happening in tandem with Russell Wilson's situation, which was kind of, it seemed like a way to sort of just kind of have the front office be able to sort of just kind of move off everything in mass, hit the reset button, go into a full rebuild year, obviously indicate to all of us that that is indeed what was going to happen that next season, and sort of, pull the Band-Aid off all at once, so to speak. Now, was Bobby Wagner part of, I guess, of a wound, so to speak? No, not really. It was really at that time more feeling like a cost-saving move, maybe to get a year out ahead of where they thought maybe his drop-off as a player would come. And again, because they just decided they were going to suffer all of the pain from any of the big money deals they had that they wanted to get out from under and sort of clear the books, right? Reset this whole process through. And that's what it was they were able to do. But now as we are a year forward and they've made that decision, is that still the proper right one? It may have been the right one in the moment. I certainly am all in favor of being a team that when you're going to go ahead and go out and do a rebuild, you go full whole hog. You go, okay, if there's a bad contract we have, if there's a contract that we're not getting the utmost value for and we can save the money on it in the same year, we're going to, let's say, eat one of the biggest dead money hits in NFL history with a guy like Russell Wilson. So be it. I usually okay with that. But now we come back a year later and it's a little bit of a different story. First off, when you did make that choice last year, you had two young guys that you were hoping were ready to be on their rise, to step forward. Not necessarily have to be star level players, but at least accommodate themselves well enough to be league average. Let's call that as sort of just the hopeful little bit of a baseline. And I think that what we got to see this last year was not that level of play from Cody Barton or Jordan Brooks. So again, this is a decision that's got to be formed not in the way that you looked at it last year when you released him, but in the decision of like right now. And we've got to take all of the factors into play, not only what we got, but potentially what we could have. Jordan Brooks is coming off a torn ACL. He is not probably going to be right for the start of the year. That means that you very well could be having to spend at least half the year next year at one linebacker position, finding a fill-in minimum. Cody Barton is also a free agent. The Seahawks aren't exactly leaving a lot of room to spend right now at this point with some of the contracts that they've already given out this offseason, say nothing of a Geno Smith deal. There might not simply be the money on the books to re-sign Barton. And if you're going to re-sign him and it only costs a couple million more for Bobby, does that decision make any sense to anybody who's watched any of these games this year at all? That just doesn't add up to me on anybody making the math happen on that. You can go, well, but Cody's young. I can talk all day about youth. Sometimes it comes down to good or bad. And our middle linebacker play last year was not good. It was bad. And those guys did not put up even close to league average marks. Cody Barton turned his year around as the season went along, but he started out putrid. And there was nothing even when he was at his high water mark that spoke to me and said, yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy in the future that we could rely on. This guy I want to give a multi-year deal to this offseason for $4 million a year, $5 million a year, whatever these funny money prices are now within the NFL. And so I've come back from this going, no, those guys aren't good enough. And I don't know what I'm going to get from Jordan Brooks when he comes back. And I'm very skeptical the team's going to even pick up the fifth-year option on Jordan Brooks. So before we even consider about Bobby and the decision where it is now, let's all acknowledge the fact that we got Tanner Muse and Jordan Brooks coming back half the year as it stands right now in the roster. That's the reality of our situation. So you're not likely to really sign Cody Barton. You need to fill one role. You need to probably fill the other role. Say nothing of the fact that Bobby comes in and actually outplays Jordan. Now you don't just have to trot him out there for the sake of trotting him out there because he's a former first-round pick and you're trying to squeeze that LJ Collier-like last little bit of toothpaste out of your little dispenser. So I look at it like that going, okay, we've got a hole there. We've got basically two positions at the middle linebacker we need to address. Going to be very hard to do that with two rookies. I think even the most skeptical of Bobby Wagner would say that. Yeah, we probably don't want to start two rookies at middle linebacker. That's probably not going to be a formula for success next year, especially if we're hoping to even moderately compete. So, okay, we need to get some linebackers. We've got the people out there that'll be anti-Bobby saying he's lost a step and bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop. So let's analyze that part, I guess, first. Where is Bobby Wagner as a football player? And right now, Bobby Wagner, I'm going to post over my left shoulder right here are the PFF grades for Wagner throughout the course since about 2015. I decided let's go back to there, just kind of get a good baseline of a marker. You can see his actual lowest season as a pro was back in 2015. And he's been a guy who's been pretty consistently good to great throughout that time period, with his highest watermark point being 2018, where he had a 97.1 PFF grade. And this past season, he posted a 90-plus grade, nearly 91 grade last year, which you can be, again, not to look at PFF as the end-all, be-all, and I did watch some game tape last year of Bobby, not to mention the two games he played against us. So I've also got a little bit of the eye test, as I always say, is a very important part of this to go in tandem. But when you get to 90, 91, you're not fading the funk to get that grade. This is not a thing where PFF's going to juice the numbers in that way to provide you and make you look that good. They certainly didn't to him the prior year, did they? With the 71.8 grade he had in his final year here in Seattle. So if they're just trying to pump his scores up or artificially make a Hall of Famer look great at the end of his career, that certainly doesn't add up from where they had him gauged at in the prior year. When you also look at Bobby's this last year, he was in every component of his graded element by PFF. Coverage, tackling, pass rush. But let me go back to that again. The coverage, every single one of his grades, the lowest grade he had across the board was a 77.9. So the narrative out there that will exist to say that Bobby can't cover or that he's a bad linebacker in coverage at this point in time in his career because he doesn't have the foot speed he once had to get there, which very well is maybe the truth that he's not as fast as he once did, but he is certainly as instinctual as you're going to get the middle linebacker position as well, which can sometimes help you speed up a couple of steps. And so he's got a 77.9 grade, and if I match that up against any linebacker on this team last year, I mean, absent maybe Tanner Muse, who was out for kind of a sample size of snaps, if I just go up against Barton and Brooks, that blows their coverage numbers out of the water. Out of the water. So we first can't say that it's a matter of he can't cover, because he can cover. Maybe he's not as covered, and it's not prime Bobby Wagner anymore, but again, we've got to look at this not through the lens of what was Bobby once. This is about where's the position at from a need standpoint. And then the second part of the equation is what can you actually get? Not what can you get when you're daydreaming on a Sunday evening going, what if we got this guy in the draft? What if we got that? What if this guy turned it up? But in real terms, something tangible on the football field where we're not looking at our middle linebacker position playing well below league average for the majority of the season going, I don't know how we work around this. And say what you will about where you might see Bobby in his career at this point in time. He's not a below league average linebacker. He will at least give you league average play. And I hate for that to be just the necessity that we're kind of reaching for, but you're going to understand in a second when I talk about the alternative options as to why this is a little bit of, in my opinion, the smart approach to looking at this situation. So we've got Bobby's coverage grades over my right, still playing at a very high level. I went back and watched the tape last night. There's no doubt about it that he's not the rangy sideline to sideline cat that he was back in 13, 14, 15. Okay, he's not necessarily at that level of things, but he is still very, as I spoke to his instincts, that's what stands out about me. He's reading things a step ahead of everybody else on the defense. He's right on it. You can see him taking little steps, cheat steps forward at times when he's about to shoot a gap to go through because he's recognizing where things are going to be happening. This runs in high difference to what we saw this past year with our linebackers being often confused and misdirected and taking the cheese that the offense is trying to get them to take so that they can reverse field, go back around. You don't see that happening to Bobby a lot on the film. He kind of knows where he needs to be, and he's going to be in the right place at the right time, even now at this point in time in his career. He also was marvelous last year as a run-defending middle linebacker. This is the place where it stands out. That's another improvement over what we didn't have. This is a place where even Barton was going on his rise and getting better as a coverage linebacker. He was still struggling as a run defender for the most part, especially as a tackler. And Jordan Brooks started to kind of go backwards in that same respect over the course of the year too. In Bobby Wagner, you have an upper-level middle linebacker run defender. So I've got a guy that gives me a, let's say, minimum 77.9 at coverage grade, which is top flight for middle linebacker in the sport right now. A guy who had the highest coverage, had the highest PFF grade last year by their metrics. And then I have a guy that also gives me one of the best interior run defenders as well right now in the sport as far as a middle linebacker goes. Hard not to understand why not to pull the trigger on this one. Now, the place that people are going to go to who aren't necessarily on board with saying, well, the answer is Jordan Brooks or the answer is Cody Barton, they will say first and foremost, maybe perhaps that the answer is the free agent class, the middle linebacker free agent class. And I have kind of tried to hone in here on 5 guys that I think are real potential folks here. And we've got Levante David, Tremaine Edmonds, Zach Cunningham, who just got released by the Texans, Devin Bush, and Deion Jones. These are kind of about the most prime guys that you got out on the open market right now, unless you're considering, of course, Cody Barton as a prime target, which I do not. And I think that most of these guys are pretty easy to dispense away with in consideration of them versus Bobby Wagner. I don't think any of you are making the argument of going with Deion Jones, Devin Bush, or Zach Cunningham, absent you just saying it's a matter of age for you, which I struggle with as a basic argument here, where if I'm bringing in a player that's much younger, but he's significantly worse, what is the value of his age? So we go above that here to the 2 guys that I think could be potential better alternative options, or at least equivalent options, or slightly below options, depending on where you stand on them as a player. You have Tremaine Edmonds, who had a 79 grade by PFF last year, a very good coverage linebacker. The thing him and the other guy here on this list, Levante David, have in common is that they're very good coverage inside middle linebackers. And that has been a part that, especially in the case of when you've put Jordan Brooks out on the field, that's been a place where he's been able to be attacked by the opposition at times and really picked on. These guys potentially would be able to close that up for you. When you look at Levante David especially, another guy, it's very interesting, both him and Bobby coming in the same class as middle linebackers, and the long, great careers they both had. Both probably are eventually going to be the Hall of Fame players at the end of the day. He himself posted an 84.1 grade last year, still playing really good football. And him and Bobby are a little of the inverse of each other, whereas with Levante David now, he is the guy with the prime coverage grade. He is the guy that he's over, I think, the last, check my notes here, 4 seasons, he's at a 93 coverage grade from PFF. So one of the true great coverage middle linebackers in the sport right now that you could be adding to your team instead of potentially Bobby, again coming in at the same age. So this is where I think the argument has the best leg to stand on in being anti-Bobby. Those folks that say no, go these alternative options, be it Edmonds or David, or perhaps I guess a couple of these other guys lower on the list, but they're both those guys, all 3 of those guys below, you're really just going for a name now more than you're going for the player that they maybe once were or thought to be, in Devin Bush's case when he eventually got to his prime. But with Levante David, for me, I have no huge angering argument to say, okay, well, let's not go that way, because look, you're upgrading the middle linebacker position at that point. I might argue that I think Bobby would come in at a little bit of a less cost than Levante David will. I don't know if Levante wants to come all the way out here playing all of his career out there on the East Coast, if he wants to come all the way up to Seattle, if that's even really a realistic option from his standpoint of things. But if it comes down to me there, I think Bobby does make less. And when you're looking at what the deal would look like here for Bobby, it would probably be somewhere underneath $10 million a year. That was what he made last year, essentially, for the Rams after they released him after one season, as it was a 1-year, $10 million deal. So I would imagine that you would be able to bring Bobby in at probably maybe a 2-year 18, 2-year 19, something there maybe, 3-year maybe a 2 if you really want to spread it out. But you could theoretically bring him in on something that's going to be a little lower of, I think, in that 8-9 range, maybe even a little bit lower if it is a multi-year deal. That seems to be where, the middle linebacker cost is just one that is being a little depressed right now, partially because of what the scores are you're looking at in this free agent class, where you have a Levante David and Edmonds, but then that's it. There's a lot of poor play going on right now at the middle linebacker position throughout the NFL, which is causing some of the scarcity that we ourselves are suffering from, aren't we? So I can get it if somebody wants to go with the Levante David or Tremaine Edmonds option, because that's viable, that's feasible, that's understandable. In Edmonds' case, you're getting a much younger player, and you're getting a guy that's going to help you out in the coverage, and he's a guy that can give you a good middle linebacker, just as far as tackler and playing the run as well. I didn't include Pratt on here from Cincinnati. He would be another guy that I think I forgot to bring on there that would be a pretty good quality guy, but a lot like Edmonds, those two guys are going to cost a lot of money because they're just getting to that age where they're going to go into their prime. Where Levante David and Bobby Wagner are in their 30s, they're not going to command the same kind of salary. So that's the one other thing to consider, is that you might have better players in Levante or Bobby, but you're paying more to go in the options with Edmonds or Pratt, which we very well may not have the money to do so anyway. Once, if we do sign Geno Smith to the contract we're looking to sign him with, when you pair that with Jason Myers, with the Nick Bellore deal, with the Phil Haynes deal, okay, now you've handed out 4 contracts this offseason on that money you had on the books. It's going quick. The money's burning fast at that point. So I do understand going the other directions. I would still lean to go into Bobby, because I think Bobby gives you at least enough coverage to help you out in that element of it. And right now, last year, we had the big issue that stood out to me was, an inability at times to just not stop the run. The Josh Jacobs game where he's running for a couple hundred yards on you, just the Carolina Panthers game. But part of going back and winning this line of scrimmage war is getting better on the front 7, not just the front 3. And that would include the middle linebacker play. The thing that stands out to me about Bobby that's really different than what you have in Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton is he can get off a guard in blocks. One of the things that's all been one of the underrated skills about Bobby Wagner throughout the course of his career is his ability to slip second-level blockers. He can dip his shoulders, get underneath it. It was something that Michael Robinson talked about when he first came in the league as a rookie. Man, this kid, he dips blocks from the middle linebacker position and just completely you end up whiffing like nobody else. And you see that with our middle linebackers in recent history. They're just taking it right on and catching everything, and they can't get around those big guys. They look like, they look powerless at times. And that's not Bobby. Bobby's going to get off the block. Again, I understand the people that say there's a loss of a little bit of the speed and the quickness stuff, but yes, he can get off. He can absolutely still get off the block. He's going to still be able to go make the play. And instinctually, he's going to be in the right place at the right time. These are things that have been huge problems to the defense last year. I was going to initially talk in the show about the issues that hampered the defense, but these are a couple of them that really showed up play after play after play, opponent after opponent after opponent. The only other refuge that you can go to if you do not want to look at going to free agency is you would say to me, Brandon, we don't want to sign Bobby because you don't want to spend money on the middle linebacker position. That's a misallocation of resources. It's like spending so much money at the safety position like we are. It's devalued. It's not a smart way to go about your business. So their alternative to that then is to say we got to go draft these guys, which, as I've said, this is a 2-for proposition. It's not a one-off. Cody Barton is a free agent. Jordan Brooks is not likely to be back, but halfway through the year, is he going to be ready to roll at the utmost when he does come back? And hey, he wasn't exactly playing great ball when he went down. So you need two middle linebackers. So if you're going to say no to free agency at that point, because you go with Bobby and still go draft a middle linebacker. In fact, that's what I'm advocating for here. You bring Bobby in, you go and then draft a middle linebacker in the draft, and then Bobby helps to bring that kid along throughout the course of the year. That to me sounds like a great proposition where now you've dealt with those two positions. Bobby doesn't cost you a tremendous amount of money. This ain't prime Bobby making 15, 16, 17 million a year, right? That's not where we're at anymore. So he comes in and he helps this kid along a little bit, keeps him in the right place at the right time. In fact, that helps snap in and snap out because it can be like, kid, just go there. Bobby's just pointing the war horse to go where he needs to go. Drew Sanders type guy. Drew Sanders is new to the middle linebacker position. Arkansas kid doesn't know what's going on, and Bobby's just like, big dog, go that way. Big dog, hunt that way. I'll be right behind you. So I like that proposition. I'm okay with going and drafting a middle linebacker, but there is not going to be a middle linebacker taken in the first round of this draft, absent a absolute monstrous reach. Maybe some team, maybe Jack Campbell or one of these guys goes to the combine and just tests out in a way that elevates them to that capacity. But at least if it's just going off the tape, None of these guys are good enough to be first round guys. There's only maybe about 2, maybe 3 that are really worthy of being second round guys. So the middle linebackers you're getting in this draft are not exactly loaded for bear at the position, as far as if you're going to go and say, okay, no, we're spending no money at middle linebacker. We're now going to stack our defense next year with 2 rookies. And then we're going to get our rookies from this draft, which is depleted of middle linebacker talent. That's going to be a tough sell for me. That's going to be one where I go, no, I don't think that's the right approach on this one. I will acknowledge that we are maybe not ready to go and compete for Super Bowls next year, but I don't like laying over and just showing my belly. We kind of had to do that already this year with the eating the $44 million of dead money. You know, I don't want to do it again. And we got a great season out of last year. Let's just see if we can get lightning in a bottle. Let's see if the young guys can develop. Let's see if maybe some of the rookies come in. But I don't want to rely on one whole position like that, especially the middle linebacker position, to be carrying 2 rookies who so much is relied upon at that point with those guys coming in. And I don't see the prospect who's coming in who's carrying the day for you in that fashion of it. I really don't. I know there's some people that have their love of Campbell and their love of Drew Sanders and Dan Henley of Washington State, who I really like a lot as well. But I sure would like to pair them with a really dynamite veteran presence that can help bring them along. I know it didn't work with Bobby with the Jordan Brooks thing, but some of that could be just the Jordan Brooks dog just don't hunt. You know, like that's just some of that could just be, this ain't a kid that's he could be taught. There's just the natural instincts that you kind of need to have a little bit within the details the vet can teach you, or maybe just not there as much with him. And I'm not going to say the story is set on Jordan Brooks, but boy, my draft evaluation look on him on the night he was picked still holds up pretty strong when I watch him as a player. It still is pretty in well alignment with the player that he is. And it's not to say he doesn't have any value. He does, but he's certainly not a guy that's giving you, as I said at the start of this, league average play at the position. I know that's not the high water mark we're looking to go. We'd love to get the guys that are top of the mark, but right now with as low level as it's playing at, we've got to just raise this out of the shallows a little bit and give this some depth. And Bobby would give that to you. So when it comes down to this draft, yeah, there's maybe 1 middle linebacker I'd put to start on this defense, but there ain't 2. This ain't lock, stock, and barrel a middle linebacker draft at all. It's one of the weakest positions in this draft, if not the weakest. So do you want to stack your 2 starting linebackers next year with 2 inside linebackers in a weak middle linebacker draft? Or do you want to go back and get the Hall of Famer who had the highest middle linebacker grade of any linebacker in any inside linebacker, at least by PFF last year? You can call me nostalgic. Maybe you can say I'm caught back in yesteryear at that point. But for me, a logical standpoint, kind of deducing it all down, it actually makes to me a lot of sense. And I do hope that somebody said at the top of this here, DVN said at the top of this, that they do raise the bat signal up to this guy, and it's got the Bobby Wagner silhouette set, and that they do look to bring him home. And it makes sense, not just from a sense of nostalgia or a sense of, the remembers, or let me hit me in the feels, give me some of that feel him, no. It's the fact that he's still a really good player, and I'd like to push next year to try to compete. I'd like to push next year in a wide open NFC to see what we can do, to see how these young guys go along, and bring a guy like Bobby back in, who I didn't really like to see us release in the first place because he wasn't part of the problem. And the bottom line goes is that he also came out ahead of being released, right? Out ahead of any of this talk. In the final press conference he gave before the season ended, Bobby Wagner sat there and they said, well, what about the money you're making on this? Bobby, what about the money? He said, I want to stay here. I'm open to restructuring. I get it. Players don't ever say or talk like that. And maybe the bottom line was that I kind of get the impression that the front office didn't even kind of broach the subject with him on that. They just sort of made the determination that he was going to be snipped and that was it. But maybe now time, come back and say, okay, what are we talking here, Bobby? What are we talking in a deal you would understand? What are we talking in a deal you'd understand that would make sense for you and would make sense for the team? The same thing that I've been pushing for with Geno Smith on these negotiations is find a common ground point, not a place where somebody's got to win the day negotiation standpoint, but a common ground point where it's understandable what we're trying to do. If we have a couple of guys like this that can come in and get it, and they can, okay, I'm going to go a little less to come here as to go to this other team that I don't know what I'm going to get into necessarily there, or another foreign environment to me that I got to acclimate myself into now in 3 years. Nope, come back home, Bobby. Come back home. Come back, finish your career here. Let's see if we can maybe get a shock the world one last time. What a cap to a career that would be at that point. Do you imagine? Comes back here, We go back and win a Super Bowl with him here, still a middle linebacker? Are we not talking about a guy at that point, if he puts another couple of seasons up like this, that is spoken about in the pantheons of the greatest middle linebackers to ever play this sport? Do you want that here? We want to watch that somewhere else. Am I worth $8 million a year? Would I roll the dice on that for 8? Yeah. You better damn well believe I would. My name is Brandon. This is the Hawks Nest. Please hit the like button. I appreciate you guys checking me out as ever on the live stream here. I hope I've got a lot of agreement out this, but I'm definitely open to some folks pushing back on this one, because I can certainly understand the other side of the arguments on this one as far as not quite feeling it. But boy, I've thought a lot about this over the last couple of days since the surprise release of Bobby Wagner. This is not a move being made because the Rams look at Bobby's play and they go, not good enough, out. Yet you can see what's going on with the Rams right now is they're making the call. They're making the call. They're bleeding blood. They need to suture these wounds. And the only way to do it is to start cutting bait. Is to start making some hard decisions that have nothing to do about the level of talent, the level of play sometimes, and it just comes down to sometimes on it, the bottom line dollar. They made 2 years back-to-back of go for broke. You can go do a 1 year go for broke, right? 1 year go for broke, that's one thing. 2 years ago for broke, that's something else, isn't it? Now you've really strained that future cap dollar. Now you've really future strained that draft pick value, as the Rams did in both areas of things. And they speak all they want, get all the praises about how well they've drafted in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. You're missing this many years of first round picks and second round picks, and you're looking at the Lions with now a top 10 pick that you gave them. Really looks like a lot here. It looks pretty clear to me that the Rams are going, okay, we're going to have to turn this thing back over now. We've got to make the hard choice here now. We got to move this around now. Appears that way to me. It does appear that way to me on this one, as evidenced by the fact that they're just about to trade Jalen Ramsey as well. And I don't think that their ideal is to start moving on from the better players on their defense for the prior year. I don't think Jalen Ramsey is necessarily a prime Jalen Ramsey, but I also don't think that this is a move that they make if they're still in a go for broke kind of element of things. We can also see in the Rams making these kind of moves. What else is it doing? It's opening the door wider for the Seahawks to take this NFC West next year, if they're willing to be aggressive, if they're willing to strike. I'm just putting it out there. Good tidings. Good tidings for all of us on that. Appreciate you guys watching again. Please do, if you can for me, hit that like and sub button if you're not already subbed up. I really would appreciate it. Anderson, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Herbicide, hey. Motive 5 likes and the show hasn't even started. We are dedicated. Hello, all. Oh, I got the most dedicated, no doubt about that. So that is not in contention at all. But it's good to see you in the chat, man. Free Truth. Hello from Idaho. What's up, Free Truth? Kurt Bernard, BWagz, might just be coming back. Sean Proper, Hawks Nest, great way to start Combine Week. I thought it was the right note. I was going to talk about a little bit about some of the defensive struggles, but we'll do that show on another day. Today's the day to, talk about Bobby. And, Bobby didn't get his just desserts last year. It's a really nice send-off as it was, because of the fact that it just happened right with the Russell Wilson situation, and that dominated the discussion in the way that it did. But I'm banging the drum today. I'm answering the call. Quandre Diggs sent that out into the ethos. He said, come on, 12s, let him know. I'm letting you know. Amari Taylor, are you streaming during the Combine? I'll tell you what, I'll put it to a poll today, Amari. I've been thinking about that, of not to do it, because for some people, I think they find it just completely lame and boring. Others are kind of into it. I wasn't sure if I was or not, so I'll do a Combine. Well, I'll do a poll, Amari, and if the poll is really highly in favor of me doing a live stream on the Combine, I'll do it. But it's gotten even more kind of like belabored, the Combine, and it's half of the guys don't even run that you want to run. So it's like, this guy's just going to do this over here on the vertical. That guy's going to do this over on the 40. You don't really get all the scores until you piece together their pro days where they do the rest of the drills and stuff. So some of it gets really tough to do much assessing. And boy, they don't have very quality of product, because they don't show. What they should be doing is, when they've got these players out, rather than doing all these shots of these guys in their underwear, just cut to some of their, highlights, cut to some of what makes them a player, and show them off a little bit, make it more of a show in that way than just this stagnant shot of walking around on this field turf while everybody's just looking and waiting for the next drill. which is not exciting. But I'm open to it. Greg says, I'm sick and tired of this narrative that the Colts are going to trade up with the Bears. I'm sure the Bears would love to, but I seriously doubt the Colts are willing. Jalen Carter will be a Seahawk. I love the confidence, Greg. I love the confidence, and I'm with you on it. I've never understood. It just doesn't make sense to me in any respect. The thought process here that, oh shoot, my alert box is off here. It just didn't make any sense to me whatsoever that was going to be the situation here. Why the Colts would do that when they can get their quarterback later on, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't get it myself on that one. I'm a little thrown off with the whole, the Colts trading up. Why would they? They can get their pick of a great quarterback in this draft. At the end of the day, what's gone wrong for the Colts is that they've not been able to get a young quarterback in there since Andrew Luck. That was the whole issue with him retiring when he did. They had a team stacked up, ready to go just as he retired. Now they've been moving in these aging quarterbacks for 3 years. And now, now you've got an opportunity to go get truly a young quarterback and one of the best of the bunch in this draft. I don't get how they move up in the draft because they've fallen just so heavily in love with a guy. Somebody was saying it was because, what was it? Somebody was saying it was because, they were just in love with Bryce Young and that they wanted Bryce Young just that badly that they were going to do it because of that. But I don't see that myself. I really don't. Anderson says he had a very solid season with the Rams. We just need to put a better defensive line in front of him to let him roam free and make plays if we bring him back. That's my standpoint on it too, Anderson. You go and you address the defensive line, give him some dogs up front that then can kind of protect him a little bit as far as not having as much second level guys. He can just go out there and be instinctual and run around and get there. Not expecting to be prime Bobby, but that's really not what we need right now, right? It's what we need is just a guy that can get you at least that. We'd love to get above league average play, but geez, if he gave us a 71 grade, which was the final grade he gave in his final year here, that'd be phenomenal for us, if we can build up the rest of the team around that. Space, how's it going? Good to see you. Tactical Brownie, why was he released? Tactical Brownie, kind of as I was saying before, the main issue here for the Rams is that they had the 1 year where they went, we're going to go for it, got the Super Bowl, but by going for it, I mean, they were eating a tremendous amount of dead money. They had to move contracts around. They had to try to bring on a contract like Von Miller at the end, convert this to base to bonus, move this to guaranteed money down here. Then when they signed new contracts, it wasn't just a matter of the base and bonus money. It was base, bonus, and then guaranteed later on down. So they were pushing all of these costs down the road. And then they came back a second year and did it again. There's very few franchises in NFL history that have done what the Rams did these prior 2 years in really robbing the future sort of bank to pay for the now. And so the fallout of that is that the cost eventually comes due. Everybody liked to say when the Rams were making these moves that, see what the Rams are doing? The Rams show you that the salary cap doesn't exist. See? No, it does exist. The cost does come due. And you can keep kicking the can down to the road only so far. And if you go more extreme and you really are kicking that can far down the road because you're wanting to get more and more money for the now, as the Rams did, well, then the pain's going to be harder down the road when you do have to face reality of, oh man, the bill is due. Look at this check. You guys see what we owe? Did you order that? Did you order the Ramsey with two first round? Okay. That's pretty much where we're at with it. So this isn't a move being made tactical that is not anything based upon anything absent. They're just trying to save money. They had their go for a moment, didn't work, and now they're trying to go, okay, we've got to kind of like Seattle had to do last year, a little bit tactical. You got to, when you get in a bad position like that, you go, okay, we got to clear the books, take our pain for a year, hopefully get out from under it, mostly from within a year. And then we've rebuilt and moved on forward. And maybe the Rams are just in a point of starting to do like a subtle tank job into next year. Sean McVay and all of his brilliance is already finding a way to maybe circle around the Caleb Williams. It's like, I'll be playing in a tough division, especially if I tell Stafford to retire. Donald retires. Okay, let's do it. Just say, you never know. V-Ray, so even if Brooks was healthy, we still needed Bobby. I really like what I was able to see in Tanner Muse in a small capture. I was too, V-Ray, and having Tanner Muse come back is the very least is just a backup guy. I mean, you need both, right? The front line and the backup guys here. And yeah, I agree with you. Even if Brooks was healthy here, Cody Barton would still be a free agent, and I'm not going to rely on Tanner Muse to be the starter at that point. So that would still open the door to Bobby coming back in. There was also an issue I thought last year here with Jordan Brooks about him having issues with doing the signal calling and then trying to process post-snap. Like I'd read some stories about that being a bit of an issue. Bobby would, of course, again, remove that off of his shoulders, at least in addition to that, V-Ray. But yeah, I'm with you. Even if he was healthy, this would still be a move I make. And the fact that he's not healthy makes it all that much more a move that I think that they should make. Megan, back. Sorry, I'm behind on a little bit of the donos here. My bad. Megan, thank you for the $10 donation. Sorry about the little late in acknowledgement, but I hope you're doing well tonight. It says, greeting B and 12s. Sorry I'm late. Was busy dealing with the sale of 3,800 Funko Pops. What do you think of the talk that says Russ wanted Pete Carroll and John Schneider fired before the trade? Oh, I knew this one was going to come up tonight, Megan, at some point. I will say that I am in complete awe of a one man's kind of fall from grace from a national perspective in watching Russ in a year. And I don't root badly for him. I'm not a person that's trying to seek to pile on, but it is absolutely staggering to watch the hits the guy takes on like a weekly basis. And it's a lot of it's earned. A lot of it's a little bit like, I was thinking about this, it's like a guy just driving through town and he's got his Corvette and he's just revving and he's blowing past speed limits 24/7. And he's like, this is my city, these are my rules. And then suddenly now, like, you put in the traffic stops for the Insta camera, Insta tickets. And now he goes to his mailbox and he's got 45 Insta tickets off of a couple of days of driving around because he's been going 65 and a 25 through school zones. And it's a bit what it feels like for me with Russ right now, just a bit. But this also wasn't shocking to me, Megan. This was something that I think that we all kind of thought was the case in the background. It's them or me. It is surprising to me that he included John Schneider in this as well. That feels like a Mark Rogers edition. Mark was like, and tell them they've got to get rid of John too. Tell Russ. Tell Jody they got to get rid of John too because he sucks at negotiating. He's stupid at that. Tell her that too. You don't often see the player going for the GM too. You will see the move where quarterbacks have gone for coaches. That's a power move that's been pulled. But the whole hog of like, everyone must go but me takes a lot. I will say this as well. There are many out there going, oh, this is just hearsay and app. Nah, it's not. It's not. I don't have a lot of reporters that I have respect for, nationally speaking. I certainly acknowledge a lot of them are driven by the clickbait, realities of the modern age. With that said, Mike Sando's not a clickbait kind of guy to me. And he is a guy that has proven himself in the past to be a thoroughly sourced member of the media, and a guy that also has a unique track record to where you can trace him back to his time here in Seattle and the work that he did locally for the paper here. So when a guy like Sando comes out with this, I don't think that anybody that out there, and I know there's a lot of Russell backers out there, you really just can't pass it and toss it away. It's also not mind-blowing stuff. And as I said, I'm not looking to pile on to Russ. I have said as well, though, with this whole situation with Russ and him forcing his way out of town and him going in this direction of things, that's one thing I've said all throughout this time period to him that just continues to resonate in my own mind as far as if he thinks about this is the old axiom. Be careful of what you wish for because you just might get it. And he wanted Sean Payton. He's got Sean Payton. He wanted to show everybody that he could be this and that. Now you get the opportunity to do it. There will be no excuses left. There will be no blaming of offensive lines or a stagnant old defensive coach who doesn't want to see you soar. There'll be nowhere to go left on that. There'll be nowhere but the blame of on your own shoulders at that point. And that part, I think, beyond trying to pile on or anything, resonates with me most in how this will be sort of viewed historically and looked through in that realm of things. Still, I have nothing but love for Russell myself. I don't want to see him fail. It'd be great to see him, be able to get Sean. It'd be cool to see him get Sean Payton and Payton take to him. And as I've said, Payton give him the postgraduate work that he needs to really evolve himself as a quarterback into becoming that elder statesman who can just pick a defense apart. Sean will push the wheels there to get him there, unlike any coach has ever done before. And he's got enough humble pie now where he's going to just come like that 22-year-old kid coming out of college, just hungry and just ready to learn and just tell me how to do it right. And maybe that gives him the conditions here to then go find that success. Get back to just the love of the sport, back to just playing ball. I love the thought process of that for Russell. And wouldn't that be great? He gets to take off and then we take off at the same time and then both sides get to be right. That's, to me, would be the ultimate cool thing to see within this situation. But it's been the toughest road of a year for an athlete who's done nothing off the field that's anything criminal or anything like that. I don't know if there's been another athlete I've seen going through as many slings and arrows and again, you bring some of this yourself on with the office and all that stuff, but I don't. Mumbles has been a member for 4 months. Thank you so much, Mumbles. I really do appreciate it. I says, I think it's less likely he'll take a team-friendly deal. It's possible. It's possible that could be the case. I think that he does want to go to a place that he wants to win, Mumbles. So I think that does remove down teams that might have a lot of money to spend. I don't think he's going to go to Atlanta and sign a $15 million a year per deal when he knows it might be just another 1-year deal in Atlanta where he's got to move on again next year or whatnot along that. I think very much this is his home. There's a little bit of value in that. And there will be a reduced amount of teams that look for his services. But it's possible that he could be a little bit not in the same mindset as he was before you released him. That's for sure. So I do hope that he considers coming back, and I hope the team, they can find that common ground. If not, it's not the worst thing in the world. We still do need to address our 2 middle linebacker positions at this point this offseason. That then does still become a thing that is kind of necessary here, but I would get that. I would understand if that turned out to be the case. Sean Galvin, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Sean. Appreciate you joining the Hawks Nest. Jeffrey Thistle has been a member for 9 months of the Hawks Nest. I appreciate that long time support, Jeffrey. You're awesome for doing so. He says, poor Bobby done dirty again after carrying the Rams defense last year. Yeah, I think he kind of knew with that deal a little bit, Jeffrey, that with the outs that there was going to be in the deal for the team to get out from under with him on only a 1-year, $10 million deal, he probably understood that was going to be a very much a feasible possibility if absent them going and probably winning a Super Bowl. So, it's definitely tough when you come back, you come back to the team and they pick you up and you're like, all right, look, I'm going to give you a 90 plus PFF like season. I'm going to set a career high in sacks. I'm going to be flying all over the field for you, whatever you need me to do. And they're like, great, bet. And then he goes out there and does it. And then they're like, that was awesome, Bobby. He's like, wasn't it though? I mean, this is why I'm going to the Hall of Fame. And they're like, yeah. So we're gonna cut you tomorrow. What? Yeah. We don't have a lot of money. It is a little bit rough. If you ain't doing your job, that's one thing. But I balled out last year for you guys. Yeah. No, you were great. What else could I have done for you to stay here? Probably nothing. It's just we're in tough financial shape, Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Boys in underwear, B? Hell yes, with tight shorts, please. Laughing out loud. See, I can see why you like the stagnant shots on the turf with them all walking around, Megan. I can get that there with you. Me, I'm like, give me some highlights here, Show me some all 22 shots if I can get it sprinkled in here, right? Well, you got all the guys, the talking heads talking about the hot dog that they ate at the restaurant that morning. Give me let's get some good game tape on. A lot of these people haven't seen any game tape on these kids that are especially from the smaller schools testing. It'd be cool to give them a little flavor of the player they look like before you have them going out running the drills. But, maybe it's just the female audience. Megan's gotten so big on the combine now. They're just like, then they after they had that one snafu a couple years ago where the guy's junk busted out, he was doing the 40 and just Now it's like it's normal NFL audience is 20 men, female. Combine is 75 female, 25 men. But appreciate you, Megan. Thank you for the double donos. Mumbles with a $10 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Appreciate you too. It says, what? My credit card is maxed out? Well, better take out another card to pay it off. Oh, I'll take a loan to pay off both again. Wait, I'm in crippling debt now? Surprised Pikachu equals the Rams. Oh yeah, exactly. That's a great description for that, Mumbles. And I think that's pretty apropos to what they did. They maxed out a credit card one year, come back the next year, and they went, what did we do? Okay, well, don't we have another credit card in the wallet? Honey, give me the other credit card out of the wallet. Yeah, give me that one. No, it's fine. We can totally max this one out too. Money, shmoney. The world will end. There's a whole pandemic thing going. I'm sure it won't last. Let's just go for it now. And now they get there and they're landing here and there ain't no money. There ain't no credit. You just got to bleed. And no one makes me bleed my own blood. Thank you for the $10 dono, though, Mumbles, and a beautiful way of describing. I wish I had a Pikachu emoji to bring up for you right now on your dono to show. Folks can get that one too. Peter Go Hawks with the $10 dono. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate you as well, brother. Hope you're doing well tonight. He says, if Chicago trades with Indy, why wouldn't the Hawks trade with Houston? Houston would still get the same quarterback they want, and we would get our pick of Carter or Anderson. We could work a deal for cheap. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Peter. I love the inventive, imaginative outlook on that because, Peter, I haven't heard anybody mention it in that scenario in this process. So of like, well, maybe they just go to the trade up to get one of Anderson or Carter, like you say, and then the Texans look at it and they go, well, I love your point about this because the Texans then give it to us cheap as far as moving back 2 picks, because moving back 2 picks isn't going to be very highly costly anyway. But you move back 2 picks and they go, okay, well, we're not going to hold you over the line. Like, give us a third or something. But then we go get Carter or Anderson while they still are able to get their guy, which that does factor in a little bit to what Arizona does at that point. And if there's certain Houston is that Arizona's not going to then pull the trigger on that quarterback. So that would be the one thing, part of that, Peter, that would be the fly in the ointment a little bit is do they have that feeling like Arizona's not wily or crazy enough then to go for the Bryce Young if it's that guy or the Stroud. But I love that scenario. That'd be one place I would be willing to move up on a Carter, for instance. If it was just a matter of giving up like a third for 2 spots, I think I would. If the cost is not going to be prime cost to do it, I'd rather be leaning into the grade A talent in this draft more than the collection of the guy at what would we picking at that point? We'd be like 79 or something. You know, that guy at 79 to me is not going to be so overwhelming that to be missing out on Carter if that was the kind of the cost to do it. I wish I liked the depth, Peter, of this draft a little bit more, but from about pick 10 in the 3rd round onwards, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Okay, these prospects are going to be a little raw. Appreciate you though, Peter. You're awesome, brother. Kevin Mullen with a $5 donation. Thank you, Kevin. I hope you are doing well tonight as well, brother. It's good to see you in the chat. Said you can't leave out 2021, the year BWagz had a 71.8 grade. I thought I had that up there, didn't I? Let me see. Yeah, I got it up there. Kevin, I got the 2021's in there. He said you can't leave out 2021, the year Bobby Wagner had a 71.8 grade. Still starter level play, but what ultimately why he got cut. Last time Bobby Wagner scored 90s PFF was in 2018. Well, I mean, I appreciate the $5 donation because I do have his chart here over my left shoulder here, Kevin. He did have a 90 grade last year in 2022. And I would certainly acknowledge that that last year is not the level of player you're getting. So you're not going to be bringing in a guy here at this point that's going to be anywhere near 90 at all. I would say 71.8 is how you kind of put it, starter level play. I would argue that 71.8 is not starter level play necessarily in PFF. To me, about 65 is about starter level play if we took all the middle linebackers across the board. So he gave you, even to me in 2021, slightly better than starter level play. To your point, you're paying him, I think, $17, $18 million on average per year at that point. Do you want to pay that cost for 71.8 at the middle linebacker spot? No way, we do not want to be paying that mark. I might say, though, Kevin, that I think that was as much that what pushed that situation to go down where it was. He still had years remaining on his contract. Seattle didn't want to pay at that high water mark anymore. That, to me, drove that decision as much as his 71.8 grade. He was just coming off a prior year where he was at 83.2, which would be probably around Pro Bowl level for a middle linebacker. Although not at the star level of a 90 grade, that's still Pro Bowl level the prior year. So to me, it was more driven by that. And then the fact that there was also, Kevin, the part of this as well of where you would spend a 3rd round pick on Cody Barton, you would spend a 1st round pick on Jordan Brooks, and you were being driven a little bit in your decision making to feel like you had to throw those guys out there and get them started now while they could be on cheap rookie deals so that you could better outfit the rest of your team, especially when you're eating $40 million, or in that case, you had $26 million, $33 million with Dunlap, $30 million of dead money before Bobby's money came off the books. So I think that wasn't a decision that just got moved by just how his level of play and performance was at. I think it was driven a little bit by the factor of how much he was making, and then these other 2 guys that were on the rise from their standpoint and thinking they were ready to take over and be starters. That's why I say, to me, this is a bit of a different place from where the decision was originally made, where now you know what those 2 guys are as starters in this defense. You know the level of play that they're capable of providing you. And then you know, too, as well, that Bobby's not coming back at $17, $18 million per year now. He's not going to come back at maybe not even half of that money going into the future. So now maybe the value fits a little bit more well in alignment to his level of performance at his age. That would just be my only thing with it on. But you're right, Kevin, that the money being made at the end of the day is a big part of what drove that decision. Space, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, brother. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and you're awesome for doing so. Megan with a $2 donation says, seen any female rugby yet, B? You know, I meant to go out there and look at some, Megan, but I have been just grinding tape is what I've been doing right now. So I've been just one prospect after another. I've definitely reached the zone now where all of the draft prospects are starting to run into one chain of human being in my mind. But I'm trying to get on ahead of that because I can feel the drafts approaching fast and I want to get a good feel on these guys. So I've kind of been on that. And then this other video I've been trying to finish up. It's taken me forever to get this one done. Some of these videos just sometimes get me, I just can't quite get them clicked into where I want to get them. That's why I like doing the live streams, is I can just do the live streams and go with these videos I make. Man, I just take me forever with just like getting this right and getting that right. I'm way too like perfectionist with it. So, but it's on, you better believe, Megan, it's going to be on the viewing schedule into the soon future. You better believe that. Thank you though, Megan, for all the donos. Randall McDaniel's in the house. What's up, Randall? How you doing, brother? Thanks for the $5 dono. It says, how good is the Henley kid from WSU? You know who his dad is? Big U. Very notorious dude in his own right. Big U. I don't know who. You're going to have to, Randall, you're going to tell me who Big U is. Deion Henley. Deion Henley is a real fun prospect in this draft. As I said, I'm not really excited about a lot of the middle linebackers, Randall, that are in this draft. It's a pretty light group to me. I would say that Drew Sanders, Jack Campbell would probably be just a little bit ahead of Deion, but he's right there with those guys. And honestly, after the combine, Randall, and where he tests, if he tests with kind of like where I think he might test at, he very well could launch into the second round to become essentially middle linebacker 3, because you'd have Trenton Simpson as 1, Drew Sanders 2, and then you'd have Deion Henley as my number 3 guy at that point, with Deion being a second round guy. Maybe the best coverage linebacker in this draft, Randall. Maybe. A very strong argument to be made he's that guy. And he also gives you a good tackler, good instincts, very rangy, very speedy. He can hit a little bit. You know, he can get in there and go. He gives you a lot of the modern build and look of what you'd like in a linebacker. I think a tiny bit light, but I don't think that's as we're seeing with many of the linebackers in this draft, Ivan Pace, Henry To'oTo'o, even Trenton Simpson. It doesn't seem like weight is as much an issue anymore at the middle linebacker position if they're rocking more in that 230-ish of range. But I really thought he stood out in coverage with his instincts and just his natural flow and zone. He has a real good feel, Randall, for just getting to the right spot in the place he needs to go in the zone as he reads the quarterback eyes, or not knowing when not to read the quarterback's eyes and picking the defender up quickly in a better way. So I love the instincts that are there with the natural physical gifts he has, being so quick and kind of twitchy a little bit from the middle linebacker position. So one of my favorite ones in this draft, Randall. He's a very, very good player. I got to know this you guy as you're talking about, but I love kids of former NFL players. If it's that, those guys are always, as we've gotten with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, we've seen the benefits of that with some of these kids. They get I don't know. Is it amazing the genetics or something, or I don't know. The kids of players tend to be pretty good. Pretty good. But thank you, Randall, the $5 donation. Megan with the $2 donation says, B, you let me down, dude. Hey, I'm a worker, B. I got to get my work done, I got these prospects I got to keep a look at, and people have given me this laundry list of guys to go take a look at. So it's a lot of grind and tape. You were doing the same, I think, last week. You know how it is. You got to watch a lot of tape to get a feel on these guys. It's a long, arduous journey this draft season. 2 months out, though, I'm gonna have a good 275, 300 guys scouted in this draft, which I feel really good about. I'm gonna have a lot of these guys looked at and real close. I'm Power Code. How you doing, man? Nagasa says we don't have the money for him. Well, I think we could definitely do have the money for him. Especially like I said, if he's at $8 or $9 million a year, which maybe I'm shooting way too low, but I think that's about right for a guy worth where his age is at and the risk that you bear taking that on. I think that's a place you can probably create that money, especially if you did it on a multi-year deal. But maybe not too. We'll see where they're at as far as the money they're going to spend on Geno and how they're going to choose to kind of dole out the resources. Watch Fish Quest. The Rams eating $7 million in dead money to release Bobby seems crazy. They must be legit tanking. That's why I'm thinking about this too. That's why I was thinking like this has got a little bit of maybe the Caleb Williams thing they're going to start to go for, where they look at their division, they go, well, the division sucks, and bump, and that's he starts putting some things together with McVay because he was flirting with retirement, and he's like, well, rather than retire, why don't we just rebuild it? Maybe. I'll tell you, you're doing this in tandem with moving Jalen Ramsey. It's like it does start to look like we're turning this thing over a bit. Maybe not whole hog, but at least half a hog, at least a snout of a hog. Preacher says that I've lost my faith in the Hawks' draftability, been hurt too many times, even after last year. Free truth. New Black says I'd bring back Bobby if they don't re-sign Geno. That'd make a lot of sense. And Utero, I'm out on Carter. Character concerns. Don't want another McDowell. Yeah, there's some folks that are big on the character concerns with them. Character concerns are always, I think, for the fans and us on the outstretch in Utero, are always the hardest things to evaluate, because we don't have the psychological breakdowns. We don't have access to the interviews that the team has with the players. We don't have a private investigator on the trail in the case figuring out what's what. I will trust in the team that if they pass on Carter and he's there and available for him, that they will have done that due diligence and those character concerns would have amounted from that. If our Seahawks pick Jalen Carter, I'm going to trust in the fact that they've done the due diligence, having already once been burned by a Malik McDowell. But I don't know how you can take the best player in this draft. Malik McDowell was not the best player in his draft. But Jalen Carter's got a firm argument to be made that he's the best player in this draft. If you're going to get to that point of saying the character concerns, that we're going to take a kid 20 years old, 21, and say, well, he knows he's a character concern at this point. We know he's going to go down this road and this path that's not going to lead him to being a star, that he's going to be a bust because of that. I'm okay with it. But you better make sure you're doing some real deep digging at that point, because you're passing on potentially the best player in the draft to do so. And I just can't help in utero go back in I'm an old guy, man, and I go back in my old memory banks. And I remember being, 10-year-old Brandon there watching the draft and looking at this kid, Randy Moss. My God, this kid's, we got to go get this guy. Character concerns. Yeah. Character. Warren Sapp in the draft, just dropping in the draft because he smoked some pot in college, or supposedly did. According to him, he never failed the test at all in college, but that was the rumor got out. That was the rumor. And fall he did. Hawks could have had a chance to go get him too. But, character concerns. So it cuts two ways. You know, you can say on the one end the Malik McDowell, and that there's this one horror story that existed that's kind of almost unlike what's very rarely in NFL history ever happened. The guy, you know, had an ATV fall in his face. But he was also a guy to me that the character concerns with Malik McDowell were a lot more clearer than they are at this point with Jalen Carter. The Jalen Carter character concerns are these nebulous reports, anonymous source, you know, and then he needs to get his conditioning in better shape. And well, that's also an element of this character concern thing. And none of it's got anything really that you can put your fingers on, right? So in Malik McDowell's case, he went to the combines, and this, I remember when I was following the combine at the time, the reports coming out were that there were multiple teams that sat down with this kid. Multiple teams said this. You can go back and Google this. It was so common. Multiple teams came out of this and they said, that was the worst interview that I've ever had with any player ever. The warning signs of Malik McDowell were so much more clearer than anything of what's been talking about here with Jalen Carter. And these character concerns very well may be valid, but I can't quite get into that boat yet until I see something a little more tangible than what I'm seeing so far. The out of shape stuff I feel like has been really beaten to death at the end of the day. It has. You know, the guy gets doubled just about every snap he's out there. He's fighting his ass off against two guys on one every time because he's such a problem for offenses. And yeah, he gets gassed down, but so do all defensive linemen. I'm watching defensive linemen across the board in college football, and they're coming out on rotational bases. And not even the upper level great guys. You know, those defensive tackles get worn down inside. You got to rotate them through. You do it at the pros, you do it at college. You can admonish it. You can look back to the 1980s and say, well, in the 1980s, they played all of the snaps. They never came off the field. Well, that's the 1980s. It's 2023 now. We're in a new era. There's 17 games in a season. It's not the lay of the land anymore, in my opinion. So I still maintain I'm not worried about the character concerns until I hear something that's got some actual proof to the pudding. And right now, all I'm hearing is a lot of smoke. I go to reach my hands and I just like a hand going through smoke when anything I hear about this Jalen Carter stuff. But I hear it in utero. You're not the only one. There's a lot of people out there that are out on him because of that. And that Daniel Jeremiah report really put that in people's heads as much as anything, I think. Space asks, so you guys think Ramsey is a possibility? So Jalen Ramsey is going to be due to be traded by the Rams. He's expected to be moved very soon in the next week. I would not be expecting our Seahawks to be willing to make this move in any way, shape, or form. First off, Ramsey's cost, even at a base salary level, would probably be too great. You'd have to work him into a new deal. Does Seattle really want to work Jalen Ramsey in a new deal? I wouldn't think so. So that would kill it kind of right out the gate. The second way that this gets killed is that we have to go back to the original reasons why Jalen Ramsey left the Jaguar space. He was playing in the Seahawks defense at the time, right? He's kind of coming back off the old Gus Bradley days. Jaguars, like all that kind of still remnants there. So he didn't like playing off coverage as a zone corner. He wanted to play man, mano, run back pocket. Does he now want to go back to playing in a zone defense that he wanted to run so fervently from in the first place in Jacksonville? I think from these two components of it, it probably nixes any possibility of Ramsey coming to the Seahawks. Sam the Great says, gotta love that California dirty money. Rams and Niners. Brian Myers, until I have a coach or teammate stand at a mic and give some statement on Carter and character, I pay no attention. Bingo, Brian. As always, we think very much alike on this one, man. I'm not even giving it a shred. I'm not. As I said, if we land on draft day and we're at 5 and the Seahawks take Tyree Wilson over Jalen Carter and they come back and they go, look, we just had some things that were a little more solid from a character standpoint, Tyree, then that is what it is at that point. But as I say, this ain't Malik McDowell. Malik McDowell was a second round talent who could have been maybe a mid first if his head was on completely clean and tight and true. In the case of Carter, you're talking about a guy that's got a very strong argument to potentially be a number 1 overall pick, even at the defensive tackle position, even as rare as that is, because of his level of talent. And he's been on a team for the last 2 years that's won 2 national titles, and he's been one of the bedrocks of that defense. If I'm passing on that guy, I better be damn sure that those character concerns are a real thing. And I'm with you, Brian. I haven't quite heard anything tangible on it. Megan with the $2 donation says 178 hours in 2 weeks scouting B. Poor excuse. It is what it is for me. It takes me a while. It takes a lot out of me, Megan. It just takes a lot of time too. It eats up hours when you're grinding on film. It does. I'm glad you're grinding though. You're gonna have a good view of these guys too, and a good understanding of what's what with who. So that's good to hear. Gotta get your horizontal board built. Thank you though, Megan. All the donos. Randall with $2 donation says Big U was the leader of the Rolling 60s Crips in the 90s. Oh. Okay. Well, that's something. Wow. He ends up out at WSU, huh? Crazy. Well, he definitely, he's a good player, Randall. I'll say that, and he very well could launch into becoming my third favorite middle linebacker in this draft. Certainly going to be one of my probably, Brandon's guys, list of my guys that we just get one of these guys, a variety of different places they go in the draft. He'll probably be on that list. I was looking at the other day. I've got a couple of guys already listed there somewhere here. I got it probably hidden. But I just always assemble a list, Randall, of like 25 guys in a draft, anywhere from first to the seventh round you can get. They're just kind of guys that stood out to me for their unique little attributes and just being just fun players I'd love to just get on the team some way, somehow. Henley would be that kind of guy. And getting him a linebacker like that can coverage. We're talking about Levante David in a lot of respects, Randall. I think you can see some echoes of Levante David's game in Deion Henley. I don't think he's probably as talented. And Levante David's going to probably be a Hall of Fame player at the end of the day, but still, there's some equivalent skills there. They both win in the same kind of fashions, being fast and coverage, and just getting there quicker than the other guy is going to get there with some ability to hit as well. I hadn't thought about it before, but I'm kind of liking that comp. Peter Go Hawks with the $2 donation as well. Thank you, Peter, for your double donation. And Randall, appreciate you, man. All of you guys for all the donos. Says, you interested in Anthony Richardson at pick number 20 in the first round? I would certainly be interested in Anthony Richardson at pick 20. Peter Go Hawks, my feeling is that there's going to be 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 10, and that Richardson goes somewhere between 5 and 10. His star seems to be rising ever more as the draft does approach. He hasn't even gotten to combine, hasn't even gotten to the spot where he's going to test. And that's where he's really going to flash. Right now should be the darkest time for Richardson as far as the evaluation process is concerned, because everybody's only looking at the tape and they're going, okay, well, there's some rough edges, but there are these great, glorious moments where he shows you what it's going to be like when all of the lights turn on. The combine's going to show him off even more at that point. He's going to run probably a 4.45, 40, something like that. He's going to throw the ball 70 yards from a standstill position. He's going to be supremely athletic. He's going to jump 40 inches probably when he does his vert. That stuff's just going to, at the end of the day, that's going to get enough people interested where I think it drives his value up into the top 10. But if he were to slide Peter 220 all day long, every day, I'll jump all over Anthony Richardson at that point. I think that's a great investment into the quarterback position. Got to look at it with a long-term view of things. Can't view it like get him back going next year. You can send him out for some sub packages, have him run some read option type stuff. But long-term, he's going to be, I think, a really good player in this league. It's just going to take him a bit of time to develop. Appreciate you, Peter. Thank you so much for the dono. Adrian X with a $5 donation says, love you, B, but we are not getting Carter nor Anderson. So if you want to bet, but laughing aloud aside, who are we getting for real? I mean, look, I'll put a bet down. It would have to not be monetarily, I guess. It'll have to be some kind of fun bet, Adrian X. But, and thank you for the $5 donation. I'm truly a believer that we're getting one of the two guys as an available option to us. I really do think this. And I think that you're seeing the signs of this already being able to be shown to you here. Even the most ardent person that says that that we won't have the option to Will Anderson or Carter. I haven't heard anybody yet that's not acknowledged the fact that bare minimum, we're going to see 2 quarterbacks taken in the top 4. That's a bare minimum right now as it stands, right? We know that. Houston's taking a quarterback, and we damn well know the Colts are taking a quarterback. So that leaves Arizona and that leaves Chicago. Both of two teams who need a lot of help. Both of two teams may or may not like their quarterback situation. Both of those teams have a variety of different pathways that they trade out of that pick or just simply take a quarterback if they stand pat. The Bears could easily move off from Fields, take their quarterback, their pick of the litter. You don't think a new administration that didn't draft Fields, you don't think a new coaching staff that didn't pick Fields doesn't love the opportunity to go out there and get the best quarterback in a given draft, their pick of the litter? Do you think they're going to be that married to that guy because of that? And every bit that's the truth with Arizona Cardinals as well. It's now former regimes that signed onto those players. So there's like two pathways for them to move out. One is the pathway of, we don't have a very good team. Lord knows we need a lot of help. We're not going to get a lot of help by adding an accumulation of picks. It ain't about one guy, one difference maker. It's about adding a bunch of guys to build this up. Does Chicago look at it and say, we're going to take Jalen Carter because that's the built-in foundation of that Adrian X, is you then saying, okay, then the Bears just stand pat and they just take Jalen Carter then, or Will Anderson. So the Bears look at their situation and they go, we could have traded back 10 picks, picked up an extra couple of future first-round picks, and then just taken Kalijah Cansey to be our 3-tech who would fit and be very, very similar and close player within our defense to what we want to get out of Jalen Carter. But no, we're going to pass on those future first-round picks. We're going to pass on the second best defensive tackle in this draft because we so value this one guy with our roster in the current shape it's in. That's the part to me where it seems almost illogical that they would go in that direction rather than like you're saying, Adrian X, it's like a lot of people tell me where it goes without saying that Anderson and Carter will be off the board. I mean, if you look at those two videos that I released on my channel on both of those two players, the comments are proliferated in there saying that. But I keep coming back to it going, everyone keeps telling me I'm crazy for saying one of those two guys will be available to us. I think people are a little crazy for not like seeing the fact that there's going to be, and I'm not going crazy, but just it's theoretically crazy that no one's looking at this going that there's really likely just be 3 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks. That one of those two teams, just one of the two, not both, one of the two, one of Chicago and Arizona. That's all it takes. All it takes. One of those two teams moves out, trades back. That trade occurs. It's not going to be for a team trading up for Will Anderson or for Jalen Carter. It'll be a team trading up for a quarterback. And this is, I think it's pretty logical, but I'm open to it. But I'm open to bet. I'm definitely open to a bet. But I feel like it could fit this direction of things. I really do. I'm not trying to say it to hype people up. I truly, in my heart of hearts, Adrian X, and looking at this and studying this and daily listening to podcasts and the scuttlebutt around the league and what you're hearing from teams and what you're hearing out of Chicago and what we're hearing out of Arizona, it all goes together in a mix in my head, and it comes out the other end of it saying there's going to be 3 quarterbacks taken in the top 4 picks. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But we'll see. That's the fun of this draft, is we'll see how it plays out once the bright lights come on. Washington Fish Quest. Let me say your name right, man. Sorry. Lips are a little chapped right now as it's like gotten really dry here. It's like, I feel like I'm speaking with dust coming out of my lips when I speak. My lips are so dry. Washington Fish Quest with a $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fish Quest. Thoughts on Hendon Hooker? Hendon Hooker is a really fun prospect for me, Fish Quest. And if you're looking at going the Russell Wilson route in this draft, which I've wondered and not been sure of, but I've often contemplated whether or not the front office is trying to stick back to more of their 2012 blueprint as it pertains to the quarterback position, being that one where you try to get a quarterback not necessarily in the first round, second round onwards, a guy with some talent who can still do a lot of very good things, but maybe he doesn't have all of the skill that you might be ideally looking for if you take a quarterback in the first round. If there's a quarterback that's at the top of my list in the third round, who would fit that? Who would fit the Wilson model of not only being a guy that has some talent, I want him to be a guy who's got the big arm to still be able to incorporate DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett into their game, who's got the mobility to be able to move like you need modern quarterbacks to be able to move, who's shown an ability to progress, who's got a long college background of playing a lot of college football under his belt as well. So theoretically, he'd be more pro ready. That to me is Hendon Hooker checking all of those boxes, Washington Fish Quest. And so I would very much, if you can get him in the third round, to me, that's the place. With his age and with coming off the torn ACL, I can't go second round for him. But third round pick, yeah, I think that that's a guy that certainly would make a lot of sense, especially even re-signing Geno Smith as a guy that now is not under any pressure to snap back quick from that ACL, can take that extra year to get his leg right, and then you can start to look to bring him in moving forward. But he really progressed this last year in college football, unlike any other of the top end college quarterbacks in this draft. He took huge steps forward in his game. His mechanics got cleaner. His arm got stronger. His decision-making, which was already really solid the prior year, only got better. He was going through progression reads at times when he was going through the offense. There's some games even going back watching now where I was watching last night the Alabama Tennessee game of this last year, and I was looking at Byron Young, and my eyes just kept getting driven back to Hendon Hooker and the way he was playing and hitting those routes to Jalen Hyatt. And then they got this other guy, Cedric Tillman, who's this possession guy. And there were times in that game where he's making these money throws down the 40, 50 yards down the field. And, Tillman just doesn't have the gas in his engine to get up to those balls. He's your possession guy out there, and they've got him running those same Jalen Hyatt 9 routes up the field. And he's just extending his arm, but it's a beautiful throw by Hooker. It's the guy's so slow he can't get to it. But I start seeing those throws, thinking about guys like DK and Tyler being able to get to those kind of throws, and I get excited. So he's at the top of my mark when I look at him in that respect of things, and I think Hooker would be a fun addition to this team if you could have him. Third round would be great value for him. Klaus82, thank you for becoming a member of the Hawks Nest channel. I really do appreciate it. Keep an eye on your community posts. You can see all of my other formerly written articles under your community post, as I try to do. I shoot for try to do at least one a week if I can. Sometimes I'm behind on that, but I try to do articles over there as much as I can. So do this kind of membership benefit over there. Keep an eye over there on that side of things. But thank you for becoming a member, Klaus. I do appreciate it. Adrian XA with a $2 donation says, so the bet, laughing out loud, I just keep seeing Curry. I just keep seeing Curry? I'm missing the Curry line, Adrian X. I'm not understanding the Curry line. I'll have to come up with a bet on this. Maybe I'll do a bet on the chat. I'll just say something, Adrian X. It doesn't have to be like you putting something to it, but I'll put I'll go shirtless or something. No, that wouldn't be good. That'll lose viewers. I don't want to do that. I don't know. The chat will come up with something creative, I'm sure. Nicholas says Russell's a dumpster fire, and I love it. Nicholas is sorry, Brandon. I disagree. His ego runs himself, being Russell Wilson, and he can't get past himself. You very well may be right on that. I think that there's a part of me that even thinks very much along in the same realm of it. But there is the hope in it, as you'd hope with anybody that maybe gets led astray in that direction. And if that is the case, that there is a point you reach as far as humble pie goes, to where maybe now that snaps you a little bit back in a place of reality. You get a little bit into that bubble of everybody, being a yes man and telling you your stuff doesn't stink. And it takes getting back to that kind of that base of things. It may be too far gone though on it. It very well may be too far gone for him to start to try to adopt this stuff. And certainly Sean Payton has not married himself in any way, shape, or form to Russell Wilson in the long-term future of things. I think he's going to do what he can do, but I think Payton has very much come in there with the assurances that he is not married to Wilson, and that if he sees fit to kind of change direction on this and go another place, he will be allowed to do so. I don't think he took that job without that assurance. Michael YT says, remember when people said about the Rams that they have 4 Hall of Famers on the team and they would be unstoppable? I remember. Jack Maloney says, at least Bobby doesn't got to pay those outrageous LA taxes. That's true. Makes a couple million just by living out of state. A couple more million. Camper Report, how you doing, man? Thanks for letting me come on to your show. Folks, do check out Camper Report, runs a Niner channel over on his side of things. I just went over to his channel, it was about 2 days ago, I guess. This week just kind of ran all into one camper for me. But if you guys are looking for some more Hawks Nest-like content, Camper Report, he's Niner channel over there. Went over to his side of the fence there to talk a little NFL. Had some great discussion. Had a great time over there, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, I agree, Camper. I think the Seahawks do need Bobby. I don't think he's going to be expensive. Hopefully not. Jen Moss says Diggs trying to get Bobby to come back on Twitter. I love it. He's doing the hard sales job, Maze. Jen, we need that. We need the former players coming. I love it. UE2K says Jody is an absentee owner, never had any interest in running the Seahawks. She was never going to fire Pete and knows that. Under real ownership, Pete would have been fired years ago. Possible. Jen says we can create more cap space by doing some cuts with which are necessary. Gabe Jackson, Brian Monet, Woods, and restructure extend to Uchenna and Shelby. Correct, Jen. Absolutely. There is a lot of flexibility in our cap. We do have a certain amount of functional cap space, but then we have a lot of flexibility within that on deals that you can convert based to bonus, extensions, and whatnot, like you say. Or in Gabe Jackson's case, I think you save a couple $1 million at least by moving off from him if they wanted to go that route instead. What's up, Kelvin? Greg kept Dan Henley used to be a safety. That makes a lot of sense. Is why he's so good in coverage then, Greg. But boy, he runs with he also plays physical like a linebacker. So he didn't look like a guy that runs around out there that's like trying to avoid contact or whatnot. Impressive kid. I agree, Jen. I think he's a stud. I have a feeling he's just going to continue to kind of raise up my board a little bit the more I watch him. And the chat's definitely updating quick today. So if I miss your comments, sorry. We've got a lot of folks in the chat, and it's rolling today. So try to find definitely the questions in here. What's up, Mark Habercorn? How you doing, man? He says, hi, all. As usually, comes on while cooking, shaking my head. If not Bobby, then draft a middle linebacker at 20. Center in the upper second round. Like and sub for the hard-working man. Thank you for mentioning that, Mark. Please do hit that like button if you guys haven't already. I would really appreciate it. Yeah, I think middle linebacker becomes a definite option at 20 because if you're going to need to get two of them and you need to make sure that one of them is going to be really good, it might end up being one that's being driven by need more than it's being driven by just picking the best player available at that point. Kind of a little bit of the partial reason I'd like to get into Bobby's. It frees you up a little bit in the draft to have a little bit more of that best player available flexibility. Jen Moss says Laramie Tunsil in the gas mask. That's right. That's right. I remember that draft day. He's out there smoking the gas mask. And now in Call of Duty and Warzone, they go, hey, do you have your Tunsil? I'm like, what did you say? You got your Tunsils? What do you mean my Tunsil? Your gas mask, dude. Do you have your gas mask? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Poor guy. Mr. Broda guy, 100% we should sign him. Remember the games he played against us? He was making plays. He's still good. Agreed, man. I went back and watched the tape. The narrative of that Bobby is somehow, which is a little bit of a narrative I've heard from some Seahawks fans here along the marker of this after it was announced he was released as well. Bobby's a shell of himself. It's like, you don't get that grade last year. I wouldn't watch the tape last year. I saw the games against us last year. Bobby's not a shell of himself. You can definitely tell me he's not prime Bobby, and I'll be like, good point. He's not at prime Bobby. Maybe not close to prime Bobby, but still a very good player in this league. Still one of the better middle linebackers in the sport. It's true, Jen. Got to wait for the combine to know the final kind of numbers on these guys. That will certainly add a lot to this as far as where these guys will fit. Paul Third says, legit, we were just talking about how BS PFF ratings were last week. Kind of fishy. Bobby gets their top linebacker rating a day or two before he is released. I mean, I wasn't saying PFF ratings were BS last week, Paul. So that's not what I was saying. I wouldn't have done a show around, or at least would have labeled the show as BS if I thought that that's what they were. I wouldn't have done a show around PFF. So I certainly hold some value to them myself on them. I wouldn't say, look, PFF has him rated, Paul, as the best middle linebacker in the sport last year by their ratings. I'm not saying that I think he's that. But as I kind of started at the top of the show, Paul, it's a little bit to me of a situation of what do you got? If what you got isn't good enough and you need to get better, is what you have to get better available to you in free agency or via the draft? And for some, they will come out the other end of that and say, well, it's only in the draft, but also keeping in mind, Paul, we need 2 middle linebackers, not just 1, 2. Jordan Brooks is not likely to come back and be at 100% at the start of the year, suffering the torn ACL as late in the year as he did. So who's those 2 guys we bring in? Are we just going to bring in 2 bodies? Are we going to hope the draft can solve both of those 2 situations? So I'm not saying he's a 90 guy as far as PFF goes, but I also don't think that he's a guy that's like a PFF 60 that they give like 30 points better for. I don't get the fishing stuff on that, Paul. I don't. As I said, with the theory that somehow PFF is going to bump up Bobby's rating artificially or give him a better grade than he deserves. The previous year they had him at a 71.8. So why wouldn't they have been clicking in his grade better for the previous year if they're trying to juice his grades? And then why would they juice his grades? How would they juice his grades? Bobby's throwing him like $1 million so that they'll give him a 10, 20 point difference. I mean, how does that go exactly? Max Schleiper says, go all in on Lamar Jackson. F them picks, laughing out loud. Brian O'Connor says, what do you think the chances of us getting Daron Payne are? Pretty low at this point, Brian. I think with where you've used the cap and how you've used it, and in consideration of the fact that the Geno contract negotiations are going to probably end up a little bit higher than we would like, I don't know there's going to be money left over at that point to go make a Daron deal for what he's going to want to make on a yearly basis. So I think that door is starting to close, if not already shut. And now the fact that they put the franchise tag on him, sure, where he's not going to be a free agent now for sure. It's just now you have to pay the pick. Yeah. It'd be nice, but it ain't happening. BWagz says this draft could be wild. 4 quarterbacks that could go high. Carter and Anderson. Bijan could go even super high. IMO. This is going to be a wild draft. It's going to be a very, very wild draft. And especially once you get outside of the first 5 picks or so, it's going to go crazy town. Because of the fact that it's a weak draft, because it's a weakened draft that's been further destabilized by the NIL money and the players that are going back to school, not entering the draft, it's going to lead to teams to making some weird, funky decisions because they're fully well aware of the fact that the draft is just not as well stocked as they would normally like it to be. Ringo could go top 10. He's got a wide variance on his opinion, I think, from a NFL standpoint on how they view him and where they view him. He's going to have to test amazingly to get there, though. His tape won't get him there on his own. But if he goes out and runs like a 4.37 40 at the combine with as rocked up as he is, and then jumps 40 inches and all that broad jumps 130, 33-inch long arms, then some team's probably going to pull the trigger at least in the top 20 minimum. Yeah, Jen, Brian Branch is another guy that could go top 10 easy. And he's probably, at the end of the day, Jen, in my top 10 best players in this draft. If you want to take out your Brian Breezes and your Miles Murphys and even your Tyree Wilsons, where you're not sure exactly of what you're getting, when you're estimating those guys at 5, you're going, well, this player is eventually going to be that. He's this right now, but I think eventually he'll get to there. When you talk about a guy like Brian Branch, he's already there. And he provides you so much versatility in what he's going to be able to bring to the NFL level that to potentially take him in the top 10 could make a lot of sense. He can play slot for you out the gate. He can eventually play strong. Probably could even rock some free safety snaps if you needed him to. That kind of positional, versatility in a draft like this, like I had said, is a little bit weakened. I could see it. Brian O'Connor, do you think Brian Branch will make it to 20? That's the part, Brian, is I'm not sure he does. I'm really not sure that he does. As someone who's down above, when you do have 4 quarterbacks going in the top 10, that's going to then push talent down the board a little bit. And certainly within the first 13 picks, you're usually going to see a minimum of 2 to 3 tackles taken, whether or not that talent really deserves to go that high, just out of need more often than not. And Brian is an unusual prospect because you're drafting this guy. Strong safety is where he long-term is going to, met out at, but then you can play him slot snaps. I mean, for a creative defensive coordinator, they look at that guy and they're like, I'm going to move him in all over the place, I do think that he goes probably top 15 at this point. Maybe not top 10, but I do think that Branch gets inside the top 15. I would be kind of surprised at this point if he makes it to 20. Jeffrey Nicholson, I'm glad we agree, man. Chicago's going to trade out of that pick. Think of it, folks, for those folks not understanding why I'm so adamant that they're going to trade out of their pick. Look at their situation. New front office, new coaching staff, right? When you have those kind of situations, what do you tend to have organizations do when they're in that mindset? Collect picks, right? Why? Because they don't have the fire lit under their butt, that they're in the mode of, I've got to win now or I'm out of my job next year. You have a little bit of room. You have a little bit of time. You have a little bit of that space that exists. The second thing those guys tend to want to do on top of adding picks is draft their own quarterback. I'd say those are usually the 1-2 punch decisions that a new front office is going to want to make there. And in both the Arizona's case and in Chicago's case, you have both of those two conditions existing as it stands right now. To me, it's like, it's like just somebody's rubbing a stick to start a fire, like everything's dried out, the sun's beaten down, all the prime conditions for it to undertake. Yui says, Bears definitely trading back. Just don't think they'll have to trade past the Seahawks. Yeah, I don't get that, Yui. I don't understand that thought process or philosophy on it. It's one that I've heard in other places too with this. But so the Colts are moving up? Because what you're saying then is if it's not the Seahawks, if they don't move back behind the Seahawks, what you're saying then is it's going to be either the Texans, the Cardinals, or the Colts are looking to move up into their spot. And I don't understand why any of those teams would do that, Yui, when all of them can end up with a top quarterback in this draft if that's what they really want to do, especially in the Colts case. So I don't know. I can't see a team looking to make that kind of move there with Chicago back just a couple spaces, absent the Colts owner driving that decision to be made himself, which is possible. But if it's the general manager making that choice, I don't see them moving up like that when they can just stand pat and get their young guy. My point with the Colts has been, Yui, rather than them looking at one quarterback in this draft that they want, that they hold up in some role of this guy's the bread and butter, best of the best, nobody else is even worthy of a pick but this guy, is that they've been a team in a condition that's been picking after these aging guys that are at the end of their career. And that beyond looking for one particular guy they can get in the draft, they're just looking as, hey, we've tried to go the old man route. What if we just ascribe to getting a young guy at the top of the draft? And where we're picking in this draft, we're going to get a good to great talent at that point, just standing pat. Versus we're going to give up a future first to move up to number 1. We're going to give up we're going to give up a 2 and a 3 this year. Are the Colts in the roster standpoint looking at it like we're just one quarterback away from going over the top after last year's level of play? Are they not in a lot of the same kind of realm that the Bears and the Cardinals find themselves in, where they go, we need more talent more than we need a singular talent? So I can't quite understand why they move up, or why that's the move that's accommodated to the Bears for them to do. On top of the fact that if I'm the Bears and I'm only moving back 2 spots versus if I'm moving back 5 to 10 spots, the returns are so much more to move back. They're so much bigger. David Pugh with a $5 donation. Thank you, David. I'm sorry I'm a little late on acknowledging the dono, but I do appreciate it. He says, if you lose, wear a Brock Purdy for a week. A Brock Purdy jersey for a week. Oh, Lord. David, that's a very good suggestion, man. I think that's a good one to go with. I think that's the leader in the clubhouse, David. So we'll do that one as the leader in the clubhouse. If we'll see what the chat thinks on this one. We'll have to do a poll on this one, David, but I love that as a suggestion. So we'll put that one up as the first one on this. But thank you for the $5 donation. So if we do not see 3 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks, Brandon would have to wear a Brock Purdy jersey for a week. And I'd have to film and all that offline and do a cut up, show you guys I'm doing it. That's awesome. Adrian X with a $5 dono. Another $5 dono from Adrian. Thank you, man, for all the donos. It says, Aaron Curry, my bet is a game tick. Aaron Curry, my bet is a game tickets. I can't go to a game this year, so I can't put a game on the line because I got to stream all next year. I don't want to miss any. Because when I got to go to a game, Adrian X, I gotta not be able to stream and do the live stream stuff and all that, which is kind of as much as anything, the best. That's the most spot that I get the greatest growth on this channel's game days and all that stuff. So I got to strike every time while that iron's hot on that one. Aaron Curry, my bet is game tickets. Oh, I'm open though. We'll think of something on this. I promise, man. We'll go with something on this. I like the more of I've got to be put into a place of embarrassment if I'm wrong on this. So that would be the only way to really, I think that'd be more entertaining. I think for the fans on this one, Adrian X, is there's some form of embarrassment that I have to undertake because I've been so strong on this opinion and so sure of myself, so very bloody sure of myself. So I gotta pay the ultimate price, some kind of ultimate price if I'm gonna be wrong on this one. If I'm gonna put my balls up on this heater, then got to turn up the thermostat a little bit. But I don't know. Brock Purdy jersey is a good one. You guys know how revolting it would be for me to have to wear a 49ers jersey for a week? Do you know how that would change my soul? Probably even some of my DNA. I'm putting that on the table. But I like it, man. I like it, Adrian X. I like your confidence in that. Peter Go Hawks with a $20 donation. Peter, my God, thank you for all the donations and the big $20 dono dropped. You're awesome, brother. I do appreciate you tonight, and I salute you, sir. Hell yeah. He says, are we all in on Rodgers going to Vegas? #BullyRuss. That hashtag actually probably has a lot of posts to it over the last year. A variety of content under that hashtag. If you go to search that one in Google, I'm guessing. Is Aaron Rodgers going to go to Vegas? Well, you think through it, Peter Go Hawks. I was contemplating this a little bit the other day with, I was on the Camper Report. We were thinking about this. Where's Aaron Rodgers' likely spot to go? And my feeling and belief at this point is that Aaron Rodgers' likely spot to go is back to Green Bay. There's a lot of moving parts that have to be massaged in order to get Aaron to be able to move out of town. And he's got to rework his contract. They got to be willing to move him. They don't want to move him to the NFC team. It's got to be to an AFC team. They got to get the assets back that they want in return. There's a lot to make that whole deal kind of go down. So the first thing off the top is you remove all the NFC teams, which now starts to actually remove a lot of the potential teams that he could go to, doesn't it? Because he's not just going to go to anybody. He's not going to Houston. He's not going to go to, a bummy organization. I think that the Packers are at the head of this. I do think Peter Go Hawks, the Vegas would be number 2. And you have Devontae Adams there. You have, I don't know, just maybe more of an offense kind of set up for him at that point because he does have Darren Waller. He's got Hunter Renfrow. They can take some more steps on top of this. The Raiders could to even further put it in place. Josh Jacobs still maybe will be there at that point. I could see that being, from his standpoint, the best landing place. New York doesn't seem to fit for me because I don't think he wants to walk in Brett Favre's footsteps. Miami's a possibility, but kind of feels like to me Rodgers been wanting to try to get closer to the West Coast, Matt, rather than further out to the East Coast. So I like it, man. I think you're on point with it. I think that's probably pretty close to where that seems accurate to me about Rodgers going to Vegas. On that would be a likely spot. But I do think first most it would be the Packers just going back there. He's like, well, we just got to come back here. Receivers develop. I still have a good offensive line, a good defense. The division's wide open here. I know the coaching staff. I know the playbook. I don't have to move. I don't have to work a lot I know what I'm doing. I can close my eyes and go through a game plan. I think the draw is going to be back there for them on that. Because you look at going to Vegas, and from Rodgers' standpoint, it's like, that's not exactly a stacked team. You have Devontae Adams there, and a couple of position players to throw to, but the offensive line's not great. The defense isn't in the best shape. There's not a lot of prime. He doesn't have his Tampa Bay, Tom Brady area Peter to go to, right? That gentle pillow of a landing spot to go to where, he can have everything set up for him to be successful. There's really not that spot right now for Aaron. So and to me, that leads him back to Green Bay at the end of the day. But Peter, thank you for the $20 donation, man, and all the donations into the chat as well. Man, you're awesome. Awesome, brother. Megan with another $5 donation as well. Thank you, Megan, for all your donos. Says, if you wear a Purdy jersey and Carter goes at 5, I am well and truly out on the Hawks in the 12s. Well, hold on, Megan. So the whole theory with this now is that I'm saying 3 quarterbacks are going to go in the top 4 picks, which would mean that we would get one of Carter or Anderson, which would mean I wouldn't have to wear the jersey. I only have to wear the jersey if 3 quarterbacks don't go in the first 4 picks. That's the only thing with that one. So both of those things can't happen at the same time, Megan. It would have to be one or the other on those. But that would be hard for me, having to wear the Purdy jersey. Having to wear a jersey with Purdy on it. I'll do it in the summertime too, so I can walk out around Spokane and I'll film to get people laughing at me. Saying stuff. Where'd your arm go, Brock? Where'd your arm go? I'm telling you, Megan, it's going to be Carter. Get yourself ready for Carter. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation, and I appreciate you as ever, Randall, for another donation too. He says, would you trade number 20 for Justin Fields? Would I trade number 20 for Justin Fields? I probably would. I will say about Justin Fields, my viewpoint on him is that it's very hard to get a good assessment on him. As good as he is as a runner, I think that as a passer, there's a huge question mark as far as his accuracy and just being able to operate the offense on time. I think a lot of that, though, does come from the same place, though, that I like to remain consistent on this stuff, Randall. So when I look at Will Levis at Kentucky and I go, man, look at what the supporting cast is doing to him. How can I look at that kind of situation there and not necessarily apply that a little bit to what's happened with Chicago? Their offensive line was a little bit better rated than people have their reputation for this past year, but you can't deny the fact that he's not had any kind of skill guys to be able to throw to who can really win on the outside. The running back position is just okay. The defense is not good. It's not a condition that's been set up for him to be successful in, but it's also not been a condition that's been set up for you to be able to make a very good evaluation of him either. And so I'd be making that call a little bit in the dark. And I don't love doing that, but I do think that the talent at 20 is not going to be tremendously as overwhelming as it would be maybe in other years, which would provide you hesitance on making that kind of move, Randall. In other years when the draft was deeper, I might say, no, I'll take the player I can get right there. But in this draft, if we aren't taking a quarterback early, it wouldn't be necessarily, I guess, the worst thing to go with at that point. Especially, here's the other part of that I've thought about with the Chicago making the move with Justin, even though it's kind of in a roundabout way, Randall. It could be your willingness to then flip them 20 for Justin is the thing that could drive them to make the trade to move out of 1, which then could lead you to ultimately getting Jalen Carter. So your trade for Justin Fields at 20 equals Carter at 5, which could be a little bit of a way that logical experiment plays out too. I'm just saying, that wouldn't be it. But I'm not certain on my evaluation on that, Randall, and that's the part that makes it hard with Justin, because I think that the worries about him and his ability to throw and accuracy and whatnot, just to conduct an offense without having to just run all over the field all the time, are real questions to be asked. We want a guy that can execute this West Coast offense, not a guy that we're going to turn the offense into a Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson-like offense and have them just trying to manufacture half of the production with them running the ball on the ground. I don't like doing that with quarterbacks necessarily, ideally speaking. So you got to trust that he's going to develop better as a passer if you make that trade. But I just don't like the talent at 20. David Pugh with a $20 donation. Thank you, David Pugh. I appreciate you for the fat $20 dono. And again, salute you, brother, as well. Appreciate you. He says, here's the thing. Do I want BWagz back? Yes. But will the Hawks misuse him and not to his best ability like the Rams did? Most likely, yes. This team has proven to me that they use defensive players correctly a lot of times. Well, thank you for the $20 donation again, man. You guys are all awesome for all the donations and support to the channel as you ever are. And David, you as well within that. Your hesitancies and your worries and your concerns in regards to their utilization of Bobby Wagner are correct. There's certainly been a big part of your defensive struggles over recent years with Coach Carroll is I'm going to take players and fit them in to the way I want my system to run, rather than looking at a player saying, what does that player do great? He does this and this and this. Let's lean into that. Let's get the most out of that player going that realm of it. And when you do see a guy like Bobby Wagner this past year set a career high in sacks, one of the first things that I went to in my mind was like, did we blitz him enough during his prime? Could he have been a 10 sack a year guy during his prime if you had actually been willing to be a little bit more aggressive in that level of his game? And I kind of think, yeah, maybe. And so, we saw this with Jamal Adams. You brought him in and you had him do some blitzing in the first year and he set a defensive back record. You kind of did this sort of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing where half the snaps he's in there blitzing at a career high rate. And then the other half of the snaps, he's playing back in like a cover 2 defense, which is not the way to utilize him. Jimmy Graham, you took a guy that's really a slot H-back tight end and you tried to turn him into an inline tight end. This is where you've gone wrong before on a variety of different levels. So I think you're right. You're not going to, David, get necessarily the most out of him as much as the Rams necessarily did last year. But I would say, David, that even if he comes back and gives you a 72, 73 grade, that's so much higher than the level of performance you got last year. And if you do beef up that front seven, in addition to Bobby, where you get the bodies up front that can actually allow them to run a little bit more free and the difference makers up front that can wreak havoc and break plays all on their own, then he's going to have a better opportunity to be successful at that point. So you're not going to blitz him as much, but certainly Bobby at least proved playing in the Fangio defense last year that he can fit in this defense and that he can work in this defense. He did show you that. But you're absolutely right. You're not getting a 90 grade. To me, the question goes, if I get a 75 PFF season out of Bobby Wagner and I sign him to a 2-year, $16 million deal, is that a solid investment? And if it's not a solid investment, to me, David, the other question then comes into is, what is the alternative? That's the question we got to ask within this, because you need 2 middle linebacker positions going into next year. And if all their alternatives not going to equal out to that value, that's what's led me to Bobby. Is I look at the alternative value, I look at the free agent market, I look at the draft, and I go, look, I could go get 1 middle linebacker in this draft, David, but I don't want to start 2 rookie middle linebackers. That's to me not going to be a defense that's necessarily going to take a lot of big steps forward next year. Maybe in the future that will be for the best, but next year it's going to be more rough sailing as far as the defense goes to me if you're starting 2 rookie middle linebackers. So, it all kind of goes into that hamper for me, spins around and comes back the other side to saying, this is why you do them. But you're not wrong, David. You're not wrong that they're not necessarily going to blitz him anywhere near the rate the Rams did this past year. And as Bobby's shown throughout his career, not just this past year with the Rams, throughout his career in Seattle, when he's had those opportunities to blitz, he's pretty devastating as a blitzer. It's kind of, but why haven't they blitzed him throughout his career as much? Because, of course, as you already know, David, Seahawks have a predilection towards keeping things safe. And they don't like to, you're going to blitz a linebacker, you're leaving somebody open. You're leaving open space and territory now in your secondary that Coach Carroll doesn't want to leave. It's a valid point. Megan with another $2 donation says, Carter plus 5 equals me out. Oh, I'll bring you back into the fray, Megan. I'll bring you back into the fray, I tell you. Megan says, with another $5 donation, says, I have a bet for you, B. I will accept Carter at 5 and not leave the 12s for the Ravens if you say on camera that Zorn is far better at quarterback than Craig. But I'll give you a potentially. Let's just see what we do at 5. But on the acknowledgement of the pick at 5, I'll have made a decision on that one. How's that sound, Megan? So by the time they announce, as soon as Goodell says at pick number 5 in the 2023 draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jalen Carter. And I'll be like, Zorn is better than Craig. Now, let me tell you about Jalen Carter. It'll be a 1-2 punch, Megan. That's how that'll go on that one. Thank you for the donation, though. You're going to love Carter. Wait till you see how this guy plays. You're going to be so in on him down the road, you don't even know. You don't even know. I know his college tape's one thing, but wait till you see him at the pro level. Kid's going to be a monster, I'm telling you. He's going to be like a big old monster. Joaquim says, Bears are picking young. I could see it. Huey says, Bears are definitely trading back. Just don't think they'll have to trade past the Seahawks. I think they will, man. I think they will. BWagz says that the Bears were smart. They would draft a quarterback. Fields isn't it. Can understand that outlook on it. He's not proven himself as of yet. There's an explanation a little bit for that, but there's also stuff within his own game he's not taking steps forward on either. Deadly says the Bears don't trade down and take Anderson. It's certain the Cardinals take Carter. In that case, would it be worth it to jump ahead of the Cardinals and take Carter using our second round pick? I would do it for the third round pick. I wouldn't do it for the second round pick, Deadly. So the third round pick, I think the talent drops off at a sufficient place in this draft. You could be very well into tier 3 of the talent range of this draft at that point. And if that's the case, then it's not really like a third round pick, from 2022 or 2021 or 2020. In this unique draft, what you're really doing by moving a third round pick at that point is like moving what would be the equivalent of a fourth round pick in other drafts to go then get Carter. Yeah, I would go do that. For a second round pick though, no, because then you are still at least in that tier 2 range. And I want all of the bites at the apple of these first 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. I want that at the head of this draft, and whatever I do before anything else, I want to accomplish that and get that done, get that talent plucked. So I would move up a little bit. I don't know if it's a guarantee that the Cardinals would take Carter. They do need some edge help just as much as they need interior help. So it's, to me, they very well could jump on Carter, but they very well could look at Will Anderson and say that this is the guy as well. Rockman Drums, realistically, who do you guys think we are going to end up picking? I feel like it still isn't a Jalen Carter is the realistic choice to me. I think people are calling me a little nuts on it. Maybe I am. Maybe I am crazy. But I would go with Carter. If it's not going to be Carter and we don't see 2 quarterbacks, we only see 2 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks, and we see Anderson and Carter taken off the board, then I think we probably end up picking Levis or Stroud. I think Young goes in one of those 2 picks, and then one of Stroud or Levis goes. So then we just take one of those 2 guys. In utero, Hooker would have been a first rounder if he didn't blow out his knee. He might have been. He was starting to, with the season he was having, and he was on his way to maybe winning even the Heisman Trophy. He potentially could have elevated himself into that position right at the end of the first round. One of the defenders will be there. Definitely 3 quarterbacks going in the top 4 picks. People love Levis for some reason. Sam the Great agrees. 3 quarterbacks are getting picked in the top 4 just because the Bears will trade out. I'm glad I'm not alone on this one. Grug says, I'm so worried the Cardinals will take Carter. Like, I love Will Anderson, but we need a guy like Jalen Carter so much more. I feel you on that. I do love me Will Anderson. And if that's the consolation prize, it's going to be hard for me having Will Anderson as my consolation prize there, right? And be like, no, but I wanted that stuffed bunny, like, look what you got here. This was This is a pretty good helper here too. But I get it with Carter. Carter is more of the need and sort of the best player. You're marrying the two of those together, which is really nice. I agree, Nicholas. Hooker's third round or later at this point, probably. Probably third round is where he goes. It's right the money spot. And David Joaquim, I could see the Cardinals trading out their pick too. I could see both the Bears and the Cardinals trading out. Megan with the $2 donation says, nope, Zorn is the best quarterback or I'm gone. That's what I was saying. I'd say it on the draft day, Megan. They'd say, okay, Jalen Carter's picked it. I'm like, Jim Zorn's the best quarterback in Seahawks history. And now let me tell you about Jalen Carter. Megan, another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, for all the donos. Says, I dislike Carter more than I dislike the Niners and Cards combined. My God, Megan, what did Jalen do to you? What did he do to you? The Cardinals and the Niners combined, that's a lot of pure hatred to be combined over one college player. He's going to be a monster for us, Megan. You're going to learn to love him. You will learn to love him. Thanks for all the donos, Megan. Megan says Hooker's ACL and age is a concern given he's 2 years older than Justin Herbert and will have to sit out for a year. I'm all over that. Yeah, big concern with that, Megan. And that's why I think he does drop. That's why second round's just not realistic when you have that kind of is what you're facing. Jim Oz, Rob Stanton's done some good interviews with a few guys in the draft. Aid Adewara, Julius Brents, Juice Scruggs. Yes, he's sat down with Will Levis too. Rob doing good work over there. Seahawks Gaming says, for some reason, excited for NFL Combine. I like it. I'm excited for it too. I just wish it was more dynamic a presentation. Jordan Thornton, yeah, I couldn't understand the Thera and Curry reference either. I was kind of getting thrown off that. Brian O'Connor, what do you think of Jaron Hall out of BYU? I've been lacking on getting to my Jaron Hall tape. I don't know. I think I maybe just am a little bit anti-BYU quarterbacks. I just can't quite get it in my mind that there'll be a BYU quarterback that comes onto the scene is going to ever do anything. Maybe it's just some Wilson lag or something on this one from Kyle. But I'm going to take a look at him. I will, Brian. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to get to him quite yet, but he is on my list to take a look at as far as quarterback-wise, and supposedly has a really good arm. So I have been meaning to get to him, just haven't quite gotten there. I don't mind Jen talking about Stanton's work. That's kind of what we wanted. No, it's not. It's all good. Call it as Jen says. We're cross-pollinating info. I agree. And I'm not the only game in town doing it. There's a lot of people doing good artwork on Seahawks content. So it's all about getting different perspectives in here, and that's certainly what that does. It doesn't take anything from me in utero. You know what I mean? It's not costing me no subs or anything like that. In that realm, you know. BP 1989, if Bijan Robinson is available on our 20th pick, do we pick him? I'd run to the podium on that one. You know, I would create a, just to make it faster, I would create a little airplane out of my pick card and I'd whistle it right towards Goodell and try to hit him right in the hair, right in the well-coiffed hair. And he plucks it out and he's like, wow, you got 14 minutes and 37 seconds already. Yeah, we don't need it. Unfortunately, I just don't think Bijan's going to last to 20 BP. I don't. I think he probably goes top 13, top 14 in the draft. I think he's LaDainian Tomlinson reborn. That's my evaluation on it. And, yeah. Seahawks gave me who's this year's NFL Combine Warrior, Jalen Hyatt. Hyatt's going to probably do some things. Yeah. Sealy Ringo's going to be another guy out there that probably blows it up. Tyree Wilson will probably blow up the combine with some of how he tests. Will McDonald, he will test really, really well. Those are kind of your defenders that'll be like that. That'll be next level, I think. Offensively speaking, I think Jalen Hyatt, you're on point with that. Jahmyr Gibbs, he's going to run like a sub 4 340 as a running back. It's going to get everybody blown away. Darnell Washington has a potential. I don't think he's going to run really fast, but probably not him. Luke Musgrave, another guy, tight end. That's another guy that's probably going to blow up the combine a little bit when he goes out there. And then Skoronski's going to obviously test great, aside from the fact his arms are going to be really short and stubby. That'd be my early list of guys. Obviously, Anthony Richardson I'd include on that list too. Rockman Drum says, a great defense really gets you to the big show, and that's where we have to improve big time. Agreed. Is the combine on the 28th? Asks in utero. I thought it starts tomorrow, but I think they're just doing the measurement stuff tomorrow in utero. I think they just start measuring things. Chuck, does it make any sense when they spent so much money on rests? On rests? Washington Visquest with the $2 donation, and I appreciate you for that, Washington Visquest. It says, Purdy jersey is harsh. Maybe just cut off a finger. I know. I got to put on the colors of my enemy. Like, I don't know. That would be, I think my body would just start to revolt the second I tried to pull the jersey over my head. My body would physically start to just, it is pretty harsh, though, on that one. Megan with the $2 donation says, you have to say it from now to the 5th pick. Well, then what happens if Carter isn't picked? I've said all of that without me getting anything out of that, Megan. That doesn't work. That equation could blow up in my face very, very quickly. Then I could have given up I could give up all the Craig perspective for no Carter. Can't have that. David Pugh with a $10 don't know. Thank you, David. Says, why are we acting like the Panthers or Raiders wouldn't desperately trade up for a quarterback this year? You're all acting like they're not poorly run franchises who would desperately trade up and help our cause. Come on. I feel David on this one. As I've said with this, it's never a matter of just simply looking at one team and what they'll do, and you're not taking anything into account like extra parameters that enter the equation. Chicago's case, like I've said in the case, in Chicago and Arizona, you can apply the very same things. Teams bereft of talent. Teams not necessarily sold on the quarterback that they have. Teams that would then be willing to move back because they know they need more assets. They know they need more quality players. They know they need more first-round picks. And in the case of the Bears and Cardinals, you're going to move back probably 7 or 8 picks because then you'll get those 2-3 first-round selections plus. You'll get that king's ransom of a return. But then the last part of the equation, because it is an equation, the last part of the formula is that you need the teams on the back end who want a quarterback, who need a quarterback, or to use David's terminology, are desperate for a quarterback. And that's what you have this year. And that it all goes together. It's not one thing in itself that creates the conditions. It's all of these things that create those conditions for the team to trade back. And they exist in this year's draft, in this realm, in a big time fashion, because you can move anywhere from a Lions on back to about 13. And of those next 7 selections, I think something like 5 to 6 of those teams could use probably a quarterback. And it just takes one of them to be willing to move up with Chicago at that point. Chicago moves back to still staying within right around the top 10. They still come away with a great player, multiple picks this year. In addition to that, along with future draft returns, and they can start to build more of a full team up around Justin Fields. Like I was just talking about a second ago, part of the hard part of making an assessment on Justin Fields is that you've not provided him a supporting cast in order to be able to make that proper evaluation. You put a quarterback in a position to fail right from the start of their career. Well, you can call that guy a failure. You can call that guy a bust, but if he was put in conditions that were setting him up to be a failure, how certain can you be that he is an overall failure in his career? And that's a little bit of the place where I find Justin Fields in. This is the problem with just simply saying, we got to go get the quarterback. This is why I pushed back so hard last year on the folks saying, no, we have to just go get Malik Willis. No, we got to go draft Desmond Ridder. No, we got to go trade for Baker Mayfield. Because they said, wait, hold on, pop your brakes. What you've got to do is set up the right conditions for the next quarterback to come in and be successful. The answer is not always just simply going and getting the quarterback. And I think that this is applied, be it whether it's Kyler Murray in the way you're viewing that, or whether it's Justin Fields. In Kyler's case, you've given him a lot of help offensively. If anything with him, you say, we got to go more defense. That's part of why you probably got a defensive-minded head coach, is you're trying to balance out a little bit more of that defense. But that doesn't then mean that it's about getting just Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. That means that we got to add to this defense in a huge fashion. That means that we've got like 3 real functional players in this defense and a whole lot of not a lot else. We got some recent first-round picks that haven't really panned out in Zaven Collins and Simmons. We're just about to lose J.J. Watts on the heel of just losing Chandler Jones the year before. Our defense is bereft of talent. So I think they look at it the same way, man, David. I really do. And these conditions are here. They're real. And it's going to cause this to play out, I think, in this fashion. And if I was Chicago, it's smart for them to do. It's not even from Chicago's standpoint at that point. It's not you doing something desperate from Chicago's standpoint. It's the team trading up is desperate. And then from Chicago's standpoint, making the trade is very smart. I get to 9. I add maybe Quentin Johnson. Maybe I get the best offensive lineman in this draft. I have maybe another first-round pick within this draft, another second-round pick, and future first-round picks. Makes a lot of sense to me, man. Makes a lot of sense to me. Klaus82 with a $5 donation says, if we get Carter at number 5, that would be great. The next 4 picks could be so good. We could pick then, the next 4 picks could be so good. We could pick linebacker, running back, wide receiver, center. What do you think? Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Klaus, and becoming a member of the channel as well. I appreciate you in doing both of those things. Yes, I think that getting Carter and addressing perhaps maybe the biggest need on this team, Klaus, with the first pick, and not addressing it with just a guy that's a fill-in or a guy that gives you marginally what you're looking for from the position, but gives you the complete ideal of what you would want for adding that position to the biggest need on the entire team. That's a great step in having a hugely successful draft when that's the first step you take. And it would free you up to then go more, I think, in the best player available range through the next couple of picks, because obviously, Klaus, if you're looking at this draft, you're saying in the first 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, I'm going to probably have to get a couple of defensive linemen. I might need to get an edge, might need to get a defensive, you're looking, maybe that's the reality. And if you don't take Carter at 5, now that pushes you with the next first round pick and the other 2 second round picks to now have to try to, potentially maybe stretch for guys as far as defensive linemen are concerned, because you just really do truly need bodies at that point. So it would free up a little more of the draft than to go in more flexible directions, which I would love to see. I'm a big guy, Klaus, so I'm picking best player available. And I think it's not always something that you can apply on every pick, and teams are driven by the draft, by the salary cap age and how that restricts them to sometimes have to just do as much as they can do in free agency and then try to get the rest done in the draft. But boy, that would be a great step. That would be, to me, an ideal beginning to the draft to be able to start it in that fashion. And they would be right back, not to mention they would be right back on the road to duplicating the same kind of draft success that they had the prior year with beginning with a guy like Carter. You're maybe potentially getting the best player overall in this entire draft at the 5th pick at that point. It's great value. That's great value. Megan with a $2 donation says, you get me staying as a 12 and your head mod. Well, thank you, Megan, for the $2 donation. You really want me on this Zoran Craig thing. Like you want me to do it. See, the only problem, Megan, is that you get me to say it and then you're going to make me say it every other show that I got to say, Zoran, if I don't believe it in my heart, Megan, it's hard for me. I always speak nothing but truth throughout this stream. I always try to do nothing but speak 100% complete truth. So if I got to speak something that's not true, it's a tough standard for me to set. It goes against the fiber of my being. It's like the way I'm wired. Wrong or right, I'm always truthful with it. But I'd have a hard time on that Zorn one. That'd be a tough one for me. Be a tough one. Randall with a $5 dono. And thank you, making all the donations. Randall, thank you for all the donations. Says, who's a better prospect coming out? Anthony Richardson or Trey Lance? Lance better numbers, but weaker competition. Both played about the same number of games. That's a good question. Who's better coming out, Anthony? They're very close to being very much the same prospects, I think, in how they're viewed, Randall. And when we come down to the bottom line on this one, I'm thinking that Anthony Richardson's most likely to be a top 10 pick, whereas Lance went top 5. It's a really good question, but it gets hard for me to differentiate between the two at that point, Randall, because now not only are we talking about first round picks, we're talking about 2 top 10 picks. Who's the better prospect between 2 top 10 first round picks at the quarterback position? I think I would probably say that I would hold Anthony Richardson in higher regard, because I think that Anthony Richardson's going to be a better runner of the football, more mobile. He's obviously, to your point, played against tougher competition, so there's less of that question mark behind him that was there with Trey Lance. You're right, he doesn't have the production Lance had, where he had that one year where he threw like 43 touchdowns and no interceptions, and he was just amazing. But Richardson, I think, has got a cleaner delivery. Lance had a little bit of that wind up to him. Just a tiny bit, not bad, but just a tiny bit. Right? Richardson's got the clean, quick release. He shows you the flashes of being able to progress through. So I'm going to go with Richardson on this one, Randall, but it's definitely close between these two guys coming out. They're very similar prospects in what they were going to bring, what they bring to the table, and their rawness and how young they are. Very, very, very close in that respect. Megan with the $2 donation says, how badly do you want me in on Carter, B? Well, I don't need you in on Carter. That's the thing. You don't have to sign up for Carter. If you're like, what I like about Megan is I do like the folks in here that we disagree with on tape. And I think that that's okay. I think then we have our ideas of what brought us to what we saw on tape and what we didn't like. And you've watched the tape on Carter, and it didn't impress you as much. And I'm really impressed by him. I wish I could sell you on him, but I understand at the end of the day, it's like watching him. It's like watching a great movie. You guys have ever had this experience where you watch this movie and you're like, that movie was amazing. And then you come across somebody and you bring up this movie. And it's like, did you ever see that thing? It's like, yeah, that was a POS. I just didn't like any part of that. Like, how did you miss that greatness? The cinematography, the dialogue, the acting. Like, you didn't get it? Like, no, it just didn't add up to me at all. Like, it's a little bit, I think, like that sometimes with prospects on tape, where there's just sometimes guys that some people are going to look at and what they see blows them away, and they're just really impressed. And there's other that don't. And I think especially when it comes to defensive tackle production and how they look on film, that's opened up to even more of a wider variance, right, Megan? Because if we have a receiver running 50 yards up the field on a go route and you see him smoke a cornerback and lay out Superman style for the catch in the back of the end zone, we can all recognize that's a great catch. We can all recognize the fantastic speed that guy displays. I think it does get harder on interior play and really differentiating who's doing what and who's really playing well and what dirty work's being done and where guys really setting the stage for the rest of the defense a little bit. But I'm okay if you're not in on Carter. I more am just trying to get the piece with you on Carter because I think it's going to be the pick. As I say, I'm putting my money where my mouth is on this. I'm not just saying Carter work because I dream about Carter, would love to have Carter as the selection. I also say Carter, that was the first draft pick video I made for this channel this year so far because of the fact I think he's really a feasible option there for us at 5. And if it's got to be until he's actually in a Seahawks jersey, rocking those retro colors, doing his best impression of Cortez and Cortez uniform colors. And then that wins you over at that point, Megan. So be it at that point. You know what I mean? So be it. But he will win you over. Jen Maz, who is going to be the new linebacker coach? Unsure on this one, Jen. I haven't heard who their hire is going to be here quite yet. So not certain. Is Norton out there doing stuff anywhere right now? Is Norton like a linebacker coach somewhere else? He was a good linebacker coach, not best defensive coordinator, but linebacker coach, pretty good at that. And Chuck, I don't quite know what you mean on the does it make any sense when they spent so much money on rests? Don't know what you mean by that. I'm sorry. In utero, Anderson is right below Carter talent-wise. I'd take Anderson at 5 for sure. Yeah, me too. I think he's right below him to me. They're very close to each other. Rockman Drums says it pisses me off they let Bobby Wagner go. It was a huge mistake. Agreed. Didn't quite understand it as well for me, and especially when he was willing to renegotiate. Megan says, be shirtless. Men in tight shorts in 1976. Jim Zorn. Oh, hell yes. Avery Allred, really hoping for a healthy Jamal Adams. Me too, Avery. Boy, that'd be great for us to have to this defense, is being able to add him for a 17-game season. Be a big benefit. BP says, we need a linebacker coach. KJ Wright should be in the mix. I'd love to bring him in. I think he'd be probably a really good linebacker coach, BP, but then does he want to be a coach? Does he want to do that grind? Does he want to, or does he like doing what he's doing right now with sort of doing the microphone stuff at KJR, which I think he'd probably rather prefer that. Those coaching hours are tough. They're tough, especially for a player that's made his millions and gotten out there and done all of that, the hard work, so to speak. It's hard to sell him up on that. Now go back and grind for 20-hour days and live in the offices and all that stuff. Boo says, thoughts on the Saints maybe having to trade Cam Jordan? Well, the Saints always get themselves, Boo, in a situation where they've got to do stuff with their cap one way or another, and they certainly find themselves again in that situation this year, needing to make some kind of adjustments or moves. Probably would move him at some point, I would imagine. That's the one. They don't have a lot of contracts. So they're going to relieve them of some space, but they could do it with that one. I don't think he's got a whole lot left in the tank, to be honest with you. He's okay, but he's getting very, very, very old. So he might get moved to some kind of veteran team that's got a chance to go make a Super Bowl run. Maybe they do right by him with that. Give him to a contender for kind of nothing. UGK says the Bears wouldn't trade Fields for 20th pick. That's just silly. I'm not so sure about that, Yui. The man just went 10th overall 2 years ago. So the fact that they would get more assets for Justin Fields at this point when he's not proven himself and his ability to throw the football. Yeah, he can run around and all that stuff, but you kind of knew that with him coming out of college. He's not developed necessarily as a passer. As I said, there's some reasons for maybe that, but it does remain a question mark. So the Bears get exactly what they got for him 2 years later at that point, when you're now 2 years removed of his rookie deal, when now you're a year out from theoretically having to pay him if he has a good year. I don't think that they're getting more value than what he was 2 years ago on that. Snow Tiger, hello, Brandon. Hope you're doing well. Just have a feeling that the first 2 picks off the board might be Anderson and Carter. I would be blown away if that was the case, Snow Tiger. I'd be blown away. But it's possible. So I consider them the 2 best players in the draft. That certainly is with them. I just don't think, with the talent you have at quarterback in this class, I think somebody's going to be driven to take a couple guys. Why do I says Pete goes mad scientist, trades back and drafts BJ, but not to be a running back, but to play a run-heavy Debo role. Then drafts JSN, John and Daniel Washington at 37, Olusegun at Oluwatani at 51, and boom, easy top 5 offense. So why do I's got us in center? We got a tight end, and then we take Jackson Smith and Jigba, and then Bijan Robinson. Well, you definitely have some talented skill position players at that point. Why do I? And I do agree. Part of my wonder with Bijan Robinson is, if not, he can't serve maybe more of like a Deebo Samuel role or a Christian McCaffrey role, where it's not just looking at him as a running back only, but a guy that could play like a slot receiver, run the fly sweep games, run the bubble screen games. I think he could, based on what I've seen with him out on the tape and whatnot. I think he could definitely give that to you a little bit. BWagz says that's true. Bears have crap on offense. No help for him. No, they don't. And Utero, look at Fields' numbers from a clean pocket. That will tell you a more accurate story. There we go. Nagasa, why would we trade for Fields? We already have a running back. Jeffrey Thistle says Fields is better than Lamar Jackson. I think he's got more ability as top end ability as a thrower down the road. Jeffrey, I agree with you on that. That does sound right to me. Oh, hold me. Guess you're... Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, brother. Says, let's say Colts trade up 1 to 4, from 1 to 4, or trade up 1-4. Is Levis, Stroud, Carter, and Anderson, do we take Young, Wilson, or trade back with the Raiders or Panthers and stay? My feeling on that would be this. And Taker, thank you again for that donation. I would believe this. There are supposedly teams in this draft that view Young as the best quarterback in this draft. Not all teams, but there is a segment of teams in this draft somewhere who view him in that fashion. So if you land at 5, and I do consider this Taker 610 to be a nightmare scenario, the one you describe, I do think that even within that nightmare scenario, there is a crack of light to run through, being that there will be a team that looks at it at that point and says, we can trade up with Seattle at 5 and go get the best quarterback in this draft by our consideration and evaluation. And then you're able to make your move back. You're able to get your assembly of picks for moving back. And then you're not stuck in the conundrum of having to pick between Young or Tyree Wilson or Miles Murphy. But I would think that in your situation and the way it plays out at that point, Taker 610, if you're looking at Carter and Anderson going in the first 2 picks, and then 2 quarterbacks go, that means no team has traded up into those picks to go get one of the other top quarterbacks. That does mean that that's then more open for that to occur at number 5 too. So I think you would have the position to move back at that point. You wouldn't be stuck having to go with Young or Wilson. And I don't really want to have to go with either of those 2 guys as our selection at 5. I really don't. Definitely in the case of not with Bryce Young. I just don't trust him to hold up at all. But Taker 610, that is our nightmare situation for the upcoming draft, unfortunately. Megan with another $10 donation. Megan, thank you for all the donations on the chat tonight. All the donations you are always good with. I appreciate it. Says, if Carter is the pick, I'm paying my membership to the Ravens flock and will be not talked out of it. Like I said, I dislike him more than I can say. And like I said, I'm not going to try to kick out the legs of the feeling of where you're at with him on it. As we were speaking about at the top of the show on this, there's reports of, character concerns with them. There's people that look, and I'm sure you're in the same boat on this, that look at the rotational snaps that he operated from within Georgia. And it's not enough to impress upon them that he is, well worth it. So I can get the standpoint. And Megan, if you got to do that, you got to do that. I like to be able to give them the freedom if I make my choice to do what I want to do with it. I certainly wouldn't hold anybody else under the auspice. They got to do something else different. But I will say, just wait till you get to see him play to turn that membership card in. Just wait until you get to see him get a chance to get out there in the field and show you what he can do before you're flipping that card in across the counter. Because you might get turned around once you see him in an NFL jersey doing his thing. Maybe not. But no matter what, I always appreciate your support here and your vibrance in the community as well. Mom and Pops SRT with a $10 donation. Thank you, Mom and Pops. Says, missed a bunch of the show, but if we cannot afford Geno, we just need to keep locked and loaded. He knows the system, and we know he practices with the guys. Well, Mom and Pops SRT, thank you for the $10 donation. I think that this is a great backup option to go with Geno. It's been to me at the forefront of it. I think you're of alignment where I'm at as far as the viewpoint of Drew Lock. I think that this is a bit of a controversial topic in the Seahawks fandom because there are a lot of people out on Drew Lock and they just go, no, I know what he is. He's got no chance of being anywhere near as successful as Geno was last year. It's apples and oranges, two different players. What Geno did was so super special, it cannot be replicated. There is a segment that feels that way. I will acknowledge those folks that are out there. I don't see myself landing in that same place. I'm more with mom and pops on this, where I look at it and I say, like you say, knows the system. You bring him back for very cheap, especially very cheap considered to what Geno's going to make. You're going to bring him back here for 1/7 the cost of what you're going to end up potentially paying Geno Smith. But to me, he gives you a lot of the same kind of performance level of what Geno could give you if you give him the kind of talent around him and the supporting cast that Geno had. Drew's only a 24-year-old kid here, mom and pops. It's in the way some people talk about him, it's almost like he's been in the league 15 years. It's like he had one opportunity to start. For a team that had poor pass protection and a defensive-minded coach and a Bronco team that we're learning about in retrospect wasn't quite so talented as everybody said, and we were led to believe they were last year. So I'm with it, mom and pops, and quite frankly, with where some of the cost is going with Geno and what I'm hearing about in the negotiations, hearing about Daniel Jones' camp asking for $45 million, hearing Derek Carr with his current level of play can still go out there and try to command $35 million a year, which is what he's supposedly asking for. I think, as I've said with the quarterback contracts in this market, it's gotten to kind of a funny money range of things where you're now paying, sort of for you're sort of paying for the privilege of saying, well, we addressed our quarterback. See, look at how much money we put into it. But you're not really paying the money for the returns that you can hope to expect to get back from paying all that money to those quarterbacks. I mean, if somebody goes out there and gives Jimmy Garoppolo $30 million this year, you're high. You're high. But that very well may be how this plays out. Space says Carol and John are playing poker. I love it. Space, I'm all in, man. I'm always all in, Space. You know that. Yeah, Nudoro, if Aaron Rodgers gets moved, it's going to be having to be with him restructuring his contract a little bit so the Packers don't quite have to eat so much. Whitey says, I believe as it sits now, 66% likely that a quarterback goes top 4, which means I give some odds for Seattle drafting Carter Levis. I could see it. Power Code says, why do I feel like we'll bring Bobby back but not develop the defensive line talent around him or refuse to change our usage of blitz packages with him? Feels like we're setting up for a disaster. This was brought up in a bit of a donation earlier tonight on this one in Power Code. And I think it's valid to say that, are you going to use Bobby in the way that the Rams used him, which is the Rams have a little bit more to me of a viewpoint of things of let's get the most out of players. Like what do they do best? Let's put them in that position to succeed, to do that thing. And as I said, with our team in general, and especially when it comes to the defense, we just tend to kind of ramrod things through. And the square peg's going to fit into that round hole, even if we've got to bash it in there 10,000 times. I think the difference with Bobby is he's not a guy like a Jimmy Graham or a Percy Harvin or Jamal Adams. You've had him here before. You know how to use him correctly. You know the ways to put him in a position. It's not going to be that you're going to put him exactly the positions the Rams did, but you're not going to put him in a position to necessarily fail. I would be shocked in Power Code if we went through this offseason and didn't heavily deal with that defensive line. I would be very, very surprised. So it's a possibility, but it would kind of blow me away a little bit if they weren't making that almost at the spear point of their off season as far as where they're looking to deal with and how they're looking to get things fixed on the defense. Whitey says, I'm glad to see others like Branch as much as I do. He's my 5th best non-quarterback in the draft. Seattle trades down to 9-ish, give him a Chris Harris role. Play outside corner and base and inside and nickel, free safety too. You could put them all over the place. Why do I? And truly, sometimes you say about guys, you move them all over the place and you're like, okay, well, I can move him all over the place, but is he going to be really good in those places? Or is he just good in one spot, but he can be theoretically put over here and he's just going to kind of suck at doing that. Branch will be good wherever you kind of put him, I think, on an NFL football field. And so I like him a lot too, man. He might rise up even more on my board, but I think Harris as a comp is a great comp. And to have that flexibility to play slot, strong safety, free safety, you're rocking the Fangio cover 2, which asks your free safeties to be strong safeties and your strong safeties to be free safeties. That type of player fits in real well into that type of defense. They could do it there. 9 would be a little high for me on that, but I wouldn't piss and moan about it. Huey says Bobby's not coming back. He's looking to get a Super Bowl. He's looking to go to a Super Bowl contender, not to take a pay cut for the Hawks. Maybe. It's who's the Super Bowl contender he's going to at that point. You know? Is he... yeah, I mean, who's your Super Bowl contender, I guess, at that point, Huey, that he goes to? Buffalo? Are we saying Bobby's going to go to Buffalo? Kansas City doesn't need him. They're stocked up at middle linebacker, so he's not going there. I don't think the Eagles are going to end up signing him or have the money to sign him. The only issue with that UHK is there isn't exactly like 15 landing zones of Super Bowl contending teams that need a middle linebacker out there that will pay him his rate. It's the only other issue with that. Greg says, do you think it's possible Tyree ends up going ahead of Carter and Anderson, like how Walker went ahead of Hutch and Thibodeau last year? It's possible, Greg. If he goes out there and he blows up the combine, Anderson goes to the combine and runs a 4.7 40, and Tyree goes in there and runs a 4.6, and he's longer and bigger, and, you know, it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but certainly we've seen combines do that, and that with Trayvon Walker's, your comparison to him and Thibodeau, that was certainly the place where he was able to really take a step forward, was that really galvanized him into people's minds with that combine performance. It's within reason. As In Utero says, Tyree is kind of a freak athlete, so. U2K says the Bears drafting Young would be an insanely dumb move. As I said, I think you do try to give Fields the stuff around him to work. But this is a little bit as well, the thing that goes back to kind of human nature that goes beyond being intelligent or being stupid with what you do from a front office perspective. And human nature is that if I'm going to take on a job to where I'm going to be evaluated by the success that job brings out, by how whatever I build in that success, then I want it to be my guys. I want it to be guys that I put out there. And if I have the most important position on a football field, I most especially want it to be my guy. And when you inherit somebody else's guy and they have yet to light the world on fire, they have yet to have a rise like some of these quarterbacks have to really embed themselves in that starting position, I think there's a pull here, Huey. As much as you're right on your point with this, there is a human nature pull to then go get your guy. So then if you do fail, at least you're then failing with your guy. You don't sit there turning it over years in retrospect going, I just moved off what that last guy drafted instead of trying to make that thing work. I mean, that was the whole point they brought me in the first place, right? They thought that guy could have worked. They would have just kept in the old general manager who traded for him, who picked him, you know? Yeah, Nubalax, Jalen Carter's not like Aaron Donald. I've seen that comp somewhat thrown around, and it's nowhere near a close comp for those two. They're just not the same kind of players. He is the real deal, though, as Big Country says. Huey says, Seahawks need Anderson way more. Defense lacks leadership. Anderson would provide that in spades. He's a true big dog. I love him, man. Be great. I'd be happy with either or, to be honest with you. Jeffrey says that means very likely one of the two big pass rushers is in our sights. Yeah, Jeffrey, I think so. I think that's how it plays out, man. I do. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. It says, feel like Miles Murphy's going to bust, but I don't know. I'm a little worried about it. I mean, it's there to me with both them and Tyree Wilson in the respect of, are they going to tap into that consistency that was not there really on the college film? And you don't know. I mean, this is a lot of the drafting game at times. I think what makes it uniquely something more under the spotlight with these particular players in this position of the draft, Randall, is when you're picking top 10, you don't tend to feel like you have to make these big question marks surrounding these guys like you do. Where it's, well, I've seen it in flashes, but I haven't seen it with the consistency. And that's usually stuff that you're saying when you're in the teens or you're in the 20s. And to be saying that in the top 10 probably makes you feel uncomfortable, and it makes me feel uncomfortable too. And I think that's right to wonder that a little bit about that. And again, not only wonder that about that, but then that to inform the Seahawks on, okay, what's the other alternatives than feeling pressed to go and have to take Tyree or have to take Myles Murphy. If we have those questions in our mind, what are our other alternative approaches to go at? I think it's a valid alternative viewpoint to go at it rather than just being forced into taking those picks at that point. Taker610 with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, Taker610. And thank you for all the donations, man. Appreciate all of you guys for all of the support. You guys are amazing as always on the channel. It's just blows me away. I said, could we sit Anthony Richardson behind Geno Smith for a year or two? 100% you could. 100% Taker 6. And here's the thing I think with Anthony Richardson, I have a gut instinct on Anthony Richardson that he could be potentially the most talented, best quarterback in this entire class. The same gut instinct says, though, you minimum have got to give this guy a year on the bench and firmly commit to giving him that year on the bench. Maybe come and bring him out for some gimmicky plays where he runs some read option, one read type of looks here and there where you can kind of sprinkle that in a little bit. That'd be okay for me too. That provides some early value even as you're having him going through the learning process. But even to give him a second year would be even better to me, where he probably needed another year in college and then needed a year on the bench in the NFL. So there's 2 years there that you have to kind of build in on him, I think, and giving him that time. And if you re-sign Geno, now there's not going to be as much of that draw to go back there and pull on that guy and get him off the bench earlier than he's ready to go, stunt his growth, hurt his development, put him in a position where he's not quite in that mode and have him develop bad habits. You can avoid all that by still then having Geno on the roster, setting yourself up for your next quarterback. Geno's 33. He's not going to be around forever. So I would be okay with it, Taker 610. I really would be fine with going that route of it. Quarterback position is very, very important. And to be able to potentially come out of this draft with the best overall, most talented quarterback in this draft, hard to look at that as an outcome and say, well, that's an approach that will fail. That was the wrong path. It's hard to say that, isn't it? Wu-Tang with a Wu-Tang Financial. What's up, bro? Thank you for the $5 donation. It says, amen. The quarterback bubble is wild. Got to be smoking something to pay a non-elite quarterback 40 plus. Not smoking that good stuff either. Smoking rocks like Pookie. That's right. Been stepped on and mixed and Arm & Hammer in there and whatever else they put in that stuff when they cut it, what they call it, cutting it up or, whatever those terms are for that Wu-Tang Financial. But I agree, man. I'm getting very militant about this in my approach of my outlook of this, where it's like these kind of prices, Jimmy Garoppolo, who can't stay healthy past a handful, he gets a handful of games, he gets healthy and broken every year, who's literally had former teammates call him a bitch, can go out there and get $30 million a year. Derek Carr, who's had a menagerie of different coaches and personnel and his former college teammate come in and can't be successful with any of it. But, it's the Raiders' fault on that completely. So he's still going to get $35 a year. Daniel Jones, who we watched this year in the Seattle game. Did you guys watch Daniel Jones in that game in Seattle? And did anybody think that's a $40 million quarterback? And if there's not a person in the stadium thinking that at that moment, then how is it a good decision 6 months later? Because you had a little bit of marginal playoff success, winning one game against a Vikings team that was playing over their skis all year long. It's gotten wild to me, Wu-Tang, and it's gotten to a place where the smart team goes with a course correction here. The smart team starts to try to find depressed value, starts to find where can we, it's a little like Moneyball, taking advantage of the market where the market is these people operate in fear and desperation in the quarterback position. So let's not us operate that way and see if we can find some success going a different direction of it. It might fail going that other way with it too, but I just feel like there's more of an opening for success that way because so many of these other teams aren't taking advantage of this, to me, this marketing opening that exists, which is to build a bigger, stronger team, which is to give yourself essentially more cap space and building out the rest of the team because you're not committing it to then the quarterback. I think this is where the league's kind of trending towards a little bit. I hope it is. It'll bring more balance to the force in football. But I did not see some of these numbers coming out this offseason. I should have maybe Wu-Tang. But I really had thought at some point or another we were going to get more of a mid-tier level on quarterbacks, You could have a guy in Geno who signs a $25 million a year per deal here in Seattle. He becomes the highest paid player on this team, but somehow or another, he's taking peanuts, I guess, for the quarterback position at that point. And that's why I say it's gotten to that funny money standpoint of it just doesn't make a lot of sense. It's starting to the math's not adding up on this. I don't see the returns for spending that much money for some of these guys that are very, very mid. Wu-Tang, thank you for the $5 dono though, brother. Parker Smith with a $5 donation. Thank you, Parker. He says, hi, will we get Bobby? Also, did you hear we might get Jalen Ramsey? You think that's true? And who's the best college quarterback stat-wise? Ooh. Well, I guess stat-wise, it would be probably CJ Stroud. I'm just double checking my stats on this one. And it's good to see you in the chat, by the way, Parker. So, stat-wise, CJ had a little bit of a down year this year from the prior. Oh, both him and Bryce Young had 2 down years this year from the prior seasons in a big way. But in total, it's kind of hard. Both CJ Stroud and Bryce Young basically have put up pretty equivalent college stats. They've thrown for about 8,000 yards. CJ Stroud's thrown for 85 touchdowns in his career. Bryce Young's thrown for 79 touchdowns in his career. Pretty close production. 10-yard an average throw per attempt for CJ. 7-yard an average per attempt, about 9 yards per average per attempt, I guess, or 8.5, I guess, for Bryce overall. No. It's about 9. So 9, 10, maybe Stroud by just a little bit of a hair here, Parker, by just a hair as far as that production. I am hearing a little bit of the Jalen Ramsey stuff out there pressed. I don't know that it makes much sense for me. The only way that it could add up to me that they make the Jalen Ramsey move is that you package 2 second-round picks to the Rams. You give them the 2 second-round picks. You get back Jalen Ramsey, and then you get back Bobby Wagner, I guess, because it seems like the going market for Jalen is going to be 2 second-round picks. That seems high for me. I don't want to give up that amount, but I guess that's the way you do it. But there's 3 main things that seem to hold this up from this deal happening with Ramsey as I'm hearing it proposed. Number one, the fact that they're in our division. You don't tend to see a team like the Rams within their own division trade within their own division. Now, we've been making the conspiratorial talk tonight about the fact that maybe the Rams are moving into tank mode. And if they were moving into tank mode, then theoretically you would want to increase the strength of the team that you would play twice this season the next year in the hopes they'd beat you twice to get your tank on, right? Get your tank on. So they may be doing it for that reason, I guess. This is a little bit in that wild child area of things when we're talking about this, but let's just stay with it. So, you move Ramsey here at that point, but then there's 2 other aspects with me on this, Parker, is that Ramsey left the Jaguars playing in the Seahawks defense at the time. That was the Seahawks cover 3 under defense that he was operating within as a zone-based corner. He wanted to leave the Jaguars so he could be more of a man-based corner, do less of the zone stuff, be more impressed looks with the Rams. So now does he want to go back to the old defense that he didn't like? That's a tough one for me to see him wanting to do that at that point. But maybe he's open to it. That's a lot of, any of those 1-3 things I mentioned would be things usually to keep a deal from like that happening on its own. For all 3 of those to be a part of this process with it make me really wonder, maybe not. They could do the thing with Bobby though, because I think Bobby's not been released. It's that the Rams do that thing NFL teams do now, I think, where they announce he's going to be released and then they see if they can get somebody to come out there and trade for him. To get a little bit of value back. And if they don't hear anybody coming back with a trade, then they release him. So maybe you could package a couple guys up with Bobby and Jalen at that point or something. I don't think we'd even have the cap space at that point, but that's the last factor of this is that Jalen's base salary would cost so much absent them passing on Geno Smith and just going a whole different route at the quarterback position. None of it adds up to me on the Jalen talk. I can't quite see how any of that comes together feasibly speaking. I'm not sure even where the kind of rumors would come from on that. It just doesn't. Usually if you get a rumor like this, there's like, well, 1 and 1 makes 2, well, that's a good fit. Well, that's a natural fit. In this one, I don't see the natural fit or the 1 + 1 = 2 for Ramsey to get here. But yeah, I think Parker Bobby is definitely within reason for us to have him back here. I don't buy into that he's going to want to just go to some team out in the East Coast that's going for it. I still, when I go through the teams that we talk about being Super Bowl contending teams, I guess people would say maybe the Chargers would be a Super Bowl contending team he'd go to instead of us, but I would argue, are they really that? Have the Chargers really proven themselves to be that yet? Not Not to me, not any more so than where we stand, in my opinion. It's pretty equivalent. And if it's pretty equivalent, I think Bobby's going to go to what he knows, the devil he knows, so to speak. But who would be the other teams out there? You know, the Ravens aren't going to be looking for him. They're stacked up at middle linebacker now. I don't think he's going to the Bengals. I don't think he's going to the Bills. Are the Bills going to look to bring him in? Is he going to want to go out to Buffalo and the Far East Coast? That doesn't make any sense to me. Go, okay, well, NFC teams wise, who's the contender, Super Bowl contender out here that he goes to? You know, who's that team at the top of the crop? You go, well, I don't know. I mean, not going to Green Bay. I can't see him going to Detroit. Dallas is not going to Dallas. I don't know. I come out and I go, Seattle makes a lot of sense on this one, man, when I break it down at Parker. Randall with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you, brother. He says, want a first-round quarterback to start 30 games in college? Can't think of a guy with less than 2 years of starting that's come in and succeeded. Yes, I think you definitely want the 2 years of starting quarterback. To me, Randall, is the minimum of what you want coming out of college. And you're right. Ideally, if you can get even a kind of sub-third season where they've gotten half a year of starts maybe, that's even more ideal because it just gives them that much more seasoning and getting just more time behind the line of scrimmage, more time reading defenses, more time. There's no shortcut for games experience, especially at the college level where it's not quite the same level of competition, the NFL level, where you're not getting as much room to learn things. It's like you got to pick things up fast at that point once those real bullets are flying. So I agree, man, Randall. That's usually a big part of something you like. That certainly is a little bit of your worry when you look at Richardson, when you've got the 1 year production with him, and then I think he had 47 attempts the prior year. So you're definitely not getting that there with him. And to your point, you know, you've seen a guy in Trey Lance who didn't have that background either past that one season, not provide the Niners really their return they're looking for yet on that side of it. Whereas a guy like Trevor Lawrence, who had multiple years of great production, comes out and balls out. Or a guy like Lamar Jackson, 2 years at Louisville, and comes out and balls out and plays really well right from the jump when he gets in the NFL. But then you also, you know, got your kind of Burrow types too, right? Kind of just burst on the scene as well. So there are rules and exceptions to the rules, but I think, Randall, in general terms, we don't look for the exception to the rule, right? We look to lean more to the general rule of thumb when we're making our decisions on things. And I think your baseline point is right, is that the rule of thumb on this should be looking for a quarterback ideally that's got the 2 years of starting experience, 2 full seasons under center. Thank you for all the donos, Randall. I really do appreciate it, brother. Daniel Bailey with a $5 donation. Thank you, Daniel. Hope you're doing well tonight. It's good to see you in the chat. He says, did a four-round mock draft, PFN mock draft, took best player available at each pick. Anderson, Bijan, Simpson, Washington, Cansey, Stromberg. Some are very likely, but love it and shows proof of concept. Hey, I would, if we come out of the draft with those guys, so you got 5 overall, you got Anderson, you got 20, Bijan, 4th round mock, boy. Stromberg in the 4th round. You got extra picks in there, so you must have done some trading back, I guess, Daniel. Because I've got, in 4 rounds, we've got, well, I guess you want 4, so we got 5 picks in the round. So, yeah, you got, boy, Simpson going 2nd. Cansey in the 3rd, though. I can't see Cansey last in the 3rd on that, Daniel. All those other ones are pretty feasible on it, but Cansey's definitely going like top 17 picks in the 1st round. Still, if he slid, that'd be tremendous value to get him up in the 3rd. Hard to see him kind of slip in that fall, but that's right for Stromberg. All the rest of that stuff tracks. So that'd be an amazing draft to walk out of that with that beat, Daniel. I'd feel very good about the team moving forward with those kind of moves on the table. Very, very good. Yes. Thank you for the donation, though. Yeah, on Power Code, I'm not sure if the Bears are going to move on from Fields. I think they're turning it over in their mind as we speak. I think they're considering it, but I don't think they've come to any determination either. Jeffrey says, watch the combine, shake up all the mock drafts. Yeah, I probably will. Jeffrey says, go look at year to year who was projected to be taken and who was actually taken. BB says Levis is more of a top 10, not a top 5. Maybe we'll see on that. I think the NFL likes him quite a bit as a prospect. And Utero says, if we can trade multiple picks, trading down with a fifth and stay in the top 10 and pick up a future first round for next year, that'd be great. I'd love doing that in Utero. That would be awesome. U2K says 3 quarterbacks definitely going in the top 5. Hell, the Seahawks might make it 4 quarterbacks in the top 5. Stroud, Young, and for some reason Levis will be taken in the top 5. Exactly, man. I've been maintaining that for quite a bit of time. DJ Jimenez, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. ZZ says Bears won't trade out, though. We'll see, man. We will see. Vlad the Impaler says, why'd the Rams do this? Still can't figure it out. He's the last one you need to get rid of. Because it's not a decision being made about Bobby's level of talent or his level of performance. It's a decision that's instructed by the fact that they're in salary cap hell and they need to start getting some draft picks and they need to start clearing some cap space because of the fact they had 2 years back-to-back, Vlad, where they had go-for-it approaches to their process. You know, you got to pay the piper at some point if you're going to go that route. I watch this. Who's going to be the biggest riser and faller because of the combine? My biggest riser in the combine is going to be probably a defender, right? Usually a defender. The biggest riser is probably going to be a couple guys on the edge I'd point to would be Tyree Wilson because he's kind of physical powerhouse. This is really going to be a good place for him to really shine. I also think Will McDonald, what Iowa State, I believe it is, you know, that guy's got like no pass rushing plan, but you can't deny his suddenness off the snap, his length. His 10-yard split off the 40 is going to be elite. That's going to have a lot of people jumping up and going, whoa. I think those guys are those are 2 of the ones I think that'll jump out. I think Mike Morris out of Michigan could really open some eyes. Seedley Ringo's another guy that I think is going to run really fast and be just an athletic marvel. And he will raise his stock versus where it is coming in, where some people have him depressed a little bit. Luke Musgrave, tight end. It's another guy. Daniel with another $2 donation. Appreciate you, Daniel. Says, yeah, PFN is super low on Cansey. Not sure why. Well, the one thing I thought about PFN, and I like PFF's mock simulator a little bit more, Daniel, because the PFN one seemed like it just wasn't updated. It feels like one that they put together like 7 months ago, and they haven't really kind of kept going with it, where it does feel like PFF does kind of keep theirs updated a little bit better. There's not a perfect one out there, but we tried the PFF one, I think, on our first mock here on the channel, and I was kind of underwhelmed by how the results sort of bore out. So I you know, the Cansey one in the 3rd round, there's just outside of him coming to the combine and measuring at 5'9", I can't see how he would drop to the 3rd round with the type of tape that he's put out there. And especially in this draft that is so just kind of empty. But the rest of the picks were pretty good, Brad Daniel. You know, the rest of the ones of where those guys are at, that's where they're going to go. So the rest of the stuff did make sense. But yeah, they're very anti-Cansey, I guess, over there at the PFN. BP says, so if that's the case with top 3 quarterbacks going in the first 5 picks, no need to sign Geno. No, not necessarily. As I say, it's Geno Smith's 33 years old, you know, BP. So, you know, signing a quarterback and not only having a guy that's ready to wait in the wings when you want to move on from Geno a couple of years down the line, but also because he's 33 years old and older quarterbacks are going to tend to sustain injuries. They're going to go down. So having a backup in place that can take over if he goes down was also beneficial as well, if you're especially going to want to try to be a team that's competing next year. And as I've said with Geno Smith, if you are bringing Geno back in here, it's a sign that you're trying to compete the next couple of years because he's not a long-term guy here. It would be a short-term kind of fix and option. Vlad the Impaler says they have others they could have moved. Yo, what's good, Megan? They could, Vlad, but they're not done with this as well. So this is not the only move that they're going to make. This is one of other moves that they're making in addition. Right now, Ramsey is also on the trade market. It would seem that that's going to be the next shoe that's going to drop here for the Rams. So they get out from under that contract, and then they'll probably move on to other stuff as well. I don't think they're going to just be done at that point and say, okay, we're good. I watch as I think Mozzie Smith blows it up and rises. Young falls. I could see that. Certainly Bryce Young with when he gets measured, when he measures out at 5'9.5". He's going to have like this big hair. He have been growing his hair out for months. So he's trying to get a couple extra centimeters off of his hair height. BWagz, I agree. Bijan would add so much to this offense. I agree. You can never have too many running backs in utero, especially our running back room that gets decimated all the time. David Pugh says almost every year the NFL has been a desperate team or two who trades up for a quarterback. Agreed. David says, I bet my next check on the fact it happens this year and helps us get our guy. I've been as stringent on, follow me here on this, David. I've been right there with you on that as far as I feel as strongly on this as well. You just look at the parameters of this draft, and especially if you've been looking through drafts in recent history and how they play out when these kind of conditions exist as they do. The best relation I've found for it is it's musical chairs. And thinking about the comp here is you have a musical chairs and you have all these chairs that represent, basically, or you have, I guess this is the bad way to put it. There's only so many chairs there, but you've got way more. It's not just merely there's one extra person versus the chair that's available to sit in. You've got in the name of the teams that are looking for quarterbacks, you've got 6, 7 extra teams versus the number of chairs that exist there between the draft and free agency for the quarterback position that are truly viable guys that can improve you at the position. And then that leads to the desperation. It's no different than the market scarcity parameters of a free market economics. It's no different, right? Supply and demand. And when the supply is low, but the demand is high, that's going to lead to people having to pay more cost than is really even the market value. It doesn't become about market value at that point. It becomes of the desperation of the situation. And the stuff is ubiquitous. You can apply it all the way down the line. BWagz says last 10 years, Seattle had 18 first and second round picks. 12 were Big Ten and SEC. 10 were O&D linemen. So look for linemen from the Big 12 and SEC in the first 2 rounds. Not really a shock, laughing out loud. No, makes sense. That tracks. Why do I? You know what I mean? That tracks to what you think it'd be. Poop Dog, hey Brando, what's your take on the refs becoming full time? It could only help the sport that they do this on a more full-time basis and train themselves better. I think that as much as I'm hard on referees, and I definitely am hard on referees, their job has gotten harder in the last 20, 30 years of football as these players have gotten so fast, and those moments that are already instantaneous where you've got to make a decision on what's going on in that second have gotten even quicker, even faster. And then there's become more rules even added in. There's more subjectivity added in within the rules that have also made their job even harder. So you do feel for them, and you have to think that them getting the opportunity, Poop Dog, to really work on their craft and get better at what they're seeing can only help. My thing with this, though, comes back to, again, the points that raise the hankles about, when the NFL's coming in and it feels like they're coming in to do something at a certain moment that has nothing to do with the error of an official and has more to do with, a mandate seemingly coming down in a moment. We had this happen in this last Super Bowl where you have that holding penalty. And there's a lot of talk about this. And look, again, is by the letter of the law, is it a holding penalty? But here's the fun fact for you that I learned about that holding penalty. And so for the folks that stand on the thing and say, well, yeah, that's a holding penalty. That's a valid holding penalty. You got to call that. Okay. You called no defensive holding penalties in the secondary throughout the whole course of that game. That was the first time you decided to do that. What's interesting about this, if you go back to last year's game, Cincinnati against the Rams, you also have a game where you go throughout the whole game into the fourth quarter where you've not called a defensive holding penalty in the secondary. We're now on a very key play to give the team that theoretically you're wanting to win, to give them a second chance they would not have without you calling that penalty flag. You call a defensive holding call in that moment. That's the problem, is that the real issue comes into the inconsistency of these calls as they come down, which is then what starts to make it feel like the books are being cooked at times. And that's the place that needs to be fixed as much as the refs need to be better at their job. Just the consistency on how this stuff goes throughout the course of even a given game, not just a given crew to crew. But it'll help. It couldn't hurt. I wouldn't be against it. Parker Smith, thank you for another $5 donation, Parker. Appreciate you as well. says, do you know any good free agents right now? Also, will the Niners be good next season? We need a tight end. And do you think the Seahawks will make it to the playoffs next year? Well, thank you for all the donations, man. And some great questions in there. Do I know of any good free agents right now? Yeah, I mean, Bobby Wagner's at the head of this as far as a free agent I would take a look at on this team. They got to look at middle linebacker, I think, in free agency, if not for Bobby Wagner. So if not that, then Levante David. If not Levante David, then Tremaine Edmonds from Buffalo. If not Tremaine Edmonds, then Pratt from Cincinnati. Those would be some middle linebackers that I would take a look at. There's not really very much out there in the way of a center or guard to really address and help the team out from that standpoint of things. You could go out there as far as defensive linemen's concerned and maybe pick up a couple of interesting guys like an Akeem Hicks, guys with some familiarity within the scheme who could help out a little bit. You're not going to really get any kind of star quotient guys out in free agency this year, though. It's a pretty weak overall free agent class, Parker, and we don't have a lot of money to spend on top of it. So it's Hargrave from the Eagles would be another guy we might look at on that line. But there's not going to be any real prime talent necessarily that you could look to pick from over there on that side of things. So I definitely think it's going to be probably defensive line, middle linebacker. If they go to free agency, that's the main place they'll target. Everywhere else, it's kind of weak, unfortunately. It's just not a strong class this year in that respect. The Niners will be very good next year. Yeah, they should be. Obviously, their quarterback position is a big part of this right now because they're looking at Brock Purdy having to do a surgery and he might not be back and ready to go next year at any kind of real good functional level. Trey Lance coming off now multiple surgeries off of this foot thing that he's had because he's just had to go back and have like a cleanup surgery done. And then they don't really have the money to go back there and pay Jimmy Garoppolo $30 million to bring him back into the fold. So they're going to have to get kind of creative with their quarterback situation, and that could be something that ends up sinking them long-term, even with a very highly talented team as they have. They are also going to have to deal with the fact that they're losing 25 free agents this offseason potentially, or a good amount of those free agents at least, in addition to the fact that they've got to find a way to pay Nick Bosa $30 million plus a year on a new deal. I think that they're going to be hamstrung a little bit from improving themselves, Parker, from making themselves better as a team this offseason. I think that they do lose a little something, even if it's slight, this offseason and as far as their net talent goes. But they will still be one of the four front runners in the next year, despite that, because they have a very good team and they're very well coached, and they're still very strong. They still have a lot of very top-end players across the board, a variety of different positions, especially with Trent Williams willing to come back another year at 35 years old, left tackle. Parker, thank you for the $5 dono, though, brother. All the donations, man. Your last question on will the Seahawks make the playoffs next year? I do think they will make the playoffs next year, Parker. I just don't think the NFC is going to be particularly strong, first off. That's really going to be what opens the door. Second off, I don't think the NFC West is going to be as strong because I don't think the Rams are going to be as good. I think the Cardinals are in rebuilding mode. And even if the Niners are slightly worse, they're not as strong as they were this year either. So that does open up more of us to being able to get in the playoffs, I think, next year with kind of that stuff set up as it is. So, yeah, I do think we do get back to the playoffs again next year. I don't know if we're a lot better from a record standpoint. I don't know if we're out there with 12, 13 wins. I don't know about that. I still think we're probably in that 10-win realm of things. But, yeah. Tight end, we're going to have to move one of our tight ends to go get a tight end, Parker, because you've got 3 guys on the roster right now. You're not going to have more than 3 active tight ends on the roster at any one time. So you would have to move Noah Fant to go get another tight end. Or Disley or Parkinson. So I would love to see a couple of these tight ends have an opportunity to get them in this draft. It's one of the few drafts in recent history that's been really good for tight ends, but you aren't going to run with 4. You're not going to ever see the team go 4 deep on tight ends. They just won't do it. But if they want to move Fant, save some money, pick a tight end up, that's a pathway of going in that direction of things, man. Appreciate you, Parker, for the donation. Corsos D. Gutierrez with a $2 donation says, have you checked out cornerback DJ Turner from Michigan? Well, Corsos, thank you for the $2 donation. And indeed, last night I did take a look at one Mr. DJ Turner. 6 foot, about 190. So kind of right there, right at the minimum kind of what you look for as an outside corner. Let me get my notes up on him really quickly here. It was like 3 a.m. last night when I was looking at him. So I was like, he's a real sudden defensive back. And what really stood out to me as much as anything with him, Corsos, was the closing speed. You got a guy dropping back in the zone that he needs to hit the back. He needs to hit kind of as he's going into the back pedal, hit the back foot, and then come up on a route that's maybe a stop route or an out-cutting route, shorter route like that, right? He's got great reaction skills to really go out there and then jump on the ball. He is one of the more physical cornerbacks in this draft at the catch point. I would say Corso's for both good and bad. There's a lot of, he's not really looking back for the ball. He's not really tracking the ball. It's a little bit of that, like once the ball touches the receiver's hands, now I can just start mauling him. I can just start taking this guy apart like we're having a street fight almost. And so he's just very, very, very physical in that respect of things, especially for a guy just 6 foot tall. Usually those guys that are like that are a little bit the bigger guys, like Joey Porter's that way too. They tend to be a little bit more like those types, right, that are built that way. He's a real master at pinning the receivers on the 9 routes to the sidelines. Trey Brown's really good at this on this roster too. That's kind of his skill, where you have the corners that play the off coverage and the receivers want to run the 9 route and the corner just angles themselves as they're running full speed to press the receiver towards the sideline. And essentially you end up removing any space for the receiver to make the catch on the 9 route. You remove even the quarterback from throwing it because they see no opening there for the receiver on the outside. There is no even leaving thing. There is instead he's cut the angle off on my guy. My guy's got no pathway to get up the football field and run that route. He does a really, really good job of getting up in front of them in that respect of things. So, the big issue I think I have with him is he's just extra grabby. He really takes advantage, of course, those rules within the college football, which does allow them to seemingly put their hands on guys for a very long period of time. He's not going to get away with that at the NFL level. He's going to have to clean a lot of that up in his game. Now, he's got a suddenness that would open that up to me to be able to get around that, but I don't think he's necessarily particularly really fast. And I do wonder about him maybe being moved more to the slot at the next level. Now, Michigan had one of the better slot corners in all of college football last year, so they didn't ask him to be moved inside very much. But I do feel like he's maybe a little more better put on the inside because I'm not sure he's got the long speed on the outside to kind of hold up long term. And again, I think a little bit of his success in college comes from his ability to stay physical and grabby throughout the route. Whereas the NFL level, you're not getting away with that type of stuff. They're going to really, really, really ding you in that realm of things. But the quick reactions, both as in his ability to be, dropping back in his back pedal to now fire forward when he sees something change up in front of him, that was really impressive. And then his ability to just quickly react when the receivers caught the ball even, he can get that ball ripped up out of there with really fast hands, really quick hands in there. I do see him as probably a little bit more of a middling tier kind of corner, 4th, 5th round grade kind of guy in this draft. Hard to look at a guy like this for me, Corsos, and say, I see more out of this guy than I saw out of Kobe Bryant last year, who we took in the 4th round. So I do have him slid down a little bit more further at that point on my board with wondering a little bit about the long speed. And he's got burst, he's got quickness, he's got suddenness, he's got the twitchiness. So when I say speed, it's not all those things are covered with him, but I'm not sure about, if he goes out there and runs a combine, I could see a guy who runs more of a 4.5 40 kind of combine out there. And at 180 pounds, 6 foot, you want a little bit more speed on that, I think, if we're talking about picking him higher. Thank you, though, Corsos, for the $2 donation. Whitey Wise says, if you put on a San Francisco jersey, would Pumpkin hiss and clutch you? She probably would. She'd act like she saw a ghostly spirit, I think. What are you doing? Empower Code says, the flow of events, I'm assuming, is the Bears trade up with some quarterback needy team. Texans, Young, Arizona, Anderson, Colts, Levis Stroud, Seattle, then goes Carter. Bingo. That's how I see it playing out. Whitey Wise says, CJ is my favorite quarterback. Levis second, even signing Geno. It will be a good pick. Package to pass on one of those guys if they're at 5. I mean, really hard. Might be a long time before being this high again. Very well said, man, and I agree. I'm good with going that whole way you just ascribed. David Pugh says 20 steps ahead. Hint, hint. Seahawks take a kicker at 5th pick. Whitey Wise says, for me, Carter's the most polished pass rusher in this draft. Dude has the tools and knows how to use them. Love him. Me too, man. Me too. And Utero says Fields has a career 59.7 completion percentage. Yikes. Yeah. Big yikes. Questions about his arm cannot just be put towards simply, bad supporting cast. That's a part of his game he's got to step forward. Brian O'Connor, would you rather trade up to 12 or 13 from 20 for Branch or Bijan Robinson? Nah, probably not. That's going to cost me a future first-round pick to do that, Brian. No. Can't do it. Just can't. Greedy does it. Says, do I think Keanu Benton will be there in the third? I don't, Greedy. His tape already was very impressive coming into the Senior Bowl, and I think he was one of those players that stood out in the Senior Bowl, especially from a collection of kind of zero tech types in this draft. I think he kind of, especially elevating himself a little bit over Maze Smith at this point, I think he firmly embeds himself now as a second-round guy. So if you got him in the third round, that'd be great value. But the Senior Bowl performance does help these guys out, right? And he was a third rounder coming to the Senior Bowl, and he probably elevated himself to a second with how he went about that week and some of what I saw from him and heard about him in that week. Why do I says, if Seattle drafts like I hope they do, I will get a tattoo that says BPA. If you do that, I'll definitely take a screenshot so I can show it on the stream. He says Richardson's better than Lance. Richardson played in the SEC, although limited. I agree with that. Nagasa says, I'd take Lance over Richardson 100%. Nagasa says Richardson has a good 3-minute highlight, but can't hit receivers 10 yards from him. White Wise says the thing about Richardson is the mechanics. They're good, just not consistent. A big bomb or boom or bust guy, but the boom is big with him. Agreed. Certainly a bust factor there. Certainly a bust potential there with him. But it could go either way. There is an either way to it. Megan says at the Hawks Nest, if the Carter is the pick, I'm paying my membership to the Ravens flock and will not be docked out of it. Oh, Megan. Whitey Wise says Seattle double dipped 4 times last year. 2 offensive tackles, 2 cornerbacks, 2 defensive ends, 2 wide receivers. I can see going 2 defensive tackles, 2 linebackers. But do they draft 2 defensive tackle linebackers before wide receiver 3 or center as long as it's best player available? I think it's more of the commitment to draft the 2 like you're talking about, wide to wide. And they've done this in other years too as well, right? Because then you have as well a couple of years ago, right? We took Cody Barton in the 3rd after we took Jordan Brooks in the 1st. So you've done this before a little bit in doing the double down thing, and I think you're onto something that they definitely, especially when it comes to defensive tackle, I certainly could see them doubling down with I could see them going 3 deep on that one, but at the very least 2. I would be shocked if we don't come out of this draft with a minimum of 2 defensive tackles. But I think it is driven a little more by best player available. It doesn't have to be necessarily moved by the need of it, you know. Greg says, you know what? Screw it. Take both Maze and Thule in the 2nd on top of us taking Carter at 5. Let's go. Talk about revamping the defensive line. Thule out of USC, Maze Smith, your zero tech, and Carter is kind of your pass rushing defensive end. You flip all over the place. I love it. Let's go. Wu-Tang says Stroud needs to go to the right program to flourish, but he could be great. He could. Agreed. And he's got to probably be in the right spot. Stroud to be one of the number 1 quarterbacks in this class, I'd say give him that great offensive line in front of him. Give him the time to throw. Let him get back there and just let it rip without having to worry about pressure too consistently. Robbie Red says, could you see the Rams trading Ramsey for a first-round pick to eventually replace Stafford? I do think that the reports of them moving Ramsey are that he's going to be moved. So the trade's going to happen, I think. I don't think you're going to get a first round pick for Ramsey at this point in his career. I think he's just a little bit too old. I think the cost is still a little too great. I think he's on the downward swing of his career at this point, though he still has a lot of good football, I think, left in him. I don't think that they're going to get a first round pick for him. 2 second round picks, maybe, which you could say is the equivalent of a first round pick. But more to me with the Rams on this, Robbie Red, they're just trying to accumulate picks. They're trying to get some of this stuff back. 1023 says, I had a dream yesterday. We draft Will Anderson and the Bears drafted Jalen Carter. Okay. I'm okay with it. Tony Wright says, Seattle doesn't need overhyped, overrated Jalen Ramsey. You guys have a good young cornerbacks with nice chemistry. You do not need that bum and is always being in his feelings. Agreed. I don't need Ramsey. And as Nudero says, they're not going to trade him within the division. E-boy, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the house, bro. And you know this draft is loaded at defensive back. I think defensive back is the most talented position in this draft. And I haven't even still gotten through all the guys. I've got a list of guys still that I got to get through, but it's a loaded crew. Faces, how did you like the buddy bump that Ramsey did on Geno? Pop, pop, pew, 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 pew. Shots. Shots, shots. Wu-Tang, yeah, we did whoop the Chargers. Hard to see them as being a contender over us if Bobby's making that measurement between the two. TJ Jimenez says, everyone's in agreement. We should use the 20th pick on the long snapper from UCF. Absolutely. Yeah, Tony, you guys get Jalen Ramsey in Atlanta, Tony. Jalen paired up with the other kid you got there from Clemson. There you go. There's a tandem for you. GoAx 2023 says, hey, Brandon, just came from a mock draft. 28 different players, each with one team rest computer. Was pretty good. Whoever was Seattle, they took quarterback Richardson at 5. Thoughts? JC and WA both gone. Jalen Carter and Will Anderson both gone. I think that opens up more of that possibility at that point, GoAx 2023. So, my thought process has been give me Anderson or Carter. And if I don't have Anderson or Carter, then I'd like to trade back. If I can't trade back, then take kind of the best quarterback that I have on the board at that point. If it's if it's Richardson, then it's Richardson. If it's Levis, it's Levis. Not Young, hopefully. But that would be fine with me at that point if they take that route. As somebody else was just saying above in the comments section, you don't know when you're going to be back down in this area to pick this talented of a quarterback. Say nothing of having a guy like Richardson that, yes, those folks that say there's a bust potential there's a bust potential there. But the boom potential is as big, every bit as large as any quarterback in this draft, if not maybe the biggest boom potential of anybody in this draft once he gets to the point of developing. So I'd go with that. Tony Wright says, I disagree with you on that, Brandon. You do not need Ramsey. No, don't give me I don't want to go that route, Tony. I was presumptively just bringing it up as I get asked questions and kind of put them in a way. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what I'd want, but just what the cost would be more of what I was meaning. But no, I'm not looking to pick cornerbacks high. I'm not looking to pay cornerbacks a lot of money unless they're the best of the best of the best. Because in our scheme, you don't need that. So no, I don't think it makes any sense for him to come here either. And I agree, Space. I don't think Metcalf's entered his prime yet either. Donnie Pearson, well, how you doing, man? I'm doing great out there. Hope you're doing well, too. Hot Dog 4789, do you think Bobby Wagner will go to the 49ers? And who is most likely to win the division? And do you think the Seahawks will keep Geno Smith? First off, Hot Dog, no, he's not going to the Niners. Niners got Fred Warner, who's maybe the best linebacker in the sport, and Dre Greenlaw, who's an outstanding linebacker for them as well. They don't have any sort of opening for him to play on that team. Yes, I think Geno Smith ends up signing a contract extension when it's all said and done. So I'm not sure where Bobby goes, but yeah, I think Geno does probably end up remaining here. Why do I? There are 5 centers I would be okay. Schmitz is by far the best. Agreed. So sick of how the inside offensive line collapses into the quarterback and running back over and over and over year after year. Just fix it and be done. I'm with you on that, man. Fix it. Fix it. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, how you doing? It's good to see you in the chat. Mr. Kane says, I see a lot of mock drafters saying that Chicago is going to trade with Indianapolis, but I'm thinking if I'm the Colts, why would I give up the capital when I'll still get a top-end quarterback if I stand pat? Well, as I always say, man, we think alike, same last name. It's got to be something in that, Mr. Kane, right? It's got to be something in that. I feel the exact very same way. I don't get the Indianapolis is trading up to Chicago talk. Just don't get it. Doesn't make any sense to me. I know why Chicago maybe could want to do that, but I don't see why Indianapolis would want to do that. The only way is that they're so in love with one particular quarterback in this draft versus the others that that's the one they want to do. And I think the people are making this assumption that they'll want to do it based on the Jim Irsay soundbite from a couple of weeks ago where he was talking randomly in a press conference about Bryce Young. Absent that, we don't have anything to really go on that they're really trying to go out there and do that. And I don't see, it just doesn't make any sense to me either. I don't, why do that, Mr. Kane, when you can just get your quarterback? You're not going to give up future first round picks or future second round picks. By just standing pat, I don't think that that's to the benefit of the Colts. The Colts, in a lot of respects, are in the same boat to me as Chicago and Arizona, where you're not one quarterback away now. This isn't the decision the Colts were making over the last couple of years when they made trades for Phillip Rivers and for Carson Wentz. They now got to start looking at that roster with a little more realism and going, there's a lot more to be done here than just one quarterback. We're not in the Andrew Luck days where Luck retired and now we got to go find a quarterback. We're out of those days. We're out of that window of time. We didn't strike at the right point. You know, we just didn't get that done in the way we needed to do it. So I don't get it either, Mr. Kane. I don't see it either. Robbie Red, John Snyder wanted to trade up for Tyler Linderbaum last season, but the Ravens said hell to the no. I can see John drafting a center in the first round. I could too, Robbie. Great point on that. And that information came out of that Boiling article written on Seahawks.com last season, talking about them trying to move up in the draft to go get Linderbaum into the second round. And just the cost was too much. I have a feeling they were trying to probably move a second and their third round pick to go up and get one. And they just couldn't get the team to sign off on it. It wasn't quite enough. Jack, biggest risers will be Jalen Hyatt, McDonald, and Wilson. It's a good list. I agree. Agreed. Why do I says, for those that don't like Levis and have him out of the top 8, I get your view and understand. I don't see it as predictive. The NFL loves quarterbacks to start, and scouts already love him. Well put. Why do I? And I feel the very same way. I get where people are coming from and go, I don't feel it. I understand. I get where you're coming from. But that ain't gonna that won't have anything to do with the reality of the fact the NFL teams just don't view it the same way. And this has been something, of course, I've been saying for a very long period of time. And it's only becoming more true the closer that we get to the draft. More of what we're hearing from reports of how not only NFL franchises, but to your point, how scouts are viewing Will Levis. In Utero, with a $5 donation. Thank you, In Utero. I do appreciate it. Says, if a team wants to trade up, it seems like they would want to trade up with Arizona and draft ahead of the Hawks, doesn't it? I would think so, because you know that John Schneider is going to be open for business on pick 5. And if you have a quarterback that you're hoping to get that's going to sort of slip through the cracks at that point, there's no guarantee, even if you have confidence that Seattle's not going to take a quarterback at that spot, there's no way that you have the confidence that they're not going to trade for a team that wants to then go take a quarterback in that spot. So it's a fantastic point on your part, In Utero, is that that's another driver of something that can be an impetus for the Cardinals to move out of that pick, where a team that's maybe it's Carolina, and then Carolina's going, okay, we want to get up here to Arizona because we can't get a deal done with Seattle, but Arizona's willing to take our offering up here on this one, and then we can go get our quarterback because Seattle's very likely to trade out and find another team other than us to get their trade done. So it's another parameter of this deal that could push it into a direction of getting it done. But the bottom line does maintain on this is that one of Arizona or Chicago, or maybe both, one for sure, but maybe both, end up probably moving out of their native pick. A lot of reasons for it. Appreciate you, In Utero, though. Thanks for the $5 dono. And it makes a lot of sense to me, man, because Seattle will be open for business. And then you don't know if you got your eye on Anthony Richardson or Levis at that point. You can't feel confident you're going to be able to get him there by just sitting bat and holding on, Especially your team like, let's say, the Raiders, for instance. The Raiders don't get Rodgers. They didn't get Brady. They want to go get a quarterback now. They need a quarterback. They're sitting at 7. And they're going, oh, do we want to wait, let 5 at Seattle? Maybe takes our quarterback at that point, or just go up to 4 with Cardinals and get it. Cardinals move back a mere 3 picks, pick up maybe some really good draft capital to do so at that point. There's so many ways it works that makes sense to me on the trade backs for those 2 teams at the top. There's not a lot of stuff that makes sense to me about them just standing pat. There's not a lot that you constructively put forth to me of going, okay, these teams that are in these full kind of rebuild modes are going to just take these top 5 player and call it good at that point with no movement, when there's so much movement they could take advantage of. Mr. Kane with the $2 donation says, Kane Brothers simpatico. You know it, man. You know it. We are exactly simpatico on this, bro. But we usually are. So, same blood run through my vein, run through yours. You know what I mean? Somewhere upstream, Mr. Kane, branched off. But that don't mean it ain't still somewhere upstream, right? Byron D, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let's do what the Cowboys did and put K9 at center. Byron D is talking about, of course, that amazing final play of the Cowboys against the Niners, where that's your Hail Mary play, right? And what did they have? They had 2 down linemen. One was they had their running back snap the ball. They were going to try some weird, complicated play that had Dak drop back, throw a 7-yard hitch, and the guy got tackled instantly. That was a rough look. That was McCarthy already with he's lucky because, Jerry Jones was already tickling that trigger to bring in Sean Payton. And he's just like, damn it, you McCarthy. That's your play. I'm trying to have your back. And you give me that. God damn. We're the Cowboys now. That is not a final Cowboy play. Where's my Hail Mary? Where's my beautiful Hail Mary? I got CeeDee Lamb. He climbs ladders. Climbs ladders for balls. Why are you throwing that? Appreciate you, Byron. Mr. Kane, thank you so much. In utero. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, man. Hope you're having a good night. Says, looking forward to the M season. Just going to assume we're going to S the bed in the draft until we don't. Either way, keep your shirt on, Brando. Yeah, that wasn't a good we'll have to do a different, there's going to have to be a different fallout if I lose this bet on this one than the shirt off. Because after I said that out loud, no, that's not going to work. That's not going to be. Let's face it, I'm a 40-year-old plus man. Nobody needs to be seeing any shirtless 40 moment. We need to keep multiple layers on once we get to this age. That's the reality of it. I'm looking forward to the M season a big time well. And how about, the potential of maybe Kelnick actually turning it on and getting going. He's having a great spring training. And boy, if that kid can tap into what they thought they were getting in with him, on top of the continued development you're getting across the board, this team could really make some noise this season in a big time fashion. So I'm super excited for the Mariners season. Folks, if you're a Mariner fan, I have a Mariners channel called the Crow's Nest that I'm going to be live stream games of throughout the year this year. I'm hoping to have about 80 games that I live stream throughout the course of the year on the Mariner channel. So if you're not subscribed over there, we certainly will be talking football on that side of it too. So it won't only be baseball talk, but please feel free to come on over there and sub up to the channel over on that side of it, because we're going to be having some quick baseball games this year, Jeffrey. Man, those pitch clocks and everything, it's going to be a different brand of baseball this year. It's going to be a little more exciting, I think, a little bit more hot and heavy. More hot and heavy. Thank you for the donos, though. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, Tony, I agree. Niners are already set with linebacker. They're not a worry for us. You guys, NFL teams get quarterbacks wrong a lot. See Trubisky over Watson or Lance, Jones, and Wilson over Fields. Certainly they do. They do indeed. So here's a question. Does Chicago and Arizona view themselves close enough to competing too sick for Anderson and Carter? I don't think they view themselves like that. No, I don't think they view themselves like that either. I just don't. That's as much anything that informs me on this. If you're a team like Arizona in recent years that was as close to being into a playoffs or kind of in that, maybe you could kind of say, okay, we are that one guy away, but no, you're not. You tried to be this one guy away thing with your JJ Watt signing. With the JJ Watt signing, that was supposed to be your one guy away. Once we do this, that'll sync up the defense. We're good to go now. We can be an elite team. We're ready to cook this forward. No, it wasn't. And so I think that you learned your lesson on that. And if he wasn't good enough, then Carter or Anderson on their end isn't going to be good enough either in their commiserate impact that they could provide. DJ Jimenez, I always appreciate all you do here every time you have a show. Your hard work doesn't go unnoticed by me. Well, thank you, DJ. I know you're always in the house, man, and I appreciate you. It's always better when you're in the chat, my bro. But appreciate you, man. You know I love what I do over here, so makes it easy when you love what you do. Here, our buddy, just a knee injury away. Rodney Press Show, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, you don't want Bobby back, do you? Going young at linebacker. Thank you for the $2 donation. No, I'm in favor of Bobby coming back. Definitely check out the start of the show, Rodney. I go through some real expansive thoughts as to how I arrived at this. And it wasn't a quick conclusion for me. It wasn't simply Bobby's released, bring him back home. It was going through a bit of the process. Ideally, you'd love to go young at linebacker, Rodney, but I think that the cost to go young and good at linebacker is going to be too much. I think your deals that guys like Tremaine Edmonds and Pratt are going to make is going to be just too rich for our blood on this. I don't think Bobby comes back at prime prices like he costed before. I think you get him at a significantly less. He made a 1-year, $10 million deal basically when it was all said and done last year. I would expect you to be able to get him for lower than that, being that he is now a year older from that year that he signed that deal after just being released after one season with the Rams. When you look to go young, as you say, if it's not to spend in free agency, it's to go look for it in the draft. And the problem with going young in the draft to me here is that, number one, you're not just going young now. I got to start 2 rookies at middle linebacker if you're talking about taking that approach, which I don't really like to do. I'm okay with starting 1 rookie middle linebacker, but I sure would love to have Bobby with a rookie next to him, and have a little bit of more of that veteran presence out there rather than just hoping your signal caller, your guy with the mic and the helmet who's calling the plays, is both of them are rookies with wide-eyed looks on their faces every week trying to figure out how the hell to play this football game, especially, Rodney, as you might be in a position to actually compete this year. And if we're in a position to compete this year, we need a little bit more of a solid ground, I think, with the middle linebacker footing. And I think Bobby provides that. So, I do want to go with Bobby. It would be nice to be able to just go completely young. But the other thing with this draft and going young with linebacker is that it's not a talented class for linebackers, Rodney. You have cornerback, the best of the positional crop, right, in this class. Amazing crop of cornerbacks. So deep. Guys in the first round, throughout the draft, awesome. Running backs, awesome. Throughout this draft, you can get guys everywhere else. Defensive linemen and edges, tons of them. Get them everywhere. But when you get to the bottom of this positional group list, when you get to the weaker positional groups in this draft, you arrive at middle linebacker. And if that's the case, you're talking about now trying to build a young middle linebacker crew with 2 rookies in one of the weakest positional groups in the draft. This draws me back a little bit more to Bobby Wagner at that point, Rodney. So it's a little bit more of a complicated decision than it looks at face value, rather than, to bring a legend back or not. It's really about what I'd like to do ideally is not in play. What I'd like to do ideally is go young at middle linebacker, go cheap at middle linebacker. I just tried that with Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks, and that didn't work. So I think we've got to kind of adjust this a little bit and get better play from the position than we got last year, which was pretty bad throughout the whole course of the year from both of the 2 inside middle linebacker positions. Thank you, though, Rodney. I do appreciate you. Roxanne Roll is in the house, celebrating 19 long months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you so much, Roxanne, for that long support of the channel. It says Pumpkin in the house. She's got to make her appearance felt. She's got to come here and say, what's up, y'all? Hey. BWagz. What? I shall be patient and wait to see. I shall be patient and wait to see what comes in these next few months. Go Hawks. We got to be patient, that's for sure, Roxanne. Let the process play out. We're at the start of this off season, and it's going to be a long, arduous one at that. So we'll just have to kind of see how this ebbs and flows a little bit. But I think this is truly a possibility for us. Bobby coming back, I think, has got a more of an opening than ever here to kind of happen. I'd like to see it more on top of that, Roxanne. So hopefully it does happen, but we're going to have to probably remain patient. Certainly Bobby's not going to sign anywhere instantaneously here. He's going to get his opportunity to probably think over all of his options, but I hope the Hawks delve into this area. The 2 middle linebackers last year played well below league average for their position for in total on that year. Bobby Wagner would not give you that level of performance from the position, even at his elder advanced age. And if we can improve at a position and improve it for relatively, not too expensive at that point, that's a good way to start building back out this defense. And the defense needs improvement across the board, doesn't it, Roxanne? Thank you for those 19 long months as a member of the channel. I do really, really, really appreciate it. Randall with a $5 donation. Appreciate you as Randall for all the donos. It says, last year's combine is where John Schneider hammered out a framework of a Russ trade. Lots happening this week besides running and jumping. Think we move number 20 draft night. I think 20 does get moved draft night to me, Randall, because the way I think that logically this stuff plays out, as I've said many times before, is that you have your pick of one of Will Anderson or Jalen Carter at number 5 because there are 3 quarterbacks taken in the top 4. If that happens and you do take a Jalen Carter or Will Anderson there, then you better believe, Randall, that John Schneider is going to have a huge draw. Man, that thing is going to just be gnawing on him to move back from 20 at that point, especially considering this talent. Because from my standpoint, Randall, the talent level at about tier 1, you're out of tier 1 by pick 9. So the guy that you get at pick 20 versus the guy that maybe you pick back into the top of the second round at pick like 8 and then pick up another third and a future second, or however that you get as far as the returns on that deal at that point, you're getting a very equivalent player, but now you're picking up the extra draft capital while still getting the equivalent player. And that will draw him to, I think, to your point in that, Randall, move him to have them drop out of 20 and go back down into the second round, because he'll view those guys, I think, very similar to how I'm seeing it, where he's going, the tier 1 is tiny this year. The tier 1 players is this small. The tier 2 of players is like this. And if they're in tier 2, the thing to consider with that is that when I mean tier 2, it means that you might have guys a little more higher rated than other guys, but at the end of the day, the talent level there is all kind of the same. The equivalent question marks, the equivalent upside, all kind of bears out to about the same area when you're talking about the tier 2 guys. There are questions to their game. There is no silver bullet picks at that point, no doubters. Oh, we just hit this one out of the park. It's easy on this. No, it gets a little bit harder at that point. So you're right though, Randall, as well. There are going to be more of those deals hammered out this week. And when I'm talking about there being 3 quarterbacks taken in this, first 4 picks, that deal and the parameters of that deal are going to start to get worked out this week at the combine. Not just that, but also the other, of course, trades that we see, like you said, with Russell Wilson last year. We'll start to see those there, and that'll give us some more clarity as well as the direction this thing is going to go this offseason. What was that noise, Kat? That was a weird noise you just made. I don't know if I've ever heard you make that noise before. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation, man. And I think you're right on the button with this one, man. That 20th pick is going to get moved. Mr. Kane, I'm thinking Brandon is the reincarnation of Nostradamus. Jay Carter or Will Anderson will fall to us. Laughing out loud. I only use my psychic gifts, Mr. Kane, for Seahawks football. That's the key to it, though. It's how I stay under the radar. If I went big picture with this stuff, people would notice, and my gifts would be known, and eventually, I'd get hung out in the square and set afire and been called a witch. So I gotta stay small with this a little bit. You know what I mean? Can't get too big with it. UGK says, who's to say they won't trade out of someone else? Only way for the Colts to guarantee a top 2 quarterback is to get 2 at least. That's where it says it has to come down to Huey that they feel like there is just 2 guys that they prefer or like in this draft, and that's it. That they don't like the third guy. I mean, that would have to be built within that. Maybe, I guess, if they're that in love with it. But it's hard to make that prediction that we know that they're that in love with it when we haven't. Again, one Jim Irsay quote does not equal to the fact that the Colts are so in love with the guy that they got to trade up in the first round to go take a guy. If that is the thought process, that they view that there's 2 guys and the third and the fourth guy suck crap and they don't like them, they only like one of these 2 guys. As I always say, it's like the Jalen Carter stuff with the character concerns. Where's the proof of that? Where is the proof that they're that in love with guys that they need to move up that much in the draft? And it's harder for me to kind of augment that argument when we don't have any backing to that. Where I can augment the argument of the Bears trading back because of the fact that they need picks and their team needs to get better and their talent bereft and they're not just one player away. It's hard to do the same on that Colts situation because as others have said with this, it just doesn't make sense when you could get one of the top 3 quarterbacks in this draft just standing pat, or you can give up a future first and a second round pick to go get your quote unquote guy. Well, you better be sold on that guy being your guy, and there better be a real solid reason for you making that move in this particular draft if you're going to do something like that. Robbie Red, Hawks need Payne or the guy from Denver, Dramont Jones, I think you mean. Got to get rid of Monet and Jefferson. We do, man. We do. I would love to flip out either of those 2 guys for one of those 2 guys you mentioned. They would be big time improvements over what we have. Mr. K, Tony Wright, there's some nice guards out there in free agency. Tony, is there? Is there really? I thought when I looked at it, man, it's pretty light, Brody. Let's take a peek. Yeah, it's Tony Wright. It's pretty weak. I mean, you got Justin Pugh and Robert Saffold, which are both 33 years old and 35 years old. Isaac Samulia from Philly's okay, I guess, at 29. He'd probably be the best of the bunch. But Dan Feeney, Trey Turner, Jesse Davis, Tom Compton, Evan Brown, Justin McCrary, Cody Ford, Dalton Risner. None of these guys are very good. Bobby Hart, Wilfred Hernandez. I mean, there's some names on here, but they're not particularly really good names. I mean, they're below average guard play that you're paying for at that point, spending money on these dudes. Hargrave would be great for your Falcons, right? Tony Wright. Javon's a real under-the-radar kind of free agent signing that could really help out a defensive line rotation. He'd be a good addition. Robbie Red says, are there any key Hawk players heading into free agency besides Geno? I do believe they will give him his extension. I don't know if you call them key, but Rashad Penny's heading into free agency, so you could make a bit of a decision on him with that. Marquise Goodwin heading on to free agency. I think those would be the 2 guys that they might look to still try to retain at a small market deal. They might test free agency first, both of them, to see what they can get. Why do I Seattle seems like Seattle has to pick a tight end with none under contract after 2024. We'll have to watch who, if they are extended. Please draft Washington, please. Well, this is part of the reason why I want to move Noah Fant. Why do I? Because that's what that allow you to do. Is you move Fant, you save the money on Fant, you take a second round tight end like Washington, and call it a day. And then you got your plan going forward at tight end. Jim Campbell's on board with me on that. And Eudora Joey Porter Jr. is Pete kind of defensive back. I agree. He's got a old school Seahawks kind of cornerback mentality to him. Pete would definitely like him. I do feel like if I'm Pete, though, like, especially after making Tariq Woolen work last year, how does Pete not look at himself and like, everything I am the cornerback whisperer. I am that man. You know, how do you not at this point with the success you've had? And why wouldn't you lean into that success and then just try to kind of replicate that if you could, even on a yearly basis? You know, if I'm Pete. Robbie Red says, great stream as always. Good night, chat. See you next stream. Sounds good, Robbie Red. Appreciate you, brother. Have a good night. I could see us going after a tight end. I could, but we got to make a decision on one of the 3 guys on a roster because it's the thing to maintain if you folks are interested in tight end to consider at the front of the line on this. The Seahawks at no point during Coach Carroll's tenure has consistently had 4 tight ends on the active roster at any one given time. 3 is the maximum. Sometimes you've rocked with only 2. So if they decide to go outside of that, hard to predict that until you actually see them kind of do it. E. Gibson says we need to make adjustments to the defensive line and address our run D as a major issue this offseason. Agreed. And this is why I started a little bit at the head of this, E. Gibson, with when you look at Bobby Wagner and the things that he still does good and the things that he might, I wouldn't even say struggle in, but not be as good in, he is still a very good run defender in this sport. And you had poor run defenders last year at the middle linebacker position. And some of that was the defensive line, which you talked about at the opening of your statement there, but some of that is also how those middle linebackers played. But the bottom line on it is that you got to get better at it. You've got to start doing better on the front seven. You've got to control the line of scrimmage better. And it's going to take some major adjustments added here, Gibson, not just one or two moves, but a couple. Sam the Great says, I think the Colts will trade up to number 1 because the Texans are picking 2. Could happen. It's possible. Boy, would I feel like the owner's making that choice if they do that, though. I feel like he's really driving that bus at that point. I don't think the general manager would want to do that. Just my opinion. Ramilla Sports reports in Santa Clara, 0 rings. 1994 lives on forever. Megan says, if you think I'm kidding about the leaving, remember the stubborn thing I told you about a few weeks ago? I remember, Megan. I hear you. And if he busts, you'd have every right to rub my nose in it. So I've come strong with this opinion. I usually hedge my bets, and I'm not hedging on Carter, that's for sure. What did Bobby want? What did Bobby say? I don't know what you mean on that, Gage. I'm sorry. Memo, would you take the 5th? Would you trade the 5th pick for Justin Fields? No. You know, Memo, he went number 10 overall 2 years ago. So you've lost 2 years of his rookie deal. He's 1 year from being paid. What has he done as a player to deserve being more worthy of more value today than he was worth when he was picked on draft day? I can't see the intelligence on that approach of doing that. Maybe 20th, but even that one I'd be kind of hesitant with. In Tech World says, and with the 5th pick, the Seattle Seahawks select Cocaine Bear. Every position. Tennessee Forest. There we go. There we go. I watch this. I'd be fine with Levis, AR-15, Carter, Anderson, Stroud, then Branch, Cansey, Mays, Drew Sanders, or Schmitz at 20, then an Avila, Benton, Charbonnet, Mingo, Campbell to so many options. So many options, man. Yeah, Kellenick went yard twice today. I saw that as well. It's crazy. The best development for the Mariners season upcoming beyond anything else is Kellenick developing into an everyday player and consistent. This offense goes to the moon if he's able to do that. And the World Series aspirations grow tremendously. And Udro says, I hope we sign Wagner, and if we do, I think we'll still add more linebackers. We might. I think we'll do it in the draft at that point in Udro if we go that route. YY says, here's a scenario where Indianapolis would trade up. They like all three quarterbacks. Then Las Vegas, Raiders, or Carolina trades up with AZ or Chicago. At that point, Indianapolis would be afraid of the other team jumping them and risk all three going to the top three. That's a possibility there, YDY. But even then, in that scenario, then we still come out with Carter or Anderson at that point. Because Raiders trade up to obviously take a quarterback if they're going to move up. But I could see it. I could see that being a potential. I watched, what do we do with BWagz with Brooks and Barton? And we sucked, laughing out loud. What we did do that with BWagz. Oh, you're talking about something. I watch, yeah, we got to get a better defensive line, and that will help the linebackers too. That will be a benefit. It's the real cheese. Didn't Bobby leave the Rams because he wanted to win? If he comes back, we got to smash the draft and possibly free agency and trades. Well, he didn't leave the Rams. The Rams are cutting him to save money here. It's the real cheese, and it's the beginning of them turning things over as they're about to trade Jalen Ramsey in the same spirit of things. So it's more about them being cash strapped than it is about them being a team able to go out there and win or lose at this point. But you might need to prove more to Bobby that you're in a win it scenario or your go for it scenario right now if that's going to be the case here. The Sea Dragons need Barton. Oh. Harold Buddy says, nice goatee. It's technically a beard, but doesn't fill in very thick on that side. Kyle's Clan, bring us back BWagz. Bring him back, Kyle's Clan. Bring him back. Rodney Prescio, Brando, I sure hope we don't trade back in the draft. We have, 9 picks? Too many picks can be a bad thing. With you on that. This is a year where I wouldn't want to trade back too much. I would be, Rodney, willing to trade back to pick up an extra future first or future picks in another draft that might be a stronger draft. But if we're talking about accumulating extra picks for the back end of this class, 4th, 5th, 6th round, right? You're trying to pick up a bunch of picks in that area of things? No. If anything, you'd want to move up in this particular draft because it is so low on talent overall. It's not deep on talent. So you want to go get the prime talent where it exists in this draft, which is not through the middle rounds, in my opinion. Two cases, if the Colts stay at 4, they could see 3 quarterbacks come off the board. Why risk that when you can just move up? It's possible. I can't not say it's not an impossibility. So it is within the realm of reason there. I thought the Colts have, I guess the Colts are for it. So it's in there. They could go down that way. For me, the bottom line on this would be, from my standpoint on whoever comes up there, where I stand, is I do think this is driven by the market scarcity. I think 3 quarterbacks go in the top 4 picks. And that's really, for me, whoever trades up or whichever way the Colts go with this, that's my bottom line on this, is I see this being a draft that's driven in that way, partly because of there being so many quarterback needy teams, partly because I think UE2K, it's not as strong as a draft as we've seen in recent years, especially in the tier 1 range of this draft. There's not so many no-doubters that exist. There's not a no-doubter tackle prospect, right? So I think some of that's going to drive a little bit more towards teams going towards the quarterback a little more heavily at that point. But we'll see. We'll learn a little bit more off this combine to get a little more of a clearer view of it. AI, the more I think about it, the best thing to do is sign and trade Geno for a minimum 2nd and 3rd round, if not more. Draft a quarterback at 6 or at 5, you mean? Use the picks to take your tight end, extra linebacker, or defensive line with the extra 3rd. I certainly think when we talk about the numbers getting to a place where we think the common ground on this is going to land with Geno being somewhere between $32.5 million and $35 million. That appears to me to be the cost. And if that's going to be the cost, what is the alternative? Is a lock plus this, and draft picks more better than just going with Geno at 32.5 or 35 million? I tend to think so. So I would certainly believe that you could get something in return for it. And it's the hesitancy in utero. I can see below that you're saying, well, you think another team's going to trade a 2nd or a 3rd for Geno and a $32 million contract? Not happening. But look at the trades that went last year and went down. Matt Ryan got traded near the end of his career out to the Colts. Carson Wentz flames out in Indianapolis, but still they're somehow able to pull off an equivalency back from the Washington football team at that point for him. And in the case of Wentz, he wasn't coming off a good year where they got those prime assets. He was very far removed from that once former MVP season. So I would argue with you on this in utero. That's just kind of the going rate for a quarterback if you're going to trade for him. That's going to be the cost that you're going to have to bring to bear, if not more so. That seems to be kind of just the bottom line baseline of a guy if you're going to get him in there. So I do think at least you could get a second round pick for him. I do. Harold Buddy says, Seahawks are my team. It's good to hear, man. Felissa Taylor, you guys don't get Alex Smith Mahomes vibes with going with Smith or 2 years, then coming back and drafting Richardson? You guys don't get Alex Smith Mahomes vibes? I do, man. Felissa, I do get those vibes. I'm completely in favor of doing it. I love where your brain's at on that. I think that's a smart approach here on this one. It's a forward-thinking approach. You're stacking talent at the quarterback position. You've got some insurance if Smith goes down to an injury. Very talented guy in Richardson. You're giving him the time to develop, which he needs. He needs that time on the bench to get kind of a little bit more further along, I think. I like it. Sign Aaron Donald. Damn. Damian Lillard with 71 points tonight. Whoo. Whoo. And Utero, why would we tag him for $32 million when another team wouldn't pay him that much? No, so I don't. I think a team's willing to pay that much. I think some of when Geno Smith's people come to Seattle and Seattle's like, here, we'll give you a 3-year, $30 million, and he turns it down, and he's like, I'd like to get 40 for 3. You know, that's him and his agents being very well aware of the market scarcity. The same conditions in utero, in my opinion, that create the conditions that are going to allow for 3 quarterbacks to go in the top 4. That same point of desperation that is occurring out there. As I say, the desperation is driven by the lack of good quarterbacks that are out there. There's not a laundry list of guys that you can go out if you're a quarterback needy team. If you're Tampa Bay right now and you lost Tom Brady and you're over there's not a lot of ways you're going to have to go get your next quarterback, is there? And there's a few teams that are in that kind of boat. There are a few teams that are sitting there like, we don't have a pathway to our next quarterback, and there aren't any good free agents, and there are only so many good guys in this draft. So what Seattle gets to take advantage of with that is the market scarcity. As I said with this doesn't get too terribly complicated at the end of the day. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter whether it's the draft or whether it's free agency. It all is applied in the same manner and approach. It really is, in my opinion, on this. I could be wrong, but this is my view and outlook on it. And that is in watching football all these years, when you get to a situation like this, where you have the most important position of all of football with a lot of teams that don't like to find themselves in the boat where they don't have the guy they'd like. They'd like to be getting somebody else. That's going to drive teams to give up extra assets to then go get a guy that fits that bill when there are so few. If we were on the other opposite end of the scale, if there was 5 prime quarterback free agents, if this was a draft loaded with 6 first-round ready quarterbacks, well, then we could talk about the market pushing it in a different direction, where now there's more supply than there is demand. But that's not the case this given year, this given draft, this given time right now. This year is different than any other years. Every year is particular in its own way. Then we can go, if you want, team by team by team by team by team from picks about 7 onwards to 14, but just take my word for it. Most of these guys need quarterbacks. And once that's the case, a team's going to move up and go get one if they need to. And in Geno Smith's case, I think his reputation's turned in a certain way that it just takes one team willing to make that move. A team like maybe Carolina who goes, we bring him in, we can take this division. You know, Carolina doesn't view that way. I mean, I thought Carolina will look at the forefront of trying to move up in the draft and take a guy and move up and get up into our 5th pick or move up in with the Bears and try to do that. But if they couldn't accomplish that as a fallback plan, if they deemed that the cost would be too high to move up in the draft, They wouldn't go to Geno as a second or third, rather than the alternative being that they've got to give up 3 first-round picks and a second-round pick to then move up and get the young guy in the draft. I think, as I always say with this, it just takes the one team to do it. But I think there would be a team out there willing to do it. Maybe not in utero the second and third, but you're going to get a minimum. I mean, you're going to get a minimum if you move him in a trade, a second-round pick for Geno Smith. That's the market rate. Great Camp Brandon, have you looked at tight ends? Payne, Durham, Tucker Kraft, Braden Willis, Davis Allen, Brenton Strange. Not all those guys. No, I haven't looked at all those. I looked at Tucker Kraft, and he's an impressive guy. Now, Greg, just to make sure on that, you're not feeding me a lot of like 7th round guys there, right? I've gotten a couple of names recently that people have had me look at where these are like fringe draftable guys, and I just want to make sure I'm not being sent off, because that's a lot of names, and I'll go look at all these guys, but I just confirm with me these are not guys I'm looking at that I'm going to say, okay, that's a fringe NFL player. Because what I want to do with this draft is I want to look at all these prospects, but I do want to look at legit guys too, where we're looking at guys that are, this guy's going to be picked relatively high in the draft here. I'm not looking at a guy that's like, they're not likely to even make the league at that point, because I'd rather get a firmer idea on the real top guys. Tucker Kraft, though, the one guy of that list that jumps out to me that I've read, and Payne Durham, I think, is also on my list. Where's my Tucker one? So Tucker, 6'5", 255, South Dakota State. I said that his patented move is he's a dragger of tacklers. So a guy that just really does turn almost into like a running back after he gets the ball. He's like a bowling ball from the tight end position once he catches the rock and gets moving upfield. But he's good. Nice straight line burst. He's a real wide guy. That's Porter. Sam Laporta I'm thinking of, actually. Sorry. But I like what he's got, the base, nice, good skills you like tight end. He can drag guys. He's got the real quick burst, good, solid hands. I think I've got him sitting. Do I have him up there? Where do I have him at here? I got him more in kind of the 5th round range of things on him. His production dived off from last season with less games played. He's got so I called him kind of an H-back with the tight end mentality on that guy. That's how he kind of struck me. But not a real fast guy. If I got an H-back that's not really fast, it's kind of a little bit of a tweener between H-back and inline. But 5th round, be a solid 5th round kind of guy. Be kind of like your Disley, Kittle kind of, project guys that could be something if they can kind of tie it together, but there's some questions there with them. But I got your names added on my list. I'll take a look at Willis, Payne, Brenton, Davis Allen, and Travis Vokolek. Byron D, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it. Says trade Geno for a second, a 5th, and Malik Willis. I would do that. I'd be okay with that. As I said, I think second round picks, if I get a second round for Geno, I'm fine with that. But you mentioned another team, Titans certainly would be in that realm of, we're not picking at the top of this draft. We need a quarterback. We're not sold on Tannehill here. And now you go and you get more of a guy in Geno that they feel like can just execute the offense. So Byron, great outside the box idea on that one. And that would be perfectly fine haul for me for Geno at that point if they made that realm, if they went that route instead. I like that. I like that kind of Potter. Big country, I might be able to score some in today's NBA. Holy moly. Yeah, they didn't play a lot of defense. Definitely ain't playing much defense in this day and age. Though Lillard, he just throws it up from the logo. Yeah, we need the Sonics back. Nagasa Geno worth $35 million for a competitive team with a Super Bowl window. Bingo. Now Nagasa hits it right on the head right there. Football kids, how you doing? And Utero, Brandon, it just seems so risky for another team to pay Geno so much and be in a different scheme. Well, who's to say that it has to be necessarily a different scheme? And I think what you're really doing if you're trading for Geno, for me and Utero, is you're getting a quarterback that can play on script. We got a lot of quarterbacks that can go out there and scramble around and run around and do all this stuff. But if you want a guy that plays on script and can hit the back foot and let it rip and just be functional in the way that they perform, and that you're going to build up the rest of the team around him, I could see a lot of teams seeing what Seattle did last year and go, look, what if we put him in a better situation? What if we gave him more to work with around than what he had in, especially as far as maybe an offensive line goes. There's a risk involved here. Don't get me wrong in utero, but I think that risk is also mitigated by the fact of the desperation. It's in Tennessee's point, we're going to run with Tannehill or Willis, so we're not going to compete next year. And we know neither of these guys are going to take us over the top, and we're just going to tread water, because that's a little bit of what you do then as a team. If you're the team in that position that goes, okay, we don't get to pick one of the top quarterbacks in the draft. We've deemed a guy like Geno Smith costs too much, and we can't get in on an Aaron Rodgers or in on a Derek Carr. So I guess we're just going to punt our whole next season, that's easier said than done, isn't it? Because you have a lot of these franchises from a front office and coaching standpoint that are driven to have to make their bed, make their hay, get good while the sun's shining. Do they have the goodwill built with ownership that they can just sort of punt seasons down the line at that point? Maybe in the case of a guy like, let's say, Mike Vrabel with Tennessee, maybe there's some pressure there as well to, start getting this going in the other direction. So I think that if this was happening in a vacuum, if this were just talking about Geno and there's not the draw of the market involved here in utero, I would be with you on your hesitancy on the risk. But because there is that market draw and that need out there, and that there's going to be so many teams that are just chomping at the bit. And as I said, I tried like with my musical chairs. You picture teams like with their helmets of people standing trying to sit in those chairs, and you got 10 teams sitting there waiting for chairs, and you got like 6 chairs. And so there's going to be 4 teams left without a chair. Does that drive the market then? Does that push more value if you're then moving a quarterback at that point than it would otherwise? I think it does. I could be wrong with this, and we'll see how it plays out. I mean, at the end of the day, I think this is all kind of an exercise in futility a little bit in utero, because I do believe Seattle ends up just signing him to a contract extension and he just remains. But I think you would get it if they tried. Wilbur Knight, have a good night, man. Salute to you too as well. Nagasa, have you scouted Sidney Brown, safety, in round 4 or 5? Oh my God, he's not going to last to the 4th or 5th round, Nagasa. I've got a 2nd round grade on him right now. So I obviously loved him. I talked earlier in this stream about there's a list of guys I have on my board of guys that I just have a preferential like for. They can be in a variety of different rounds, everywhere from the 1st to the 7th round. I think Sidney Brown just absolutely is the epitome of playing with his hair on fire, and just plays like he doesn't care. Reckless abandon, throwing his body around, very quick, very sudden, a lot of positional flexibility. When I look at Brian Branch, Sidney Brown, and Jamie Robertson, those 3 guys in particular, I look at and I say, I've got a very similar skill set from all 3 of these guys and what they can give me. I can get a slot corner who can play strong safety, who can eventually maybe even give me some free safety snaps. A lot of true versatility and flexibility with these 3 guys at the safety position. But I can't see how he lasts all the way to the 4th round. Nagasa, I see him as a 2nd round guy. I loved his college tape. I just love the tenacity, and there's a lot of tape you can watch on certain guys out there, and you see them and they're going through the motions even at the college level. You see these talented guys even that you go, okay, I can see the talent. He can run, he can move. But he's not playing all out. He's not laying it all out on the line. There's not his heart and soul being left on this football field. That guy's just he's trying a little bit. But I went from watching Sidney Brown to watching Latavius Brini, who will be, I think, like a 6th, 7th round safety. And a guy that's very talented, but you see the difference in the mentality of those 2 players and what they're trying to do on the football field and accomplish. He's kind of an unusual cat, Sidney, in this draft, and kind of one of my personal favorites. So I might have him elevated a little bit higher than other places have him projected, but I did really like his tape, and I thought he really did stand out. Mason Dale, what kind of offer would you accept for a Noah Fant trade? Also, would you look to replace him with draft, free agency? I wouldn't even be opposed to Parkinson replacing him. What kind of offer would I trade except for Noah Fant? I really wouldn't be held up on really the cost being the big deal for me. I'd take a 4th, 5th round pick for Noah Fant and be okay with that. I'm not intending to give him a long-term contract, so that means he's here for only 1 more year. I'll take that 4th or 5th round pick, and instead of that, I would then go into the 2nd round and try to target Darnell Washington. That would be the guy with even the 1st pick in the 2nd round, then I would look to pick to replace him with at that point, Mason, which from my standpoint at that point now, you have upgraded your tight end position to a guy who I think should have a 1st round grade in Washington, but who will dip to a 2nd round spot. who also kind of fits to what we need from this offense more purely in that respect, in my opinion. But then you've also saved the money on Noah Fant on what he was going to cost this year from a contract standpoint. So you're picking up another $7 million to go out there in free agency and upgrade the team in another area. So I upgrade the tight end position. I save $7 million. And I pick up the 4th or 5th round pick in addition to that. That would be a move I would like to see them go with. But I might be a little too outside the box on that one, to be honest with you. I watch as Michael Mayer seems Gronkish. Musgrave might be a sleeper. Washington is a monster. We just never prioritize tight ends for me to take one early. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily take one in the first, second round, though. I definitely would look. Musgrave's hard. Musgrave's got 34 catches in his college career, and he's played like 8 games in 3 years. So when you're drafting Musgrave, you're really grabbing a guy that you better be right about his medicals and that he can suddenly now stay upright when he hasn't in college, when it's about to get a whole lot rougher and tougher at the NFL level. Michael Mayer is, I watch my number 2 tight end. I don't think he's Gronkish. To me, he's more Zach Miller. I just don't think he's the physical kind of beast that Gronk was in that respect. Gronk was, it's a little bit, when you make some of these comparisons, we talk about making comparisons of guys to the best at their position at all time or one of the best at their positions of all time. It's kind of a tough road to go down for me when I make those comps. It's like people will take Jalen Carter and they'll go Aaron Donald. It's like, no, you're not going to find, guys that are one of the best of their generations in the next, not in the second round, I wouldn't think. I like Mayer. I watch, but I think more Zach Miller than Gronk and what I see from him. A very good, complete tight end with a good overall skill set. But Gronk was just, he's number 2 all time, maybe number 2 all time as a tight end in the sport. I don't think Mayer's quite at that same kind of level of talent. In utero, just the right price. That's right. I want him back too in utero. I wanted him back around 25, not at 35. That's a wee bit too much for me. Space says, did Bent Cap pass his drug test? I'm thinking so. Nagasa says, yeah, I like Sidney Brown so much, just didn't know his stock. You might have been right on him about being where that was where he's kind of initially placed, is into more of the fourth round range. And we'll see. I think he's a guy that definitely, when it comes to the combine, Nagasa is going to definitely adjust his draft stock. Definitely, especially if he goes out there and runs a really fast time. Length is going to be a problem for him, but then he's a slot guy, so slot safety guy, so the length thing isn't as impactful as if he was like an outside corner purely. But you saw it too, I'm sure, Nagasa, like he plays with that edge you want your players. You'd love to have a defense playing with the kind of edge that Sidney Brown displays. You'd love to stack 11 guys that all were like that. Just absolutely playing like they don't care, and just mean about it, just kind of mean about it. I really like his tape. He's a fun guy. And Utero says use of 2 or 3 tight end sets offsets the need for a good wide receiver 3. Agreed. Makes it less a requirement. Greg comes, yeah, sorry, they are late round blocking tight end options outside of my guy, Darnell Washington, that I've started looking at. I think the Hawks might possibly look at. I'll take a peek at him, Greg. I just want to make sure I'm not, because I'm watching some of my time going through and I'm realizing there's a finite amount of time on these prospects to look at. And if we get too much into I can get lost in the weeds a little bit too much if I look into 5th, 6th, 6th, 7th round guys, that there's only so many diamonds in the rough in those 3 rounds. A vast 80 to 85% majority of those players will basically not see the field at all. To me, it's a better route to go to kind of get a firmer handle on the guys at the top. get a firmer handle at where these guys are that are the guys more likely to be of NFL impact and import. But I do want to try to look at as many as I can. So I just might not give them that. Most of the guys, Greg, that I do, I get a real expanded view. So I try to really give a couple games of tape. I might just on some of the late round guys kind of just do the initial view on them, sort of thing. And rather than doing really the true deep dive. But Parham was on my list. So your Dylan Parham, the Parham guy that you put on there was definitely a guy that I had intended to take a look at and that I've heard about. Payne Durham. Sorry, not Parham. I meant Payne Durham. Too many prospects, too many years, and too many names close together. But I'll take a look at him. I will take a look. See, get a good feel for him. And I appreciate the suggestions because I'm starting to get through my list now. So I'm starting to get to the point where I do need some more suggestions on my list of guys to take a look at as I've gotten through. I was counting up last night. I think I'm at 140 names in this draft right now is where we're at as far as scouted goes. But anytime, Greg, please let me know anytime you got some guys you've looked at that are drawing your eye. UDK says we don't prioritize tight end no matter how many we put on the field, even versus teams that struggle versus tight end. Seahawks rarely exploit that. It's true. I think that you do take the combination of your three guys you tried out there this year. I think you did a better job than you've done in recent seasons of making it more of an element of your offense, especially with their introduction this year of the true three tight end sets that they trotted out there at times. So it still is a work in progress. I'll give you that. But I do think it was better this year. I think you take the three guys in total and you got more production than you'd had in recent years out of that position. At least it felt like that. Jacob Haas, to fix my comment earlier, is Rodgers leaving the NFC? That's a perfect time to go for it. Bring Bobby back and go for the free agents because the NFC will be so weak. It would be perfect. Great point, Jacob. A little bit of this is like taking your finger and where's the wind blowing, right? And you're right. AFC right now is the more tougher conference. The backers are going to move Rodgers. It's going to be out of the conference. Tom Brady now retires. So you're looking at the NFC, NFC South. And you're going, there's not anybody there that stands out. You're looking at the NFC North and you're going, there's not anybody out there that stands out. The Eagles are certainly still going to be good moving into next year. Maybe the Giants slightly improve. Who knows what we're going to get from the Cowboys, where they stand at the end of the day on all this stuff. But it's not that you've got a lot of juggernauts to work through in this conference. And if you make those moves to kind of be more in a go-for role, if you do a little bit more aggressiveness, then you could set yourself ahead. You could put yourself up with one of the few good to great teams in this conference, being the Eagles and Niners. So I'm with it, Jacob. I would love to see them be that aggressive in that way, and I think it's a smart path to go. You improve the middle linebacker room. You get yourself a little more competitive. You get yourself a little bit more closer to, getting just beyond just getting in the playoffs, now actually making some noise in the playoffs. And wouldn't that be great to see? And Utero says tight ends were underutilized this season more than any other since 2014. That'd be the NFL in Utero. In Utero, Zach Miller was the ideal tight end in Pete's offense. Indeed he was. He'd be one of the all-time great tight ends in Seahawks history if he just had a couple more years. You could say he gave you the best level of pure performance at the position of anybody else in Seahawks history, just not the length of time. He says, to be honest, Seahawks need a number one wide receiver. They have two great number twos, but not a real number one. No disrespect to DK or Tyler. Yeah, see, I don't get that one on that, Huey. My whole thing with that is if DK is not a true number one in the way the defensive coordinators are looking at him, then why does he get doubled so much? Especially when there's so many other parts of this team that you could potentially be worrying about. That's the part that doesn't add up to me on the DK's just a number two. If he's a number two, then what is it that the defensive coordinators in the sport know that you or I don't then if we're going to call him a number two? And aren't they then putting double coverage to a number two wide receiver? Wouldn't that be stupid for defensive coordinators to do? And if you see 31 defensive other coordinators doing it, are they stupid for doing it at some point? Or maybe they're acknowledging that there's a certain level of danger in this player and that they have to allot extra resources to stopping him. That's the part that doesn't quite add up on that argument of things to me. XXX, who do I think we take in the draft? I think we get Jalen Carter in the draft, my guy. Harder to say who we take at number 20 or in the second round. I mean, it's a little early. Let me get in through free agency and through the combine process, and then I can get a better read of who we have out there as far as that goes. But I feel like at number 5, I can at least early on here go, I feel pretty good about Carter or Will Anderson being the pick at 5. Jack says Jackson Smith-Njigba would be a great compliment to DK and Tyler. He would. Slot guy. He'd fit right in that respect. You definitely want to commit to running more of your 3 wide receiver sets if you do that. BTW says, do you think the Seahawks will take a quarterback in the draft? If so, who? I think some of this is dependent upon the Geno Smith negotiations, BTW. So a little bit of that can be drawn there. I think if you re-sign Geno Smith, you're probably looking to take a guy in like the 3rd round, like a Hendon Hooker. I think if Geno Smith doesn't get re-signed and you, let's say, sign Drew Lock, then you're very likely to take maybe one of the top quarterbacks at 5. Maybe Will Levis, maybe Anthony Richardson. So those would be the 3 quarterback names I'd put out there for you, depending on what happens with the Geno Smith situation. I watch as Disley reminds me of Miller, slow, great hands, solid blocker. Mayer seems more naturally athletic to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, you might be right on that. I mean, maybe I could be off on my assessment of it. It was just jumping out to me of just even the way they moved, how they moved to me, just very much with Zach Miller stands out to me. And let's remember, I watched, Disley was a 5th round pick, partly because he ran a pretty slow 40-yard dash at the combine. Zach Miller was a 2nd round pick by the Raiders. So there was more of a physical, natural measurables, or to use your word, athleticism there in Miller's game than there was in Disley's game. And that's why I think when we look at where Michael Mayer ends up getting selected, and then we look at where Zach Miller ends up getting, where he was selected in his draft, albeit there are 10 years of separation between the two, I think they're both going to be picked in about the same place. I think if the NFL I watched thought that they were getting Gronk 2.0, I don't think that guy gets out of the 1st round, much less outside of the top 15 picks, especially I watch in this draft, which is very weak overall as far as a draft is concerned. That would all, to me, equal out to then he would be going a lot higher than he's going to truly go in this draft, I would think. But you might be right. Just my assessment on it. Ethan says, Darnell's my guy in the 2nd round. I really like him and want to draft him, especially if we cover D-line and center in the 1st round. Oh, that'd be so beautiful. Oh, that'd be a dream draft. You go Jalen Carter 1, you come back and take John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota at 20. Then you come back, get Darnell Washington in the 2nd round. I like it. Pedro Mendoza, are we keeping Noah Fant? I think it's a valid question and one that's a little more open-ended than I'd like to be able to give you an answer on right now, Pedro. He's on the final year, going into the final year of his rookie contract. And so, you're going to need to make a decision here on maybe giving him on a contract extension or maybe moving him and saving the money and going a different direction. But I don't think that we're fixed right now on knowing which way they're going to go with it. I would tend to think that they'll probably just keep him on the final year of his 5th year option, Pedro, when it's all said and done. Mason says, my current prediction of the top 5, number 1 would be the Colts, Levis. Number 2 would be the Texans, Carter. 3 would be the Falcons, Stroud. 4 would be the Bears, Anderson. And 5, the Seahawks, Richardson. I could see that playing out like that, Mason. Absolutely could see that playing out. Danny W says, check out Rajon Wright as a sleeper cornerback. Played for Oregon State, 6'2", apparently 4.4 speed. Going to go on day 3. Well, I have actually, Daniel, looked at his tape. So I can't find a lot of game film on him, Daniel, because I got to kind of just use YouTube as my kind of main platform to go through and take a look on. He's got ideal Hawk size, obviously 6'2", 200 pounds, like you said. It seems like he has good length as well. He also played in a defense that has him playing off coverage and dropping into cover 3 a predominant amount of the time. So right out the gate, Daniel fits the physical measurables, coming from a defense that fits what we do, playing a lot of zone and off coverage. That part's a fit, moving into cover 3 a lot of the time. It all kind of fits from that standpoint of thing. 17 passes defensed, 4 interceptions over the last 2 years for him. So fairly active hands out there. In the USC game that I watched, I didn't see Caleb Williams test him once throughout the course of the game. And that's one of the great indicators that I get from college cornerbacks when I watch the game film. If I see a quarterback completely avoid that side of the field as though that guy's got a cold on his side of the field, that means that quarterback's watched a lot of the tape and learned you pay the price if you go over in that direction. Attack elsewhere on this defense. So I think that there was it was very impressive off the little bit that I was able to watch, Daniel. I just didn't have a lot of tape I was able to find off the Oregon State defense out there to really do a big breakdown on him and get, super in depth with him. I have him right now because again, he has our scheme familiarity. He's got the size that he fits to. So I have him maybe a little bit higher. Yeah. So I've placed him up in the 3rd round right now on my board because of that fit. But again, it's limited tape that I'm going off, Daniel, so I might see him more exposed if I went off other tape with him. But I was very impressed with him, and I thought that stuff fits well with me. So I think he's a late day tour, but he certainly could slide into the top of day 3. It's a late 3rd round pick at that, so if he were to go 4th or 5th, that wouldn't be a shocker to me. But I think the speed part was what I liked about him on tape that I saw, that he looked really fast. Mason Dale, do I think Smith-Njigba is fast enough to run fly sweeps? He's got good change of direction. I think he's fast enough, but I think more of what the fly sweep guy's got to be as you go forward in this league is more in the realm of like the Debo guy, not from a standpoint of as talented, but from a standpoint of how they're built and yoked up. And that you need a guy with an extra 10, 15 pounds on him that can not just get dragged to the turf by one arm and a tackler who's falling down and kind of just pulls him down with a sort of a glancing blow. And the thing with Jackson Smith-Njigba is that if he runs those fly sweeps, bubble screens, he's going down on first contact. He's very slight in that realm of things. So he wouldn't really fit to like your Cooper Kupp or your Deebo Samuel type of guy that you'd like to have operating within this offense, which is a little bit more of a sub running back wide receiver type, kind of a mixture between the two a little bit. He can maybe do some of it, but you're not going to want him to have to run a tremendous amount of those snaps. We saw our own D. Eskridge at 5'9" get himself broken against the Colts a couple of years ago running those fly sweeps. You got to have a little bit of size to you, a little bit of girth to you on that. E2K says DK is an incredible weapon and the best wide receiver on the Seahawks, so that's why he gets doubled. There's no one else to worry about. Tyler is going to go down as soon as he catches the ball. No one else is a threat. See, I don't know about that. When you got a guy in Tyler Lockett who's 1,000 yards of reception, is also hits teams deep on the often, in addition to being a good intermediate pass catcher, I think Tyler is a threat out there as well. So this will just be a place we probably just disagree with. And I'm not even trying to say that I think DK is some pure number 1 in this UE2K, but I think to call him a number 2 at this point, if you have a marker that somehow a number 2 wide receiver is getting double teamed at the highest rate of football, and again, remember this UE2K, it's not him being double teamed at just simply a high rate, at the highest in football. Again, that's not a number 2 wide receiver to me at that point. You're talking about a number 2 wide receiver, you're talking about a guy with limitations. You're talking about a guy that's solid, but there's not going to be that fear in the heart that he's going to drive into defenses like DK does. And I would argue, and just maybe on this case and basis alone only, is that in drawing those double teams as he is, it shows the danger that he instills in the hearts. The fact that he gets those double teams week in and week out, Huey. It ain't that this one defensive coordinator this week decided to double team him, but then the next week, the next defensive coordinator decides not to. And then the week after that one decides to. Every single week. And I've watched all of the all-22 tape this year of every single game, and I've watched it multiple times over. DK gets that double team coverage slanted to his side, snap after snap after snap after snap. I watched it in the stadium when I watched the game in person, UE2K, and I locked in on DK prior to the snap and just simply watched him and watched how the coverage played him in that Cardinal game. Snap after snap after snap, the double teams rolling to his side. There's not a lot of players that command that kind of attention in this sport. And Tyreek Hill, UE2K, doesn't command that a type of attention whether he was with Kansas City or whether he was now with Miami. He's not doubled at the same rate that DK is doubled at. So it's again, what's the, definition of a true number 1 wide receiver? I guess you and I can kind of, joust it out over that one a little bit. But from my standpoint, at the end of the day, if he's not being in a target-rich environment where you're trying to throw the ball a lot, or you're not trying to not be a balanced offense, and then he gets the opportunity to put up those Calvin Johnson-like stats when he's got a stat pad for playing from behind, throwing yards all over the place, and that's what it takes to become a true number one. To me, it goes a little bit beyond the stats of that, and more goes to the effect of the player. But this is personal definitions too, and you and I maybe just have different personal definitions of what we see in number one and what they need to do and what they need to accomplish and who they need to be. Space says, did you see that video of DK getting vertical? Unreal. I think it was probably faked, Space. There's a little spot. If you look at his shoe on the shot when you pause it, having been a guy who's used a lot of the green screens here for my channel, you can see on the shoe that there's a little slight tinge of green to it. And it looks a little bit like a bleed through from the green screen to me. I don't quite think that was a legitimate. I'd love to believe it was, but I don't think it was quite just a legitimate jump. Space, but it was an unreal jump. And Noah did have a good season for us. Part of this, though, that comes from he's on the final year of his deal. Are you looking to sign that guy to a multi-year contract? I don't quite think so. 66 grade from PFF, average level of play, $7 million is going to cost you next year. I think you feel like you can get that in the draft at a replaceable level. So some of this is getting a year out ahead of this rather than waiting till next year where you got to let him walk for nothing. So get something for him now, maybe upgrade the position even a little bit more, even if it's just by a tinge, and save that money. Mr. Kane says, there are so many different ways the Seahawks can attack this draft. I'm just excited to see who we choose. No Colliers, though, please. No, I don't think we're going to do any Colliers. Absolutely not going to be, doing that on that side of it. So I feel pretty confident about that too. No LJ Colliers in this draft, but Mr. Kane, we're not going to be picking as deep into the draft as we were when we picked him at 32. So it'd be a little easier, I think, picking at the top of our draft. And you're right, man. Part of the excitement of this is there's so many different directions that you can go, and that there's so many iterations this draft could play out with in its unpredictability this year more than ever because of the weird talent level that exists in this draft. So I'm with you, man. I'm getting hyped for it, man, especially as we're getting closer and closer and looking at some of these guys and the way the combinations could work out on the team and how you could put the chemistry forward, and then how to get this team then to a place of really competing next year. And really turning that corner just does excite me in a major way. I will get the big board out, Mr. Kane. I'll post it out to the members again here. I just did recently, so you can still probably see it up on the community post. I've only added probably about 20 names since I posted recently, but I'll get another one done here this week. So this week at some point, I'll try to get a few more names added on, and I'll post my horizontal big board up to the community post, if I can say that right. But we're getting 140 names. I'm getting up there, man. I'm getting up there. Kyler Makara, should we get Caillou Blue Kelly if he is still available around the 3rd or 4th round? I've got Caillou in the 5th round as far as my evaluation of him. He's a good off coverage corner that excels being a menace at the catch point. So he's got a little bit of like DJ Turner vibes to him a little bit. The problem with Caillou Kelly comes in that he's 6 foot and he's got 31 3/4 inch arms. So here is where our big issue is, Kyler, and that if you look at the offensive tackles or you look at cornerbacks in the league, there's not a lot of them on the outside that are able to play with under 32 inch long arms. They're just going to get exploited at that point playing on the outside. So that's a little bit of a death knell for Caillou as far as being a top end prospect in this draft at 31 3/4 inch arms. That's the type of arm length that sees you end up playing slot. So hard to see him necessarily making it on the outside with that arm length. But he is very vicious at the catch point. His arms and hands come rotating in kind of like a windmill when he's coming in to knock the ball away on offensive players. He's very good timing at the moment of truth. He does have a little bit of tight hips, and he's not the best lateral mover, but he is explosive with good top end speed. He can track the ball in the air and even knock it away, but he's not getting many interceptions. He certainly has that hands of stone thing that you sometimes see for cornerbacks, like when they say that's why he plays corner, because he can't catch. But the big issue comes into play on that is the 31 3/4 inch arms. Short arms just do not work at the NFL level on the outside. You're going to go into become a slot, or you're going to be at the safety position more likely than not at that point. Good player, though. Why do I says Rajon Robertson, Seahawks written all over him? I could see him being day 3 cornerback. I could see Rajon too. Absolutely a perfect pick or a seamless kind of pick that fits right to what we want to do there at corner. And especially if you get him into day 3 where there's some value there. 1023 says, 5th pick Richardson too high. Probably a little bit high for him. I like Levis too. I think 1023, he's really going to increase his value at the combine. Greg Kempes, Rajon's ride game against the USC sold me on him. Me too, man. That was the one I got to watch. Very impressive. And wow, for me to put a 3rd round grade on him in this draft with the corners in this draft, I mean, I've got a higher grade on him than I have on Tyreek Stevenson, Max Melton, Eli Ricks, even Eli Ricks out of Alabama, Riley Ross, Kadron Smith, Julius Brents. I know a lot of you like Julius Brents. I like him better than Julius Brents. Fun player. Mason says, it seems like the consensus thinks Bryce Young is QB1 in this class. In your history of following the draft, how do you think the NFL front offices will view him? I think when he gets to the combine and he measures well below 6 feet, I'm going to be very interested to see if he's still this runaway guy with the first being the number 1 quarterback. I think you're right. There seems to be a feeling of that is the truth of the situation, but it does seem to be like there's blinders being wore right now in regards to the actual size of this kid and whether or not he's really going to be able to hold up. And when they measure him in the combine and he's under 200 pounds and he's 5'9.5", I mean, does that just start to bring some hesitancies in at that point? I certainly would think it would. But I would have thought that this would have become more clearer to somebody at, Jesus, you okay? You going to sneeze right in my face? Okay. Hold on. Let me just get this cat snot off the side of my cheek here. Hold on. Let me just wipe off. Where are we at? So we'll see on that, Mason. But I think eventually some team's going to wake up and be like, go to bed the night before, go like, we'll draft Bryce Young, and they'll wake up and be like, 190 pounds, 5'9.5". What are we thinking? But it hasn't happened yet, so maybe it won't. Joshua Sonier, I wouldn't mind getting another good running back in the 2nd or 3rd. It seems like we always lose a couple into injury every year. Agree, Joshua. And you're absolutely on the button with that one, where since Marshawn's left here, I've called it the Marshawn Lynch curse. You've been trying to deal with, overcoming your running back room getting decimated every season. And so now you need to build it a little bit more stronger than you ever have before. And that to me is building it more talented than you ever have before. And I would love to see them try to take that route with it. Pedro Mendoza with a $5 donation. Thank you, Pedro. I do appreciate it. And I hope you're having a great night tonight. You okay? Goodness gracious. Pedro says, at what pick do you think we should get a linebacker? I think you can start to really look at targeting a linebacker, Pedro, in the 2nd round if you want to take a look at Drew Sanders. Obviously, if you're at the 20th pick, I mean, it's kind of like what round is your pleasure at that point. If you're in round 1, you're looking at Trenton Simpson at 20. If you're in round 2, you're looking probably more Drew Sanders, maybe Dayon Henley at the end of round 2, maybe. I think 3rd round would be a great place from a value standpoint. You could come out of the 3rd round at that point of one of maybe Jack Campbell, Ivan Pace, Henry Toa, or Dayon Henley. You could have one of these 4 guys there in the 3rd round where there's some good value. If you're talking about any of those guys up against a guy like Cody Barton, who we took in the 3rd round a couple of years ago, I like all of those prospects better than I liked Barton coming out. So that would be probably, depending on the round that they look to target, Pedro, but they've got some flexibility on where they can pick. You don't have to just go to one round where you determine this is the one to get. There's kind of guys in all of those different places to go after, especially if they're picking Pedro from a best player available. They go BPA first pick at number 5 and then 20, which didn't lead them to a linebacker because they didn't quite like Simpson. They go in through the 2nd round, same thing. They got some other players they like better than the other middle linebacker options. But then you get to the 3rd round, bam, now you're finding a little bit more value there at the inside linebacker position if a couple of those guys do fall. So I like that as a little bit of an alternative going there with that. But any of those rounds, there's some guys worthy of being picked there. John Stillwell, what's up, John? Good to see you in the chat, man. Hope you're doing well tonight. And thank you for the $10 donation. He says, hi, Brandon. What would have to happen for us to trade back instead of picking at the 5 spot? So I think where I've come to in my mind on this one, John, is the main impetus that would have to happen for this to occur would be Will Anderson and Jalen Carter go in the first 4 picks. If those 2 guys go in the first 4 picks, John, then I think you see 2 quarterbacks taken as well in those first 4 picks. But then that leads a very prime quarterback landing on the Seahawks at number 5. And since that would have occurred theoretically, John, with those other 2 quarterbacks were just simply picked by the teams picking in the position they're in. So the Texans take a quarterback, and the Colts take a quarterback, and the Bears and the Cardinals take their defensive player. Well, now I think that one of these quarterback-hungry teams behind us are going to want to move up and then trade with us at 5 to get that 3rd best quarterback in the draft. Then that opens that door for that to then occur. That's how we trade back at that point, John, is I think it's for a quarterback-hungry team, absolutely loves the 3rd guy that's available there on the board. Maybe even they view that 3rd guy, John, as their favorite quarterback in the draft. So they look at it as Will Levis falls to 5, and they go, that was our QB number 1, and we're getting him at 5? Hell yeah, we'll give up an extra first-round pick to get the QB number 1 in this draft at number 5. I think that's going to push it at that point, John, especially with the 5, 6, 7 teams behind us. Most of those teams need a quarterback. Raiders need a quarterback. Carolina needs a quarterback. Tennessee Titans need a quarterback. Depending on if the Texans pass or take a quarterback at number 2, they could be needing a quarterback there, I think, at number 12. There's a lot of teams out there that could be, I think, kind of packaging things together to go up and make that move at that point, John. And then that makes it all the more likely that it occurs, right? Because now you have a little bit of a bidding war, which is the opposite of we're calling all the teams, but nobody's answering their phone. You know, we're asking all these teams if they want to move up, and nobody wants to move up. I think it'll be the opposite problem. I think Schneider's phone will be burning up. He'll have multiple lines going, and he'll be like, remember the old school cliche move, John, they used to do where guys would be having 2 phones in each ear and da-da-da-da-da, and da-da-da-da, and tell them to go da-da-da, and say that we got to do this, and tell them we got to be over there, and we're going to do that, and we'll give a 2nd round pick. We want an extra first, and we want 2 first-round picks, 2 first-round picks and an extra 2nd round pick, 2 first-round picks, extra 2nd round pick, and another 3rd round pick. Just going like that where John's just working those lines, man. Working those lines and working those magic. So the quarterback is the thing that'll draw it, John. I don't know that if there's not a quarterback that's valued by those teams at that point, I don't think there's anybody that's trading up for Tyree Wilson. I don't think there's anybody trading up for Miles Murphy. I don't think there's anybody that's going to even trade up for a Bijan Robinson at 5. So at that point, you're just going to be stuck taking who you got to take if it's not a quarterback that's driving the move up in the draft at that point, I would say. Thank you, though, for the donation, man. I do appreciate it. Enrique93 has subscribed to the Hawks Nest. Enriquez, thank you for subscribing to Hawks Nest, brother. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you to do so. Whitey White says Tyler Lockett also has one of the highest rates of double teams. This is why I think a 3rd receiving threat means so much to DK doing his most damage. Great point. And Tyler gets his share of double teams too as well. Very good point. Mason Dale says, what do you think of Kendry Miller? Reminds me of Kamara. Would be a good value in the 3rd or 4th round. Mason, I do like me some Kendry Miller. I've got him a little bit higher than that. So I've got, I thought I did there. I've got Kendry Miller going in the late 2nd, but I guess 3rd round, 2nd. It's pretty close there, Mason. My comp for him was more Aaron Jones. I think he's Aaron Jones, probably like, 3/100ths of a second slower as far as a 40 time goes, not quite the 10-yard split that Jones has, but I think he's got that same kind of just nice ability to get lateral explosion, keeps his feet through traffic and through the garbage and muck, bodies lying everywhere, and can somehow just kind of keep his feet still going. Great burst. But I see him as kind of an Aaron Jones, just minus a little bit of speed to me with him. With Kamara, when I make that comp, it's a guy with you got to have such swivelly kind of hips. He's such a unique guy in that the way he breaks tackles by, sort of a hip toss, kind of unique to him on that with Kamara. I didn't quite see that in Kendry's game, but elusive back, and Kamara was an elusive back. So they have that in common for sure there, Mason. But I see him probably as a late 2nd, early 3rd would be where you're getting. He's probably not going to land to us mid 3rd where we're picking at that point. We'd have to probably take him late 2nd if we were going to grab him. But a fun player. We're talking Financial says DK's filthy. Some of y'all tripping. David G says Hawks need to draft a defensive line, linebacking, and secondary. We need to draft an entire defense. You're not wrong, David. You're not wrong, man. We need all that. All of that. all of that. Pedro, yeah, we're getting throwbacks next year, man. We are indeed getting them throwbacks. Kyler Makara, AR-15 is going to be a Lamar-type player. Could fit into that boat. He could. I've kind of wondered, Kyler, if the Eagles wanted to be forward-thinking because they're about to have to pay Jalen Hurts all the money if they didn't try to maybe do a move where they package up for AR-15 and then move Hurts for a first-rounder and, avoid that way paying their quarterback $50 million a year. But I think you're right. He's probably going to be around in that kind of, at least initially. He's got some upper-end ability to him to where he could eventually develop beyond a Lamar-type player. But initially out the gate, that certainly is who he's going to be. He's a little bit of a more natural thrower of the football than Lamar was. It's a little more free and easy with AR. Just a little bit. Mr. Kane, you're my brother. You're my favorite brother from another. You're my favorite brother from another mother too, man. Appreciate you, bro. Megan says, getting close to me, B. 1:40 a.m. at 1:62 at the moment. Ooh, we're getting late. 10:23. If we can get Deron Payne, he would have to pay his contract. Deadly says, hot take: Anthony Richardson is likely going to be a bust in the NFL. No, he's got a great big bust level to him, Deadly. I think he's got as big a boom bust rate as any quarterback in this draft. And I think that's real on both ends of that scale. It's a big bet to go and go in on him in that. I think you can hedge a little bit of this, Deadly, as somebody else said above, where you can make him a Lamar Jackson type guy out the gate or a Jalen Hurts type guy out the gate where you're manufacturing a lot of stuff for him where he's not having to play the quarterback position traditionally. You can maybe get around of some of that, mitigate some of that risk by that fashion. But I wouldn't want to take your argument out from underneath it because it's valid in the respect of, I think the bust rate is definitely there with him. Yui says, DK double team rates says more about the Seahawks than DK. Other wide receivers move all over the field. Teams know where DK is going to be and what he's going to do. Is DK as good as Hill, Diggs, Jefferson, Chase, Kupp? Well, yeah, you're also getting, when you get to move around all over the field, when you're a slot guy and you get to move all in there, you also get what? Free releases, don't you? You also don't get pressed at the line of scrimmage. The job is a lot easier for a slot receiver to get off the line of scrimmage and go find a hole in the zone than it is for a guy to work on the outside. So, it gets hard to compare necessarily guys that are just slot guys or that's the way they basically work their job, which I would say most of those guys there, for the most part, Diggs was the outside, I guess, a little bit. But I think Diggs does most of what he does on the outside now. With Kupp and Jefferson, they're mainly, I think, inside guys from where they operate. But a lot of these guys are running pre-snap motion and all that other stuff. That's not DK's game. He's not a slot guy in how he's built or designed. And that would not be the best utilization of him. It is the best utilization of Jefferson and Chase or not Chase, but Jefferson and Kupp. Chase is an outside guy too. So I don't know what the Chase aligning everywhere stuff. I don't get your comp on that. With Stephon Diggs and Chase, those are mainly outside guys. Once every once in a very blue moon, those guys might move to the outside, but they're outside guys. And they're outside guys that are not doubled at the same time as DK. I don't know what you mean by the DK getting doubled speaks more to Seahawks or something else there. There's other good targets on the team. There's other things offensively that you had to deal with on this team. We had a good running game through a lot of the year. You had tight ends that were at least productive and decent. You double teaming a guy because you're fearful of that guy and what he can do to you. And you can kind of cover this up and train. You can change this into a different direction on this DK at the same point. But let's make this simplified. They're worried to death that DK is going to take the top off their defense and score if they leave him single covered. And this is backed up by UE2K by the fact that if you look at the statistics about single coverage on wide receivers, and this is another thing I think I'd ask you to take a look at, is go look at DK Metcalf's success against single coverage in those rare times he gets it over the last couple of years and what he does to single coverage, because he absolutely destroys it. He doesn't get it very often, but when he gets it, he destroys it. Do you think maybe some of them being informed by the double teams come from the fact that when they do put a single team out there and he destroys the single coverage, that maybe that informs them they got to provide a little bit more help? At the end of the day, what this boils down to, UE2K, is in DK Metcalf, I have a guy who's one of the best blocking wide receivers in the sport. I have a guy who commands as much double teams as anybody else. I have a guy who plays every single game of his career and is never out injured. I've got a guy with a dogged mentality out there offensively. I've got one of the greatest deep threats in the game. Again, like maybe from your mind, there's only just 2 or 3 segmented number 1 wide receivers in the sport where it's Jamar Chase and Kupp and Jefferson, all that. But again, if you're including guys that are slot guys mainly, and that's where they're getting their production out of, and they're in pass heavy offenses where they're getting featured a whole bunch, and those teams have no commitment to running the game, well, the stats are getting juiced up for those guys a little bit. They're getting a little bit of extra attempts that DK doesn't get, but that has nothing to do with DK's ability or his ability to be productive. That has to do with a little bit of philosophies in the way that offenses run their attacks. But as we do sometimes come to this, UE, I'm sure we just are going to probably disagree on this. I do struggle though with it, man. Again, the guy's 25 years old. He's top 9 all time UE in receiving yards before the age of 25. He's top 7 all time in receiving touchdowns before the age of 25. He's double teamed at the highest rate basically in football, absent maybe one other guy like Devontae Adams. Like, it seems the only thing that he's going to do to convince some folks like yourself on this is absent him going out and having a 100-catch season where he has 1,500 yards and 20 touchdowns, he can't be considered a number 1 wide receiver. I don't go there with that in my estimation. I think when you go to more of a nuanced look on this and you take all of the details in of what DK provides you on a weekly basis to the team, he's a number 1 wide receiver. But again, I'm okay if we disagree on that. It's no worries. Greg says DK gets those double teams and the number 1's cornerbacks. You don't get that much attention being a number 2 wide receiver. Agreed. UE2K says seriously not trying to slander DK. Just don't think he's a number 1. 1.5 maybe. Yeah, I think though what's sticking your head on this though on UE2K is just you're not seeing the big level of monster production from a statistical standpoint. And the question then comes out of what's drawing that monster statistical standpoint from a guy like Stephon Diggs, for instance. Is any of it coming out of the fact, let's say, that Buffalo can't run the ball for their life? Is any of it coming out of the fact that you have Josh Allen throwing 55 damn times a game? The production on its own, to say DK doesn't have the 1,500-yard season, he just has the 1,000-yard season. He just has the 8 receiving touchdowns and not the 15 receiving touchdowns. Well, do players get those numbers by simply just being so amazing or great, or do they get there by the fact that their teams are pass-heavy offenses, high-volume passing offenses? I would argue a little bit of the latter. And when it comes down to the bottom line for me, and I'm not saying you're necessarily slandering him. I will say when you say he's a number 2 wide receiver, you got to understand some people are going to jump on that though. And I'm glad you're kind of backpedaling a tiny bit from that because that's number 2 wide receivers are very specific things in the NFL. And DK is not a number 2 wide receiver. As I said, like you don't get a number 2 wide receiver doubled at the highest rate in the NFL because he's some one-trick pony that can get deep. You do because the defensive coordinators are scared to death of the guy, at the forefront of it. Yeah, Kitty was having a sneeze fest. 1023, Will Levis better and will develop faster than AR-15? Well, he will, 1023. He's also 3 years older. So there's, you would expect a guy 3 years older too as well. Tiago, 3rd round for Toa Toa. Yeah, that's right, man. That's where I got him at. Roxanne, it's nothing to sneeze at, pumpkin. Disagreed. Deadly, of course, you'll be able to put it together, but the odds are always against you in transitioning to the NFL. It is, for sure. And he's got a long road to go to get himself to where he's going to be a good quarterback in the pros. Mason Dale says, do you think John and Pete seeing Mahomes and Allen succeed, 2 guys that they considered taking, could influence them taking a quarterback? You better believe it, Mason. I think you heard John Schneider talk about it in his first interview at the KJR, that weekly show he's doing. He brought back up again Mahomes and Allen and the fact that he went their pro days. Like he dropped that very purposefully as if to say, hey, remember I was in on these guys, trust my outlook on the next quarterback because I tend to have a pretty good eye. I was the guy that drafted Russell Wilson. I was at these 2 guys' pro day. I did value him in this way. I think he's definitely kind of feeling pretty confident in his outlook of it. Green 80 says, bring back Bobby and draft Noah Sewell in the 2nd or 3rd. There we go. Yui says, Levis equals Daniel Jones. Very well could. Pedro, if we bring back Bobby back, how much money is he going to want? Well, he made essentially a 1-year, $10 million deal with the Rams this year, Pedro. So you're looking at him probably on a small multi-year deal, like a 2-year deal at probably like $8 or $9 million a year. I don't think he's going to cost the same rate that he was going to cost last year. Max says, what would you get for 5 to 9 trade? So going to the Panthers at 9 from 5. I think that would get you probably a minimum of a future first round pick, Max. I think you're likely to get a future first round pick and an additional second in this year's draft for moving back to 9. Deadly, I'd rather have Hooker than Richardson. Understandable. One thing is with this though, Deadly, on this is that be it Hooker or be it Levis, I mean, these are guys that are multiple years older than Richardson. So they've had multiple years of development ahead of Richardson. Kid's 21 years old versus Levis is going to be 25. Hooker's going to be 26, 27 years old here. So it's a little bit of a different scale. You know, it's a little harder on going apples for apples with these guys when a couple guys have 3-4 more years of development cycle time over one other guy. But I love Hooker, man, Deadly. So if you took Hooker in the 3rd round, you know, overtaking one of these first round quarterbacks, I'm good with it, especially if you sign Geno Smith in addition to that. Mason Dale says, Brandon, give me your top 5 biggest Seahawks bust. My draft knowledge only goes back a few years, so I'm eager to hear your picks. Oh, okay. We'll go back with this one. So Dan McGuire would definitely be probably one of my top busts. I don't know if I'll go in order here for you. I'm going to just give you just the top 5. So these aren't in order. I'll go Dan McGuire. I'll go Brian Bosworth. I'll go Malik McDowell, even though his 2nd round didn't play a single down for you. Chris McIntosh, guy that you took in the 1st round back in the day when Holmgren was here, didn't play a single snap for you. So that would be my 4th guy. My 5th biggest bust of all time. What would be my biggest 5th bust? Kitty, please don't play with the mic. Please don't. Please don't. Who's the 5th? Drafted a quarterback in the 80s. I want to say it's Kelly Stauffer right now, but it might have been the other guy that I'm thinking of, Jeff Kemp. I think it was Stauffer, though, that you took another 1st round or 2 first-round picks on that guy. So it might be Stauffer as my number 5. Okay, baby, come on. Those would be my 5, Mason. Brian, Joka, whatever happened to Ben Burke-Irvin? Ben Burke-Irvin had a torn ACL, and there was some other ligament stuff going on in addition that he had to have in surgery. So his recovery time was going to take longer / might not come back ever as strong as he once was. Very, very significant injury there. Huey says AR-15 completion percentage is similar to Josh Allen in college. I don't want Richardson either, but just saying. No, I think I'm with you on this one, Huey. I know we're disagreeing on some things, but we're on the same page on this one. Kid's got some more room to develop. He's a young guy. On those young guys, you give them a little bit more room when they've got some rough edges to them to say, look, the story is not, told on this kid. The story is not set. There's still some more time to develop until he'll be, what he is. YDY says it's not like DK's old, still only 25. My God, what are you doing for a guy going into his year 5? There'll be some older than him drafted this year. He's not even in his prime yet. Great point, man. Great point. David G says the Hawks have been terrible with picks. They got lucky with DK and a few others, but overall not good. I agree it's been a bad overall history over the last 5 or 6 years in drafting, David. I think over the last year, or at least last 2 years, even though they had 3 picks just a year ago, at least over this last draft, it was a really, really good draft. And I do think that there was something that changed in their process over this last draft that brought about that success. But you're not wrong. It's been a little bit of a tough road for them. It does get a little bit easier when you get to pick this high in the draft this many times. It does get a little bit tougher when you have more picks in the later rounds to try to find those diamonds in the rough. Boy, you're going crazy time, huh? Megan says, be as excited for Hendon Hooker aside from the injury and age thing as I was for Charles Cross last year. What say you? I like him a lot too. If Megan, if he wasn't if he didn't have the torn ACL, I would still be all over Hendon Hooker in the second round at that point. I don't think I would take him at 20 in the first round, but certainly in the second round, I would take a look at him with the first, second round pick if he didn't have the torn ACL. So I like him. I like him a lot. I'm not shying away from it at all. And he took steps forward. It shows he can continue to develop. Come on, Kitty, please, for the love of God. Love of God. When she's ready for her attention, it's like you're giving it to me. So yeah, I don't have any. I like him. Third round though for me, Megan. He's too old and the ACL is torn too much for me to be able to go second round on that. That's too much. Can't do the second round. Why do I says, of all the general managers, John Schneider is the one I have the most faith in gaining value through trades. I'm not. Okay, stop. Not on the mic, please. Thank you. She's getting moody. She's getting moody. I have to wrap this up here because she's losing it here. Of all John Schneider, the one faith in trading, I have some faith in that. Why do I? I mean, he's traded back at times and it's not been for the benefit of the team to do so. So, he's added picks in the past and then failed out on those picks. I'm not quite loving John trading back anymore as I once did. Brando says, do you think Ricky Stromberg, Arkansas center, can start for us? I think he'll last to the fourth round. I think it's weird he didn't get a Senior Bowl invite, but it was East-West Shrine Bowl. Love Ricky Stromberg. One of the better centers in this draft, Brando. You're right on the same button as I am on this one, where I've got him in the fourth round. And I think that would be perfectly fine to go and then jump on him at that spot. So he'd be a scheme fit for us. He's not super uber mobile, but he's mobile enough. I think he's going to be able to start from day one, even out of the fourth round. A guy that'll probably rise on a lot of boards as we get closer to the draft. So I love that, man. Mason says, remember how excited we were when DK came out of the scene? He has developed into the player you thought he would be? ? Has he developed into the player you thought he would be? He's obviously a great player either way. I just remember thinking he would be top 3. You thought he would be you thought he'd be a top 3 receiver in the sport? Yeah, he's been everything that yes, he's been everything that I thought he would be, Mason. I mean, so Mason, you thought 31 NFL teams passed on DK, 32 NFL teams essentially passed on him in the first round and then passed on him again the second, and then he was going to be a top 3 wide receiver. I don't know on that one, buddy. I don't know, bro. And your Hendon Hooker will be healthy before the season starts. He may. We'll see on that. Joka, I like DK, but his yards went down because we are using tight ends more in the receiving game, something the Seahawks stopped doing with Russ or rarely did. Maybe on that. I don't know on that one, Joka. I don't know. His yards went down. Man, I struggle on this DK talk. I really struggle with it. I of all the topics that come up in Seahawks fandom, this is the one that is as maybe as much as any that I really struggle with this one. I mean, you talk about just like, so, I mean, appreciate where you're coming from on this, Joka. So last year he had 90 receptions on 141 targets for 1,048 yards and 6 touchdowns. The previous year in 2021 with Russ, he had 75 receptions. So he had 15 less receptions with Russell Wilson, and he had almost 100 less receiving yards the prior year. So when you say, Joka, I like DK, but his yards went down because we were using tight ends more in the receiving game. We weren't using tight ends in the receiving game as much the prior year, right? We weren't. We only had really Disley and Parkinson, but his yards went up this year, Joka, technically speaking. Maybe his touchdowns went down. Maybe we're meaning his touchdowns, but his yards went up this season. Joka, yeah, Hooker's an older player. He's going to be 26 at the start of the year. And I'm not bothered by the older quarterback side of it. Older quarterback plus Ace coming off ACL, I think does provide a little bit of a, what's the most Seattle has ever paid a free agent on a player re-sign? Nwosu at $9.5 million on average. And this free agent class sucks. I don't look for anything but roster filling free agent signings. Yeah. The biggest player probably the biggest free agent signing that they've ever made. I mean, equivalent dollar for dollar as far as yesterday's dollar to today's dollar is probably still Chad Brown. If you took Chad Brown's pay back in 97 and put it to today's dollar as far as equivalency goes, he's probably your highest paid free agent ever. From a Seahawks standpoint in paying free agents in recent years, they obviously haven't done it. They did it when they first walked in the door. Why do I? When they weren't impinged by playing a quarterback $40 million a year or $35 million a year, whatever the hell it was Russell was making when he was here. You were at that point able to then go make big signing deals for Robert Gallery, Sidney Rice, Zach Miller. You were able to be way more active out in the free agent market. All being said, I think you're on the right path here where the bottom line is that they're not going to have the money to go spend on a big money deal. It's just not going to happen with that. I need to get a little bit of water, folks. I'll be right back. Joka says, I trust John with quarterbacks, so I hope he hits. You should trust him on that, man. He's had a good track record with quarterbacks, so. And Utero says, Hooker ran a pro-style offense. A little bit. And had some college machinations to it. But yeah, a little bit. Joker, LJ Collier was a bust for us too. He was. We've had some great big busts in Seahawks history though, so I don't know if he'd crack quite the top 5, but he'd definitely be top 10. But you've got guys on the list like McIntosh that didn't even, we have 2 guys on my list that didn't even play a single down for us. Say what you will about how bad LJ did play, at least he was out on the football field occasionally for you at times versus some of these other guys. Aaron Curry. Oh, draft bust. There we go. I might have to knock one of my guys off for Aaron Curry. That's a great point, Mr. Allo. I had not thought of that, but I think you're right. I think Aaron would crack in there. But so we'll put Brian Bosworth off the list. We'll put Curry up in Bosworth's spot, but they're neck and neck. And both of those 2 guys I would still put over LJ. And I don't think LJ's been a bust, but remember with LJ, you took him in basically the 32nd pick, in the first round, the very last pick of the first round. Almost a second rounder at that point. So it's hard to view him through quite the same lens as some of the other guys, Mason says, do you think it's justifiable for us to take a wide receiver in the first 2 rounds, considering how much 12 personnel we run? Well, I think that if you're taking another wide receiver at that point, Mason, in the first 2 rounds, it's more indicative of the fact that you're committing to run less 12 personnel going forward. You know, I think they looked at the roster this year, and some of what could have been informed by their running so many 3 tight end sets was that's the talent that they had. Colby Parkinson, Noah Fant, Will Disley all played really well for you from the tight end position this year. Meanwhile, your wide receiver position, from guys like Dwayne Askridge to Penny Hart to Cade Johnson, you were kind of lacking there. Aside from Marquise Goodwin coming in for a stretch and really running well for you out of the slot, it was not a position of strength. So if now you have it as a position of strength, do you run more of that type of personnel? Maybe. And I think that if you see them draft a guy there, that would be an indication of that. Especially to consider with this, Mason, that moving forward, you do have 3 tight ends under contract next year, but into 2024, I don't know if we got one more tie. I think Disley's got 1 more year after this season under contract, but Parkinson will be a free agent and Fant will be a free agent at that point. So maybe a good transitional point to go to more 3 wide receiver sets if they want to. I watched this. I was so pumped for Boz too. Laughing Out Loud supplemental draft. He killed it at Oklahoma. Oh, one of the greatest all-time college linebackers that we've ever seen. The man was roided out to the 9s, as we learned, and his body definitely started to fall apart from all that roid, and it felt like a little bit when he got to the pro level. But I excited him too. He's a colorful personality, and he played with a ferocity to his game that you love to see from linebackers especially. But his body just broke down so bloody fast. Why Mitch Trubisky has a better career stats than Daniel Jones. I believe Dan Jones was set up to look bad with the $45 million rumor. Might very well be. I'll tell you, if he ends up landing at $40 million, that ends up being the contract signed, that tells me then his people legitimately did ask for 45, knowing they were going to get 40 as a minimum on the bottom end. And you're right. I don't think Daniel Jones is anything special. Certainly he's not earned that contract. This is a little bit of the problem of the same thing with the Bears with Fields and trying to assess sometimes the value of these quarterbacks who you have given such a poor supporting cast around throughout the course of their very young career. In that you're trying to make assessments now around them working around middling parts and failing spots on the offense, and that gets hard to do. Deadly the cat's hilarious. She's having a night tonight. She's like, stop streaming and pay attention to me. Megan says Hooker's a mid-second to 3rd round from EB. It'd be tough for me to get him with that 2nd round pick, Megan, for me. That's a hard one for me to pull the trigger on. I'm not going to be angry if they did, but Augustus' last 8 years before 22 were terrible, drafting and trading as well. Yeah, it was bad. I'm not going to cover it up. It was bad. Pumpkins in control. Megan, Dad, give me the attention I deserve, or I'll tell the people what I really think and sneeze all over you again many times. She's sneezing, she's attacking me tonight. What the hell? Joka says, when are you going to do more Mariners content? Seasons coming up soon? Joka, I've been very deep in on the football side of this, really, really deep on it. It's going to be hard for me at times to get the balance to be able to create the time to do the Mariner videos. As much as the uploads. I'm going to definitely commit to Joka, minimum trying to get up about 80 games this year. So I'm going to try to live stream a good 80 live streams over the course of the summer and whatnot. That's going to be the goal for me. And so I'm going to try to stick to that, and I'm going to try to do extra content around that. But my main issue right now, I've got a video right now I'm working on an upload on the channel here that I've been working on for the last 4 or 5 days. And I don't know what happens, but when I start to work on like video uploads and stuff, my time just goes. Like I work really slowly, I guess. It seems like other content creators can just spit stuff out where it's just like, boom, here's another one. Boom, here's another one. But with me, I'm like, my mind doesn't work to where like I can just release stuff out that's imperfect, or I don't have quite right where I want it to be. And what all that ends up making it happen is it takes them taking videos extra long to get done. And so right now, the hours in the day are the problem I run up against right now. Joka, where I'm head pops off the pillow, I get to work, I blink my eyes, I'm in bed, same thing. And I just don't know if I'll be able to carve out a lot of extra time for the uploads quite at the moment for the Mariner stuff, but I'm gonna try. And I'm definitely going to be doing the live streams on that side of it for sure. Just those uploads take, we do like a 5-hour live stream right now. It's like my upload for the next video I'm going to do, which is going to be on the minefield of quarterbacks the Seahawks avoided last offseason. I think it ended up taking me like a week from shaping it to the script, to the doing it, to getting the cut-ups, to getting the film, to getting the dit. It's like versus a 5-hour live stream. And the Mariners thing's kind of the same way. I don't know. I wish I could get more efficient with my ability to get the videos out. It's tough. Mason, what I will say about Richardson is that the Willis comparisons are lazy. Not only did he run a more pro-style offense, but he's also way more willing to stay in the pocket. Yeah, I don't see any Malik Willis in Anthony Richardson's game. Two very different quarterbacks. Very, very different quarterbacks. BWagz says DK has exceeded what I thought, and I was excited when we got him. I feel the same way. I thought it was a tremendous addition in what he brought to the stage. I thought he should have been a top 15 pick. I don't know if I ever saw the Calvin Johnson-like comparisons where the guy was going to get to be a top 3 wide receiver, but I was higher on DK even after the first year than I was when we drafted him at the moment. And I still think he could end up becoming one of the better wide receivers in the sport for a couple of years span as he goes into his prime. But he's also been very good up until this point as well. And, those stats about him, there's been 8 other wide receivers in NFL history that have had more yards receiving than DK before the age of 25. And DK just turned 25 2 months ago. There's been only 6. This many receivers in NFL history. This many right here that have more touchdowns receiving before the age of 25 than DK Metcalf. And he just turned 25 2 months ago. The guy's great. He's still on his way. He's still not even a finished product. I very well could be in the midst of watching a bit of a Hall of Fame career here when this is all said and done, which will maybe make sense more to those folks who wondering why I'm a little bit like, wait, why are we having this discussion like this? Because there's not too many Hall of Fame players that you go through in their career that you have, I think, fans with so much inner turmoil over what his value is and how valuable is he? I mean, what does he really provide? I mean, what is he really giving us? That's been, I guess, the confounding part for me, and maybe the point of a little bit of frustration where I go, guys, we got like a Hall of Fame talent here, and we're sort of nitpicking away on this when there's so many other parts of this team that aren't working, that aren't right, that aren't going in the true direction they need to be going. Jack says Hooker turned 25 last month, apparently. Okay. So he's not going to be 27. He'll be 25 to start the year. Megan says, okay, B12's in Pumpkin. I'm heading out. Not sure I'll be around for much of the next month as it's coming up on the 6th anniversary of my dad's death. So I'm about not sure how I'll be feeling. Well, no worries on that, Megan. I'm here. We'll be here if you're feeling it. And if not, I understand as well. Thank you for all your donations tonight and for keeping the chat active and vibrant as you ever do on that. So appreciate you on that side of it. I hope you're holed up okay on your end. Anthony Grogan, do you think the Seattle will pick Anderson, Jalen Carter with the 5th pick and then go quarterback with 20th? Will Hawks keep Rashad Penny to come back? K9, do you think Bobby wants to come back to Seattle? Let's go backwards to front on that, Anthony. And Megan, thank you again for all the donations tonight. I do hope you hang in there over there, my lady from Danenda. And hang in there. Stay strong. Anthony, I'll give you an answers here back to front. Bobby wants to come back to Seattle. I'm sure. Yes, I think Bobby does want to come back to Seattle. I don't think he wants to go to his 3rd NFL team in 3 years. Say nothing of then not knowing where he's going to be the year after that. What if they release me like the Rams just released me? So yeah, I think he'd be definitely open to coming back to Seattle. Will the Hawks keep Rashad Penny? I think it's a little bit of an uncertainty. I think the injury opens more of the door for him coming back rather than if he had gone out and ran for 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns, where a team might now be willing to pay him. And I think he's going to be more on a prove-it deal. And if he's going to be on a prove-it deal, is he then not probably likely to just maybe come back to Seattle on that prove-it deal? I think so. Veteran minimum, maybe $1 million past a veteran minimum. That feels like about the right going rate for Rashad at this point. So I think there makes a lot of sense in both of these 2 first players, a lot of sense for both of them to end up back with Seattle. I do think we're going to get one Anthony of Jalen Carter and Anderson. I think it's driven by the fact that 3 quarterbacks are going to go in the first 4 picks. And if that happens, then it's absolutely a mathematical certainty that you're going to get one of Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. And I'm happy with either one at that point. Mason, I was trying to say after DK's first season, I thought he would eventually become a top 3 wide receiver. I am by no means a DK hater. I was just reminiscing on our expectations for him. Wasn't trying to hate. No, I don't think you were either, Mason. And I'm not, it's all good, man, with that. And like I was saying too, we're in agreement here. I thought the same thing. My top end for DK and my viewing of him top end wise increased much higher after that first season. Sets the rookie record in the playoffs with most receiving yards for a rookie, coming off that year with Russ right out the gate. I could see where your mind went with that. And I'm not so certain that he doesn't eventually get to that top 3 state when it's all said and done. Maybe he's 26, 27, 28, where he's a top 3 wide receiver in the sport and then drifts back down to a 1,000-yard receiver for 4 years and then his career's done, and something like that. I think he'd be still pretty close to Hall of Fame receiver at that point, if not a guaranteed Hall of Fame receiver at that point. But no, I don't think you're a DK hater at that point, Mason, with it. And it's not the conversation with you on this. It's more of just, as I say with it, he's such a great aspect to this team and what he provides. And he came in last year and he took a $23 million deal a season when his buddy, A.J. Brown took a $25 million deal with the Eagles. I don't think he took every last bit of money that he could have taken in that deal. I just love what DK provides. And I think when I look at this team, when I look at it really hardly on this team, I go, I don't have a lot of guys on this team that I can love in what they're providing. We've got a lot of holes here that need to be filled in. A lot of stuff that needs to be addressed. Middle linebackers and defensive linemen, and what the hell are we going to do with our safety position in the future with all the money we're dumping into it? And can we ever find an interior center? And how about a right guard while we're at it? Maybe a third wide receiver. How about a backup? So it's more of that. It just becomes a priority thing, I think, for me. And I look at it and I go, boy, just DK at the end of the day is nowhere near anything that's a trouble or issue or thing, but he still may get there, Mason. And so we are in a lot of respects in agreement on this more than anything else. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, I think you might be talking about DK's yards per reception, which have gone down the last 2 years since they changed to the Rams' offensive scheme. Oh. Yes. So I guess that's right to a degree, though. It's the big year that he has in 2020 comes up with that year where they're throwing the ball at an insane rate at the start of the year, which definitely souped up the numbers. Not to mention that the COVID year for offenses allowed everybody to be souped up. I've been doing some research on the offensive numbers during that year, and they were just kind of all funny numbers, silly numbers. But yeah, that certainly has come down. But even if he's meaning it by that realm of it, then Greg, my just pushback on that would be that, yeah, when you're going from a power running team that's looking to take deep shots down the field and you're transitioning now to a purified kind of West Coast offense, you're going to then expect all of those receivers' yards per catch when going from one of those offenses to the other to go down substantially. And so, I would probably say that that's definitely something that you would anticipate, but then you would anticipate with that as well that the catches go up. So that, yeah, your yards per pair, but the overall number of, targets and pure catches do go up in tandem with that. So, and there's a little bit to be said that maybe some of the tight end usage this year pulled a little bit back from DK on that. But I think it's complicated too with that, where it's a variety of things, where it's the double teams, it's the balanced offense, maybe a little bit of the tight ends, having Tyler over there on the other side. And when you're getting double teams to DK, you're probably getting single team offerings over there with Tyler on the other side, which is going to draw the quarterback to throw over there. But some of that to me then on that process doesn't mean that DK isn't getting open or isn't doing his job as a receiver. Some of that is just then, okay, the natural progression of the offense is driving me to not go that direction, as you would not tend to want quarterbacks to throw into double coverage, for instance. That's not a pedigree for success more often than not. Why do I still want to see Tyreek Smith, what he does healthy in 2023? Kept hearing from everyone who was at camp he was the most explosive edge there. He is the reason I think one edge will be drafted. I certainly think they wanted to stash him this year. Why do I? And that I don't know if he had necessarily an injury that was going to keep him out all year, or they thought at training camp they liked their edge situation enough to where they could stash him in the way that they did. But I do think they stashed him. And when I did the research on that guy coming out of college, the thing that stood out to me about when you read the reports out of Ohio State and looking at Tyreek Smith is that they kept saying, this is the next guy. This is what they were thinking there at that college. You had your Nick Bosa's and your Chase Youngs, and now he was going to be the next of those next great edge guys, the Joey Bosa's, right? And just never quite fully turned it on there. But that told me that there was the physical potential in that guy to get excited for. And when you did look at his pressure rate in his final year of college, that stands out. You know, he had one of the best pressure rates of anybody out there in that respect. Maybe not the sack numbers to back it up, but from a pure pressure rate standpoint, Tyreek was on it in his final year of college. And so I'm excited for him too. I think you're right to be excited for him. Ryan Ball says, I wouldn't replace DK with anyone. I'd rather have 2 DKs and 1 Tyler Lockett. If we don't overpay a quarterback, we could have 3 great receivers. There we go, man. I'm with it. Jack Malik McDowell, no doubt, it's got to be an all-time bust, man. He's got to be on that all-time top 5. Joka, DK could go for way more than 1,000 yards. Honestly, he should be in the 1,300 yards territory. He could. I think some of it depends on the offense you're running. If you're a high-volume passing attack, if that's going to be the best requirement to provide you the most productivity for your offense. It's not always the most it's always not the most productive for an offense to just be leaning in to try to feature a guy too much, to the point where we got to feed this guy, we got to feed this guy, and you end up going, we got to feed this guy at the expense of leaving our offensive foundations. And I think that that's a little bit of a problem area at times in going that direction of things. If DK gives us everything of what he gave last year moving into the future, and that's all we're getting out of him for what we're paying him, I'm okay with that. I might be alone on that boat, but I'm okay with it. Is he got more potential there still? Yeah, I think he does. But Spaces, what about the dude that blew his hand off? You mean Jason Pierre-Paul? He went on to have still a good career even after blowing his hand off. Nagasa says, why Curry was a perfect pick. 4th for a coach is not bad. Because you're saying it got Mora fired and then Carroll hired? Okay, I see what you're doing there. I watched Meyer, Malik, Curry, Stauffer, McGuire, LJ Boz. Those are all good names, man. Hard to argue with any of those. Meyer at least had the 1 year, and he did give us back that first-round pick once we traded him. Why do I says playoff DK? That's what Seattle's trying to unleash. He's the next level in the playoffs, isn't he? DK's got some legit playoff stats. Jack says Rick Meyer was a bust, but at least we did salvage that pick. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we stole that first from Chicago. It's like a top 10 pick, right, Jack? Top 11 pick. And Meyer did win Rookie of the Year. He did look good that first year. I mean, if you have a bust, you can't have it. It's hard to have a Rookie of the Year guy, right? If it's a bust. I'm eventually going to do a skit on Dan McGuire too. I've got a whole skit written out between Chuck Knox and Ken Behring have a conversation about Rick Meyer, and Knox wants Brett Favre, and Ken Behring wants Dan McGuire, and they have a verbal tete-a-tete in Behring's office. In Utero, you do awesome thumbnails, Brandon. Thank you, man. I try to put a little bit into them a little bit. Whitey Wise says Meyer was one of the most accurate short passers in the NFL history. It all went to hell when he had to try to throw more than 10 yards downfield. Truth. It's part of why he got some of those comparisons to Montana, right? When he was initially coming out. But yeah, he couldn't push it. Couldn't he not throw to his left or something too? That was his other problem. He could throw to his right like nobody's business, but if he had to throw to his left, it was I can't throw left. Mason, not trying to be shocking when I say this, but I could really see a world where AR-15 goes number 1 overall, especially after Combine and Pro Day. All it takes is one team. Realistically, I think he could go in the top 5. Quarterback position, this is a little bit of what is moving the Will Levis situation, isn't it? Where the Will Levis situation gets talked about, and it's a lot about, well, people go, well, his tape doesn't match this. Why are people feeling this good about him? Why should he be going in this spot? And the same thing could be applied with Anthony Richardson and going in the top 10. And the answer is because from NFL's standpoint, it's not about what you've been, it's about where we think you're going. And as I say with Anthony Richardson, I believe that he is probably the most purely talented quarterback in this entire class, but he's also very far away from reaching his top end. But for an NFL team, it doesn't come around necessarily, is he far away from reaching his top end? Really, the bottom line question comes down to, is he talent worthwhile for us to pick at that spot? And as you say, he goes through the combine. He goes out there and runs a 4.40. There's things that he can do at that point in some of this process to really drive his value up, and especially in a wild draft like this. It's very possible, man. Joe Biden's make a way. Should we get Bobby and Deron Payne, then we have to go all in. You don't make those moves and be all right with 8 to 9 wins. Oh, I agree with you there, man. You better be going all in if you're going with those two guys. I will say, if you're if you're paying those two guys, you're probably not going with Geno Smith, but as between Bobby and Duran alone, that's minimum going to be a $20 million investment next year, if not more beyond that. And right now, I don't even know if you have, you might have like 21 million of actual functional cap space right now as it stands. So they'd be in that role if they went that route. I watched this guy, Chris Spencer. Well, he played for a while. He was in the league for a bit. Hard to give those guys bust attributes. Brock Heward definitely didn't have a great long career, but that's a second. I can go there. Richardson got paid on a second contract. Can't call a guy a bust if he gets paid on a second contract. But C. Mike, Lawrence Jackson, those are all good ones. Kelly Jennings, he was rough. That was a rough one there. Thanks, Megan. Let me know. No worries. Joka, Tyler Lockett will always be underrated wide receiver just because everyone focuses on DK even before just how fast he was before his injury. Agreed. I love Tyler too, Joka. I mean, from my standpoint, I think he is the number 2 wide receiver in Seahawks history at this point. Even if he's not quite caught Brian Blades from a statistical standpoint, I think he is that guy at this point. And Uteros is speaking of Jordan, it's amazing how many franchises' greatest teams of all time would have won a championship against any other team, but they ran into Jordan. Agreed. Shoot, you got certainly the Knicks could probably say that. The Phoenix Suns could say that. We could probably say that. Sonics. Yeah. Yeah, you're not kidding on that. Very true. I never thought of that, but that's very true. Blazers, there's another one. Yeah. I never thought of it like that, but that's very true. Joe Biden, you not a big Jordan guy? He had a Hall of Famer, but he also organically still did it from within, right? Like, didn't bring Scotty in. And eventually got Rodman in there, but Captain Rex. Woo! What's up, Captain Rex? I love our Sonic teams. That Kemp, Peyton, Nate, Sleepy Sam, Detlef, Hersey Hawkins. Those are fun teams, man. I love watching Sonic basketball back in the day. They just run up and down the court, getting their hands in the defensive lanes, getting out in front, running the break. Beautiful brand of basketball. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best brand of playoff basketball. What the smell? How about we sign BWagz for a one-day contract? That's it. Well, what's the smell? He played great last year. Why wouldn't he think that he can still play? He's the best rated PFF linebacker in the entire NFL. And Utero says every NBA championship team has 2 Hall of Famers. That's a great point. But the smell is super awesome, like chat, or just chat. Don't know what you mean on that with the smell. Sorry, man. Anthony, thanks for the answer to my questions. And how active do you think Seattle will be in free agency? Any big signings you can see happening? I kind of don't at this point, Anthony. Since the season end has ended, you've paid now $5 million on average per year for a kicker. You have a 1-year, $4 million deal for Phil Haynes, which means it's not a multi-year deal, which means that's $4 more million off your cap purified. You've also signed Nick Bellore to a $3.5 million on average year per deal now. And now we're going to probably expect to see Geno Smith signed to somewhere between $32.5 and $35 million. So that's pretty much going to use up what cap we would have had to make to go out there and try to make a move, make a deal. So I think we'll be pretty conservative when it comes to free agency. Why do I says of all of our starters or likely starters, only 3-ish were drafted round 3 or later? Russ, Dak, and Cousins. We have enough needs this year. I would rather have Locke as a backup than using a third on a quarterback. I think there might have been some words missing there on that one. Why do I? Jack, Meyer could only throw to one side of the field, B. That's what I remembered it as, right? He was the Zoolander of quarterbacks. Remember that movie, folks? Where Zoolander couldn't turn left? Meyer couldn't throw left. I only go left. I can only go left. In utero, Ken Behring was obsessed with Dan McGuire. That's how I'm going to run the skit. The whole skit's going to be, it starts out with, I've got it written out. So I think I'm going to just do it eventually with I was thinking of acting it out, but I'm just going to probably just do it with a different method. But the whole skit will begin with Chuck Knox looking at it with another coach. He's watching tape of this kid from Mississippi just throwing BBs all over the football field. And he's just ooh, oh, ah, And then he gets called into Ken Behring's office, and Behring's like, you like baseball, And Behring's whole fascination with Dan McGuire is because he's really a baseball fan and he doesn't even really like football, but he just couldn't afford a baseball team. So why don't we get Mark McGuire's brother? He hits balls really far. That guy's probably gonna be a good quarterback. Then the conversation just devolves from there. I'm going to do it at some point. Mythical Pigeon, how you doing? Says, we should draft a quarterback at 5. We haven't had a top 5 pick since 2009, and it would be too risky not to kicking the can down the road to next year, and we have a worse first-round pick. I've definitely heard this mentioned a couple times. You're not alone on this one. I've definitely has been presented a bunch on my stream and by the chat. And I do find myself understanding this thought process, quite frankly. I'm never a guy that likes to be driven to just pick to a player and say, we've got to take a player there. It has to be done. There does have to be a guy that's worthy of being selected at that point from my standpoint, rather than just blindly saying it must happen. But I cannot argue with the logic and reason of saying you don't often get to pick up this high. You don't often get up to pick this high with a quarterback worthy of a selection at that spot where you will be picking. My one part on this mythical that I'll say is that if I get my opportunity to pick one of the two purely best players in this draft, and I do believe that Will Anderson and Jalen Carter are two of the best pure players in this draft, that does supersede it for me at that point. But if those guys are off the board, mythical, just taking the best QB at the board at that point at number 5, whoever that may be for the Seahawks and where they stand, I'm certainly in favor of it and going that route. Mason says, would you pull the trigger on a trade for Josh Allen, the edge rusher, sending a number 51 in 2024 third and Darrell Taylor to Jacksonville? If not, what's a better package? I'm not all that interested in Josh Allen. So I guess I don't get the fascination with Josh Allen. I mean, 82-9, he's a good overall player, 6 sacks last year, 36 tackles. I mean, at least as far as a pass rusher goes, Darrell Taylor had him beat as a pass rusher. But in your proverbial scenario there, not only am I giving up my first, second round pick there, Mason, I've got to give up a future third, and I give up Darrell Taylor to go take on Josh Allen, who I now have to pay. Because that's the thing with Josh is you're paying him money in addition to trading for him at that point, Mason. That deal doesn't make a terrible amount of sense to me. I wouldn't really want to trade for Josh Allen. I don't understand the thought process of doing that, Mason. He's not that good of a player. He's solid. But if I'm making that kind of trade and that kind of swing, I want an impactful player I'm bringing in because I got to pay the guy next. That's the part about this with bringing him in is he's due to be paid. He's not been paid by the Jaguars. He wants to be paid. He was drafted in 2019. He wants his money. Guy just had 6 sacks last year. I'm not at a spot where I feel solid enough to do that with him. I don't think he's had a good enough of a pass rush repertoire or past pedigree, whatever word I'm trying to look for here, to necessitate that. I would much rather, Mason, in my opinion, you move Darrell Taylor for a 3rd round pick at that point. And if you're really dead set on getting another edge, go for a really true better edge at that point. Go for somebody that's really going to be a difference maker rather than just a marginal improvement. And then when you trade for Josh Allen, what are you doing with Boye Mafe and Nwosu? I don't know. I mean, if you're doing, I guess, some other moves, those other moves come in tandem with that where you bring them in and now they move on a trade to somewhere else and you kind of move parts and pieces around and accumulate value here. Maybe it makes sense on that, but there'd have to be some other moves coming in tandem with the Mason. And I don't think Allen's so good that he's worth Darrell Taylor plus 2 3rd round picks. Whitey Wise says 100% Brando. If things are going right, DK will never be a 1,400-yard guy because we will have enough weapons to spread the ball around. Yeah, I'm a big guy of just attack the weakness of the defense. If I'm a quarterback walking up to the line of scrimmage and I see a safety that's routing over to DK and showing early indications of a double team, and that's what defenses do. So if you want to look for this, folks, get on your NFL.com, go to your subscription status, go look at the all-22 tape, go look at the sideline angle, and watch pre-play what happens. Geno Smith comes up the line of scrimmage and you're watching that free safety moving ever so slowly over to DK's side. And then post-snap, he takes an additional 3 to 4 steps to that side, which is highly unusual. A lot of times you see the free safeties dropping into a single high look, or they'll drop into a cover 2 look. But with them, you'll see them take the direct path to go over and hedge it off and really clamp down on DK really early post-snap. But yeah, shouldn't be 1,400 yards in this offense. We're not the 49ers of 1990 with Jerry Rice. We're not trying to be like the Buffalo Bills in 2022. We have no running game, so they got to throw it 50 times. We want balance. We want to have a running game that works. We want to, work the clock. We want to have a quarterback that's going to be a distributor. And the thing you're not doing as a quarterback, if your role is to be a distributor point guard type, is if you're forcing it to a guy, you're not really distributing. You're not just reading the field and just where's the defense leaving openings and holes that I can attack. And if I've got an outside guy that's taking the double teams, there's other holes on the field for me to attack rather than forcing it into that other player. There's some out there that will say, well, if he's so good, if he's truly a number one, he should be able to beat the double teams. I kind of don't think that that's just the smartest way to go about driving an offense. Is it smart to drive and throw into double teams? Or instead, there's got to be a place now open somewhere else on the field. There's got to be some place now that's easier for me to attack with less risk of throwing into a sea of hands like I would have to do if I'm talking about throwing into double coverage. Stream stalled? Oh no. Hopefully it's back up. Roxanne Roll with a $5 donation. I hope the stream didn't die on me. Says the first Seahawks legitimate first round bust was running back Owen Gill, 1985. Roxanne is going back on that one. And thank you for the $5 dono, Roxanne. I don't even remember Owen Gill. So I was 8 at that time. So not quite there at the spot where I was coming into the consciousness of really understanding all the guys. But Owen Gill was 85. He was a first round bust. So we went 83. Boy, Roxanne, Chuck Knox loved himself as running backs because you go 83 for the top 5 for Kurt Warner. And then you come back in 85 with a first round running back in addition at that point. And obviously Warner had torn his knee up. So you knew you didn't have your same kind of prime Warner at that point. But that's a lot. That shows you how valuable Roxanne, the running back position, was back in the 80s. That they went back after making a top 5 first round pick for a running back 2 years later in 85, they're right back. And that was probably a pretty high first round pick. He didn't even run for us, did he? It's hiccuping. Stream stalled. Hopefully the stream's okay. Looks like it's all right. Jack Bloor's cap hit is $2.6 million. Yeah, cap hit's $2.6 million, but it's $3.5 million on average per year. Whitey Wise says people around Alabama saying Bryce is only 5'10 and a half and will weigh at 185. If so, that would be the smallest quarterback ever to make the NFL since the combine started. That is 0 percentile size. No. Well, you can see why that's my nightmare scenario where we're picking at 5 and he's sitting there staring us in the face. And you're going, dear God, no. Don't do it, Seahawks. Don't do it, Seahawks. He's tiny, dude. He's small. And that's what, if you look at him in tape, he looks 5'10". He don't look 6 foot. He looks 5'10". And those college programs will lie their ass off about players' height. Lie their ass off about players' height. They do it all the time. And it doesn't ever tend to be where they go too low. It's always a little too high. So yeah, 6 footish. I wonder if he'll even get to 5'10 and a half personally. I think it'll be like, but even 5'10 and a half, smaller. DJ Jimenez, hey Brandon, it's third down and long and you need a critical first down. Who are you going to throw to? Bobby Ingram, Tyler Lockett, or Doug Baldwin? Holy hell. It's a critical third down and long. So, okay, DJ Jimenez, if it was third down and short, I would have gone with I would have got him with Bobby Ingram if we're third and short. With third and long, I'm going to have to go with Lockett or Baldwin to press up the field and be able to now get a little bit opened up further down the field. Third and long also means that there's going to be pressure on my quarterback. Less time to throw, less time to be accurate. He's just going to have to throw to a spot and hope his guy can get there at that point, kind of tossing it blind. I'll go Doug Baldwin for that. I'll go Doug Baldwin. But it's close between Tyler and him on that kind of choice. Jeffrey Nicholson says Bryce Young will be in concussion protocol week 1. I could see it. He is tiny. He's small. No, in our advance, I do not get the Bryce Young hype either, man. I don't. Does not make sense to me. That the NFL teams that look past this at this point, this deep in the process, is very surprising to me. And I hear a lot of pundits talking and really excusing it and glossing over the size thing and like, size didn't show up at Alabama. Well, not being able to see over the top of the people didn't affect him at Alabama. And it's like, okay. Some of the narrative with Bryce Young has been pretty incredible to listen to, where it's like, he didn't have the supporting cast they've had in prior years this year there, you know. It's like, well, how come is every time I watch any sort of film on him, it's like play after play, sitting back there with 9 seconds in the pocket to throw the ball? Like, why is that every time that way if he's got no supporting cast? DJ Christian Fourier, I don't know if he's a bust. He was okay. Joka, what are your thoughts on the new middle linebacker rules? Games went from 4 hours to 2 hours now in most games. I love it. Right now, the baseball needs to do some things to step forward to get the younger audience into tow, and they need to be willing to change rules and do things that are going to be more dynamic for audiences. Baseball is a game that really leans on its history, and it's the games played the same way and all that stuff. But I think that football has shown you that in certain realms you need to be a little more proactive in the modern age in how you have your sport legislated to make sure you're putting your best product out on the football, or on this case, in the baseball field. And when you look at these games, you know, this all started back when I was young. It was Nomar Garciaparra that started all this whole situation where you have these batters taking 13 years in the batter's box to get set, where they redo their gloves and they redo their arm and they redo their jersey and they redo, and they're going through basically a Tourette syndrome every time they want to step into the batter's box. And so this now is longer and longer periods of games, things taking longer, and then the coaches with their specialist stuff, and I'm going to bring one guy out for a lefty and one guy out for a righty, and you know, and then the way that the shift has really made it hard for these guys to now be able to get hits, and that, you know, it's one thing to say a guy should be able to go the other way, but I played baseball for many years, you know, and I was a left-handed guy. If I had a guy throwing inside heat right on the black that was moving at a 4-inch plane, that's pretty hard to inside out that ball and send it out to left field through a switch, through a in that kind of way of things. So it's going to be really good for the sport. These additions are. The quicker games are going to be better for the sport. You're going to see more scoring this year, Joka. Game times will probably go down in addition to that. This is going to bring people back over to the game of baseball, and it's a beautiful game. It's a wonderful game. It's gotten lost a little bit in its languidness and its dustiness, you know. It's that old book that's still a great old book that you can go read up in the library, but it's got a lot of dust on it. We got to blow it off, right? Get it back to right again. In Utero says, laughing my ass off, Brandon. I can't wait to watch your McGuire sketch. Oh, it's coming, man. I think I'm going to just do it like, I've got this bit that I'm doing this next video I'm dropping between John Schneider and Mark Rogers having a conversation. And I think I'm going to try to do the same thing where I just sort of pseudo animate it almost, you know, where I just have the guys individually in the same space and then just kind of moving their mouth with a script. I think that could work. DJ says, I'm not comfortable taking a quarterback this high at 5. Franchise shows we are 0 for 2 drafting a quarterback, Meyer and McGuire in the first round. I'll tell you what gives me some confidence on this, DJ, is I think that Schneider has a pretty good eye for quarterback talent. This was a guy that was in the Packers facility when they took Rodgers, when they still had Favre. This is a guy that did take originally Russell Wilson. This was a guy that was at the pro day of Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. He's got a pretty good track record recently in looking at quarterbacks. And if he ends up taking a guy at number 5, I'm going to trust in the fact that he saw what he needed to see, which was the same type of stuff he saw in those other guys, which will give me a lot more confidence. When it comes, like I was saying, to Dan McGuire, that's a move that was made because the owner came in and said, make this move, not because the personnel staff came in and made that move. And in regards to Meyer, you literally had Bill Walsh signing off on Meyer as the new iteration of Joe Montana. I mean, that was coming from the horse's mouth himself. Meyer, being a former Golden Domer like Joe Montana, also had been That was one that was a lot of NFL teams would have missed out on and would have whiffed on. But I think DJ John's got a much better track record in this respect of recent times of doing well in that respect. Greg Kemp says, when talking about DK's numbers, I never see people bring up that Pete in his entire head coaching career has only had 2 wide receivers get to 1,300 yards and went to coach for Hawks, whose franchise record was only 1,200 yards. Well said, man. It's part of my point on this too with it is it's DK can't control his targets or the number of attempts they're going to have throwing the football at times. He can only do with what's being, given to him. And I think especially, as I said, when you're a quarterback that's told pre-snap to make your reads and you're feeling in your pre-snap reads the safety drifting over to one receiver on one side of the field, that's going to take you to your other reads naturally. That's how you're trained. That's how you're taught. And if you're going to talk about a quarterback going against his progression and what he's trained to do on that tends to be a road to failure and ruin more than one of success. And so, yeah, I agree. It's a part that's got to factor in on that. Jeffrey Nicholson, LJ Collier is now a street free agent. Street free agent. Show me the Mortys. What do you think of our odds are getting Daron Payne? Are the Commanders the favorite to get him? So he's currently on the Commanders right now. Show me the Mortys. He's on their roster right now. Does he remain, I guess, is what you're asking with them? I think they probably trade him because they're in a little bit of a cap strap space as things. And so they'll probably try to get a first round pick for him or at least a second. So I don't think he ends up with the Commanders. What do I think the odds of us getting him? I think that they're kind of smaller today than they were a month ago. Show me the Mortys. You spent this money on these 4 guys that you've signed. None of those deals are killers in themselves, but the total of those deals basically take away to me a Daron Payne contract, especially if Geno Smith is signed to a contract extension. So, yeah, unfortunately, I think that's a little bit less likely at this point, in my opinion. Jack Owen McGill, a little before my time on that one too. And yeah, I agree he does it. Kurt Warner could have been an all-time great, man. That stupid artificial turf. That damn turf. Why do I? It says, you people are bringing me back memories of dark times with this Doc and McGuire and Myers and such. Tez was the only bright spot there for years. The fact that he won defensive player on a 2-year team, 2-win team is not talked about enough. Agreed, man. Agreed. Those are some dark times. Mason, I feel like the outcome of the Super Bowl has a big influence on the league's team building strategies the following off season. What are some philosophy strategies you could see becoming popularized? I think defensive line rotational depth will be held into higher esteem, Mason. I think going back to more of a team-centric nature of things is going to be held up in more higher esteem as teams can kind of more manufacture offense by taking more of some of the college elements. And we've seen the spread formations really proliferating in the league, but we haven't gotten a full-on air raid yet in the NFL. Maybe it'll be hard for that to bring that offense on because a lot of the air raid setup is built upon the wider hash marks that you get at the college level. But I would say that it's just going to go more back in towards the spread stuff, and it's going to be more about just get the ball into playmakers' hands and let them work. Receivers becoming more like running backs becoming more like receivers. Those are the main places that I see as far as changes. I don't have a feel yet defensively of where it's going quite. I watch as Young's going to fall out of the top 10. It's possible. Jose says, does Roxanne have to wait for the red light? Roxanne says, Jose Rodriguez, I wait for no signal for nor anyone. In utero, Belichick will actually build as much of his roster as he can to accommodate what he'll need versus certain teams on the upcoming schedule and within division, of course. That's true, man. He tends to be up ahead on that stuff. Joka, I don't like the Major League Commissioner felt like the whole TV blackout thing is crazy to have multiple TV networks having certain teams to broadcast games to certain regions. I agree. They're silly with that stuff too, Joka. Yeah. That stuff's dumb. Basically, one point I often see people make when defending Bryce Young is if he was 6'3", he would be a generational prospect. Well, he ain't. Not trying to be rude, but what ifs don't win arguments. No, they don't. And it's, you deal with the reality of what he is, not what he could be. He ain't growing 4 inches, 5 inches. That'd be a legit 5-inch growth for him. And he ain't growing that 5 inches. And, it's what they also said a little bit about Russell Wilson too at the time, Mason. But, the difference with Russell Wilson was that Wilson could go out there and be 215, 220 and give you that thicker build that has maybe a little bit of a slight more better potential there to hold up. I think Wilson was also uniquely tough in his ability to sustain through injury and still just the headstrong nature that he has to keep himself out on the football field. But you got a guy slight a build like Bryce Young is. That's not the same kind of thing of if he was 6'3". It's like, well, if he was 6'3", he'd be 200 pounds then instead of 185. He's a slightly built, thin dude, wiry dude by nature. It's going to be hard for him, I think, to just simply add weight and hope that that's going to be the solution for him, because now he's going to slow down a little bit. That's the part people don't talk about with him now, adding up those extra 15 pounds that he's going to need to add to try to get to 200 pounds, is now he's already at 185 pounds. He's probably like a 4'7" guy. Now he becomes what? A 4'8" guy? 4'8", guy if you put on another 15 pounds on him? I mean, maybe that's a little extreme, but Whitey says the Major League pitch clock is long overdue. Some will complain, but just like the 3-point line, the 24-second instant replay, and the DH, people will come to like it. People will come to like it. And the purists can squawk all they want, but the sport's going to die if they don't make adjustments. That's the bottom line here. Baseball is a sport driven by the old heads that watch it, not by the young crew that's liking it. And the sport, somebody else was just mentioning above about Joka was mentioning about the way that the sport advertises itself and makes itself available out there to the audience and how hard that is. I mean, last year I went through a bunch of rigmarole just to get to the subscription status of the thing. It was ridiculous. And the fact that they've not taken steps forward in this league as it's kind of floundered here over the last few years is silly as well. And I think they've done things like trying to mess with the stitching on the baseballs and all this, but this stuff is way better to go with. The doing the pitch clock, the lack of being able to have these managers be able to change pitchers on every other pitch type stuff, that everything they've gone through with this, I've been in favor of all these rules. All of it to me has been good additions, and it's going to help make the game funner to watch. That's the bottom line. Will it make it a better product? Yes. Yes. Joke, I wonder who the starting quarterback for Arizona will be with Kyler out. Colt McCoy, man. They signed him to a 2-year deal last year. He is the dude. He is that dude. Mason Peterson, do you think Geno's star play this season draws in good wide receiver 3, 2 free agents, or are we going to re-sign Goodwin and run it back? Or run it, I think he said run it boss, but I think he meant run it back. I think the latter of your suggestions there, Mason. I don't think you've got enough money to go out there and get some Odell Beckham type 3 guy. No. I think you're going to go back to Goodwin, and you're going to hope with Goodwin, Derek Young, and maybe the outside possibility that Eskridge somehow develops, and you're going to hope the combination of that improves and work on other areas of the team. I would think that's probably more of the likelihood. Greedy does it. We made out with Tez at 3. I believe Jeff George and Blair Thomas were the 2 guys drafted before him. That sounds right. I think that was at a period of time where the Jets were drafting heavy running backs in the first round a lot at that time. If Seattle re-signs Geno, they will not be sparing his feelings when deciding if they want a quarterback at 5. Drafting CJ and then next year or in camp, trading Geno is a solid way to go. So many ways to go. So many ways. And I hadn't thought about that, but that is a way you could go, right? Yeah, you get Geno going, okay, if we need to have our quarterback sit for 2 years, he's here. But if we get to year 2 and CJ is ready to go, then you move Geno, especially coming off 2 back-to-back years of solid production at that point. I like where your head's at with that. Why do I? Jack says put Young in high heels. Give him some of those Tom Cruise heels, man. You know, they say about Tom Cruise, every role he's wearing like heels in every performance, you know, or he is standing on a box or making his people sit in a hole or something, making the other actors stand in a hole. No, in our advance, B, I heard you say earlier that you would 100% take Robinson at 20. I only watched highlights. Yes. My opinion on B.J. Robinson is I believe knowing our advance that he is the best running back prospect to come out since Saquon Barkley. And I think he's even better than that. I think he has a lot of similarities to LaDainian Tomlinson. I also think that he can do some unique things from the running back position where he can actually go out there and play wide out as a as a slot receiver. And you saw times when they had Rashad Penny early in the year, there were times that we put out in a few moments there with Kenneth Walker out there as sort of that slot wide receiver, and then bring them back on the fly sweeps or have them out there as the bubble option guys at that point. But I think it's not just a matter of if you took Bijan Robinson, it's only that he's only going to be a running back only for you. And I'd offer you that even if you just took him for that, with as bad as the running back room has been depleted in recent years by injury, you need to build in some insurance. And as I said, talented insurance at that, which Bijan would give you. But then he would give you a little of a 2-for-1 at that point, because he would be able to give you some snaps, I think, out at the slot. And we need more in this offense, the guy that can run that fly sweep stuff. I was asked earlier in this stream about Jackson Smith and Jigba and his ability to run the fly sweep and be basically a runner with the ball in his hands. And I just don't think he has that same kind of stoutness you're going to look for, that you get a little bit with like a Cooper Kupp guy that's 6 foot, 215, or Deebo Samuel at 6 foot, probably right around 220, 225. That's more of the type of guy in this offense I think you need, that could be almost a running back type, that can fight through tacklers, that can kind of push the pile forward from a fly sweep formation. Bijan could give you that. So I think a very highly talented player, one of the best backs to come out in years now, a guy that can play some wide receiver snaps at 20. I think that would be worthwhile. I do think that this is sort of an exercise in futility, Nolan, because I do believe that Bijan Robinson is going to be taken inside the top 15 picks. And Utero says Prince used to play basketball in high heels. Seriously, he did. I saw the skit. Greedy does it, says put some HGH, he'll grow bigger and taller. Well, his forehead will get bigger if you give him that. I'll give you that. The forehead might give him an extra inch or two. Yeah, I think he's better than Barkley in my opinion, Nolan. He's not going to test as better, but just being a pure running back, like Barkley was the boom bust guy. So it was just -2 yards here, and I'm looking for a big hole. Here's a -1 yard. And then, I got 1 yard on this play. And then, 35 yards. This guy with Bijan Robinson, he's just going to give you the consistent yards every time on top of the home run hitting stuff. He gives you both. That's why I say if you think about LaDainian Tomlinson, go watch LaDainian Tomlinson, then go turn on Bijan Robinson's highlight and go back to LaDainian and tell me that those aren't two very close matches to each other. Very, very, very much the same skill set that you could apply to each. And if I have my chance at LaDainian Tomlinson at 20, all day, every day, right? Joka says, I don't know, having Walker and Robinson. I mean, I'm just saying. Lions Mania, what's up, man? Good. It is a long time no see, brother. Hope you're doing well. Lions Mania says, don't think we'll trade for Jalen Ramsey. Too costly to give up draft capital for. Especially you talk about 2 second-round picks, right, Lions Mania? I mean, if you're talking about a second-round pick, okay, maybe that. But if the 2 second-round picks, the Rams are, I think, a little bit high, thinking they're going to get that much for him. I wouldn't do that if I was you guys either. I mean, you're sitting with so many picks in this draft and with where your cap situation is going to be set. No way would I do that if I was the Lions. Stay in the pocket, man. Trust your guys' process with what you're doing. Why do I says, I'm really curious to see how Jack Campbell does at the combine. I started watching him. He's not as slow as I've been told. If he runs some okay times in the 3-cone and 40, etc., might be an option. He might. I've tried to warm up a little bit more on him, wide to wide, but it's been a bit of a slow process for me to get there with him, just to be honest with you. He does not look particularly twitchy or very much with as far as like a short area explosion goes. He can fight off blocks really well. He's got really great size, really great strength and power. He can really get in there in that respect. He doesn't mind getting his nose dirty, so to speak. But I'll be watching that part too, and that will factor into my evaluation on him as well. My tendency is to believe that he's kind of into that more of a 4.7 plus 40 time kind of guy, that he's going to be like a 1.65, 1.7, 10-yard split. We'll see, but that will be informing a lot about where he is a little bit as a player. Greg Kemp says, did the NFL Combine start tomorrow, or is it just the start of the interview process? How many players can teams meet with again? I think you get 30 interviews. I could get this wrong. Somebody else will probably correct me on this, but somewhere like 30 interviews. Tomorrow is the first just check-in period. I think all they do at that point is they, hey, hi, start to measure a little bit of the interview process. I think it's technically Tuesday that you actually start to get to the true blue drills being run and whatnot. Greg Kemp does Yayo says Tank Dell would be awesome. Kid's a playmaker, could give us some yards after the catch. I love me some Tank Dell, man. He's legit 5'9", but legit very, 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 very explosive as well. I currently have him as my number 5 wide receiver on the board. I think you would be able to get him with the first, second round pick if they wanted to go that route with the JO. So at that size, you would expect him to kind of fit into that realm, into the pros at that slot position. He would be an upgrade over whatever else we have out there. So I love his route running. I love his hands. I love his feel for the position. Tank's a very good player. Joka says, man, I would kill to get Bijan, but we have Walker already. Well, think of it like this, Joka, just a little bit. Go back from 2015, not merely just a year back, not 2 years back, not 3 years back. Go back to 2015. Since Marshawn Lynch has left, every single year your running back room gets decimated. I'm not just merely saying that you have some injuries crop up that make it uncomfortable for you. I'm saying that you have so many injuries on a yearly basis that on a yearly basis, you're signing guys off the street. One day they're bagging groceries. The next day they're toting the rock for you in the backfield. Not a great situation to find yourself in. And one way to maybe get yourself a little bit ahead of that is to get a little bit more talented, more robust guys back there that can handle the load. And a guy like Travis Homer, for instance, who's been injured multiple times over, he's 5'9". I know he's all built up and rocked up, but he's a 5'9", not very big guy. Hard for him to sustain that kind of punishment. But you get a guy like Bijan Robinson, exactly the perfect kind of size back that you would look for in the position. And if it comes down to really at the end of the day, look, we're going to get Kenneth Walker 200 touches in the season, and we're going to get Bijan Robinson 150 touches in the season. And we're going to find that within the context of this offense, both by carrying the rock and also by throwing to them, and also through the fly sweeps and also through the bubble screens. But the total of those carries will be there one way or another at the end of the day. And what do they give you then for those 350 touches? Or let's say it's just 300 touches into next year. Well, I'm probably getting five plus yards average per carry. You know, I'm probably going to get another 500 yards, 600 yards, 700 yards receiving between the two of them too, especially if I'm using Bijan Robinson in more of that slot role if he can do it. And then to me, there's the prerequisite value at that point. So I do understand the Walker thing prevents you, but don't forget, Walker got injured last year, didn't he? Walker missed a game last year, didn't he? And that foot injury that Walker was dealing with last year supposedly goes back with him all the way to college. So having a little bit of insurance may not be the worst thing, especially if you want to be a team that can consistently run the football on a weekly basis and lean on that aspect of things. Jack says, B, what is your favorite comedy movie? Whew, boy. I don't know if I've got a favorite. I'm not sure on that. I'd have to think about that one long and hard. I'd give you maybe my favorite that I was like the one all the time I laughed at the most, but I don't know if I don't know if it holds up as much, you know. Let me think about that. Not sure. There's a lot of good ones out there. Joka says a team to get the Bijan would be the Bills, Eagles, and Panthers. Yeah, I could see that. Definitely Joka could see all those teams. I don't think he's going to last the Bills. I think the Eagles very much in that pick that they took from the Saints last year could take him right there. Got some great. Dumb and Dumber's great. Kingpins are great. Those are classics. Hard to argue with either of those as maybe two possibilities. I think there's one I'm not thinking of. Greedy Does This says Captain Jack and Van Ness are motor guys that give max effort every play. They do indeed. No doubt about that. Those guys lay it on the line every single time. With Van Ness, though, he's just, both of them are missing that twitchy element that you kind of, to me, need a little bit in the NFL. I don't know if the try-hard, overachiever guy can really work in the modern NFL that is so fast and requires these guys to get sideline to sideline. Mason, does it ever get released which guys get interviewed by which teams during the combine? I don't think they broadcast it, but sometimes the players will tell about which teams they talk to, and you can get from that. You will get a list of teams that actually, a list of because you get, I think, 20 actual in-person visits in Seattle. And so those will be broadcast. You will know which one of those that they go for. Nolan Arvance, thank you for the $5 donation, Nolan. Appreciate you. Says, thanks, B. Sorry for the broken messages. My daughter hit the premature send. Oh, no worries, man. I usually can kind of figure it out, one way or another through that. But thank you for the $5 dono. It happens. It happens. I can usually decipher even that though. So I've gotten pretty good at this with that. You give me a couple vowels and a little plurality, and I'll pull that sentence together. I'm trying to think of the movie. I'm sure it's like a late 80s, early 90s movie I'd point to. Why is nothing coming to mind at this point? Ethan says, I'm thinking about our various offseason approaches that we can do as far as going forward. I just think about this team, and it seems like its state is more than one offseason of going for it. It does. On the surface of it, it does appear to be that, Ethan. The thing that could inform this in another realm is this Carroll's potential last year. Is the team potentially on the block to be sold within a year from now? Does that then inform a state of urgency at that point? I don't have an answer on that, but I think that would be a factor to be brought in this. Ethan says to be a Super Bowl bound just one off season if that would get everything right. It's going to be hard to do. It's a camel through the eye of the needle type deal to get this done, Ethan. I'll give you that. And it's likely going to be a 2-year process. But some of it is also dependent upon how aggressive the team wants to be this particular offseason. That drives some of this as well. Jason Tudor says, once again, I watched for a while, go play a whole D&D session and return, and you're still on, laughing out loud. Hangover's good too. I'd go Dumb and Dumber higher than Hangover. PCU's a good one too, Nolan. Piven's good now. I'm blanking totally on one that would be like a duh one, I feel like. But all of these are hilarious movies. Jason, you know how I do, man. Jason, I can watch Super Bowl over and over. There we go. 40-year-old virgin. There's another good one. Love all these. All these are great suggestions. Spinal Tap's good. Spinal Tap's classic. Best in Show's one I got to see in utero. That's one I've been meaning to always get around. Never have quite gotten there. J.O., I was watching some Josh Downs highlights the other day. Reminded me of Golden Tate. Yeah, I like Downs. Yoked up power strider. Oh wait, no. Let me get to the actual name. That wasn't the guy. Undersized receiver, played both inside, outside Carolina. Good quickness and speed, but not elite in either area. A little slighter than most receivers coming out. Good hops and excellent body control, which gives him a chance to get up to balls higher than his frame would normally allow. Acrobatic abilities to contort his body in the air to get to wayward throws. I liked his speed and quickness. A good yak guy. Not great yak, good yak. So that was where Golden Tate to me was a little more, in watching his tape, a little more upper end yak. This guy's just good yak. He's got a great dead leg move that he usually shows off mainly on punt returns. He's comfortable in the fly sweep bubble screen game with the ball in his hands, runs strong routes, and really killed teams on the skinny post from out of the slot. So that, I don't know why, but the skinny post with him kept showing up as a touchdown. I think he caught like 7 touchdowns on that ball. He's not housing anything off a short catch, but he could be consistent in that area. Does struggle with drops at times and is really going to struggle blocking on the outside at the next level. So I do see Josh as a little bit, maybe next level as a guy's more of just a dynamic slot guy. Then I do see him as being able to be a guy that necessarily can get it done on the outside. But I liked his highlights as well. And I like the game paint. Anchorman might be it there. Anchorman's a great suggestion too. Boy, there's some good ones. It's hard to pick the best all time. It's kind of like you're either in that classic mode, right? Old School would be another one we could mention. You know. You're all good, Harold. No worries, man. Superbad's great. Nothing wrong with Superbad. Blazing Saddles, Nice Guys is underrated. Anything Monty Python. Back in the day for me, I'll tell you, The Meaning of Life It killed me when I was a kid. It made me laugh so hard. Ethan says, and when it comes to building a Super Bowl bound team, I have patience as long as they have their plan and stick to it to a T, not one foot on two different paths. Agreed. I'll trust their process as long as it's a cognitive, cogent process. Jason, Ghostbusters is another great one. That one's another great suggestion there. And Big Lebowski, I love that one too. That's not, boy, these are all good, man. I can't pick one. These are all great suggestions. Caddyshack. I'll pass. Anchorman. Come on. 13th man, you still live? We still live. We still rolling. James McElroy just saw Superbad for the first time last weekend. Name's McLovin. McLovin? Sounds like a sexy hamburger. Ethan says, we don't get comedies like this anymore, which is a shame. Best comedy I remember is the last several years is probably Game Night. We need more comedies. Yeah, the problem is that people get way too offended in this modern age way too easily, you know? So everything's been sanitized now to where if there's any joke that might be on the line of having a little bit of a gray area of, does somebody potentially get offended by this joke? Well, don't let that happen, you know? And that's unfortunately killing comedies in the modern era. And maybe it'll come back around. This stuff tends to go in cycles. So I think Tommy Boy might be the one for me in utero. Farley just got me in a way back at that time. In utero might have the winner on this one. Tommy Boy is pretty good. There's not a funnier man that's I think ever walked earth than Chris Farley. Fat guy in a little cup. What's wrong, Richard? Dennis Boogie Nights. I could watch that once a week. Jeez. That movie gets dark for me. I like it, but it gets dark. It's beautifully made. And that guy, Paul Thomas Anderson's an awesome director and writer and film creator, but he doesn't make the most happiest of films either. He will go to the darkness. Planes, Trains, Automobile, good. Life with Eddie Murphy. I love these. These are all great. You guys made me go watch some of these movies. I wasn't a big Beer Fest guy, Seahawks Blue and Green. I liked their first one, those Canadian guys. What was the one they did? Super Troopers? Super Troopers was pretty good. Step Brothers, another classic. They're classic. Yeah, Will Smith was in that pocket for a while, wasn't he? You kind of do no wrong. In utero, I saw the Farley's brothers biography they did, at least that. Well, I saw the recent, but I don't know if it's the biography on the book, but I saw the biography they did recently with that on the documentary on him, which was really well done. And Farley was just a unique dude. He really was. Strange Brew is great. Strange Brew's got the awesome ending with it, where these guys get stuck in the tank and they love beer. And the tank starts to fill up and they're like, how are we going to get out of this? How are we going to survive? It's going to drown us in beer. And the guy's like, yeah, we got this, eh? And they just drink the beer up. And then there's like a fire in the next scene. And the guys have like, if I remember this is right as a kid, they got gotten like all inflated. And then there's a fire and the cops are over and they're like, how are we going to put out this fire? And they're like, we got it, eh? And they just start, I think they go over and they pee on it or something. And they oh, those 80s movies, those silly Canadians. Yeah, I think Claypool's a Canadian. I think that's right. Jason, take off, you hoser. Ethan says, Brandon, you're saying Paul Thomas Anderson's There Will Be Blood isn't a fun and happy film? Yeah. I will eat your milkshake. Daniel Day-Lewis, super intense. Great film, but yeah, it gets a little dark with Mr. Anderson, man. You know, it's a little dark. Tuck, why are you so sweaty? I was watching Cops. Best line, Step Brothers. Did you play my drum set? No. I kind of feel like you played my drum set. No, I've been just over here. In utero, you and Norbcam got a collab. We do, man. I had reached out to him and he did mention that too. And I've been a little bit behind the ball, but I am going to start trying to do a little bit more of the collabs. I'd like to try to sync up with a couple of folks that do these YouTubes here on this platform. Number one, I think it's good that we get a good support thing going with all the Seahawks people that we got going. We got this rolling with me and Brendan right now. I think that this is something that should be expanded. I see a lot of I saw this with the Niner channels. There's a lot of infighting with Niner YouTube channels, a lot of, and are we surprised? Let's face it, right? Are any of you surprised that I mentioned that? So I'd like to try to get more in sync with some of these other folks. And I think it just helps out with the content and expanding and all that. And I got to get on my horse. That's the bottom line on that one, man. I got to get on my horse with that. Up in Smoke, great film. Norbcab, bro, I got to collab with you sometime soon. Dude, let's do it, man. Let's get it set up. I'm going to hit you up again on Instagram. So let's sync up and get something rolling, man. So I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it. Like I said, I've been a little bit lazy on it, just head down, and now we're through the season and I'm got the free time and I want to get rolling now. Like I said, we gotta get this in force. Like I said, Norb, we can't be like the Niner channels. I was watching those guys go at it like cats and dogs. Y'all know you're on the same team here, right? Y'all know you're all voting for this. You're all wanting the same team to be successful here, right? It's Jesus, But let's do it, bro. Let's do it. I'm stoked. Jack M says, thanks for streaming so long. Hawk theory while working makes time fly. You guessed it. A Hawk saw you donate 12 to the charity stream the other night too. Tip this philanthropist and Hawks expert. Well, that was great of Brendan to do that the other night. It was so awesome. I think he had a lot of success there, and shout out to Brendan Nelson. Did the St. Jude's charity stream last night. I was only able to really check in for the first 45 minutes on the stream or so, but it looked like he was getting a lot of donos from the Hawk fandom in there, and it looked like he was on his way well over it in the $500, $600 territory. And just such a great cause there with St. Jude, the Children's Hospital and all that stuff. I mean, you can't talk about a better cause to go for. So yeah, man, it was great to see him do that. I had to show my support to Brendan. He got his 12,000 subscribers. That's a huge high water mark. And I know as intimately as sure as Norbcam can attest on this, you never know quite as much as how much work goes into these channels, and you really appreciate it with your fellow peers and what they have to go through to get the content pushed out and to keep things coming at a good high level standpoint of things. So Brendan's definitely earned all those subscribers, and it's great to see his success on his side of things. Jason Tudor says Strange Brew is actually modeled on Hamlet, believe it or not. Is that true? That makes it even more funnier, Jason. I don't know how they got Hamlet to that. I mean, I guess I could see it. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, we'll make it happen, Norb. For sure, man. Let me hit you up. For sure, I'll hit you up off stream. I'll just DM you. Let's get something going together. I got already a bunch of these draft prospects I'm looking at, so we can talk about them. We got a lot of different content we can turn over, though. So let's make it go. Let's make it roll. Shaun the Dead's good. Hot Fuzz is good. World's End's good. All those are good. The World's End I've tried to watch a couple times and I can't quite get into. The other two I'm on board with. The World's End one was a little bit, that one just got a little, I don't know what happened with that one, but that one just slid off the rails for me. Harold, buddy, we're sports fans, Lou. Joker, toxic fan base is right in the Niners. I was just seeing it on my Twitter feed coming up, and I was like, Jesus, guys, chill. Help work with each other. Yeah. You already go at it enough with other fan bases as you do this YouTube content. Don't go within each other too. Let's get some kumbaya going here, Come on. John Robinson says, I know this isn't a comedy, but how underrated is Blood In and Blood Out? I've seen it 30 times and know all the words. Oh, it's a great movie. That's the, yeah, I think I know that. I get that one confused with the Edward James Olmos one, which is like the worst version of that movie. Like that was the movie that he was trying to make, but Blood Out and Blood In, Blood Out actually captured what they were trying to get. But I just recently saw a movie too, John, that still does hold up. It's a good movie. A great movie about, not a lot of great movies about gangs, and that's a hard story to kind of tell. I thought that one did it right. Norb's a man after my own heart with the punctuation. I'm a punctuation guy too. You got to be precise on your wording on things, you know? Idiocracy is great. Idiocracy is hard to laugh at, though, because you start to look at it as a future predictor at one point or another, and you start to go, oh my God, we're going this, I was laughing at that 10 years ago, but we're going in this direction now. Like, we're going in this direction fast, you know? That's where you go, hold on. It starts, so you start out laughing like, ha, ha. So it starts to, as the years go on, that turns into more of a, it goes to start out as a comedy. It's going to turn into horror within 10 years in the way they're going to label that one. John, Fight Club is a dark comedy. Yeah. That's the epitome of a dark comedy. A joker says you should apply for Seahawks Draft Scout. Hey, I'd work for free for them if they'd hire me. Wouldn't even cost them $1. Scary Movie's pretty good. Observe and Report. I've seen that one I watch. It's pretty good. Hey, that's another one that gets dark. Mason Dale says, Yo, B, what's your favorite so bad it's good movie? After Earth would be my pick. Oof, Lordy. I kind of like 2012. That one feels like that's like a guilty pleasure, but I like that one, John Cusack. Woody Harrelson up on the mountaintop in Montana. Yeah. That movie's, and the CGI is so over the top, but it's just, you're on board for it. So it's just out there. Pineapple Express, pretty good. I'm not as big on the Rogan stuff. I like the one that he did. The one he did with Jonah Hill and the other kid there. That was a good one, but some of his other ones are kind of, Yeah, Jason Dude, if you want a bad it's so good, you need to check out Samurai Cop. It's pure gold. I'll check out that one. I have heard good things about that one. Ethan says 49ers in shambles despite sweeping us. Who would have thought? They're not in the greatest of places right now. And go look at some of the quarterback discussions being had in the background there and the fights going on between that fan base. I mean, there's folks that are diehard Jimmy Garoppolo's. There's the Trey Lance believers, just give him a chance. There's the, no, don't you see Brock Purdy was Brock Montana? How dare you not want to have him brought back? And then there's those that say, no, we need to make a run at Aaron Rodgers. And then there's that say we need to fire Shanahan. It's going in every different direction. And I know that's that way with fan bases in general, but for a fan base coming off a season where you just won the division and had a quote unquote successful year, you would think there'd be a little bit more of a synergistic feel, I think, with the fan base. Zombieland's a good one. Megan says 2012, B, how dare you lower my expectations of you? I said it's a guilty pleasure. I'm not proud about my enjoyment of it, but I do when if it's on TV, it's going to be a remote dropper for me. I'm probably going to watch the rest. Jason Tudor says, if you like 2012, you should see Emmerich's latest Moonfall. It might be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I had heard that reference towards that movie, and Emmerich is already, with him, he did the Independence Days, right? He's already on his best days. He's towing that line of like your eyes just constantly rolling throughout the production, right? Like, oh, we're gonna use this engineered virus off Earth computing system to implement, and we're gonna put this into an alien ship as we've just flown off of Earth to do like that type of like logic and reason. So I will 100% say 2012 makes no sense, nowhere near the reality, but it just, something about it just, like I said, it's kind of entertaining. That's the first one that kind of comes to mind. I got a couple of them there like that. Roxanne Roll says, so bad it's good. Earth Girls are easy. That's a good one. You got Jim Carrey and Damon Wayans almost in non-speaking parts, right? Aren't they through that whole movie just kind of I think I remember Damon Wayans or Carrey Damon talking to him on that when they were doing that movie, because Carrey was like getting into real character with his and Damon Wayans like, you're playing a pink alien. Get over it. Naked Gun movies are great, Jack. All of them are good. All of them are good. Some classic bits in those movies too. John says Shanahan just needs a Carroll type to keep him in pocket a little bit. Those combinations would be great, Shanahan and Carroll. That would be great. Shanahan as his offensive coordinator would be the perfect thing. Seahawks Blue and Green, did you already talk about the Russ news that really isn't news to Seahawks fans that Russ wanted Pete and John fired? We talked a little bit at the top of it, and I mean, it's, it is what it is with it, where, certainly, certainly we knew it was the truth. We knew Russ went to ownership and tried to push for that it was going to be I'm a little surprised it was rather than being a Russ or Pete situation, that it was a Russ or Pete and John situation, where John got included in this as well, that he sort of got the flack fire, I guess, in this situation a little bit. That part was pretty odd, because it's kind of that's a whole nother level of sort of ballsiness on Russ's part to not only want the coach, but then want the general manager. But I guess it makes sense in retrospect. It's not really groundbreaking to me. Like you said, it's not really new news to me or something that blows me away as far as news goes. I will say I think Russ has had as tough a year period as any pro athlete in the history of sports who's not been committing any kind of crime or done something horrible off the field. It's just everything on the field based and around their professional career is basically just kind of crumbling a little bit. It's tough. That's tough for Russ in that respect of things. And this just continues to add to it, because from the national perspective, that wasn't the truth. And it certainly, as all of these stories that come out, it seems none of these stories end up putting him in a good light. Even when he's got a charity, that somehow still finds a way to twist sideways on him to some degree. It's so strange. Mason says, I might be sick for thinking of it as a comedy, but I find American Psycho pretty funny. It's a special one. Starship Troopers is a good one, Megan. I love that's another good movie. Great film too, because it's the attacking of the anti-fascist kind of way it does it while being a comedy. Well, it's a lot of stuff within a stuff on that movie. Army of Darkness is great. Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness are my favorite two of those. Both of those are funny and dark, and beautiful dark films done with comedy. Give me some sugar, baby. Waterworld, The Day After Tomorrow. Those are on the same realm, yeah. Megan says, I met Norman Bates at the Universal Studios Hollywood Backlot Tour. He brushes his knife against my shoulder as we went past the Bates house. Ooh, Jesus. That would freak me out. Harold Buddy, my family babysat John Elway, Grays Harbor. Elway, I was almost a Seahawk. If we gave up one more first-round pick to Indianapolis, we would have gotten him. Chevy Chase movies, can't beat those, man. Silence of the Lamb. Silence of the Lamb is a good movie, Megan. Great movie. I've seen that a bunch too. Seahawks Blue and Green, I was surprised that John was involved. He drafted him. Yeah, that was the one part of the story to me that kind of like, whoa, John too, huh? Yeah. That was going to be a tough. At the end of the day, Russ probably just wanted out of town, and he was trying to see if he could get everything his heart desired to stay, but he probably had made his peace with just moving at that point. I watch If Our Defense Sucks Again, Pete should be fired. And John says, I agree, Pete gets one more year to get the defense right in the right direction. Well, I think this is all kind of going to be an exercise, and it's going to go that way one way or another, I think, to a degree. Is absent him having a great amount of success, you're probably getting a new owner next year at some point. So, but there's a lot to prove from Coach Carroll as far as getting this defense back to front. And he's got a lot to prove, and they're going to put a lot of assets into this defense moving into next year on top of already what's been put into it. You're going to have Jamal back at least hopefully half a season next year. So you'd sure like to see more improvement than being a back-end defense for a majority of the season. And I'd love to see them take that jump forward. John says, do you think Tula Pulutu and Keon White can play in our 3-4 as defensive ends? I think Keon White's more of a guy to play the 3-4 defensive end role here, John. I think Tuli can do a little bit of that, but I think the majority of the time you want Tuli standing up. I think he's outside wide 9 technique guy. That's really his game, who can do a little inside stuff. he's got the size to do it, but Keon's more just naturally fit to do the inside stuff, John, versus being more guys that have been prevalent to do their outside stuff in college and be stand-up outside linebackers. Jason Tudor says, oh man, I wrote a 20-page paper on Starship Troopers. It's fascinating. It is very fascinating. I don't know if you probably then saw, there was a documentary a guy did about that and about what the filmmaker was kind of trying to accomplish and some of the stuff that changes in retrospect to the film when you look at it versus when you viewed it at the time. Great entertainment and great movies can sometimes be layered, and you appreciate something at one level, then you come back and you appreciate it at another level when you kind of see some of that's truly great filmmaking is that rewatchability where you're discovering something new and watching it. But there is a little bit of that with Starship Troopers when you start to understand what it's more than just being a sort of trying to be a offshoot B movie, kind of throwaway action film. There's actually a little bit of a message in it as well, a deeper message into it, which nothing better than a movie that's sort of masquerading as a surface level film that's actually got some depth to it. Boo says Scott Pilgrim versus the World is hilarious. It's another good one. Another one. That's that same guy that does the, I think he does the Hot Fuzz movies and he does he did the Shaun of the Dead. And sometimes he hits with me. Sometimes it's not quite on the mark with me. There's a lot of action in a lot of cuts in his stuff. And he's a very visual guy and a great filmmaker on that. Sometimes it doesn't quite hit for me. Another great stream, Brando. Thanks for the Ox Talk, my man. Anytime, brother. Anytime. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Roxanne Roll. I'm a little late on this, don't know, but I appreciate you nonetheless. Sorry for my latency on this one. Appreciate you, though. I'm really impressed with the Pacific Northwest sports streamers. Y'all could be the powerhouse group for the nation. Best regional streamers. Oh, thank you so much, Roxanne. And I would think I would echo those sentiments on it. Everybody that I've watched that does what they do and the main players at this gate all go at it in a way where they take it seriously. They put their best foot forward. They try to, you can obviously see how much they work on what they do and try to get the best out there, are always improving. That's the thing about all these guys. Doesn't matter whether we're talking about Norb or Brendan or any of these folks out there, they're all getting better from where they start on their channels. They're not just comfortable and just sitting where they're standing and oh, this is what I'm going to be. Let me get this forward. Let me get this better. Where can I kind of get expanded out at? So I agree with you. And it's long overdue that we should probably get more of a syncing up within this community from within our people here, because it's only for the best for all of us at the end of the day. We're all stronger together as a group than we are individually as one. There's no doubt about it. It's not empty talk. That's real talk when it comes to YouTube. That's how you grow. That's how you get bigger. And why, I agree, Roxanne. Why couldn't we take this over? Shut down all these secondary YouTube fan base channels with their little 480p no good microphones. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, did you see the Dave Wyman, John Schneider interview? I watched about half of it. I got half of it to get the rest through on that, Joe Biden. So I plan on every minute listening to that, but everything that I've heard so far is pretty titillating. Everything that I've heard so far is like good information. And I like the questions that they're asking him as well. We're going to get a real wider view of Schneider's mentality on things, I think, and a lot more fleshed out than we have in recent years, in any of the years he's been here, because of this interview. I love it. He's a guy that's not one who's often talked. Flag Sabbath Raising Arizona is another great one. Another great one. Another classic. And Utero says, remember Russ was pissed off at John for previously floating the idea of trading him. That's true. It's true. I'd kind of wondered on this one too, in Utero, if it was not maybe Mark Rogers with all the problems that he had with John saying like, I'm picturing like Russ on the phone to Jody and like, yeah, I want Carol gone. And then Mark like tugging on his shoulder being like, tell him John too. Tell him he doesn't negotiate very well, but that makes sense too. Remember he was at the pro days too of Mahomes and Allen. That probably irked Wilson in addition. And we were close to a trading of him back in 18 Joka. It was the Cleveland, not Chicago, that we were pretend. I don't know how close we were, but we definitely reached out to Cleveland about the number 1 overall pick. Megan, RoboCop, the original, is another guilty pleasure movie for me. I love RoboCop. There's a RoboCop video game coming out. Megan, did you see that? They got the guy's face on there too. Could be fun. It could be fun. It's not the worst concept. I've seen worse concepts for video games. Paul Verhoeven. And that's the same guy, Megan, that did Starship Super Troopers. So it's interesting you're mentioning that. Same guy that did Super Troopers. Again, a guy where on the surface you're just seeing what would be an empty action film to the person not kind of paying attention. But like Jason Tudor says, it's the subtext. And that's Paul Verhoeven. It's the subtext that he's putting into his films that goes beyond what you're seeing on a visual scope of things. And when you start to pick up the subtext and understand there's a secondary story sort of being said beneath, that's when it gets a little bit deeper to it. But that was Verhoeven's kind of whole thing. You know, he would have this stuff dressed up as sort of, I think, didn't he do Basic Instinct too? I think he'll dress up certain stuff as just being surface level, but there's a lot more to it. John says Robert Heinlein, best sci-fi writer of all time. He wrote Starship Troopers and Strangers in a Strange Land. I recognize that name. I think he's got a couple other ones I wish I could think of right now that he's done as well. Flag Sabbath, RoboCop's great. Kurtwood Smith as a bad guy is fantastic. Yeah, he was good in that. All the bad guys in that. Remember, all of the guys in his gang all had kind of usually guys will become nameless when they do the sort of the gang kind of guys like that, but they all had a little bit of individualisms to them. Joker says, don't turn the 49ers fan base. No chance. We're too cool out here in Seattle to become that. We're not as high strung as those folks down south. Team America. That's another classic. Durka. Muhammad Jihad. Yeah, it's that movie's hilarious too. Harold, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, Bobby, convince Aaron Donald. No, I don't think Aaron Donald's leaving. He's either going to retire or a Ram or play one more year. Megan, I wonder how much Rodgers had played in the Russ wanting to can John Schneider. I'm sure it was a part of it. Those guys had some intense negotiations to the point I think John reportedly told him to F off when he was asking for an extension. Seahawks Blue and Green, if the Bears trade Fields, would they most likely then draft a quarterback or steal Anderson or Carter from us, you think? They take a quarterback at that point. They'll take the best quarterback on the board. 100%. G. Walker, I often wonder how different reality would be if Cleveland and Seattle pulled off the Russ trade in 2018. I think you would have potentially have gotten this thing moved in a faster direction to being an elite team quicker. Because you would have worked back to more of the designs of the team. You would have had probably a good rookie quarterback on a rookie deal. We don't know who they would have maybe taken at that point. We knew they were at the Josh Allen day. We know they're at the Mahomes day. But now you got a rookie quarterback on that deal that could have helped them out in a lot of ways versus paying Russell the money they did through that time period. They still made a lot of bad decisions in the draft through that time period. No doubt about that as well. But it's hard to say also. Hard to say. Yeah, and Hooter, Mark Rogers was a headache to deal with. You got a baseball agent, used to baseball contracts, fully guaranteed, and he's bringing that mentality to the negotiations. You know, most football agents understand the time of day, you know. I watch as I don't like Wyman anymore, never has anything bad to say, and always liked Barton. Ray Roberts is more honest IMO. I do feel that way with Dave too. I do feel like times Dave's doing that thing of everybody's great, everybody's wonderful, everybody's awesome. And that's not, you're not just there to praise everybody. And I understand these former players sometimes will bristle about, you know, being hard on the young guys because they know how hard the job is. But at the end of the day, that's what your job is to do in the position that Wyman's in it right now. And I would like to see him be a little bit more at times hard. When it comes to linebackers, especially I watched through the years, I don't know if there's been a linebacker that Dave hasn't loved initially every time out the gate that's walked in the door. You know, he's very reticent to, you know, do much of that questioning that at all. It's always like explained away by like, well, the job's really hard. Well, it's really tough to get that done out there. Well, you just don't know. It's like, no, sometimes he just sucks, you know, and he doesn't like to make that call as much, which is maybe that's not something he's comfortable in doing. But I can understand why you wouldn't want to, you know, because it makes you question the person's opinion. That's why I don't want to make this channel ever about being just all about positive, everything great, everything wonderful, everything the Seahawks do is beautiful. Because it's like, that's not being honest. Not everything is always wonderful and beautiful and the right thing, you know. G. Walker, I would pay to see Mark Rogers get tackled by an NFL linebacker on Sunday Night Football. I would too. Joka asks off topic, but do I think Julio Rodriguez is the next Ken Griffey Jr.? Yeah, I do. I don't know if he's going to be quite as good as Griffey. I mean, Griffey's a generational player. Is Julio going to get to be quite a generational player? That's a big call to make. But to have the 21-year-old season that he did, which I think was right aligned with the 21-year-old season that Griffey put up, which was right aligned with right around I believe the 21-year-old season that Alex Rodriguez put up. Why not think that there's that top end there that exists? I will say this. I don't know if he'll be the next Ken Griffey Jr. for sure, Joka, but I do know that we don't know what his top end is yet. We don't know how high of heights Julio is headed for. When you come in your rookie year and have that initial season like he did, the only thing really holding him back was some injury stuff that popped up. As he gets more physically mature, as he starts to get better, it's only going to continue to improve and go up. Total Recall is great, Megan. Another movie that's classic. You can watch that anytime. I love the open-ending ending of it too, where you're not really sure. It's one of those, sometimes on those endings you hate it when they end where it's like, what what happened? What's the truth? But I like that ending. That's one of those ones with the open-ending ending. You're like, well, was it a dream? Was it Predator's great. Predator 2 is good too. Yeah, Jason. I thought that was right with him. Verhoeven was a great director. Awesome guy. RoboCop, Total Recall, Basic Instinct, Trooper. I mean, phenomenal. Joker says, yeah, I think it was Cleveland, but I don't know how happy Russ would be in Cleveland. But at one point, they were AFC Northwest favorites to win. That was before he had a no-trade clause, Joker. So they could have, that was a little bit, part of why I think they did it, Joker. I don't think they were really serious about trading him at the time. It was that the negotiations were really tense. Russell's people reportedly asked initially for 20% of the salary cap on a sliding scale on a yearly basis. So part of it was like, to me, Schneider going, hey, I made a call out to Cleveland. What do you think about playing in Cleveland? You still want that 20%? You still going to ask for that? Or do you want to get a little more realistic now? So it was a little bit like, you can ask for all the money or we can send you to Cleveland. What do you want to do? Fred Decker, 2 back-to-back classics, Night of the Creeps and Monster Squad. Monster Squad's a good one. Shawshank Redemption, Get Busy Living or Get Busy Dying. Another classic movie, man. That was the year a lot of great movies came out. Roxanne says Dave Wyman loved Aaron Curry. Enough said. It's the typical linebackers. It's just like Ken Norton going that one year where he's like, we're going to go base 24/7. We're going to rock 3 linebackers on the field, even against 3 wide receiver sets. Base defense. Them linebackers loves themselves some linebackers. They love themselves some linebackers. It's just like, oh, they're the best thing ever. More is better. And Dave's that way, man. Every single one the Seahawks bring in, it's like, no, this guy's amazing. No, that guy's amazing. Like, come on, Dave. They can't all be amazing. Jason said, I literally cried at the end of Deploying Dynamite. So very cute. It's a great film with his little dance off. Boys in the Hood's good film. Another classic. Megan, we'll see with Julio. We'll see with where he is. I agree with somebody else. He's going to be kind of his own guy, I think. But he's going to be a hell of a player. Especially we're about to see maybe an offensive potential explosion in baseball with the shift rules going away, with the pitching clocks. We could see numbers starting to really go up in funny ways here suddenly. Sam the Great says, why did we let Griffey go? Dumb move. Griffey had been a guy that had helped create a stadium here. He had helped to rejuvenate or I guess turn on the Seahawks fan base or Seattle fan base as far as even appreciating baseball. We were very much a football town, and beyond being a football town, maybe a basketball town. Baseball was kind of running third before Griffey's arrival in the city. And Griffey came in here and again helped to provide some legitimacy to the fan base, helped to get you the playoffs for the first time in your franchise history, helped to get a stadium built when we were on the edge of being potentially moved to Tampa Bay. So there was probably a little bit of the front office's feeling at that point in time of if Griffey wanted to move on and go somewhere else and his reasons were pure, that they would accommodate him. Griffey at that time wanted to be closer to his family. He lived in the off seasons in Florida. He obviously grew up as a Cincinnati fan with his father in that clubhouse. And so when he said, my reasons are I'd like to go play in Cincinnati, my hometown team growing up, I want to be closer to my kids. I don't think that I could really begrudge Griffey on that and say that that's, the Mariners had to hold on to him at that point, or that he was wrong for asking for that. It's a much different situation than like Alex Rodriguez, who, said, no, it's not about the money. I want to go to a winner. And then he signed for all the money for a last place ball club. That was disingenuous of him. Jaka says, I want to see J-Rod in the second I want to see in the third or second best Mariner all time when all finished, maybe first, even if he stays healthy. You never know, man. He could maybe get that. 12 Monkeys, a great movie. Love it. Former Monty Python director in on that one. Hollow Man was another Verhoeven one there, Megan. Yeah, Terry Gilliam movies are solid. Another man with just a very vivid visual palette. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, the Rambo franchises are great. I do kind of wish they had stuck to the original book with the Rambo book, though. Really good movie, but the original book was awesome. And really captured, I think, the messaging better a little bit on the soldiers returning home. Training Day with Denzel, Sam. That's a good one. Joke, I hope the Mariners win the World Series too one day with J-Rod. That would be a tremendous. Josh Bowling Green, how about the worst movie you ever saw? Lost in Translation with Bill Murray was mine. Well, we talk about Terry Gilliam movies. I never understood Brazil. That one was always one for me that was like, I'm not getting it on this one. So I think if you talk about one of the worst movies all time, you got to talk about one of those ones like some people really love it and you go, I don't get it. I don't get it on that one at all. I remember watching Brazil as a young kid and like, I like Terry Gilliam. What is he doing with this? What is this film? Maybe I gotta go back and give that a try. I could never get in on Lost in Translation. Nothing about that movie excited me to go see it. Yeah. And Bill Murray's got some good movies, but Bill Murray just plays Bill Murray basically every role. Yeah. Life of Brian's great. Yeah, can't argue a junior wanting to be close to home. Lag Sabbath, Kurt Russell's got a lot of great movies. So does Michael Keaton, yeah. Too many to name is right. Those guys had a good run in the 80s with some of their flicks they did. And different parts, different roles too. Like not just typecast guys and whatnot. Find some different stuff. I mean, hell, I think Little Trouble in Big China, I sometimes feel like Russell's playing that role just about half the time like he's John Wayne. Like he's playing it as Kurt Russell as John Wayne as the character in Big Trouble in Little China. Audie Bell says, Brandon, that's not the real reason Griffey left. Please let me know then what your feeling is on why you thought he left. I lived through it at the time. It destroyed my little childhood heart. It was kind of a pretty vivid memory for me at the moment as to what was causing the trade to occur. Those were the reasons that Griffey was given. He didn't go to play for some other franchise, some other place. He went to Cincinnati. That's where he did grow up in his hometown. Those were the reasons. If you disagree with me on that, then please do supply a reference as to where you're coming from on that. Because again, like I'm pretty certain on that one. Audie Bell, Brandon, that's not the real reason Griffey left. Let me see what Audie Bell's got to say on this. Griffey sold tickets, but Randy Johnson saved baseball in Seattle. Yeah, I think we see our outlook and view of Griffey and Randy's impact are probably in two different places on that. So I don't know how you come to the conclusion that Randy Johnson saved baseball in Seattle. And Audie, I think you'd understand you're the only person I've ever heard who said that. So I guess if you're going to go that way rather than in deference of Griffey, how do we arrive at that place? I guess is where again, you can sell me on this. You can bring me over to your side. I don't understand that. But then, like, what are you backing that up by? Do you have an article that you can reference I can go look up that speaks to the fact that Griffey didn't want to leave for any of the reasons than the ones I supplied? Megan says the favorite movie of mine is 2001: The Space Odyssey. I love all Kubrick stuff, Megan. All that stuff. Even if you you're not big on the stories, you can got to appreciate the way that he put films together and the beauty of his works. Network was a great movie. One of the great all-time scripts ever written in Hollywood history. The Shining is another classic. All the Kubrick films are great, though. Escaping Man on Fire, it's my favorite. JL says, if you need a good cry, go watch We Are Marshall. Yeah, that one will set the waterworks going. That one will definitely set the waterworks going. Chinatown's genius. It is. It's another great film. Thank you, Gaming Taco. Appreciate you, brother. Megan says, B, you don't get Brazil? Lost in Translation? Oh my God, Harry Fens. I love them. Well, I didn't watch Lost in Translation. It doesn't interest me a lot watching Murray walk around a film moping about like he kind of sometimes does. I just can't quite get there with him on that. It's like Bill Murray playing Bill Murray in a slow burn drama, blah, blah, I don't want to do that. I just couldn't get Brazil. That one really jagged on me as a kid. Roxanne, I laughed so hard at Used Car, Kurt Russell's first non-Disney movie. Did not mean to imply it was the worst movie. Oh no, I know what you're talking about. It's a funny movie. Captured the used car sales business pretty good for the time too, didn't it? Snake Plissken. Call me Snake. Yeah, Griffey did his part, but Randy Johnson was the driving force behind the 95 playoff run. Well, I guess there's two different things you're talking about there then. What I said was saving baseball, not at the playoff run. I think Griffey's impact went beyond 1 year here, Audie. He comes in 89 and captures the imagination and becomes the best player in all of baseball. There was no point in time that anybody at any point in time in baseball said Randy Johnson's the best player in baseball. Griffey had for a lot of years there the viewpoint that he was the best guy in baseball. It's not to say, as somebody else said, that Randy didn't help the part of the process to get the Mariners here. And I'm not going to just say, I guess maybe to put the way of saying you say baseball is maybe a little bit too much of a triggering statement for some on this. There were other guys that did their part and helped too. Jay Buhner helped as well, right? Dan Wilson helped too. There's a lot of guys that came in and helped and did their part. And there's some guys that helped more than others and had a bigger effect with it. But, Griffey got injured that year in 95. So why he didn't have that effect in 95 was because, like he always did, he was laying it all on the field and he was hurting himself to try to go make a play. Because that's how he played the game. That's part of why he was such an awesome player, is that he would break himself to go make a catch. Or I think it was the broken hand in his thing on that or whatever it was. But the more of the point was the saving of baseball is more about just beyond just that year of 95, which was very magical. It was the building up to the 95. It was him capturing the imagination of local young kids like myself who loved baseball growing up and modeled. I was a left-hander who modeled my swing after Griffey. I was also a left-handed pitcher. I didn't model my pitching wind up after Randy Johnson. And I was a kid living in the Pacific Northwest in the moment as much as anybody, and a lot of kids around me. There weren't kids trying to grow out their hair like a mullet like Randy, right? It was Griffey. He was the guy at that time. Donnie, I love the 1968 movie adaptation of 2001. The late Douglas Trumbull did a great job with the visual effects of that movie. The first Blade Runner introduced me to him, though. 2001 is great. Space Odyssey's awesome. Pumpkin spray in his face, why not? She likes to do that from time to time. Danny W says, watch the new Top Gun today. Movie kind of sucked. I watched it with 3 people and no one knew who the enemy was or what they were trying to destroy. Story rather lackluster. I kind of liked it. Maybe a little bit overhyped a bit out there. But some of it also is just, you have a movie industry of just, we're out in the middle of the desert and nobody can get a good movie, right? Everybody's just like, lips are cracked and our tongues dried in our mouth and we're just looking for a drop, and you get that one drop of decent water in this dearth of movie crapness, and you're like, so refreshing. Blade Runner's another classic, Megan. Another one of those movies they don't make that like anymore, you know? They tried with the Blade Runner 2046, but it just couldn't quite capture that same. As much as it tried. I watched Roy It Up. Brett Boone was pretty awesome. He was indeed. Utero, Griffey, and Nager said baseball in Seattle. They did. I guess, there's a lot of people in on it. I do mention Griffey a little bit with it, but maybe I overstated that a bit, or maybe it's me taking away from the other people to say it that way. But it did kind of feel a little bit at that time that he helped to kind of center this up. A lot in the way that you're feeling, Julio Rodriguez starting to really kind of reinvigorate the fan base as he's starting to do. It's that same kind of feeling to it, Joker says, if Jared Kelenic can find out how to hit, we have another bat, but until then, we were 1 player away. I feel you on that. Audie Bell says he didn't want to play outdoor baseball in the Northwest because of his career numbers. Yes, how do you know, Audie? That would be the next correct question if you're gonna state that that's the reasoning. I grew up in Tacoma, and one of my best friend's grandmothers was ticket manager at Cheney Stadium. I watched a lot of great hitters come through Tacoma. The ball does not carry here. Okay, so when you're saying that's the reason he's leaving, then you got to back that up by something of a supportive knowledge from a source. Not you knew a guy. That's not going to work as far as to do that, because that does run Audie in wide deference to every other reason that was given. Let's also remember, Audie, that they built the new stadium. They built the short porch in right field to accommodate Griffey's swing. They literally built right field's dimensions, which was different from the rest of the park, to accommodate his home run stroke. So that doesn't quite add up. And again, if you're right on this, then you got to provide. If you're going to make a bigger claim than what's understood as far as the normal lay of the land in regards to this subject, then there's got to be some backing up to that. The ball doesn't carry as well outside of the Pacific Northwest, no doubt about it. But that was never anything that was mentioned about the reasoning why Griffey was leaving. And if you have your kids living in Florida and you're spending half the year away from them where you're not even closer around, that's after 10 years probably going to wear on you, especially as you get more kids, as they get older. And you go, man, there's only so much time I'm going to have to beat up around these guys. Either way, I mean, regardless, Griffey had earned the right, if he wanted to leave town, Is Kelenic starting the outfield? Yeah, he'll be out there, like somebody said there, like Yoka says, he'll probably be working with AJ Pollock in a rotation kind of basis. Pollock is definitely going to be not a guy that's an everyday player. You want to play him to the lefty-righty stuff on that. Lefty stuff. Mason Dale says, I just remembered I don't live in Washington anymore. It's 3 a.m. Thanks for all your inside answers to my questions. Looking for the next stream. Hey, thank you. Appreciate you. Audie Bell says, I'm talking about what got them to the playoffs and what beat the Yankees. I know, Audie, but then you're kind of having a little bit of a different thing than what I was talking about on the first part of it. And if that's the conversation, I'm with you on it. There was a lot of people that did stuff to get you the playoffs on it. But you mentioned getting in the playoffs and the playoff success on that, Audie, right? You brought him out of the bullpen in Game 5 against the Yankees to be the guy to shut him down. To your point on that, it's like he's carrying the day then. He's carrying the day in that moment. You bring him out of the bullpen. What happened? He gave up a hit and he gave up a run. And then it required Edgar Martinez and Griffey to the very next inning, get their hit. And in the case of Griffey, get on base and then get Edgar to knock him home. right? So it's like, it just doesn't quite add up to me on that. Audie says, without the year of 95, no chance the Mariners are here. Potentially. Kevin O'Connor said the front office better do the right thing and bring Bobby home. I hope they do. Donnie, I must be honest, I love Top Gun Maverick the same way I love the first one. Heck, I even love its kick butt score. Boy, it's got a great score. And boy, just the FX, sound FX, I got to see it at a place, my buddy's place, and he's got the surround sound. That movie is out of control on the sound. It's like amazing. Yeah, I think Kelenich's going to have a good year this year. Just something about it. I think he's going to be good. Megan says, I saw the new Top Gun on the plane from Seattle. Wanted to hate it more than I did. I liked it too. Maybe a little bit overhyped with it, but I did like it too. And Kelenich's problem is he's never faced adversity until the majors. That is an issue. And it's going to determine his success going forward as a pro, is if he can overcome that. Can he hit a curveball? Can he hit the sliders? Can he develop an approach at the plate that can find some success and not look like he's just flailing away? We'll see. He is still a young guy. And with young guys, you do give them a little bit more room to kind of maybe develop along. Audie says, I get Brandon here is a hero to you, but it is what it is. I worked on Safeco. You should have seen the giant fat head they had of Griffey on the Kingdome before they tore it down. No, as I've said with this Audie, whether I disagree with you or not, I'm interested to hear what you're backing up and what you're saying. And if you're going to make a grand claim, and it's not about people saying I'm a hero here. It's just, it has nothing to do with it. You're making a claim that Griffey left because he didn't like the dimensions of the stadium. You back that up by saying, no, I've lived in Tacoma and I know people at Tacoma and the ball just doesn't carry there. And no, that's what's building my reasoning as to why Griffey truly left. You're not really backing up what you're saying then with anything factual. It's almost like you're having a feeling, or that this is just your general opinion. Which, if it's your general opinion, that's fine, but that your general opinion goes different towards what was reported about at the time, widely reported from a variety of different areas, has been reported, Audie, since in post haste, right? There's been nothing about the story that's changed, that somehow Griffey came out now and said, it was really about the size dimensions. I wanted to be more in a bandbox and so that I could get those numbers souped up for my career and overtake Hank Aaron and be the all-time home run king. I mean, the one problem with that is that's what you're intimating as well, is that Griffey never indicated that statistically he was driven in that way. There was nothing about Griffey's game where I want to get my stats. I need to get my numbers. Never indicated anything about that. He had a pure love of the sport in a lot of respects to me. But again, you can convince me. I'm open to what you're telling me to be the truth, that Griffey was driven out of town by the fact they were going to this stadium, which was going to be outdoor, and the ball didn't carry anymore out there. But then you got to provide proof to back that up more than your personal opinion, right? What I'm basing on the fact that Griffey went for his family is actually based on news stories. I could Google and bring them up on your screen right now from the times they were written in the moment he was traded, and I can bring up numerous articles in respect to that. So I can back up what I'm saying. As I always say with folks, I'm okay if we disagree and you got something that you can turn my head on. I'm wrong on something. I don't want to be wrong on something. I'm not that married to this opinion. I'd like to have my mind changed, but do back up what you say with something tangible that I can understand. If it's just an opinion or a guy, that's not really that, J.O. says, if you can get past Tom Cruise being able to whoop multiple dudes twice the size, the first Jack Reacher movie's good. I couldn't do it. It's so intricate to the character, him being larger. It's harder for me to do that. Brian Pearson, I love the first Blade Runner a bit more than its 2049 sequel. I hated 2009 sequel. A lot of what's his face walking slowly across the screen. And yeah, Kelenic does get in his own head. Just sometimes it's just, you got to get in that right mental space. Baseball's a tough sport. You fail 7 out of 10 times and you're a great player. It's a tough sport. Sam the Great, remember the Titans, Moneyball, or Space Jam is the best sports movie of all time? I wouldn't go with any of those three as my best all time. I don't admittedly have one off the top of my head, but I probably go with some other options than that. Ethan says, Kelnick's a power hitter and needs to tailor himself to his approach at the plate. He certainly does not need to get stronger, but needs to completely overhaul his swing and approach at the plate. I don't know if overhaul. That's been a little bit. Remember, he was doing that a couple of years ago. Every other time he came up to the plate, he kept overhauling and changing his stroke and trying to change his stance. And it just continue to develop and continue to work on his game. And it sounds like that's what he did this offseason. They said he worked as hard as anybody out there this offseason. That's what I think can help get you around to that level of things. Certainly mentality is going to help by getting a little bit stronger in that realm of things. But that would be the place that I think stands out to me that that's going to come with time potentially, or maybe not come at all. Audie Bell says, watching baseball since 74, watching Griffey's demeanor, he wasn't asking to be traded to a Florida team where his family lived. Okay, Audie, let's have a back and forth. Let's have a back and forth here, okay? And it's not a back and forth about hero or anything else. It's you and I having a discussion one-on-one right here, right? 7 hours into the stream, let's go. Let's have a discussion. I've asked you a couple times now, and I've yet to see you posted in the chat of backing up what you're saying is the reason behind how you feel the way you feel in the Griffey situation. I've asked you to back it up. You've given me feelings. You talked to me about Tacoma. You've not actually referenced anything. The stories about Griffey being traded at the time, the whole way that process went through, and I appreciate that you've been watching baseball since 74. I was through the heart of this. Griffey was my hero growing up. Him and Steve Largent were my sports heroes. So when you're talking about this guy, you're not just talking about a guy that's like somebody I tacitly remember or that I just barely watched. I spent my summers watching this kid play every game when there was on TV, every single one. So like when you're referencing this, you're referencing a place that I lived through and went through. And so when you start talking about things that don't fit to what the reality is of what was fully being reported out in the open at that time, okay, you may be right, Audie. But as if I did that with you, you would expect me to then back that up with something more than about an axiom having to do with the Tacoma error that doesn't have anything to do with the price of tea in China. You know, the bottom line on this is this, Griffey, Audie. Did Griffey want to get closer to his children? That's what I said at the start of this. I didn't say he wanted to live next to them, but get closer to them. When you're on Seattle and your home base is out there in Tampa Bay, there's not a further place that you can get in the country away from your children outside of Alaska or Hawaii. So getting to Cincinnati and a plane ride from Cincinnati to Florida is a lot different than a plane ride from Seattle all the way to Florida, right? So it was about getting closer, and it was also about playing for what? His father's hometown team, the team that he grew up in, the team whose clubhouse he grew up in, and you know, hit baseballs and interacted with fellow pros like Johnny Bench and the Pete Roses and all those guys in between. It was all of that was driving it. And again, if I'm wrong on this, I'm open to it. I haven't told you that I understand, but you got to back it up. As I said, if you want me to back up mine and start bringing up articles from the 90s showing that this was the case, this was reported, that we have direct quotes coming from it, I'll provide that for you. But if you're going to go on your end of it, you got to do more than speak in kind of these general tones. Let's get specific. How are you coming to the conclusion you are that Griffey, you're making a conclusion saying, again, you're the only one I've heard ever mention this, Audie. So this is why I'm a little bit like thrown off by it. I've never any person heard yet in my life in 25 years since Griffey left. I've never heard one person mention the fact that he left because he didn't like the dimensions of the park. Griffey had enough sway at that time where if he wanted to have those fences moved in and he said, no, the fences are too long, get him in 10 feet, the Mariners would have accommodated him. Especially because they created that short porch and right in the first place for his swing. You do remember that, right, Audie? That the fact that the dimensions that go out to right field, when left field, it was cavernous and going out to this far dimensions out in left field, that the reason that they kept the porch short was because they were accommodating Griffey's swing. Like you do, like we're not arguing about that point, right? You do accept that part's the truth. So again, I'm open to you moving me over here, man. Go ahead and pull me over to your side, Audie. I'm with it. But you got to back up what you're saying by more than, I have a general feeling about this. And I know somebody who worked at Tacoma and the air is heavy. And yeah, the air is heavy. I get that. But that's not what was ever reported about in the Griffey situation. And we can disagree about, I'm sorry if I triggered on saying that Griffey saved baseball in Seattle. I'll remove that back off because I didn't realize that was going to raise so many bristles. Again, a thing that's been commonly said very often. I didn't think that that's a crazy opinion to have, and that I've heard many of my own Seattle fellow fans say the very same thing about Griffey. But It was a team effort that helped get you through that 95 season. Griffey was out for a lot of the year with that injury. I think Griffey's impact was more than just that season. It was the building up to that season. If 95 just happens on its own without any of you kind of building up to that moment and getting the imagination of Seattle fans enraptured by baseball, I don't know if it has that same saving the team in Seattle effect. Maybe not. But in regards to Griffey, you got to walk me through that one. Megan says, Blade Runner 2049, and the only person in cinema had a massive migraine and had to go to the bathroom to throw up, and my friend paused the film so I didn't miss anything. I would have said, just keep letting it play. Blue and Green says, I want Julio hitting in the third spot, but it's less chance for him to steal, but he should be one of our RBI men. I agree. I don't really like him stealing anyway. We saw him hurt his hand last year stealing, and that's been one that's been just, is that really worth it for us to do that? For him, is that the best use of him? I like that he's got that speed, but it can be a little dangerous on that to a degree. Though, aren't they making the bags a little bigger this year? Yoka, are the starting pitchers are set? Luis Castillo could win a Cy Young if he's as good as the second half last year. Very well could. Very well could. Mason says, I love my M's with Julio, but Ichiro's my guy. I understand. It's a good guy to have. He's a great player for us, too. Blue and Green, our new Siakam baseman that we got from the Pirates could be our leadoff. I'd prefer something like that with him. I think he could do that for us, too. Yeah. Julio better in the middle of the lineup to me, too. Especially considering we haven't had really a great strength in the middle of the lineup in recent years. Jason Tudor says, I kind of think Ridley Scott's been underwhelming since the 80s. He has been underwhelming. You know? You could say even his brother did better in the 90s with his 90s offerings than he did. But Ridley recently has kind of lost the thread a little bit on some of his touch of things. Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka, the outfield in T-Mobile Park was criticized for not being a home run hitting field when they designed it. Yep, it is. It's not a home run hitting field, that's for sure. But they brought in the right field porch substantially from where it was in left field into the gaps. And that was specifically for Griffey at the time. And Utero says, Brandon, you're 100% on Griffey. You're stating documented facts. That's how I understood it. I'm great if Audie's got some inside info on this. I'm on board with it. I mean, I'm on board okay with that. If that's the reason he left, then let me understand the true right way of it. You know, but I did understand that to be the whole truth of it a little bit. Jason Tudor, Villanueva is overrated as F. I like his smaller stuff like Enemy and Prisoners. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I did like, didn't he just do Dune? I did like Dune quite a bit, Jason. That was one of my movies that I did enjoy. But yeah, some of his stuff is a little bit self-indulgent, maybe. Is that a bad word to use on that? Yami, gosh darn it, B. Now you're alive. Just woke up. I'm going to start from the top. See ya. Have a good one, Yami. Appreciate you. Audie says, not dimensions. Mark McGuire never hit more than 19 home runs in Tacoma his rookie year in Oakland. He hit 49, the same thing with Jose Canseco. Griffey was a media darling. That story was never going to be written. I'm not sure what you're saying there on that. I'm sorry. I'm also guessing Mark McGuire wasn't it Jose Canseco that put him onto steroids, Audie? Wasn't it Jose Canseco that said he was the one injecting the stuff into his... So was McGuire on the roids before he got to Oakland? I don't disagree on the fact that Pacific Northwest ball does not carry as far. There's no doubt about it. You're 100% on point with that. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. The disagreement just comes in on, did Griffey leave because they're going to play in the outdoor stadium? And if he left because they're playing in the outdoor stadium, where is the proof of that? That's all I'm asking. Joker says the kid left for family, but he's still a legend here. He is indeed. Sam the Great, The Longest Yard. That's the actual best sports movie of all time. Oh, that's a great one. That's a great one. It's like the best comedy. It's so hard to pick the best one on this. There's some really good ones and ones that have like just a place in my heart, you know? I mean, I even like one like For the Love of the Game, Sam Raimi movie with, was it Sam Raimi on that one? Yeah, Sam Raimi and Kevin Costner. I even like that one a lot. But I got a soft spot. Audie Bell Griffey played arena baseball in Kingdom. I guess. John Robinson says that Veronica Vaughn is a piece of the ace. I know from experience, dude. No, you don't. Not me personally, but a guy I know knows personally why Griffey moved. Oh, Lordy. Prince Ty 1, it's crazy how my generation, Ken Griffey Jr. is Julio Rodriguez. I do see him bringing us a World Series in 2024-25. He's going to be on that projected path. He is. Guys don't come in at 21 years old and have the kind of year he did last year. And he is only going to get better. As I say with it, we don't know where his top end is going to lie at the end of the day. TJ Jimenez. Hey, Brandon, have you seen the Pivot podcast with Ken Griffey Jr.? No, I haven't. I got to check it out. And your dog Kathy Bates was creepy in that movie. No, Griffey did. I mean, he has 2 games on Super Nintendo. Joker says, no, the kid did say baseball. Oh, I see what you're saying with the dimensions. You're saying he had no... Donnie Pearson's The Hawks Nest has been fun, but it must run. Thank you, Brandon. Have a great week, everyone. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. Thank you so much. Have yourself a great night. Spaces is going to suck for me the next few months. Baseball's too boring. It's going to be going, though, this year. They're going to get the games down, man. They got new rules in place. They're going to get it exciting. Audie Bell says, then Johnson leads the Diamondbacks to the World Championship their 4th year. Yeah. He's part of a team on that, certainly. Kurt Schilling had a little bit of help there in that part of the process as well for that Diamondback team. And I love Randy Johnson, so, but when you talk about a guy like Griffey wanting to go out of town and letting the team know in advance, I want to go out of town and, I'm doing this for reasons of I want to go be closer to my family and play for the team that I grew up in the clubhouse as a kid, loving that my dad played for. That's a little bit of a different exit to me, Audie Bell, than Johnson, who once he didn't get his contract extension, totally went in the tank for the team. He basically completely crapped the bed that year for us as a pitcher. And then magically, Audie Bell, wasn't it almost just magical the way Randy Johnson went from being this guy that suddenly could not figure out how to pitch a baseball anymore to now being the most dominant starter in the other conference the second he's traded over to the Houston Astros that year? Wasn't that strange? Wasn't that a weird coincidence? That was so weird. It's almost like, just stay with me. It's almost like he was kind of shutting it down that year. Like he'd kind of gotten his feelings a little bit. Yeah, I like Dune, Megan. I'm going to be hyped for the sequel in that one. And the Oppenheimer one. Prince says, it's still crazy to me because I live 5 minutes from the Aquasox Stadium in Everett, and like after school, me and the boys would walk across the street to watch the game after spring football practice. Oh, that's awesome. That's cool to be that close. Blue and Green says, baseball playoffs can get intense. People who think baseball is boring don't understand or have played the game. Agreed. I think people have a right to say in recent years some of it's gotten boring because baseball got so lackadaisical with its getting these guys to lock in and go, letting the batter step out of the box and zip, fix my hand. The pitchers stand up and walk off every pitch and, getting a little more of the speed back in the game, I think could be a benefit to it and will help it. But it can absolutely be an intense affair. Audie Bell says, so the baseball god zapped Griffey and he never had another healthy season. Okay. Or he also played the first 10 years of his career on AstroTurf, which completely tears your legs up, doesn't it? Like, it's playing on concrete for 10 years probably wasn't the greatest either. Yeah. John says, nah, Griffey was a family man. I could believe A-Rod moved for his status, but not the kid. He was pure. Exactly. Let's remember too, Audie Bell, the kid's the same guy that was in a dinner with Barry Bonds. And a guy, this is part of the why I'm bristling at this, is you're going after one of my true few like heroes I hold from a sports standpoint in Griffey. And if we're going to do so, then fine, we can go after him. But we definitely got to be valid in what we're saying on what we're saying here then. It's got to be the truth at that point. So, yeah, I feel like in every way Griffey showed you he was really pure as the sport and his appreciation of it. You see a lot of players come along and they want to use a sport for their time, use it to raise themselves in a way and sort of just use it and spit it out. I think like what Mark McGwire did and Sammy Sosa did and Roger Clemens did was exactly that. They used the sport up for their own means. They didn't care what lines they were going to overstep. It didn't matter. It was for their own personal gain to do it. And Griffey took the opposite choice. And because he took the opposite choice, Audie Bell, because he didn't do steroids in his 30s like Barry Bonds, he didn't get to have his greatest career in his 30s. He aged as normal baseball players age as they go in their mid-30s. That's the way it tends to work, especially if you're a young kid coming playing at 19 years old. I don't think the baseball gods were punishing him. I think Father Time's undefeated. And it's going to wear your legs out playing on AstroTurf on a daily basis. Jason says, Dune's good. Yeah, I just feel Billy's better at making pretty pictures than he is at getting me to care about the film and the characters. No, you're right. There's definitely a little bit too much of the lean into the visual sentiment for him. And that's what I felt like with what he did with Blade Runner 2046 especially. It becomes about the set pieces. It becomes about the visuals, and those kind of directors will lose the thread when it comes to story, character building, acting. Those become lesser details to them, and then you get a little bit of a stiltedness in the middle. You're watching a beautiful movie that just sort of sits there a bit, which is a completely valid criticism of Villanueva. Ethan says, I want Julio batting leadoff because he gets more bats. We don't have a legit leadoff hitter that gets on base constantly enough. I can understand that. I just don't want him to get hurt stealing a base in the future. That's my main thing to avoid. DJ says, I heard A-Rod wanted the fences brought in, but not Griffey. That tracks. See, if you told me that A-Rod was the one that was like leaving because he didn't want the fence, he didn't like the fence was so far out, you could sign me up for that one, but not with Griff. Simon the Great says, just glad the Mariners will be a great now. Take down Houston. Let's go. Let's go. In utero, I hate the Astros so much. Prince, I'm a day one J-Rod fan, and sometimes the Aqua Sox players would watch us practice when they were chilling in their locker rooms, which were right by ours. Laughing out loud. Oh, that's funny. John says that Griffey era was the golden era of baseball that will never be duplicated. I can't get into baseball anymore. It's hard. It's hard. It's why they should be doing these rule changes and go in this direction. Try to get some of the fans back into the stadiums there. Get back the young imagination. Jason says excited for Oppenheimer, but the Barbie movie comes out the same day, and I'm psyched for that. No joke. Oh my God, really, Jason? I'm gonna have a hard time on that one. That might be one I end up kind of missing. I might have to miss that one. Flags Appa says Proposition's a great Australian revenge film. Guy Pearce and not Cave doing the soundtrack. Oh, Nick Cave doing the soundtrack. I think I got to check that one out. I don't think have I seen that one? Thought I saw that one back in the day. It's been a while though. In utero, I've been investing. I'll check that one out again if I haven't seen it though. I've been investing in Julio cards since 2019. Kept telling everyone it'd be great and was finally right. Ooh, those cards are going to pay off. Ethan says something Julio does that Griffey didn't was work out and take care of his body off the field. Yeah, probably not as much. I'd heard some of that with Griffey when they talked to the trainer about that in years after that, is that he said what it was that there was a little bit of that Griffey did, which was sort of the psyching out of opponents. Is that he would do a lot of his working out at home and that's where he'd get his lifts in. Because he wanted to have this sort of reputation, like he just sort of falls out of bed and he's that great. It's sort of like a, like I said, it's like a psych out thing a little bit. But that was what the trainers reportedly said that at one point. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't think Prime Griffey is the GOAT, I ain't mad at you. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And if you like Moneyball, you should read the book. Way better than the movie. I'd love to check out. That's been a book I've meant to get to at some point in my life, and I've never gotten to it, but I need to. John said the home run race between Sosa and McGwire was so cool. It doesn't seem like baseball ever gained the star power. Larry Walker, Sosa, Bonds, Piazza, Lofton, Tomey, A-Rod, Barry Larkin, Biggio, Bags. Never quite got back to that same place. I mean, the game started to slow down more over the next couple of decades, John. The steroid era came in and threw a lot of fans out because baseball's really a sport about statistics as much as anybody else. And now you've slanted the stats in a way that makes it where they don't hold up, or it's hard to judge now at that point. Then you get other things that come along. You get the players gumming up baseballs, or the Astros using sign stealing things and electronics and whatnot. And it just starts to muddy up the waters even more. Daniel says, normally I'd be against bringing Bobby back, but we need 2 linebackers anyways. Like you said, can't be 2 rookies. Even if we draft 2 rookies, don't want both to start. Draft 1 rookie plus Bobby and sit another. There we go. That's where I come with it too, Daniel. I certainly would love it if there was a stacked up middle linebacker class that you could get your 2 middle linebackers right now, start them, and feel good about that. But it's not that strong of a class, and you wouldn't really normally like to do that anyway, just if everything was equaled out. So yeah, I look at it as we need a twofer here. You get Bobby as the certainty, and you're knowing what you're getting. You're not expecting prime Bobby, but then you get the young horse next to him, and Bobby gets to just point and tell him where to go. Audie Bell, we have found a place that we do agree. Took a little bit of time, but we arrived. He says, Randy Johnson was the most dominant left-handed pitcher of his generation. Agreed. And vastly so. He says, yes, Randy gave up. Kind of did. John says, the original Ken Griffey Jr. baseball game is low-key the best baseball game ever. I'm waiting for a fan to rewrite that game to make season with a draft, farm system, and player dev. That'd be cool. And Utero says, Randy was really mad at the front office after his dad died and he wanted more time off, but the Mariners wouldn't allow it. Johnson said that. That's understandable. And I get why Johnson would be not happy with the ball club not willing to give him the extension too, because the extension wasn't coming down because of the back issues, and they were worried that his back was like a ticking time bomb, which it didn't turn out to be, obviously. But I hadn't heard of that about the dad thing. So that's interesting to hear that played out that way. I wonder why they wouldn't give him a little more time off. That sucks. Joker says, honestly, I didn't get into baseball until Kyle Lewis was good in 2020. COVID league, I started to pay more attention to baseball again. Well, you're checking in at a good time. Adi says, keep Johnson and you win at least 2 titles. Maybe. I mean, he went to more of a conference at that time. When you're talking about being over in the American Conference, the National Conference, it was a lot stronger over in the American Conference. That's where you had your teams like the Yankees paying for titles, basically. It was a little more wide open for Johnson to have that door open to go get his World Series over there, but maybe. I mean, the guy you got didn't we get Freddie Garcia in return for Randy? I thought he still gave you some really good years through that time period that if they weren't equivalent to Randy, you still got some pretty good performance from him at that point. But it's possible. Seahawks Blue and Green says Bond says it was a cream that he used that he didn't know has steroids. Haha, bull. Yeah, exactly. Both him and McGuire did the same thing with like the adrenaline that he had in his locker room that he had just out there, just like, no, it's this one I'm using. It's like they're playing their tricks. They knew what was up. They knew it was wrong. They knew they were wrong for that. Adi says, yeah, no Griffey didn't juice. Yeah, no Griffey juice in there. It's part of where my respect comes in, Audie, is that the pull there at that time for Griffey was as much as anything, where you're seeing McGuire and Socha come into prominence and then Barry grow his head 4 sizes too big and hit 80 home runs. And Griffey's probably going like, I could have 100 home runs if I juice. But he knew, I feel like he made a bit of that decision at that time for the understanding his respect for the sport. And part of that respect born out of the clubhouse that he was raised in Cincinnati. And part of my appreciation for where I look at with Griffey and viewing and having that respect for it as he did and avoiding that as he did. John, if Griffey worked like Jerry Rice did, especially for injury prevention. He would have broken most records. He might have. It's hard, John, when you're playing on that AstroTurf, though. 19 years old, you come play on an AstroTurf. He was eventually traded, I think, at like 29, 30 years old. 11 years, 150, 155 games a season on that AstroTurf. It's going to wear a guy down. That's going to wear them legs down. It is. Jason Tudor with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jason. Love that this place is theoretically about the Seahawks, but the last hour of comments are all about movies and Ken Griffey Jr. Definitely the off season. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, dude. No doubt about that. We have definitely reached peak off-season moments at this moment here with the Griffey and movie talk. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. Appreciate you. That's hilarious. Jack says, baseball is fun when your team is good and entertaining. No one wants to watch a bad baseball team, which the Mariners have mostly been. Let's be honest. Agreed. I think the Mariners have a right to ask you to, if it's after 2001 and you want to rebuild and you're going to take a couple of years and you got to get back to right and it's going to take us to 2005 to get there, you're patient. But when you talk about, well, we're at 2010 and you're still not good. Well, we're at 2015 and you're still not good. Well, we're at 2020 and you're still not good. How long can you hope to a local fan base to hold on to bad baseball, bad footing? And I think you can ask them to hold on for a little bit, but when it gets into the decades of time, then okay, you've got to re-earn that trust back a bit, and it's understandable that that's the case. Sonic someday here, Sam the Great. We'll get him back here someday. Audie Bell, but Brandon, you were such a big fan of, you did not pay attention to the stories from local vendors and people who dealt with Griffey that were saying he wasn't a very nice guy. Maybe we just heard two different stories with it. And again, let's keep the Audie, let's keep this in the, like you're kind of moving this around a little bit. Like I'm trying to kind of pull the discussion with you where we can kind of be right here. And you're kind of moving this over here and you're moving it over here and you're going over here. The discussion was about why he wanted to leave. And you're talking about whether or not he was a nice guy. So what are we really kind of debating here? I have a lot of interest. I have so many stories, Audie Bell, of people that I know that had direct interactions with him. Again, I lived in the same place you did. So you might have had different interactions from different people that had different interactions with Griffey. I had interactions with people that had direct interactions with Griffey and talked to him and that sung his praises and said he was a really cool dude and and that he was a down to earth guy. So you might have just had different stories you heard from your van, but I did have direct stories I heard. I lived in that area. Everyone's going to know everyone at that time to a degree. You're going to hear your share of stories. I did not hear, and I don't think that the going reputation of Griffey is that he's known as just being an a-hole or that's how he carried himself when he was in Seattle. You may have heard some of these stories from within yours and dealing with them, but I think that you would agree with me that that's not the common understanding of him here in Seattle. You could be right on some of this stuff, but again, as we come down to Audie, you're not really giving me a lot of tangible stuff to change my mind on this. You're saying magnanimous statements that are fact and wide deference to what we understand to be the truth about Griffey, but you're not really backing it up with anything that's tangible at that point. Innuendo, rumor, secondhand stories. I have secondhand stories of Griffey being great. It's not worthwhile for me to present it to you. It's not worthwhile for you to present it to me on secondhand stories. And again, it has nothing to do with why did he leave? That was remember we started with this, Audie? The whole beginning of this was, why did he leave? And your contention was that he left because they were playing outdoor and the baseball didn't carry. And I said, oh, I've never heard that presented before, Audie. You're the first person in 20 years to say that to me. How do you back that statement up? What are you basing that off of? You then mentioned something about Tacoma. Now you're mentioning something about Griffey's character as a human being, I guess. But aren't we arguing about whether or not he left about the fences being moved back? Wasn't it the whole thing that started this? And again, you might be right on this. I'm open to being changed, but you do have to understand I'm going to do more than just take your word for it that you know a guy. You're going to have to give me a little bit more. I think you'll understand that you need a little more than that, right? Jack, I'm a diehard football fan, fair weather baseball guy. I like the M's now, but didn't watch when they were bad. As I said, it's been 20 years. You've earned the right to check out until they earn your good faith to check in. And you're going to make bad decisions as a franchise. You're not going to show that you're fully committed to building a winning ball club. You can't expect your fan base to stay in on that. You're going to lose your fans at that point. Joker says, what about Trout, Ohtani, J-Rod, Vladdy, Judge, Harper, hate to say it, Alvarez are still good players, pretty good baseball scene. Baseball is going to maybe be on the rise. And with these rule changes, they can rise back into prominence. Sports go through fluctuations of popularity. There was one point that the NBA was almost dead in the late 70s. And then Magic and Larry came along and the sport came back to life. And baseball can come back to life too as well. So far, everything that comes out about World Series winning teams over the last several years is that if you're not cheating, you're not winning a championship. It's definitely been a problem. Will Valdez, if the Yankees were the last team, if they were the only team that gave me a contract, I'd retire, said Ken Griffey Jr. I remember him saying that. Again, that's more proof to like what I talked about with him was like, he kind of walked it like he talked it with it. It's like, he was asked about that. The Yankees said no, and it was because of how the Yankees treated him and his father when he was younger. He's like, no. John loves the steroid era. Nothing wrong with that, John. Really just open on it. Prince says it's so weird because my high school uses the Aqua Sox Stadium to play, but we are a public school. Everett's just a super tight community. But since we were in high school, no one could hit a home run. Yeah, you're not putting over that fence, right? Even with the aluminum bats, as there's still some pretty deep fences. John says that pisses me off about the Johnson back thing, and then he goes into the Diamondbacks and wins the title. Yeah, team was definitely trying to get out ahead of that one. He was an older guy too, so he was into his mid-30s at that point, and you were worried that guys get in the mid-30s, they're not going to tend to still pitch at their prime level of that they pitched at their late 20s. But in Johnson's case, he was a late bloomer, so there wasn't as much tread taken off the tires for a guy in his mid-30s at that point, even with the back issues that were there. But certainly not the greatest of moves in retrospect versus just paying him. Prince, not many people can say they practiced and played a Major League Baseball, even though it was really bad my 1 year. Tried out baseball. Hey, at least that would have been a fun environment to hang in. Audie says they dogged Johnson because he was ugly and surly. Griffey was pretty and sold tickets. Maybe Audie. Maybe. I don't know about that one. I don't know. I remember Randy Johnson being pretty well loved. Maybe I'm misremembering that, but I thought he was pretty well loved. And Bobby Ayala cost the Mariners so many games. The thought of that guy still pisses me off. That was the one thing with Lou, is that the bullpen would be up and down on his teams. They'd have great offenses and pretty good defense, but the bullpen at that time could come in and fail. And boy, he loved himself some Bobby Ayala more than the fans ever really did. Bonds, I don't know how his hat size increased 4 sizes. I thought he was getting smarter. Danny W says, favorite second round and beyond players you really want to see the Seahawks come away with? I like Darnell Washington. John Schmitz, if you can give him the second round, would be great. I don't know, man. I'd have to kind of think about that. Favorite second round and beyond players you really want to see the Seahawks come away with. I've got a list of kind of like my guys. It's going to be a list that expands more and more. Let me see if I've got it up here. Get to the bottom of my list here. So like my early list of my guys that I would say, these are just guys that go in kind of a variety of places in the draft. I like Jair Brown, Darnell Washington, Christopher Smith. Brian Branch is more of a first round guy, but he's still on my list here. I like Jake Bobo, Owen Papoe, Sidney Brown. That'd be my list of guys I would say kind of in a more of a second round and onward guys that would be like my guys that I kind of like. Just preference, I guess you could say on it. Flag, anybody else have a feeling we are dropping a quarterback early? It's possible. Audie says, what pisses me off about Griffey is he waited until we traded Johnson to demand out. And if you understand Griffey's ego and the difference between indoor and outdoor baseball in the Pacific Northwest. So once again, Audie, I've asked, I think about 5 times for you to supply some proof. And you're making a magnanimous statement that you're saying is ultimately the truth, that you understand differently than anybody else in the Pacific Northwest understands it. And so I've told you, I said, okay, I disagree with you, but I'm open to you proving me to be the case. And you continue to make magnanimous statements that you say, this is fact, and I'm telling you what the 100% fact is, but you're not actually backing it with anything. I mean, if you are so certain of this being the reasoning that that's why he left out of town, and that's, and again, now you're saying two different things off of what you said initially, because you said Griffey wanted out of town because the fences left. Now you're saying Griffey wants out of town because the Johnson trade happened. Which is it? But again, just back up what you're saying is all I'm saying. If you want me to, I can present you a lot of different news articles that say exactly why Griffey left. I can present you exact quotations as to Griffey explaining very specifically his reasoning for wanting to go to Cincinnati. If there's something that you understand differently of that, then you have to back it up with some proof, buddy. Just saying empty comments that have no backing to it means that you're just operating off of emotion. And quite frankly, in some of your comments, it seems like there's an emotional base to your love of Randy and sort of a subtle hatred to Griffey. I've got no hatred of Randy. I have appreciation and love for Randy. But I don't know that that's the equivalent on your side of it. And if that's not the case, and I'm reading it wrong of you, then please do, as I've asked you to do about 5 times now in the chat, back up what you're saying with some actual facts that can back it up. A reporter that's done work, a comment, a direct quote that you can pull from Griffey or any front office member from the Seattle Mariners, okay? Just anything. But just speaking blindly on it like you understand better than anybody else in the Pacific Northwest, that you have somehow this inside track because you knew a guy at Tacoma, doesn't add up. Flag Sabbath, I told the story on here about how like Drippy was rehabbing with the reindeers. He found out it was my birthday, and Sappy next to his family and George Carl after the game, he signed my reindeers. Drippy was rehabbing with reindeers. I lost the Flag Sabbath. That's something I think I just took acid when I read your post there. Ethan Deckwell, that's why I defended Jerry DiPoto when he came in with service. His job as GM is doing what I'll advocate for. Choose a path and commit. DiPoto blew it all up when he got here, and we're in year 5. Agreed. Very supportive of what DiPoto did. It was very much different than what recent general managers had done here in Seattle, which was try to blow up a farm system to skip to the head of the line. You know, take the quick, easy approach. The way of the Sith. Flag Pat, you also had George Carl side my hat. He was very nice to me and my family and took time to talk to us. It was a dream come true as a Hawks sports fan. Nice. And you were the Randy Johnson burner account. Audie Bell, you're talking, I'm typing. I know. Well, that's what I'm saying is if you can type a reference. You can type me of saying, Google this, and this will come up as the first link. And then this is supporting my argument. This is supporting what I'm presenting to you as being the fact. You can type that in. You're not restricted by that to present some facts on it. So every bit the way that I can show it to you on a link, I can bring you up a link and post it into the comments too and say, here's a link to the news article. Go read this article, which says Griffey referencing, I want to be close to my family. I want to play for my dad's team. Blah, 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 blah. You know? Flag says, Griffey, not Drippy. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's reread Flags on this. I told the story here about how Griffey was rehabbing with the Rainiers. He found out it was my birthday and sat next to me and his family and George Carl. After the game, he signed my Rainiers hat. See, that's what I'm saying about Audie. These are the personal stories that I hear about Griffey. You talk about, maybe you didn't talk to people who actually had interactions with Griffey. Here's a direct one in our own chat right now who had this kind of story that he's talking about with Griffey rehabbing and being as kind as he was to him. That's more of what I hear about when it comes to Griffey. That tends to be the stories I hear. D-Man says, these players are human just like us. Imagine your life being under a microscope every day of your life. You will have some bad days. You will. And the thing is, there's always somebody there watching you when you have those bad days to note it, write it down, tell other people because it's notable to them. But for you, it's just a bad day, you know? Good point. Yeah, none of the shortcut nonsense. I agree. John says our Sonic era was as cool as the Griffey era. I hated Jordan because of 95. We needed a Jordan killer like Joe Dumars. Luke Longley was killing us. Yeah, that was I think of that on the 95 too. I think Peyton was working through some injuries in his leg on that game, and that definitely impacted his ability to just have Carl match him up with Jordan from the jump. And that was Jordan at the height of his powers, kind of, wasn't it? I mean, at least as far as the team was concerned. That was a good era, though. Love the Sonics. That was a great era of Sonic teams. D-Man says the Mariners have tried to make it a winning team consistently. It just didn't work out. No, it didn't. But you have movies like signing Richie Sexton back in the day, trading farm system guys away for an arm on a stretch run. When they just trying to strike while they weren't ready as a team to kind of go out there and get it done. Bring back steroids. Universe's best part of the shift being eliminated is the athleticism and infielding will and rise. Agreed. Get us back to a more purified way of things. Prince says, bring back steroids. I want to see Trout and Judge hit nukes. John says, I can't wait till we get our Sonic team back. Another superstar like Durant, Westbrook, Kemp lands with us so I can get back into the NBA. I'll be creating a new channel when we do. I will be creating a Sonic channel. John, I hated Ayala and freaking Heathcliff Slocum. Oh, yeah, those were two of the worst at the time. And Uterus says sometimes you wondered if Randy was going to kill Bobby Ayala. You did. Randy go out there and throw 8 innings, a shutout ball. Ayala comes out, walks the first guy, gives up a 2-run homer. Like, really, Bobby? Really? Norm was good, though. Norm was fun. Yeah, Bobby Ayala eyes look like a coconut. He was a little nervous looking when he got out there. He did. He was looking like, oh, I don't know if this guy's going to hold up. Daniel says, I feel like the LA Rams are trying to tank for Caleb Williams next year. Thoughts? Kind of starts to seem like that, doesn't it, Daniel? You're playing in one of the toughest divisions in football. You start offloading all of your guys that you can offload. If Stafford doesn't come back a quarterback for the next year, if they're just like, why don't you just retire, Matt? You got this bag thing, just go ahead and retire. Are they not in the pole position then to go get the number 1 pick next year? I could see it. Audie Bell, you want me to prove Griffey's thought process? Well, yeah, if you're gonna exclaim that you can somehow read Griffey's mind, because that seems to be what you're telling me then. So I should just trust that you can read Griffey's mind and know better than anybody else in the Pacific Northwest as to the reasons why he moved out of town. Can you understand how that doesn't come off sounding really silly, Audie? And again, within this is not me saying I'm going to hold on to my opinion and I will be married to this opinion and you can't convince me. I've said from the start on this discussion, Audie, you can convince me of the fact that what you're saying is the truth. But if you're talking about the fact that you're a mind reader and that's how you somehow understand why Griffey was truly traded, and that reason goes in difference to everything that was widely reported about the situation, and he was the biggest superstar to ever be moved out of town at that point, so it was pretty widely reported on, then as I've said with this, you've got to back that up. And you're not backing that up. Being a mind reader is not backing up when you're making a big magnanimous statement like that. It's like saying gravity doesn't exist. We got all these reports of gravity existing, and you're saying, no, I'm the one person who knows gravity doesn't exist. Well, how do you prove that versus all of this evidence of gravity surely existing? I don't have to prove it. I just know it. So just believe me. Well, you can understand if that doesn't quite hold up. Totally doesn't. Need a little bit more than that. D-Man says Griffey went out of town because he wanted to be around his dad more often. Be around family. Audie Bell asks, what the F am I talking about? I've been very clear with what I'm talking about. You came in here and you said the reason that Ken Griffey Jr. wanted to be moved was due to the fact that he was playing outdoor and that meant he wasn't going to be able to hit as many home runs and he was statistically driven. And so that's what caused the whole trade. That's what we began this discussion at. You've tried to move it into a couple of different other areas that had nothing to do with our initial point of discussion in the first place. I continue to try to take your wayward eyes and try to bring them back onto the subject at hand. But I seem to be failing to do so. So we're going to fast arrive at a place where I'm just going to let you have your stance on this. But the bottom line, Audie, is you're not backing up what you're saying. You're saying kind of a crazy statement and you're not backing it up with anything. And now I'm questioning it on it. And one of your first responses is, well, I know Brandon's appeared as a hero around here, but I'm just asking you to back up what you're saying. You're saying crazy stuff, back it up. And now when I've asked you to back it up, you bristle at that and trying to change the argument in different directions, somehow being about Griffey's personality or something about Tacoma. So anybody comes in here and brings something with football, baseball, whatever you bring, if you're going to bring something in that's an outlandish statement, you can convince me of it. I'm not going to be beholden to my own belief structure that I can't have my mind changed, but you better back it up with something. And if you don't, I'm going to call you silly for it because you're not backing something up at this point. You're making just a blind statement, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Alex, what do you think? Do you think Trey Brown will be a factor for us in his third year? Hard to say. It depends on how much he gets back after he's injured and where he is on his injury. I feel like maybe he didn't come back to 100% last year. Yeah, Audie, I'm specifically asking about the fences. You brought up Randy Johnson. It's the fences we're talking about. That's where we started the conversation. So please bring it back to that. You said that, but this is very simple, Audie, very easy. You said Griffey left because he didn't like the outdoor nature of things. The fences are too far. The ball doesn't carry well. He's not going to hit as many home runs. That's why the trade happened. Back that statement up. Back it up now. Don't bring up some other subject. Don't move the ball into another realm. Back up that statement in your next comment. Let's see if you can do it. I laid down the gamut to you. I put the challenge to you. Give me a GD link. Give me a direct quote. Get me something. Give me a sliver of something to back up what you're saying. Basically, the debate about baseball is actually something I can get into actually. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with Audie at this point. John says, I remember when Larry Walker wouldn't even face Johnson in the All-Star. Yeah, about the John Kruk video. If you ever get a funny video, you youngsters want to go back and watch Randy Johnson throw into John Kruk in the All-Star game. And Kruk literally, he's a left-handed hitter, and on the first throw, Randy throws it over his head, and then he flips his helmet around and goes over to the right side just because he's freaked out. It's a great moment in All-Star history. Mike Mullen, damn, you're still going live and strong. Had to go back to work with my lunch break, and that's what it was like 2 hours ago. Major props to you, bro. Thank you, man. I love what I do on this. Having some great discussion tonight. I can't remember the name of the guy who pitched the perfect game on acid, John. It's been a while on that one. He wasn't like a main named guy, I don't think. Like Ice Kemp. Flag says Griffey talked to us after the game for 30 minutes, found out it was my B-day, sat down next to me and my family. He was super nice. It's great to hear. Jack, what are you going to name the Sonics channel? I don't know, man. I've got the Hawks Nest and the Crow's Nest, but I can't really go Sonic's Nest, can I? That doesn't really roll off the tongue very smoothly. They should allow all roids in sports. Maybe eventually they will if they get it clean enough. Yeah, Seattle Seahawks, Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka. Bobby Alla was one of the most heartbreaking closers we've ever had in Mariner history. Griffey, Audie says Griffey had a huge numbers playing in the Kingdom. He knew he had no chance of equaling those numbers at Safeco. He waited until we had traded Johnson to make this selfish move. Yeah, but where's your proof that he cares about numbers or that Griffey was motivated by numbers? You don't have it? Kirk, what are the odds that the Seahawks actually pick at 5? I think Schneider is trying to go to other teams to think the Seahawks are taking a quarterback so they will trade up. I think if Carter and Anderson aren't there, Kirk, that's option 2. I think option 1 is one of those two guys, but if they're not there, they just go with, bam, let's move back. So I don't know if they'll have to run much of a smokescreen at it, because if Carter and Anderson go ahead, Kirk, then you're very likely to have the third best quarterback in the draft available to a team that's going to be very quarterback hungry and willing to probably trade up to go get that guy at that point. Grant Paintings, any thoughts on the safety trade Dean out of Florida? Yes, I have taken a look at Trey Dean. My number's up here on this. Where did I have him? No, I don't even have him up on my list here, but I did have him scouted. So he's I call him Mr. Versatile, athletic free safety with plus size and length. He shows the capability to be lined up all over the field, including in the slot. He's played a ton of college football, or a lot of games under his belt there at Florida. Shows off a smooth, easy back pedal. Also played some outside corner earlier in his career and held up all right. He's a good blitzer too. 4.5 sacks in his college career. He's pretty good with the ball in the air, though only good for 1 interception a year, but not bad ball skills. He'll knock it away. I do have him on my list. I've got him as kind of a 4th round graded guy at this point. So just kind of a good overall, solid, kind of boring type of prospect. No individual skill set that really stands out with him, but he's got some pro skills to him. 6'3" size at the free safety positions plus size. Moves really well. He'll test really well. So like him. And he's played a lot of college football, so you're getting a very seasoned guy in this time where a lot of times these guys now have only played a couple of years when they're coming out. Didn't the Kingdoms have the closest fence? No, I thought Baltimore had them beat on that space. It's right about the time where there was a lot of bandboxes being created around Major League Baseball at that time. It's like yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna let Adi be. I'm gonna let Adi be, man. Sam the Great, we should have won the World Series that year with 116 wins. Yeah, we should have, man. That Yankee team was topped out, though. Boy, they had so much talent, that team. That was brutal that year. Oh. Okay. Joker says King Felix was the last perfect game in Major League Baseball. Let that sink in. Crazy. That is crazy. How about Felix getting a perfecto? Roxanne, the Control Tower for Sonics. I kind of like that name. I kind of like that name there, Roxanne. That's kind of cooking a little bit there. The Control Tower. Get a little tower. We get a little bit of the lightning symbol on it, like for the Sonic kind of symbol too. I'm feeling that. Doc Ellis was the one who threw a no-hitter on acid. That's right. Voodoo says, Bobby Ayala, how about Armando Benitez or Jose Mesa? Those would be good ones right in there with it. Bobby just had the heartbreaking ones where he would just kill you at the worst times, it felt like. But that could be also my just childhood memories of it. When you're a child, it seems much more real. But Roxanne, that's a great suggestion. The Control Tower. Could write that one down. Control Tower. That's strong. It's a strong Sonic channel name. Sonic Sphere. It's not bad too. Let's write it down. Sonic Sphere. It'd be like I do the Sonic Sphere, right? You'd have to do it as a you'd have to do it as like as not the plural, right? Wouldn't it sound kind of cooler as Sonic Sphere rather than Sonic Sphere? That gets a whole hard to. Hi, I'm Brandon. Welcome to Sonic Sphere. I think that I might do a lot of spitting at that point. I like it though. Sonic Sphere. The Sonic Sphere. How about that? Something like that. Was Garth at this point, but would have dropped 5 donuts by now if he was Garth at least. Oh. John says, I don't like Rob Stan's take on Jalen Carter about his stamina being character concern. It's getting real nitpicky. Stamina is an issue for almost all the big 300 plus pounders. I'm in alignment with you on this, John. I've not quite understood some of the stuff where John's gotten caught up with Jalen, Rob's gotten caught up with this on the Jalen stuff here, John. And they call it analysis by paralysis, or paralysis by analysis. Where you start to, like you say, get over nitpicky, and it just, you get lost on a player on it, or just get more to the big picture stuff with it, and the big picture stuff is that Carter's a dominant player, and it's not going to be a problem at the pro level. It's really, really not, but I share the same kind of frustration on that one, where it's definitely in Rob's craw. He does not like the conditioning of Mr. Carter. Grant, anytime, man. I like Trey Dean. He's good player, solid player. Just not that quite prime talent, but still a solid player. And he might come to the combine and really blow it up too. So it's possible. Adi Bell, it is what it is, man. I appreciate your perspective on it, man. We might disagree on it. Like I said, I wasn't trying to get to a point of let's dunk on one another with it. It's more of just, okay, you think this way. How do you get to thinking this way? How did you arrive at the spot of believing this with Griffey? Is it just a general feeling you have? Or is it actually something that we can base on something tangible in the real world that I can come to understand it to be the truth as well? John, I agree. Carter will get more in shape as he gets to be a pro, especially in a pro level program. You're not in college anymore. You're being paid. You got to take care of your body. We don't get a lot of problems with players being out of shape, or hear about a lot of that at the pro football level once they get to that. You get your occasional guys come through, but most of these guys get their head on straight and know what's at stake, And here I figured out Hybel's Henry Cotto. It's a name I haven't seen for a long time. DJ, who remembers closing pitcher Eddie Gorardo, the Bulldog, or Horacio Ramirez? Well, there's some old names coming out on that one. John says, yeah, but how do we know with Jalen Carter's not a medical thing? We'll find out the combine, I guess. We will. If he's got some problem with his heart or something like that, you'll definitely hear about it at that point. Ethan says, now I hate the Astros a bit more. Well, you should always hate the Astros. It's completely the right feeling. Megan's got a great one too. The Sonic Boom. That's not a bad channel name. Sonic Boom. I'm writing these down for deliberation because I think we're getting a basketball team within the next couple of years. Sam the Great says Carter's character issues equals he waved bye-bye to Ohio State after the L. Yeah, definitely. Hooked on Sonics. Oh goodness. They're going to have that channel out there, Voodoo. The Hooked On folks. Hooked On. Mr. K&B, maybe put your finals for your Sonics channel to a vote in your stream when you have a Final Four. Definitely dig the control tower. Yeah, Roxanne's onto something with the control tower, Mr. Kane. I like that one. We're going to do it. So we will definitely put it to a vote when we come down to the time on that, and I'll start kind of adding some names, and we'll do a full couple of polls. So we'll have a good couple of names we'll put to this, but I like a lot of these. Control Tower, Sonic Boom, these are some great names. I better trademark that. I'm going to go to do these names, and they're all going to be taken. Like, how did somebody get ahead of me on this? How did this occur? The Chronics. A pot leaf with the Sonic logo in between it. Something like that. Oh, Lordy. Hooked on Sonics is a great name. Hooked on Sonics is kind of cool. I like it. They got those locked on sports. Sounds almost locked on. Hooked on Sonics. I'll put it down though. Put it down. John says guys in the trenches are heavily rotated more than any other position. I'm not worried. No, I'm not either. And you're right about that. I remember talking with Brennan on this. It's a 2013, 2014 team, John. You had no player playing on the defensive line playing more than 40% of the snaps in a given game. And so when you went to a Super Bowl, when you won a Super Bowl, when you went to back-to-back Super Bowls, you were doing so by rotating a defensive line in and keeping bodies fresh. And I think that this is just, as you say, John, it's the nature of the beast now in the modern NFL. It's not 1985. It's not 1995. We're now in the era of specialists and specialists across the board. And so, it's not going to be, I really feel like with Carter, it's not going to be a big issue. I would be shocked if it was. John says, it does worry me, though. Warren Sapp didn't think Carter was a dominant player. I feel like I trust his eye on that position. Well, certainly former players, you're going to listen to what they got to say with it. And he's got a wide opinion on him. Carter's a guy that is not just it seems like Anderson has more of a consensus on the people that love him, where Carter draws a lot more of an ire and difference of opinion. And that does seem to be the nature of the beast with it. I will say, though, with Sapp, it's two different players that also kind of somewhat win in different ways. Carter's got quickness, but Sapp had the elite quickness, and Sapp was about winning with first step quickness and leverage, whereas Carter can just win with sometimes some pure physical dominance and size that maybe Sapp didn't naturally have for his day. But it's worth noting. Dom H, Yo B, hope you're doing well, my friend. Dom H, thank you for celebrating 8 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowl member. I really do appreciate it. And I'm doing great, man. 8 hours into the stream tonight, rolling along, having some great discussion and talk. Loving it. Lowrider Chev 64, I fell asleep on your stream, woke up 6 hours later, and you're still going. You're officially the GOAT for Seattle sports YouTubers. Thank you, man. I love the discussion. Everybody's been keeping me laughing tonight, keeping me thinking. We've had some good heated debate as well within that. I like the control tower, says Kirk. I think Roxanne might have hit the nail on that one. She might have hit it out the park with that suggestion. I got to say. John, I don't understand passing on Sweat. I don't get it. And it's true. Collier was the 16th or 17th defensive lineman selected in the first round. Indeed he was. I don't get that one either, John. And boy, you look at Sweat even this year where he was, PFF had him graded out very well overall as a player, both good in the run, good against the pass. And yeah, Sweat had a supposed heart condition. It's very true. Very true. Joka says, I saw a video of where Aaron Rodgers stayed for the darkest retreat in someplace in Oregon and looks nice and cozy, but everything in pitch black. Seems like I would go nuts. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that either. And he didn't last more than 2 days. It was supposed to be a 4-day retreat. And he's like 2 days like, nope, I'm good. That's the way you set yourself. I mean, that's what they do with prisoners, is stick them in isolation with no sunlight. That's not, this whole meditation thing of getting to your happy place has gotten a little bit overdone, I think. Prince says the Sonic soars. Well, then that's a little bit like the soars, like SORES, though, right? Goes with the history of the Sonics being AKA Boeing. Yeah, but then they would think it's like Sonic soars, like you got to soar like a open wound, Daniel says, where do you place Bobby on your all-time middle linebacker list? Is he better than Ray Lewis? I think he might. Ray Lewis just played a run-heavier league when middle linebacker was more glorified because of it. I think Lewis was better than Bobby. I do, Daniel, but I do think that Ray Lewis is what you're talking about as being the best all-time at the position at middle linebacker. So if Bobby's not Ray Lewis and not the best all-time, I don't think that necessarily takes away from Bobby's overall greatness at the same time. I did a little bit of a look at this, a couple of a last year point with Bobby and measuring where I had him at all time with other middle linebackers in the sport. I want to say that I had him at like about fourth or fifth. And so he certainly has a way, I think, to track out in the future of getting into the potentially top 3 as far as all time middle linebackers go. But it would be tough I think Ray Lewis, you'd have to give the nod to him. I do think that Bobby has passed by Singletary. Certainly, I think he's passed by your Patrick Willis's types. I think he's passed by London Fletcher. So he's gotten up the list. I think he's gotten past some of the old school guys that are held in high regard too, that are just other like kind of name linebackers, the Packer former middle linebacker, Steeler middle linebacker they had. I think he has passed them. So he's going to have an argument, I think, to be made to be one of the top 3 all-time middle linebackers. But Ray, if you look at him statistically across the board, and even just in the coverage numbers, the amount of interceptions he had, the amount of fumbles he had, Ray was just a different kind of cat across the board, I would say. Johnson's is like Lutalele with the same condition as he did, played 10 strong years in the league. He did. Seattle's got a little bit of a worry with that heart stuff, which maybe they've got a reason to. I don't know much about the condition with that. The Sonics and Mariners were named after Boeing, I think, says Sam. I believe you're right on that. or at least a part of that influence was. I don't know if Mariners were, because Mariners more the seagoing thing, right? A Mariner or seagoing. But I think the Sonics definitely were the influence with Boeing. John says, did you see the name the tarmac for the Sonics channel or the runway rundown? Did you see the name tarmac for the Sonics channel? I didn't see that. Tarmac's good. I mean, it's a tarmac. I'll put it on there. Runway, the runway rundown. It's kind of cool. Like that's kind of phonetic. It's not bad. In utero, Ray Lewis did everything in elite level: tackling, sacks, interceptions, forced fumbles, tackles for losses, etc. He did. He was great across the board. Everything was phenomenal production wise. Yeah, I was right. Then we were at Megan. So the Mariners weren't, but the Sonics were. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Megan, what was the heart condition? I think just the irregular heartbeat is the main issue with it. And Seattle's had a couple guys who've come through with that same kind of thing happen at times. That's given them some hesitancy, I think, in the past. So I'm not sure why. They must have a good, strong reason for it somewhere. Flags this, but still Collier had the same production as someone with a severe heart condition. Did he? And Prince, yeah, we have been robbed of an NBA team since 2008. It hurts. And I love playing basketball. I go out on the court 2-3 times a week just to free. That's my workout. I go out there and get just on it. I love basketball, and I miss the fact that we don't have the sport. And the NBA is stupid for doing us like they did with that. But we'll get them back here, I think, within the next 2 years. I really do. Seattle Supersonics, the pilots, I think is what they meant. Oh, yeah, there was the pilots. That was definitely influenced. Boom Sakalaka, you could say Ray Lewis had a murderous mentality. You could say that about him. And John Sweat is a monster. I'll tell you, Washington's got to figure out what they're going to do this offseason. You got to pay Deron Payne. Sweat's going to come up to be paid. I mean, technically, he's due right now. You've got Jonathan Allen, and then Chase Young's still going to come back at some point. You know, you can't pay all those guys. You know? Flags is mind-boggling to me that Collier is that bad. Somewhere as we speak, there's a man driving a Budweiser truck who would give us more production than Collier. I'll tell you, I saw it on the night. I scouted the guy coming out of college. And it's a rule of thumb that you guys can apply here. When you look at a guy like, let's say, Lucas Van Ness in college up at Iowa, and a lot of people are going over the moon with Lucas Van Ness and saying he's a top 15 pick. And he very well may be that good of a guy. But I'll tell you what, he only really wins with power at the college level. That's it. And power gets removed from edge rushers like nobody else. Even interior guys lose that. If your whole thing in college is that you win with power and that's how you generate pass rush, it's going to get neutralized at the NFL level. And it did with Collier, and it will do with other guys who only rely on power solely. You've got to have something more in your bag other than that. And with Collier, no first step quickness, slowest guy off the line of scrimmage, no dip, no bend, no ability to use his hands. It's quite easy to actually see this one coming down the line. Kind of was, actually. Older prospect that was 24 years old coming out. So I've got an older prospect that doesn't know how to use his hands, that has no twitchiness, and that can't bend. And then is it a surprise that guy's not a good edge player? Not really. Right? Sam says, might be wrong, but I think the Mariners were based on the marine life based out of the Pacific Northwest. I always thought a Mariners was like a sailor. I thought that's what it was on that. How could you get rid of a team named the Seahawks, Seattle Supersonics? Literally the coolest name ever. I would probably be a basketball fan if that didn't happen. You would probably be, yeah. And it's definitely removed me from the sport a bit since they've gone. And I don't like Lewis as a person. He's fake as hell too. He hides behind religion and lives life like an a-hole. Woo. Shots fired. John says, I guess Collier's heavy hands turned out to be full of air, or he was putting weights into his gloves. Yeah, or like I said, with this, the heavy hand stuff can work, but you better have super heavy hands, It better be not just like it's plus heavy hands at the college level, but those will get neutralized unless they're elite. It's like Ndamukong Suh had a level of strength and power that was ridiculous for the college level, but was also going to be ridiculous at the pro level when he got there too. And Collier was just never that kind of power that he was bringing to play at what was it, TCU? Was it TCU? Off on that, might be around. Joker says, besides Darrell Taylor, the best pass rusher since was Clowney. He just had that pass rush we can't produce since Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett, but Darrell Taylor's pretty good, but we need more. We need a bunch of guys, man. We need a variety of guys. Prince, I say if Las Vegas gets an NBA team before us, Washington residents flies out to New York and we'll wait to catch Adam Silver in an alleyway and force him to drink gallons of Starbucks. There we go. Hold him on his knees until he dies. Death by Starbucks. There's no way. If they do Vegas, they'll do Seattle at the same time, Prince. It'll be 2 teams. That's what my understanding of it's been. John says, what's a Nuoso-like signing we can make this year? Maybe Hardgrave with Philadelphia would be kind of he's a different player at a different time in his career, but that would be an equivalent contract. If you're looking for a guy like a linebacker like Pratt, or even like we've talked about Edmonds, John, as far as it's a different position, but a similar kind of player, just kind of rounding into their prime, just becoming what they're going to become. Something along that realm. John says, yeah, that's what Warren Sapp said about Carter, about him going number 1 to the Bears, that he wasn't Sue. Yeah, it's again with Warren where I don't know if I totally trust Warren Sapp's track record on player. And a lot of these former players, John, just because you were a former player, it doesn't always mean you have that insight of knowing what you're talking about when looking at these guys. I'll give them a little bit of realm with it, but just the referencing to Ndamukong Suh, it's like Suh's a pure power guy that had no technique. Carter's a guy with a lot of power that has a lot of technique. So it's like, and Warren should see that on the tape. There's no stab and swim move that Ndamukong Suh's showing you on the tape. He's going to bull rush the hell out of you play after play after play after play. He's just going to try to jack you up. That was his deal at college, and it was dominant, and it was going to dominate the pros to a degree, but Carter just wins in different ways, with that a little bit. Interesting though, that Sapp should say that. Ethan says, Mariners naming origin. I've selected Mariners because of the natural association between the sea and Seattle and her people and who have been challenged and rewarded by it. Ooh, I love the way that's put. It's beautifully worded. And the Mariners even have a marine compass in the logo. I don't get the confusion in the name meaning. They do have the compass. That's true. Oh, that's true. No doubt about that. Oh my gosh. Prince, if we get the Sonics back soon, I'm pretty sure we're getting KD and Russ. I don't know. They would draft to play them for the city who actually drafted them. I certainly think KD would love to come back, Prince. A guy that's been a little bit of a man without a home since since he moved to OKC and then bounced around a little bit as he has. That'd be great to see. And he certainly has been a big benefactor to the Sonics coming back to Seattle, which would be beautiful. Beautiful. I'd love to see it. So I could see KD if he's still playing at that point, though I think we are still talking a couple of years out, unfortunately. Matthew Galenda says, good evening from Guam. Good evening, Matthew. Thank you for checking out the stream, and hope you're doing well out there. Good to see you in the chat, man. Yeah, I think KD would instantly look to try to get back to Seattle. I think he likes Seattle. It was really, Seattle fits his personality. That was just a great, he would have been protected from some of the stuff that goes on out there with talk about a guy just getting kind of sometimes picked on a little bit too much for, in my opinion, on stuff. So especially when there's a lot of players that are more deserving. KD would be kind of that kind of guy to me. Black Sabbath says some former players have some really bad takes. MJD is a great example. Yeah, I see that. Some of these guys, just because they play doesn't always mean that they're necessarily on it in the way that their evaluation is with it. I'd agree with you on that. Depends on the guy a little bit. I'll give a guy, I think John makes a valid point to say if you have a guy that played the position at the NFL level making the evaluation, maybe give that even a little bit more, even if you don't hold a guy like Warren Sapp's opinion in high regard. But I'm not sure on his take of that one. Megan says, I refuse to watch the NBA and have since the Sonics were stolen from us and won't until they come home. And who gave me the chance to watch my favorite German, whom I love a little more than Jay-Z? Detlef Schrempf. Yeah, we're getting it back. I'm not going to watch them consistently until they come back either, Megan. Same. Romelia Sports Report says DK and Debo want to be Rams. I don't think they do. I don't think so. John, we need some Steeler luck in drafting 3-4 linemen like Hayward and Tuert. Those are players we need bad. Gervin's are really the only 2-gap guy there is on end. Not a lot of guys, John. There's not a lot of guys. I think Keon White could be pretty good inside. I think he could potentially be kind of that guy. But you're right. You're right. There's not a lot of other guys out there. Zach Pickens, I think, can give you a little bit of that. But it's not, to your point, it's not a deep crew. How about Guam in the house? Voodoo Magic, who was the white kid Seattle drafted out of high school that was found during doing drugs in an abandoned house? Isn't that the guy that looked like, he looked like Freddy Krueger, right? Off Nightmare on Elm Street. Wasn't that guy? Forget his name too, but he looked just like Freddy Krueger. So I've heard lots of Mariner name explanations. Can't disagree with any of them. I like there's a little bit of legend behind it. CL Supersonic, Boom Shakalaka. All I can say is I remember when Sonic Brent Berry won the slam dunk contest. That's right. And didn't he do the jump, the Jordan leap from the foul line to win it? Greg Kemp says, yeah, Brandon, if you listen to Steve Smith talk about DK, you'd think he was having a Claypool type career. Yeah. I've seen the same thing with Smith, Greg. Seen the same thing. Steve's a guy that you want to listen to and take his opinion because I respected him so highly as a player. But I have heard some of his player takes at receiver. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm kind of like, ugh. Space says Key Arena needs upgrade. Well, as Utero mentions below on that space, they did upgrade it right before the Sonics left. That was part of why it was hard to get a new stadium created, as Schultz was theoretically trying to do, is that they just had $100 and some million renovation. Maybe he didn't do a big amount of upgrades with that renovation because it was it's like only $100 million. It wasn't a lot, but they kind of did a little bit on that. Watch VisQuest. I keep trying to call Howard Schultz names here but YouTube won't post it. I got to open up the comments. I don't mean the YouTube default doesn't allow for swearing, but I don't mind swearing. So I got to turn that off with it. John says, I don't see how John passes on these quarterbacks. They're so Schneider. I would be doing cartwheels for Stroud, Levis, Anthony Richardson, especially if we trade down for AR-15. I'll be happy with them too, John. I'll be loving those selections as well, man. And Dom H, man, thank you for all your support on the channel, bro. I really do hope you're doing well as well, and I'm doing awesome. Loving life, man. Yes, the foul line dunk. That's right. Brent Berry did that foul line dunk. How about Brent? In Utero, some of these ex-athletes' takes are all ego-driven. I do feel a little of that in Utero. It seems to be coming a little bit more from that place of things rather than they've done really their homework on it a little bit. Great point. Flag Sabbath, Key Arena was absolutely an electric place in the 90s during those playoffs. And with basketball being as intimate as it is, with all of the fans right on and I remember going to watch the Sonic game on the floor, and you are so close. And you could just feel that energy at those times. And it, just ratcheted everything up a little bit extra, didn't it? And you could put the Sonics in Climate Pledge. That would work. It would work. Space can't wait to watch the Blazers crush the Sonics. Not going to happen. We're taking that one right back over, man. Seattle Seahawks, Boom Shakalaka. I'm so bummed I never got to go to Key Arena and see the Sonics live. It was a great experience, and I got to be on the floor on one game to see them, and forever will remember it. It was you really get to feel the unique athleticism and how fast those guys are moving and just how freakish they are in when you're down on that floor. Football's like that too. And you sometimes get the feel in football when they show you the cams that are on the field level and right next to the field. You can start to really feel the speed of the sport. Same way. Same way with going to a basketball game in Key Arena. Megan's looking forward to heading back to Seattle, see the Sonics. Me too. I can't wait. Can't wait. All right. Well, we are 8.5 hours in. I think I've gotten to the bottom of the chat. So I think we are going to go ahead and give this a little bit of a wrap up process here as we go through here and kind of put a button on this one. So let's get the last couple of questions in. If we got any other comments, questions, concerns, trials, tribulations. Sam the Great, glad I went to Key Arena once. Shout out to Ray Allen, greatest Sonic ever. Great player, man. Smoothest jump shot, maybe in NBA history, man. That guy had just the perfect mechanics on his jump shot. It was a thing. It was a work of art. Work of art. Thank you, Seattle Seahawks. Boom shakalaka, man. I hope you're doing all great out there in Hawaii. Staying warm, no doubt. J.O., what do you think about Darnell Washington? J.O., he is one of my guys in this draft. He's one of those guys that gets me very excited, and I really would like to find a way to pick him if we could. And what I've proposed we look to do here, J.O., is maybe move on from a Noah Fant who's on the final year of his deal in order for you to open up the door to then taking Darnell Washington with the first pick in the second round. I think he's going to be a first-round talent that goes in the second round, which is great value. I think he's my tight end number one in this draft class. I think he's like a sixth de facto offensive lineman out there for you in the way he can block, and he's just so monstrous and huge. He's got a great big catch radius, and he provides you another really interesting skill set on the other end of that with it. So there's just a lot he brings to the table. And by moving on from Fant, you're saving like $7 million at that point, in addition to maybe upgrading the position with a guy like Darnell Washington. So I love him. He's one of those guys that are my guys in this draft, that if there's just a way we can get this guy, there are a variety of different places you'll find these guys, but he's one of those guys for me. There's no other tight end built like him in this draft, and they don't come built like that very often. You know? Megan, brilliant as always, B. Thank you, Megan. I do appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thanks for hanging out for the whole time on there, handling the mod duties as you do. Kirk says, love the content. Keep it up. You know I'll keep going, man. You guys keep watching. I'll keep going. No doubt about it. Washington's question is, fun thing about basketball is even like high school games are fun. It's a fun sport. It is. I mean, it's very action packed, and you get to appreciate. It's got all the things that you want in sports to have: constant action and athleticism, speed, quickness, jumping, a little bit of physicality in there. It's got everything. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Appreciate you. Voodoo Magic, it was bugging me. Had to look it up. It was Robert Swift. It was Robert Swift. Not to be confused with Stromile Swift. He was a different bust. Yeah. But he looks like Freddy Krueger, right, Voodoo? Like, look at the picture of the kid and then go bring up a picture of Freddy Krueger. And that's Robert Swift. Equal. Joka, like Kyle Pitts, but with better blocking? No, Pitts... No, because he's not as sudden as Kyle Pitts, you know, and he doesn't have necessarily quite the ball skills that Kyle Pitts had coming out. But good catch radius, good as a pass catcher, runs pretty good routes. He's not necessarily sudden, which is why you'll probably drop into the second round, is that there's not that instant burst that you like to have off your tight ends where you're the 5-6 yards. They're really picking up and getting up to full speed fast. But he's so much better of a blocking tight end than we've seen coming down the trek in quite a bit of time here in recent drafts. So not quite there. Pitts was a little bit of a unicorn and almost kind of a sub-wide receiver at the end of the day. So you're also talking about a guy that's really a true inline guy versus more of a guy that's an H-back wide receiver type. Roxanne, thank you so much. Appreciate you. And thank you for the suggestion on that Sonic name. I think that's the leader in the clubhouse here as we go in the clubhouse. So appreciate you. She says, this has been great. Keep up, B. Go Hawks. Thank you so much. John says, be an NFL general manager for a moment and make your case for Bryce Young as your guy. That is my nightmare scenario at 5 with him left only. But I think AR will be there and somebody will be willing to give us a haul. Well, I will just, before I provide you my general manager hat of selling you on Bryce Young, let's just go ahead and follow up on your comments on that of, I don't, he is a nightmare scenario for me where that's who we're facing having to pick because all of our other guys we've wanted are off the board at 5. So I'm not liking this. The argument I would be making to you, John, is this. There is no quarterback in this draft with more wow throws on their tape over the last 2 years than Bryce Young. He shows an innate ability to navigate the pocket that is unique from any other quarterback in this draft. The small pocket movements you look for. He has not been hindered, but very hardly at all by his size limitations in being able to make all the throws, including the short throws over the middle of the football field. He throws with better anticipation than any quarterback in this draft. He also has absolutely the arm strength that you need from an NFL level to be able to make every NFL throw. It only does come down to him it only comes down to him with a question about size. That's the only place that you do have an opportunity to nitpick him at that point. Again, I make this argument, John, going, yeah, but I don't know if I fully believe this. So I'm making the argument to you. This is what a general manager is going to say in the sport that would be willing to draft him, is that you get past the size limitations, he checks every other box that I'm going to require. He's got the mobility in the pocket, the innate feel for the position, the command of the position, the ability to go through his progressions, the ability to throw with anticipation, a plus NFL arm, a quick release, especially on the shorter throws, and an ability to see the field in a way that you don't normally get with guys that are 5'10". That would be my sell to you, John, but it's not one that I feel in my heart. Prince, it hurt so much when Steve Ballmer talked about the Sonics when he didn't want to give his hometown a team in the Clippers. If he could have given us Kawhi and PG, he could have been a bigger hero than Ken. Yeah, agreed on that. Agreed on that. Would have been cool if Steve would have tried to push a little bit more for that, but he seemed pretty well embedded there in the in keeping it with the Clips in LA. Washington FistQuest, thank you for the $2 donation, Washington FistQuest. I do appreciate it to finish us off strong here on the stream. He says, thanks, Brandon. Go Hawks, go Mariners, go Sonics, and go Seawolves. That's right, man. Go all of those guys. And Nero says, I miss the Sonics, but I'm glad we didn't steal another city's team. I am too. I'd rather an expansion. I don't want to do to somebody else what was done to us. Two wrongs don't make a right. Though I will say, the LA market hasn't exactly provided a real nice place for the Clippers as far as the support goes there, right? It's a Laker town, you know. Maybe I feel a little bit okay with it when it's already a town that's got one team as it is already, you know. Especially one team that's more loved like the Lakers are loved. Flag says, my nightmare scenario, I can't speak after 8.5 hours. It's going out the door here. My nightmare scenario is the Colts trading with the Bears and the Cardinals staying put. That means the QBs I want are gone, as well as Carter and Anderson. Yeah. That's my nightmare scenario too. Yeah, that's within it. Boom Shakalaka Ballmer cracked me up when I worked for Microsoft. I swear that guy was like on crack. He's definitely got a lot of energy. He's got a lot of passion. Joka, do I think Kyle Pitts was drafted too high? Yeah. He's a bit of a tweener more than he can do both things. He's not really an inline tight end or an H-back tight end. He's not really kind of quite a receiver. Now, the Falcons haven't exactly given him a great, thrower of the football to work with at this point in time. I would like to see him with a better quarterback to make a final determination on this, but probably picked a little bit too high for where he went. He got probably a little bit overhyped through the draft process. I mean, people were calling him like a generational talent. I never quite saw that myself. Still a very solid player in this league. Still a lot of upside to his game, and he's not a bust, but where he was being viewed when he came out versus really what we kind of know him to be is probably a little bit different. Prince says, only if the Kings had been garbage since 90s, we would have had their organization. True. John says, do you think we paid Nick Bloor as a statement to other players that if you do what's right, we'll reward you, even if it doesn't make sense from a team building aspect? Maybe some of that's by that, John. I think he provides some clubhouse stuff too, right? Like he's a chemistry guy, and maybe there is some value to that as well, of a guy that helps things out from that realm. He's a veteran and steadying presence maybe in the building a little bit from that aspect of things. But maybe. John, that's what I was thinking about Ballore, but the fact that they love overpaying for their guys, especially when no other team would be willing to fork out that dough, let them test the market. I'm with you, man. I wouldn't like giving out that contract, and I don't have a problem with it. It was just Nick Ballore, but then it's Nick Ballore, and it's $4 million to Phil Haynes, and it's paying Jason Myers at $5 million per year, and then you're going to overpay a little bit for Geno Smith at $35 million per year, and now all of the cap is gone. And we have we not upgraded our team at all from what it was the prior year, and now that all has to be done in the draft. Not a big fan of that either, John, because that's what those moves kind of add up to it on that. John, why do I think Jordan Palmer would excel as a quarterback coach? I think he's done some quarterback coaching stuff, John. So I think he's done like some private stuff for preparing guys for the pros and doing camps and stuff. I could be wrong, but I thought that was his whole gig. John Robinson, who is Josh Allen's quarterback coach his third year? Who would have ever thought we need to draft AR-15 and sign that quarterback coach who groomed Allen? Josh Allen was groomed by Brian Daboll. more than a quarterback coach, I'd say, John. And when Dayball left, Allen's performances dipped down a bit. I think there's a little bit of that connection in there. Space, I have a little Kurt Cobain statue. He sings to me all the time. I ask him for advice. Nice. Kirk, which tag would you use on Geno and why? I'd use the franchise tag on Geno because I'm not really I don't really want to match a deal with it on the open market. I know he can be paid more money on the open market, Kirk. I know he can go make the $40 million on the open market. It's really not a matter of whether or not there's a team willing to pay him that money at that point. It's really more about, is he worth that price, or do I need to go to an alternative direction here? And I don't think he's worth that price. And I think that if there is a team willing to offer him that on the open market, then that tells me, Kirk, there's a team that's going to be willing to offer a second and maybe a third round pick in addition for his services, if they value him that highly. So franchise tag him, but trade him. Don't franchise tag him with the plan to really play him on the tag. Just move him at that point. In utero, it wouldn't be the exclusive tag for $45 million. No, it's franchise tag. $32 million is the cost, I think. Flag Sabbath, Brian Daboll probably played more into the Josh Allen development than Joe Brady. That's my feeling on it as well. Look at what Daboll's done with Daniel Jones, Daniel still had no receivers to throw to this year, and he at least got him functional. I think Daboll really knows what he's doing as far as quarterback development goes. That seems to be what this is showing. Voltwak, PFF may have finally looked at Miles Murphy's tape in the mock draft simulator. He now goes 18th, 19 range. Would you take him at 20 or trade up? It depends on what I'm getting as far as my assets to trade up. Voltwak. I'd love to get a future first round pick in next year's draft. And if I have that opportunity to do that by trading out of 20, then I'll take advantage of that. To get Miles Murphy, I think at 20 would be pretty good value though. So if you've got to fall back to taking him there at 20 instead, that's good. It's good to hear PFF. This is why I've liked the PFF's mock simulator better than the PFN one, Voltalk, because of the fact that they do seem to be updating it a little bit more to fit with where things are truly, really going. And that's what those mocks should be doing, is that they got to constantly update with the information that's being, generated here. So, I would take him at 20, but the ideal here is that, especially if I think this draft's going to go how I think it's going to go, where at number 5, you're going to get your pick of one of Anderson or Carter. And then that means you didn't trade back at number 5, which then means all that much more to put the pressure on to try to trade back at 20 at that point, in my opinion, and get the future first round pick if you can pull it off. Move back into the second, get a future 1, go to his number 2, get an extra second in this draft in addition maybe to that. I like going that route with it. Kirk says the problem I have with the exclusive tag is that he probably would wait to sign it and force the Seahawks' hand. With the non-exclusive tag, he gets to figure out a deal with another team. So he gets to still figure out a deal with the Seahawks in this case. So let me walk you back through this with the Frank Clark deal. You franchise tagged Frank Clark, right? It was not franchise tagged him straight up, but then Frank doesn't sign the deal. But then, so the contract's not technically on the books at that point. You go to Kansas City. Kansas City says, hey, we want Frank Clark. You go, okay, that's great. Let's come up with some draft compensation. Okay, we'll give you a first and a second round pick. Okay, we like what we hear from you on that. We will give you permission to now go negotiate with Frank Clark. That's the same thing that you do here with Geno Smith. You franchise him. A team reaches out and says, hey, you're not getting a contract extension done with him. Will you move him to us for a second and third round pick? Sure, we would. You got to get a contract done with him though ahead of time, because he's going to want a deal if we're going to move him. Then they negotiate with Geno. They pay him what he wants. You get your picks. We're all happy. John, I don't know if you have to sit AR-15 a year or two if you go the RG3 route and use one or two read concepts and have a run-heavy scheme, but I don't know if we have a Shanahan who can maximize him. Yeah, I don't think that's a great route of going that way with the quarterbacks, John. I don't. And I think even if you're having success with it like the Ravens theoretically had with Lamar or the Eagles had with Hurts, I think it just only kind of will take you so far going down that road. And when we're talking about the development of the quarterback and having them develop good habits, the proper habits of the quarterback position, I don't know if playing sort of that RG3, use them like a running back kind of role of things is really the best method and approach for their long-term development then. I think you can have them sit for a year or two, John, while bringing in a couple of the kitschy plays a game. Have 5 to 10 plays, maybe a game you bring him out there for, and let him roll in that respect and kind of find some value from him on that. But I do think you got to let him sit. It's the best for his development. John says, don't you think we have AR-15? We immediately have a top 5 running game and also opening holes for our running backs. Maybe, John. Maybe. I don't want to do that though. I just think it's you get your quarterback broken, you wear out a guy's career, you wear down a guy's career, you risk injury at any point in time. You can have a tremendous amount of success with it, and then you get an injury at the worst time of year, and it's an injury that's very predictable because of the fact when you use your quarterback like a running back, you're going to get them injured. We saw this happen, John, with Trey Lance this last year, right? You actually saw this with Jalen Hurts as he got injured at the back end of the schedule. And he at no point in time, as I understand it, with Jalen Hurts, was his arm ever back to 100% during the course of this season after that injury. So it's a thing that's worked to a degree, but nobody's gotten the ultimate success off of it as far as a Super Bowl run. And I think that the better ideal here is to let the guy develop. When you run him out, John, and you run a young quarterback out that's not ready to play, and now you just throw him to the fire, toss him in the deep end without learning how to swim, you're going to develop bad habits. And bad things happen. Robert Griffin is not a success story, man. You know, what happened in that very season with Robert Griffin? Exactly what I'm talking about. He got broken. You don't want to use your quarterback like a running back, man. It's not a prerequisite. It's not a pathway for success. It's a pathway to get your guy broken and his career wore down and his development to get stilted. John, when you look at Lamar Jackson right now, and the way that they played him with the Mark Roman offense, and as you're talking about this run-heavy system, which is a lot of read option and one read looks and never develop yourself, has Lamar developed as a quarterback? Has he gotten better through his progression reads at that time? Or is he pretty much kind of maintained at the same sort of player rate as about what he is when he walked in the door? And that's what that will do on that. So you might get some immediate returns from it that you like, but the long-term view on it is a little bit left wanting. Kirk, if Geno waits to sign on the exclusive tag, Seahawks are on the hook for. Yeah, maybe we're confusing each other, Kirk, and I'm 9 hours in, so my head starts to spin 9 hours in on this. So forget my confusion. You just want to put the $32 million franchise tag on Geno Smith. That's the bottom line. The franchise tag that you get 2 first-round picks if a team just signs him purely. That's the franchise tag that you put on Geno Smith. And then you can negotiate a contract where you take less than those assets beyond that after that point. But that's what I meant by the franchise tag. But if the franchise tag that you sign right now is not, and maybe I'm getting confused on this, Kirk, because as I understand it right now, the $32 million franchise tag that you use right now is one that gets you 2 first-round picks back. So that's the one that I want. I guess you're saying 45 million and no team could compete and just know that he's on the 45 and that's what he gets paid. And that, yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. We're on the same page. Again, sorry too, my head starts to spin a little bit here at the end. Cool. All right. Well, we've gotten into the end of the stream on that one. And so let's go ahead and we'll wrap it up on that. Just about 9 hours in on this one stream. Another really, really great stream. Thank you again to all the folks that donated on in the chat. Just too many to name. And as well as all the folks that have been members of the channel, 8 months, 19 months, 12 months, all that and everything. So thank you to all the folks that are members of the channel. If you're not a member of the channel, I'm just about getting ready to drop about 30,000 words on this draft. It's going to be a bit of a monster I'm dropping on my channel here for Hawks Nest members. It's going to be my draft guide. So that will be coming out here hopefully within about the next 10 days or so. I'm trying to kind of get a couple more prospects rounded out on there so it's nice and deep. But if you're looking for some extra content on that, I will be getting that going on my end of things. J.O., I had a great time, man. Thank you for jumping on in the chat. TJ Jimenez, you have yourself a great night. Megan, no worries with the trolls on that. I didn't mind, I didn't mind Audie. It's like somebody else said, he's just out there having fun doing his thing. And I'm as guilty of this as anyone, you know, we get our perspective and views on things and we're hardlined and not even God can change your opinion on it. I was trying with him though. And I thought maybe you would have kind of a bombshell he could drop for me on that one, where it's like, well, here's this thing that I know about that nobody's aware of, that'd be a great little story to break. I mean, hell, I'd post that to my channel, if that was the truth on it. I post it. Space, can't wait, Brandon. Great stream as usual. Thank you, Space. Appreciate you. Megan says, like me and pick 5. That's right. That's right. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. And Jim Zorn being better than Dave Craig. That's also right. Well, folks, on the way out the door, please do hit that like button. I will be back here. You get Brandon 2 times this week. So you'll have Brandon on Wednesday, and we're going to have Brandon, the B&B show, on my side of the channel here this week, as well as we're going to keep the content cooking this off season. So stay with me. We're not stopping. There is no off season. You can see it. Look at that sign over my shoulder here. What does that sign say? What does that sign say right where my thumb is at? I know you can't read it because I don't have a very clear camera. I got a cheap camera. What do you want? Okay. I'm not rich. It says no off season. There's no off season here. Okay. No off season in Seahawks land. No off season in my fandom out there. No off season with any of you guys. We're in it right now. We're paying attention. Nose to the grindstone. Every move that's coming across, we're turning over. That's what I love about you guys. That's why we go these 9 hours as we do on these streams, is we just keep this thinking and fermenting in all the different directions and pathways and approaches and iterations that this thing can take. We love to think about it. We love to get to this level of it. I really do appreciate you guys on the same page as me of just wanting to try to dive into the details in that way and really just unpack this stuff in the manners in which we do. We got a Bobby Wagner on the open market. We got an open NFC conference now with the Rams looking like they're about to go into tank mode. It just opens up a little bit wider. I hope I don't have to remind my fellow Seahawks fandom. I hope I don't have to tell you, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because right now the iron's getting awful hot. It's heating up. Can you see the steam coming out? Huh? Can you see the redness beneath it on the heaters beneath there? Can you see that? That iron's getting hot, and it might be about time for our Seattle Seahawks to strike for this next season, to truly maybe go for it. As we're all thinking they're just about to stand back and be patient here. And what if we do go for it? What if I ask you to dream big? And I want you dreaming big. I want you thinking we're about ready. I don't want you thinking we're years away. We're at the beginning of a rebuild. No, we're coming off a playoff season. We just shocked the world once. Let's go do it again. So as we go into the free agency, as we now head to this draft, as we go through this offseason, I want you hyped. I want you ready. And I don't want you to ever forget. Go Hawks.